Chapter 551. At her strongest, she wanted to see just what a woman's strongest form looked like. Could anything be more terrifying to Jiang Mian than this bizarre ability? The woman's clothes tore apart inch by inch, revealing a bluish-purple color beneath her skin. These were patterns resembling crocodile stripes, covered by thick plates that added countless layers of defense. Not only that, the woman's size also increased, almost to the point that the spaceship could no longer contain her. Jiang Mian's mouth gaped open. Not only Jiang Mian, but the other natives and alien creatures also gaped open. This was the first time they had seen their ancestors' true form. Although they had seen it before, it was only in portraits or photographs. They had never truly come into contact with their ancestors' real appearance. Seeing her like this now, it would be a lie to say they weren't astonished. Jiang Mian stared at her, only one thought in her mind. It's over, this is really bad. If she hadn't provoked the boss, but instead sneaked into the spaceship and sailed away, things might not be so difficult now. However, because she provoked this boss, not only will she be trapped in this world forever, she probably won't even be able to get out. Jiang Mian silently took a few steps back, trying to ease the tension, but the woman lashed out with her tail, sending her flying to the other side of the spaceship. She was now like Ultraman fighting a monster, except Ultraman will eventually defeat the monster, but Jiang Mian clutched her chest. Cough cough. She had tried to dodge, but the tail was too fast. Jiang Mian couldn't defend herself at all, and was forced to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lin Ji, you're a lunatic. You never told me this before. Aren't you supposed to be able to predict the future? Why didn't you tell me this? If Jiang Mian had known this would happen, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to Lin Ji's offer. Although Lin Ji had given her quite a few escape tools, they were useless now. Humans, die! This world will eventually be mine to rule. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded somewhat incongruous, no longer gentle as before, but rather like that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex. With such a massive size, Jiang Mian couldn't possibly defeat her. In the ensuing exchange, Jiang Mian lost more often than she won, suffering numerous injuries and unable to heal herself, only able to try her best to dodge the woman's attacks. Just then, Qian Yuan suddenly rushed over, grabbing Jiang Mian and shielding her from a tail lash. While Jiang Mian stared blankly, Qian Yuan shoved her aside and shouted, "Find a way to shrink it. That way we can deal with it better." Jiang Mian was truly oblivious to the situation. Only now did she think of this method. She was about to pull out the device from her spatial storage, when she suddenly realized it wasn't safe, and using the device would require a certain opportunity. Jiang Mian remained silent, putting the device back, intending to find a suitable spot to shrink the woman's body. Jiang Mian exchanged a glance with Qian Yuan. Although Qian Yuan didn't understand, she knew from Jiang Mian's actions that she must have thought of a plan. So, she diligently cooperated with Jiang Mian, trying to attract the ancestor's attention. It was much easier for the two of them to deal with the ancestor. While it was called dealing with the ancestor, it really just meant that the two of them would be whipped or clawed less often. After all, the blows were shared by the others. This gave Jiang Mian the opportunity to slowly approach her. Once she reached an optimal position, she suddenly took out a sophisticated device and pressed a blue button. When the button was pressed, Jiang Mian could clearly see the bewildered look on the ancestor's face. She understood that the ancestor didn't know what the device was for. It seemed her guess was correct. These devices had been smuggled over from another world by this person, who called herself the ancestor. Jiang Mian had really made the right move. When the light from the device shone on the ancestor, she initially didn't pay attention. However, when she noticed that the size of things she saw had changed, she immediately realized what was happening. Her eyes widened, glaring at Jiang Mian, and she said coldly, "How dare you? What have you done to me?" Jiang Mian didn't bother to answer. Just as her tail was about to lash out, she quickly retracted the device. She began to shrink her by rotating her in different directions. Because the ancestor's body was relatively large, changing direction was actually quite difficult. With Jiang Mian's persistent efforts, she restored the ancestor's body to normal size in half an hour. It was precisely because of this that things proceeded extremely smoothly from then on. Soon, Jiang Mian seized a good opportunity and kicked her to the ground. When another new sword struck the ancestor, it was stopped by the armor plates on her body. Amidst the sparks, the ancestor revealed a mocking smile. "You can't kill me. My abilities are unique. Even if you seal them, so what? My racial talents are beyond your reach. Ordinary humans, like you, don't understand the limits of the world." Jiang Mian clicked his tongue, his tone quite disdainful. Yes. Limits. So what? You're still being beaten like a drowning dog by ordinary people. Although I can't kill you, I can humiliate you. Jiang Mian's words were so self-righteous, like those of a brainless villain. However, Jiang Mian's actions weren't those of a brainless villain. After capturing the ancestor, he immediately tied her up, and then used a device to shrink her size further until she was a 10-centimeter tall doll. Only then did Jiang Mian breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Mian refused to accept defeat and tried many methods, but none could kill her. Even the sap from the serpent spirit fruit tree, that corrosive substance, couldn't corrode her. It simply changed her color, turning her greenish blue. However, this corrosive substance was still quite harmful. Didn't you see the ancestor's face had turned pale? There was no other way. Seeing that she couldn't kill her, Jiang Mian didn't plan to go to great lengths. Instead, she found a special bag and put her inside. The bag was covered with talismans. Since conventional methods couldn't deal with this thing, she had to resort to unconventional methods. The talismans were quite effective. They actually had some ability to restrain the ancestor. For a moment, she couldn't escape from the bag. Seeing this, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the alien creatures known as the First Generation, Jiang Mian didn't hold back and, together with the others, eliminated them all. Of course, she also collected the corpses. Just then, Jiang Mian could feel her abilities returning somewhat. This familiar feeling, she understood almost instantly, was because the seal had been broken. Chapter 552. After the seal was lifted, the group outside was nothing more than a rabble in the face of advanced weaponry. Jiang Mian didn't participate, but left the task to others. As for Jiang Mian, she looked at Yu Ming, pondering, should she eliminate this guy and reap the benefits of his powerful corpse, or should she truly keep her promise and let him go? Just then, a figure with her back to her suddenly spoke. Miss Jiang, you promised to let him go. Jiang Mian coughed lightly. This familiar scene, this familiar dialogue, this familiar inexplicable occurrence, Jiang Mian was already used to it. She touched her nose, somewhat awkwardly saying, of course, I promised you I would let him go. Naturally, I won't kill him. You can rest assured about that. Hearing Jiang Mian's voice, Lin Ji turned around, facing Jiang Mian sideways, smiling without saying a word. Clearly, he knew that if he hadn't come this time, Yu Ming's lifeline would likely have been severed. Jiang Mian stepped forward, patted Lin Ji on the shoulder, and activated her copying ability. Ding! Successfully copied gene ability, strategic planning, high intelligence. Ding! Successfully copied gene ability, I can come to your side at any time. Prerequisite for use, you're like me, blind? Jiang Mian frowned as she looked at the copied ability. What's wrong? These days, some abilities really require something to be missing, right? If she used Lin Ji's ability, would she still be blind? Never mind, she won't use it, although this ability is really tempting. After doing all this, Jiang Mian looked at Lin Ji. You promised me you'd tell my fortune, and let me have close contact with your subordinates. Does that still stand? It do. Jiang Mian seemed to realize something and, to avoid being tricked, said preemptively, by the way, I don't want you to tell me anything about relationships. I want to know how far my future will go. Lin Ji nodded, and the two found a safe place, while Qian Yuan stood guard outside to prevent anyone from breaking in and disrupting Lin Ji's divination. Jiang Mian saw that Lin Ji wasn't just touching her bones and shaking his special object this time. He also used fresh blood as a catalyst, dripping it into the tortoise shell. When the tortoise shell shook again, there was no sound. Faced with Jiang Mian's curiosity, Lin Ji stopped and looked up, saying, only by eliminating all distractions can I give you a divination without any worries. What he didn't say was that if he didn't block out distractions, he would subconsciously interpret Jiang Mian's divination favorably. While it wasn't inaccurate, there would be some deviation. Only by being completely focused and truly divining for Jiang Mian could he ensure a flawless reading. When the divination result appeared, Lin Ji suddenly felt a surge of tension. He hadn't done divination like this in a long time, and he wasn't sure whether it was auspicious or inauspicious. If it was extremely inauspicious, he worried that this fierce woman might just kill him. His mind raced with these thoughts, but his hands didn't stop moving, afraid that Jiang Mian would notice something amiss. When the divination result was revealed, Lin Ji touched it and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the result was half auspicious and half inauspicious, with more good than bad. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Although you will encounter some unpleasant things on your journey ahead, the overall trend is quite positive. After I performed a divination for you today, you don't need to take the result to heart, otherwise it will affect your future. Jiang Mian frowned. looking at Lin Ji as if he were a fool. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have let you perform the divination for me. Lin Ji awkwardly scratched his head, thinking, wasn't it because she insisted that I perform the divination for her that I listened to her, and did it? Feeling wronged, Lin Ji didn't dare to say anything, and just silently shut his mouth. After learning her divination result, Jiang Mian didn't ask any more questions, and turned to deal with other matters. She hadn't used up her copying ability attempts for today. She had to use them as soon as possible to avoid wasting this opportunity. Jiang Mian only copied those powerful people, only in this way. Her talent would then grow rapidly. Just after Jiang Mian left, Qian Yuan sneaked in and whispered to Lin Ji, "Hey, buddy, can you tell my fortune too?" "Lin Ji, you can't force matters of the heart." "No way, I didn't say I wanted a fortune about relationships. I want something else, listen to me." Jiang Mian was unaware of what was happening behind her. She couldn't waste too much time, especially at a time like this. The ancestor, trapped in the storage bag, kept bumping against it. If she wasn't careful, it might escape. Jiang Mian could only be extremely careful, applying a talisman every few hours. Because of this, she had to be constantly on edge. As the game time was about to end, her talent finally leveled up. Talent, copy and paste, level 7, can copy gene talent 7 times per day, 7 paste attempts, 3 delete/paste attempts. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. Why were the recent upgrades always increasing the number of delete/paste attempts? Had her actions led her astray? Oh well, never mind. Whatever, as long as the ability improved, that was enough. Looking at the restless ancestor, Jiang Mian thought, rather than this, she might as well just leave. Thinking this, she did just that. Anyway, she already used up her abilities for the day. Leaving early was better than being stuck at the limit. The spaceship started up under everyone's watchful eyes. Jiang Mian and the others flew in the air for a long time, but still didn't hear any system notifications. Just then, the ancestor started acting up. She seemed to have sensed something and began frantically thrashing around inside the bag. "Let me out! That Yuming is an idiot. Does he think he can replace me with this? But he's a male, and males don't have the ability to reproduce. How can he rule that world?" Jiang Mian patted the storage bag. "What's your rush? Maybe they find a way to make men reproduce someday." However, Jiang Mian's words seemed to completely provoke the ancestor, who immediately burst into a tirade of abuse. "You bastard, what do you know? A student slacker, obviously doesn't pay attention in class, spends all day eating, drinking, playing, and traveling, doesn't even understand the most basic genetic code." Hearing her insults, the ancestor broke down. Jiang Mian immediately ordered Qian Yuan to restrain the ancestor. However, when Qian Yuan's blood dripped onto the ancestor, it had no effect whatsoever. In fact, it almost allowed her to escape. "What are you doing? What's that sticky stuff? Aya! You bastards, trying to defile me with this filthy blood, you deserve to die." Jiang Mian quickly sealed her abilities, but in doing so, she gained the Primordial's talent. Dimensional space. After use, you can change the dimension around you at any time, placing you in another space. People outside the dimension cannot completely kill you. Damage will be transferred to the other dimension. This ability was the second rather unique ability Jiang Mian discovered in this world. As a result, her experience progress bar immediately reached halfway. Jiang Mian was overjoyed, her eyes filled with warmth as she looked at the primordial. She had never heard of anyone possessing this ability before, and of course, she didn't immediately copy and paste it, choosing instead to keep it as a secret for now. After doing all this, Jiang Mian looked at Qian Yuan. How much longer until the mission was complete? Chapter 553. Qian Yuan blinked and turned to ask the person piloting the spaceship. When he returned, his expression was somewhat strange. Jiang Mian was a little confused, but then she saw Qian Yuan point to the cockpit and say, "He wants to talk to you." Jiang Mian went inside and saw the player Qian Yuan had found who could pilot the spaceship, looking worried. "Is what we're doing really okay? Many people haven't escaped yet. They're trapped right after the first phase ended, and the second phase hasn't even started. Maybe we should wait a bit longer. We can leave anytime now anyway." Hearing this person's kind words, Jiang Mian twitched her lips, wanting to throw him out. She knew it. The reason they couldn't leave was because someone's overly compassionate heart had kicked in. She was about to get angry, but then she thought, they were only cooperating once. There was no need to make a big deal out of it. And there was no need to teach him a lesson. Jiang Mian and Qian Yuan exchanged a glance and nodded. The two of them genuinely adored this person. How could they be so naive? The brain-eating worm at its peak, combined with Jiang Mian's time acceleration, directly controlled this player. Just as Jiang Mian was leaving this world with the ancestor, all the players remaining in the world received system notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing Mission 1, escaping the desert. Ding! Since the player did not activate Mission 2, but successfully escaped the hunting zone, no mission rewards will be issued. The player can leave this world in 2 days. Of course, when the message reached Jiang Mian's ears, it had changed. Ding! Congratulations to player for completing Mission 1, escape the desert. Ding! Congratulations to player for completing Mission 2, successfully escaping the hunting zone ahead of schedule, and receiving extra rewards. Congratulations to player for completing the mission. Calculating your rewards, please wait patiently. Congratulations to for successfully surviving a world. Initial reward, 100 gold coins. Based on your performance in the mission, you will receive 1 million gold coins as a reward. Additionally, you will receive Spaceship All-Around Technology X1 and Weapon Repair Card X1. System shop fully open. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. These 2 extra rewards. Weren't they just a favor? Did they have to be so obvious? Couldn't they have been more discreet? Luckily, no one knew what she had received. If they did, they would definitely accuse her of having an improper deal with the system. Indeed, that was true. Just as Jiang Mian entered the pure white space, she saw the system appear before her. Oh! It's just a screen-based appearance. It's not actually standing in front of Jiang Mian. After all, the system needs to maintain an air of mystery. Could you give me that world boss you caught? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. What do you mean? I don't understand. Ding! Player can exchange resurrection opportunities with the system. Jiang Mian waved his hand. No rush. I still have 3 resurrection opportunities. It doesn't matter whether I have them or not. The system looked anxious. Just then, the system assistant who had been following Jiang Mian secretly whispered something in the system's ear. The system's eyes lit up, and it patted the system assistant on the shoulder. Good, good, good. As expected of my darling, there will be a big reward after this transaction is successful. The system assistant looked at the system with a smug, defiant expression. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Having followed Jiang Mian for so long, how good could the system assistant be? He desperately coveted the position this system currently held. If he could knock his boss down, wouldn't he be able to live a carefree life? The system didn't notice the wolf-like grin spreading across its backside behind it. And it was also eyeing its rear end. Oh no, it was eyeing the spot beneath its rear end. Ding! Player is granted permanent use of 200 units of fertile land in Fire Seed City. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. This was great. With this, Grandma could cultivate more land, earn more money, and wouldn't be bored all the time. Jiang Mian's eyes darted around, realizing she could still bargain. I think the resurrection ability is actually quite useful. It allows you to do things others wouldn't, and it can even help you grab more resources at crucial moments. What do you think? Ding! Deal! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 resurrection card, 200 fertile land, and 1 contract card. Jiang Mian blinked. This was great. Forget everything else. She wouldn't trade it for any amount of gold coins. After all, fertile land offers permanent usage rights. Jiang Mian immediately handed the bag to the system, asking curiously, what do you want the big boss from the last world for? The system initially didn't want to answer, but Jiang Mian's chances of obtaining good items were just too high. It feared that if it didn't tell him this time, Jiang Mian wouldn't give it good stuff next time. So it explained, every system has its own vassals. Some of our vassals, besides being tall, aren't very bright. If we have this progenitor, we can brainwash her and make her a vassal of our system. Given time, she can be put to use. Jiang Mian immediately understood. The system was eyeing the progenitor's intelligence and wanted to cultivate her for future use. How cunning and treacherous. I like it. After Jiang Mian bought some things, she prepared to return, only to find she had 2 options, the real world or the City of Fire Seeds. Jiang Mian naturally chose the City of Fire Seeds. After all, she had no one left to care about in the real world. Jiang Mian was immediately teleported to the City of Fire Seeds, to her own house. The 2 weren't home. She didn't know where they had gone. When Jiang Mian went outside, she found the area was packed with people, not just in the villa area, but in other places as well. However, despite the large number of people, everything was still well organized. After all, besides the system's built-in transportation, there were no other usable means of transport in this world. Either you walk, or you take out a loan and use some gold coins for transportation. Moreover, there were also driverless vehicles available. You just needed to enter your destination and pay a certain amount of gold coins to use them. Jiang Mian was actually quite curious about what the Fire City in other worlds would be like. So, she considered traveling to other regions, only to be told it would cost 13 gold coins as a reward. Jiang Mian generously paid the fee. Sitting in the car, watching the scenery rush by, Jiang Mian looked at this prosperous world, but her mind drifted back to her previous reality. She couldn't help but sigh. Beneath the prosperous facade lay a fragmented world. If given a choice, who would choose to come here instead of returning to their native world? The car continued forward, Jiang Mian's thoughts drifting away. When the car stopped, looking at the crowded area, Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. There are so many wealthy people in this world. So many people are queuing up to explore other regions. It was at this moment that Jiang Mian learned the full name of their region. Chapter 554. City of Fire Seeds. Blue Star District. Wow. That name sounds pretty nice. Jiang Mian got off the bus and joined the queue, quickly reaching his turn. He entered the name of his desired destination, checked the fare, and paid. Actually, Jiang Mian didn't know where he should go, so he randomly chose a place chosen by 98% of people. City of Fire Seeds. Central area. The description after the name stated that this area was inhabited by merchants. However, when Jiang Mian paid and went there, he discovered that it wasn't for rent. It was entirely occupied by affiliated races arranged by the system. Among them were giants guarding the gate, and some special creatures he had encountered in other worlds. Especially a crow that looked almost exactly like a raven, entirely white. However, it was much smaller, standing in front of a bird shop, enthusiastically promoting its kind behind it. Jiang Mian only glanced at it curiously before the crow caught him. "Dear miss, would you like to buy a parrot? It's very smart. Once you teach it, it will learn very quickly." Jiang Mian looked at the beautiful little parrot, thinking of buying one to take home for the two of them to keep. Just as she was about to pay, someone suddenly intercepted her. "I pay for her." Thump! Thump! It was her heart pounding. She met a wonderful person. Jiang Mian turned to look at the kind person she encountered, but when she turned her head, she discovered that this person was actually. In the restaurant, a man and a woman sat facing each other, a pile of food on the table. However, neither of them touched their chopsticks, nor did they have any appetite. Jiang Mian looked at the person opposite her with some curiosity. They hadn't seen each other for a while, so why did this person look so disheveled, completely lacking his previous arrogance and unrestrained manner? "He Ling? What happened to you?" She even thought to herself that He Ling might have encountered something bad, perhaps a setback, or maybe he'd been beaten up, which was why he looked so disheveled. However, He Ling seemed to have caught some kind of rage, glaring at Jiang Mian with resentment. "What happened? What happened? I thought you were dead. Your name is no longer on the rankings. I can't find you. I don't have your contact information, and you didn't even bother to let me know you're safe? I'm still your friend." Jiang Mian was truly stumped by this question, and she was momentarily at a loss for words. She said somewhat awkwardly, "Well, wasn't it because I've been too busy, and then some unexpected things happened? That's why I'm like this? It won't happen again next time, don't worry." However, He Ling couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Next time? Who am I to you? At most, a business partner, not even a friend. Of course you wouldn't message me. I bet you messaged Fu Jun on the moment the accident happened, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm in the last world. I asked him things, but he wouldn't say. What, do you two have some kind of special relationship or deal going on behind the scenes? Or, did he gain your favor by selling himself?" Jiang Mian's eyes widened. Did this guy even know what he was saying? Don't spout nonsense about mythology. Am I that kind of person? Am I the kind of person who would betray principles for the sake of beauty? I wish you were. What? Jiang Mian didn't hear what he was saying and subconsciously asked, but was completely ignored by He Ling. He changed the subject instead. "In the world before that, I met someone who looked a lot like you. At that time, I thought he was your twin sister, even your names are the same." Jiang Mian was stunned. The world before that was the real world, wasn't it? What had he encountered? Jiang Mian was a little curious. "Could you tell me in detail? Where did you meet him?" He Ling nodded. There was nothing he couldn't tell. Based on his account, Jiang Mian learned about some of He Ling's experiences in the previous world. A few days after entering that world, he met someone who looked a lot like Jiang Mian. However, the difference was that the person's eyes were particularly fierce, and he was full of defensiveness when he saw Jiang Mian. He Ling immediately recognized that this person wasn't Jiang Mian, but her appearance and mannerisms bore some resemblance. However, Jiang Mian was more reserved, while the Jiang Mian of that world had a sinister expression, her eyes filled with calculation, almost instinctively making people wary. It took him a long time to lower Jiang Mian's guard and walk together on the post-apocalyptic land. He also learned roughly about her. She was an orphan, her family had died, and she walked this world alone, seeking revenge for her family. However, her abilities were quite formidable. Most importantly, she seemed to possess a rather special power, capable of hypnotizing people without their awareness, making them believe in her. It wasn't exactly hypnosis, but rather a kind of control over the mind. While it was child's play for He Ling at that time, it was still an unavoidable force for others. That's why no one dared to bully her. Jiang Mian listened with great interest until He Ling revealed the source of the person's talent. Once, after I knocked her unconscious, I discovered a birthmark on her palm, something resembling a stone. He Ling then drew the stone. Jiang Mian stared at the familiar stone, momentarily stunned. Wasn't that the stone she had given to herself when they met? Jiang Mian grabbed He Ling's hand, urgently asking, has she done anything unusual, like insisting on taking revenge on several people? He Ling felt the lingering warmth of the unfamiliar hand on hers, and glanced at Jiang Mian. He knew Jiang Mian was definitely curious about this. Yes. It seems she's looking for revenge on someone named Lan Lingling and Su Chang'an. Apparently, her family was killed by those two. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Killed? She sat blankly in the car on her way home. Overall, her conversation with He Ling had gone smoothly. She even gained some special information. However, she felt a pang of sadness after hearing it. In another parallel world, although she had avenged her family, they had died at Lan Lingling's hands long ago. She was left alone in this world, unsure whether to live or go with her family. She didn't understand why this had happened. According to He Ling, she should know who her enemies were, perhaps even a reincarnated person with spatial abilities and special powers. However, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. When Jiang Wuzai and her grandmother returned, Jiang Mian had composed herself and didn't reveal any flaws. Chapter 555. The game is about to begin. Outsource players, please prepare. The game store has been blocked. Mission, hunting mission. The more people you kill, the greater the reward. The kill list is as follows. Mission deadline, 30 days. Complete normal missions as well. Jiang Mian was stunned. Just before, she thought it was just another mission, but she hadn't expected it to be a hunting mission this time. Mom, she's finally made it big. Jiang Mian can take on hunting missions now. She's no longer being chased and beaten, but can fight back. However, when she saw the long list of targets, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. System, are we going to kill so many people? You know I'm not one to kill innocent people indiscriminately. This is a newly emerged genius from another game. Many people will covet her life. Of course, those players who frequently hunt others will also appear here. Then you can settle your scores. Jiang Mian instantly perked up. System, just you wait. I definitely wipe out all those who oppose us. But, Jiang Mian was a little curious. Why isn't that person on the target list? Could it be? You have some kind of deal with them? The system was silent for a moment, feeling that Jiang Mian had misunderstood it. Our system believes in not provoking trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble either. Of course, the actions of outsourced players have nothing to do with this system. Jiang Mian instantly understood, the system was just showing off. In a certain space, the system sat there calmly, while the other systems around him stared at the screen in front of him. Is it out yet? Which world did this one draw from? I don't know. This is the first time in a long time that we sat here calmly, watching these prodigies complete their mission. Hopefully it's a peaceful setting, otherwise a lot of people will die. As soon as this person finished speaking, the others immediately turned to look at him. When they saw his holy white robe and the staff inlaid with green gemstones in his hand, they immediately realized. So it's the savior system. That makes sense. 99% of the worlds he's blessed are dangerous ones. He's a god when it comes to reverse blessings. Just as they finished thinking this, the other systems stood up one after another, pointing at the savior system and starting to curse. You think you're the only one with a mouth? Will you die if you don't talk? Damn it! Savior my ass? This world is my main battlefield. Jiang Mian was unaware that a group of systems were watching them. She was currently staring blankly at the creature in front of her. Oink oink oink. Oink. The plump little pig gave Jiang Mian a cold glance, seemingly disdainful of this clumsy human serving it. Didn't it see its trough was empty? Oink oink. A line of text instantly appeared before Jiang Mian's eyes. Piglet's mood is deteriorating. Please handle it promptly, zookeeper. Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Looking at the dozens of pigs in front of him, he was truly at a loss. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Mian. By the time you see this, I have already left the system and become a zookeeper. Although I have a super large farm, in terms of experience, I'm 0. Heavens! What is this? How can there be such a strange thing? Holy crap, is that a pig? It's so fat and beautiful, I want to eat it. Isn't this supposed to be an exciting game? How did it turn into raising pigs? What's the point of raising pigs? Hearing the occasional groans around her, Jiang Mian glanced over with interest and found other players complaining. Jiang Mian only glanced at them before turning her attention away, instead looking down at the grumpy pig in front of her. My goodness, why are you in a bad mood? What did I do to you? Is it because I looked at you that you're unhappy? Jiang Mian was truly speechless and poked it with her finger. Warning, please do not perform any special actions on your pet, as it will cause your pet to feel depressed. Good grief, Jiang Mian immediately withdrew her hand. She only poked it, and a warning had already appeared. Fine, you're so temperamental you think you're the boss? I cater to you, okay? Jiang Mian observed carefully for a while. Having raised pigs before, he knew they were voracious eaters, and their troughs needed to be constantly stocked. He wondered when the last owner had fed them, the troughs were spotless, like new. Jiang Mian immediately opened the gate and started pouring feed into the pigs. However, the little white pigs sniffed at the food with their heads down, then walked away with a look of disgust. Countless messages popped up in Jiang Mian's mind in an instant. Your pet is very dissatisfied. Its mood has decreased by 20. Please note that when your pet's mood drops to 50%, it may go on a hunger strike. Jiang Mian was still wondering what would happen if the pigs went on a hunger strike when he suddenly heard a scream. Jiang Mian turned his head and saw that the man was the same one who had previously marveled at the pig's plumpness. He seemed ravenously hungry, grabbing a pig, lifting it out, and pulling out a weapon to slaughter it. However, he seemed to have underestimated the pig's strength, failing to restrain it or hold it down while killing it. After stabbing it, the pig turned black. Yes, truly blackened, its entire body turned black, and the pig transformed from its initial domestic pig appearance into that of a seasoned bodybuilder with decades of experience. Instantly, its muscles bulged, and its entire body sprouted terrifying spikes, attacking the zookeeper who had just stabbed it. The zookeeper, having made a careless mistake, had no time to react when attacked and died instantly. Hiss! Everyone gasped at the sight. Dead just like that? Even Jiang Mian found it unbelievable. Just like that, it's all over? She truly felt like she was dreaming. Most importantly, how could someone be so stupid at a time like this, forgetting where they were just for a moment's pleasure? Did anyone really think the world was that safe? Jiang Mian turned away, her head aching. She couldn't be bothered with anyone else now. Her pig's mood had already dropped by 30%, and another 20% would mean they go on a hunger strike. She couldn't help but scratch her head, completely at a loss for what to do with them. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered something and began immersing her consciousness in her spatial dimension, frantically searching. She found a book, the Pig Raising Rich Handbook. Jiang Mian flipped to the section on pig food and saw a very prominent note. Make sure the feed is nutritionally balanced. Don't just focus on fattening up the pigs. Overly fat pigs will taste greasy and not good. Alright, what else is there to say? Remove all the food from the trough and save it for the pigs in the space. Chapter 556. After Jiang Mian changed the pig's feed, they finally settled down. After eating and drinking their fill, their mood spiked to 100%. These pigs' moods rose and fell quickly. If you took good care of them, everything was fine, but if you didn't, they might die. Of course, it was also possible for them to turn evil and kill the zookeeper. Jiang Mian looked helpless, and could only remain still for now, carefully tending to these pig masters. When the pigs wanted water, Jiang Mian poured it for them. When they wanted food, Jiang Mian prepared it for them. After feeding them, she had to carefully clean the feeding troughs, otherwise the pigs would find it unappetizing. She was now a perfectly competent zookeeper, practically ready to cuddle all the pigs in her bed, afraid they might turn evil. Jiang Mian didn't know why she needed to constantly monitor the pigs' moods, but she kept receiving prompts telling her to try and prevent them from turning evil. So Jiang Mian could only obediently serve them. Finally, as dusk approached, the pigs seemed sleepy, but they kept pacing around their pen, showing no sign of lying down to sleep. This stumped Jiang Mian. She flipped through a book, which said that pigs should sleep after eating, yet they showed no signs of drowsiness. Flipping further down, the book said to let the pigs move around more. Now Jiang Mian was truly at a loss. She could fight and kill, but caring for these livestock with such devotion was simply beyond her capabilities. Heavens above, earth below, please, please, stop lowering your happiness level. Jiang Mian was still worrying when the person next to her started praying frantically. Jiang Mian didn't know what use his prayers would be. Shouldn't they be trying to find a solution in this situation? But then, miraculously, the increasingly agitated group of pigs began to calm down under the man's prayers. Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Could prayer really work? She tried closing her eyes and praying too. However, it had no effect whatsoever. Seeing Jiang Mian's reaction, the person next to her couldn't help but roll his eyes. Girl, which faction are you from? Praying is useless for ordinary people like you. Just keep taking things one step at a time. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes back at him. She could do whatever she wanted. It was none of his business. What a rude guy. After exchanging eye rolls, both of them calmed down considerably. Jiang Mian, however, looked on, with a headache at the pigs that were spinning around aimlessly. Their emotional state had already dropped to 85%, and if it continued to fall, it would soon drop below 80%. At this point, she could only think of other solutions. Why didn't the pigs want to sleep? Jiang Mian looked for a long time, but still couldn't see anything different. Jiang Mian even considered giving them some sleeping pills, if all else failed, to make them fall asleep. Thinking this, Jiang Mian directly put a bottle of the pills into the water. Then, to get the pigs to drink the water quickly, Jiang Mian even added a drop of spiritual spring water. As the taste of the spiritual spring water was diluted in the water, the pigs gradually smelled it and became excited. They quickly went to the edge of the pool and began to drink. Even the pigs in several nearby pens couldn't help but get excited after smelling the aroma. They pounded their pens with a loud bang, trying to escape. However, they were completely trapped. This only fueled their anger, making the sounds of them pounding the fences even louder. Their pleasure levels plummeted, dropping rapidly in the eyes of the pig keepers, from over 70% to 60%, even trending towards dropping from 60% to 50%. Their eyes were filled with pleading as they looked at Jiang Mian, hoping she would stop torturing them. They all had a hard time. Please, let each other live. Jiang Mian awkwardly looked at the others. She hadn't meant to do this. Jiang Mian truly hadn't expected these pigs to go berserk over this smell. She figured it was just diluted spiritual spring water, nothing addictive. There's really no need for this. After the pigs drank the water, they quickly collapsed, their eyelids drooping. However, they still tried to keep drinking, sticking their heads into the trough. Seeing this, Jiang Mian immediately went in and drained all the water from the trough, afraid they would drown. Of course, the water didn't just flow onto the ground. She took out a bucket to collect it, saving it for the next time the pigs wouldn't sleep. That's called being thrifty. Not wasting a single drop. After doing all this, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed a small wooden hut next to the pig pen. She could vaguely see a bed and chairs inside, and a prepared dinner, as if waiting for someone to return home. Jiang Mian stared in astonishment at the scene. The others followed her gaze, and saw the suddenly appearing wooden hut, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Naturally, no one dared to steal the hut. After all, no one knew if there was any danger, and most importantly, the hut was right next to Jiang Mian's pigsty. If they tried to steal it, this cunning woman would probably give them a head surgery. Having considered this, the others refrained from acting rashly. Jiang Mian, however, stepped outside the hut and examined it. Instead of going in directly, she picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it. The stone rolled across the ground with a rumble, without triggering any traps or encountering any dangerous or troublesome people. Reassured, she stepped inside. As soon as she entered, the door of the hut closed automatically, and Jiang Mian, who was walking forward, stopped abruptly. Just as she was about to turn around and rush out, she realized there was no danger emanating from inside the hut. She squinted, surveying her surroundings. It was truly a case of the clouds parting to reveal the moon. From the outside, it looked like just an ordinary little wooden cabin. However, upon entering, she discovered the interior was exquisitely decorated, even featuring a 2-meter wide bed. Looking at the furniture and the cozy little nest on the bed, this was a room perfectly suited to Jiang Mian's aesthetic. This kind of house seemed designed according to one's subconscious, mainly because Jiang Mian's tastes were unpredictable, hence the super soft, 2-meter-wide bed. There was also a high-end looking table, a solid gold chair, and delicately styled curtains. Overall, each area had its own style, but when mixed together, it appeared somewhat chaotic, something a normal person wouldn't decorate like this. Chapter 557. Jiang Mian understood. This was her reward. In this area, she was the first to manage her pigs well, thus earning a room she could change as she pleased. How she found out this came when she tried to put away the pure gold chair. After realizing she couldn't put the chair away, Jiang Mian immediately understood that these things were fixed and couldn't be taken away. Jiang Mian was somewhat frustrated. For someone like her, who always took advantage of every opportunity, having a mountain of treasure in front of her, but not being able to take it was indeed a pity. After confirming there was no danger inside, Jiang Mian tried to open the door and leave, but found that she couldn't leave directly after standing at the doorway. It was as if she was imprisoned by something. She couldn't help but frown. If she couldn't leave, who would feed the pigs the next day? Could it be that they were trying to harm her this way? After fiddling with it for a while, she found that she simply couldn't open it. However, what reassured Jiang Mian was that some other people outside had also entered their own private cabins. Confirming that others were doing the same as her, Jiang Mian felt more at ease. She stopped rushing and sat quietly, waiting for the impending danger. However, after waiting for a long time, until the next morning, nothing unexpected happened. Then, early the next morning, the door opened automatically. As soon as Jiang Mian stepped out of that door, the room behind her disappeared automatically. She turned sharply, went back, and confirmed that it had indeed disappeared, not just temporarily hidden. Jiang Mian stretched, then reluctantly went out to tend to her pigs again. These pigs woke up quite early, so it seemed the effects of yesterday's medicine hadn't lasted long. After waking up, they were currently at 97% happiness, a high level that gave Jiang Mian a great sense of security. Seeing their high happiness levels, Jiang Mian decided not to bother serving them so diligently anymore, and planned to feed them only when their happiness levels decreased. This was called effective discipline. But what to feed them today? Yesterday, she had no choice but to take food out of her spatial storage to feed these pigs. Today, she couldn't keep paying out of her own pocket. She wondered if she could even eat the pigs herself. If not, wouldn't it be a waste? Thinking this, Jiang Mian decided to go with the others to find some food nearby and also to check on the current situation. As they walked, Jiang Mian and his companions left the area and came to a lush green field. The crops on the field appeared to be sweet potato leaves, and underneath were the sweet potatoes. Moreover, judging from the condition of the leaves, the sweet potatoes were probably almost ripe. Jiang Mian remembered that pigs could eat sweet potato leaves, and of course, they could also eat the sweet potatoes themselves. However, sweet potatoes were something most people couldn't afford to feed. Having this, Jiang Mian naturally didn't want to waste his own grain feeding those ungrateful pigs anymore. Instead, she planned to harvest the crops like the others. Just as Jiang Mian was working hard, a sense of vigilance arose, and she instantly realized what was happening and quickly left the field. The others, who also sensed danger, glanced at Jiang Mian with disdain, inwardly scorning her cowardice. It's just a small crisis, right? With so many of us, can't we handle this little danger? However, when they saw what the danger they were about to face was, they instantly wanted to refute their earlier words. They really couldn't handle this kind of danger. Ah! Help! Oh my god, what is that? Ah! Holy crap! How can there be such a powerful creature? While some were puzzled, others recognized it and immediately understood. Holy crap! This ability seems to belong to a rather special race, those players who possess the ability to control plants. Could it be? This sweet potato field is part of their quest? Jiang Mian was also somewhat surprised. These people were responsible for growing sweet potatoes, and the pigs ate sweet potatoes. Weren't they inherently enemies? If these people didn't have enough space, they would need to find some crops nearby, cultivate them, and then feed them to the animals. The other player's quest was to grow these things. If that was the case, then this was really going to be difficult. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown, silently taking a few steps back, with no intention of going forward to pick any more sweet potato leaves. Most importantly, she already had enough sweet potato leaves. She just felt a sticky feeling on her hands, but she didn't know why. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was from the sweet potato leaves. If she had observed more closely when farming, she would have known that freshly picked sweet potato leaves don't actually feel sticky. This stickiness was precisely what indicated something was amiss. Jiang Mian turned and left, but the others were somewhat unwilling to give up, their eyes still fixed on the sweet potato leaves in Jiang Mian's hands. Who would have thought that at a time like this, someone would be staring at someone else's sweet potato leaves? Even the poorest people wouldn't be this desperate. However, no one was so tactless as to try and rob them. They weren't that destitute yet, and they avoided immediate death. After taking the sweet potato leaves, Jiang Mian chopped them up and threw them into the feeding trough. And the pigs, seeing the fresh sweet potato leaves, crowded around and began chewing on the leaves in the trough, eating with great relish. Those nearby watched with envy, while others, harboring different intentions, approached Jiang Mian. "Beautiful lady, how about we cooperate? I see you're quite good at raising pigs, which always attracts hatred. Why don't you take over my pigs too, and I protect you?" As if afraid Jiang Mian would underestimate him, this man raised his arm, posing as if he were strong, and said with an eyebrow, "I'm very strong, taking on 3 at once is no problem." Jiang Mian glanced at him dismissively, and turned to leave. She could tell at a glance that this man had only recently improved his skills, and was still struggling with self-perception. She didn't want to argue with him. After Jiang Mian left, the man who had originally intended to freeload snorted in dissatisfaction, and went to find others. The next day passed uneventfully as usual, and the pig's mood remained at a relatively stable level of pleasure. The only thing Jiang Mian couldn't understand was why they weren't sleeping. The house only appeared after the pigs fell asleep, just like how her own poultry could rest when they were asleep. Jiang Mian realized for the first time that she wasn't even as valuable as a pig. Chapter 558. The process was still the same. Pamper those sluts, and then lull them to sleep. As the house appeared, Jiang Mian was about to step inside, when she noticed someone staring at her. Turning her head, she saw it was the same man who had tried to freeload that morning. Upon noticing Jiang Mian's gaze, the man instantly looked away, as if nothing had happened. However, Jiang Mian clearly sensed something was amiss, and her steps faltered. Seeing this, the man who had tried to freeload moved even further away from Jiang Mian, afraid she would cause trouble. Jiang Mian wasn't in a hurry to go inside, she simply watched how the others lulled those sluts to sleep. In Jiang Mian's view, they were using all sorts of methods, some employing violence, others using props. Jiang Mian wondered what they were thinking. If they used violence, wouldn't the pigs' happiness levels decrease when they woke up tomorrow? Or did they have some way to increase the livestock's happiness levels? Jiang Mian was confused until she saw the others had all managed to lull the pigs to sleep and enter the room before she went in herself. Once inside, Jiang Mian began searching the room again, looking for clues. However, she still found nothing. It was strange. Why were there no clues? Was their mission in this world simply to raise these pigs? What would happen if they didn't raise them? What would happen if they died? Although she was curious, she still refused to kill her pigs. However, the moment the thought crossed her mind, she instantly realized what was happening. Kill the pigs? Good heavens! While she couldn't kill her own pigs, she could kill someone else's. Conversely, if someone was jealous of her and killed her pigs, where would Jiang Mian go to complain? Thinking this, Jiang Mian sat up abruptly in bed and looked out through the glass. She saw a furtive figure heading towards her pigpen. She was instantly enraged. Wasn't that the guy who had been giving her those furtive glances all day? How dare he attack her pigs? Her pigs were so cute, how could he do this? In the dead of night, a man stealthily made his way to the pigpen. The pig's helpless owner could only wail and rage helplessly inside the room. What a cathartic, literary agony. No matter how hard Jiang Mian shook the lock, she couldn't open it. It was as if the rules of this world tacitly allowed people to sabotage each other. Just as Jiang Mian was filled with dread, thinking her little pig was about to die, she saw the figure enter the pigpen. A few minutes later, a scream echoed through the night, followed by the boy frantically running away. Ah! Help! Help! Hearing this, Jiang Mian finally relaxed. Right, how could she forget? This guy was all show and no substance. All bark and no bite, all talk and no action, always trying to take advantage of others. His punishment was only fair. She relaxed considerably, but she kept this in mind. Was it because this guy was too weak to do anything to the pigs today? However, if she encountered someone with formidable strength, Jiang Mian would likely be in trouble tomorrow. She wondered if it was the pig's own strength or some other unexpected event. Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the person's house with malice. The next morning, Jiang Mian was the first to leave, not because she was particularly diligent, but because she hadn't slept all night, studying the rules of the game. After she came out, she looked at the pigpen that had attacked her family the previous night, and at the grunting pigs. Since this wasn't the pigpen Jiang Mian managed, She couldn't see the pig's emotional states. However, this didn't stop Jiang Mian from being mischievous. She directly reached out some sweet potato leaves sprinkled with diluted spiritual spring water towards the pigs. But there was something else mixed in with the sweet potato leaves. I guarantee these pigs will be vomiting and pooping after they eat, and then... Humph. Jiang Mian left with a smug look on his face. Even when he encountered other people, he felt no remorse and swaggered back to his pigpen. Yesterday, he only explored the sweet potato field. Today, Jiang Mian planned to go a little further. Of course, before leaving, he had to make sure his pigs were safe. Otherwise, wouldn't he have lost everything? Jiang Mian glanced at the pigs in the next pen, at the pigs vomiting and pooping, and at the man who was frantically trying to make ends meet. A half-smile crept across his face. From the man's expression, it was clear that the pig's happiness level had dropped significantly. He was visibly anxious. He wondered what it would be like when the pig's happiness level dropped to its lowest point. The information only said that at 50%, they would stop eating. What would happen after that? She was very curious. After everyone had almost left, Jiang Mian went outside. Of course, before leaving, she didn't forget to set up some checkpoints to prevent any sneak attacks. Returning to the sweet potato field from yesterday, Jiang Mian saw several people hanging upside down from pillars, their fates unknown. Next to them was a sign that read, "Thieves will die." It seemed these people were used as a warning to others. Further ahead, Jiang Mian faintly heard the mooing of cows. Sure enough, glancing over as she passed, she saw a herd of cows. Continuing on, she saw another herd of sheep. This seemed to be a livestock farm, and a very large one at that, housing not only crops, but also animals. Jiang Mian was somewhat curious. In a farm like this, if they were just tending to the plants and animals with care, what danger could there be? Besides, the people Jiang Mian wanted to hunt weren't in the same area of the farm, they were quite far away. She wondered where they were now. Who would have thought that hunting people could be so difficult? Ahead lay more animal farms. Jiang Mian turned back to the sweet potato field, crossing the path beside it. Further in, other plants grew. When Jiang Mian saw the lush green grass, her eyes lit up. These weren't just grass. They were clearly ingredients for making sleeping pills. Coincidentally, she was running low on sleeping pills in her storage space, so she casually plucked a few herbs and put them inside. Just as Jiang Mian had picked a few herbs, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Where did this player come from? Are you blind? Don't you know I planted these? Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Mian turned and ran. At the same time, several other players nearby did the same, each running faster than the last. Chapter 559. For several days in a row, it was the same routine, serving these pig masters every day, and at night, having to guard against other players, fearing they might do something daring to their pigs. 7 days passed like this. Then, the long-awaited sound of outsiders was heard. Rumble. The sound of car engines starting. Shortly after this sound, a series of large trucks pulled up nearby. A group of people got out of the trucks. They were dressed in uniforms and looked well-trained, and approached Jiang Mian and his group. Everyone, assemble in the central square. The group exchanged glances, decided to hold back, and after asking where the central square was, began to head there. Jiang Mian watched the growing number of people, wondering why they were being summoned to the central square. Is there some kind of inspection needed? Fu Junhan, your chickens are too robust, barely passable. Try harder next time, and try not to let the chickens' moods drop too much. Zhang Cheng, your ducks are too fat, barely passable. Make them lose weight. Jiang Mian heard a familiar name as soon as she arrived at the central square. She looked up and saw a familiar figure in the crowd. Jiang Mian blinked, but he didn't look at her, instead staring straight ahead with an indifferent attitude. Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan in surprise. When did he become so arrogant? Soon, it was Jiang Mian's turn for the reprimand. Yes, pure criticism. Among all these people, almost none were praised. Everyone was either barely passable or failed. Jiang Mian, your pigs contain excessive levels of harmful substances. Don't add any technology. Our top priority is zero additives and zero pollution. However, since your pigs are the best batch raised by everyone on the farm, they barely passed the test. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, surprised that this person had investigated so thoroughly. So, this was a farm after all. However, even more surprised than Jiang Mian was Fu Junhan, who was standing not far away. When Fu Junhan heard that familiar name, he abruptly looked up. He hadn't misheard, had he? He thought he heard Jiang Mian's name? Was it just a coincidence of names? Or was it really her? When he looked up, he saw Jiang Mian's calculating face. Ahem. Although he shouldn't think that way, having spent so much time with her, he was intimately familiar with the expression Jiang Mian wore when she was scheming. What is she plotting now? If she's not dead, why isn't she on the leaderboard? Who is that corpse I burned in the apocalypse? Jiang Mian? What are you doing here? Jiang Mian glanced at Fu Junhan, a figure flashing before her eyes. She quickly said, I tell you tomorrow. I think I saw someone I have a grudge against. I hope this guy doesn't cause any trouble in my pigsty. Before Fu Junhan could finish speaking, Jiang Mian had already run off. Jiang Mian had no choice but to run. That figure was clearly the player who had been watching her these past few days. If it weren't for her vigilance these past few days, this guy might have already made his move. Perhaps because he'd been tricked by Jiang Mian once, all his pigs were listless, especially these past few days, becoming thinner due to a hunger strike. He'd just been scolded. Although there wasn't any real punishment, it was hard to accept that he was the only one failing when everyone else was barely passing. So, it was understandable that Jiang Mian was worried he might do something to his pigs. So, she quickly said goodbye to Fu Junhan and left. When she returned, she saw the man furtively preparing to step into his pig pen, but as soon as he did, he suddenly screamed. A hidden clamp under his feet had caught his leg. His screams echoed throughout the space, but no one paid him any attention. They were used to his repeated setbacks, now they were just watching a good show. After watching the spectacle, they all turned back to observing their pigs. Those people had said that once the piglets grew up, there would be a ranking process. If they passed, they would have completed their mission. If they failed, they would face punishment. Who knew what that punishment would be? Besides, if they failed their mission, they might never be able to return to their own world. Jiang Mian walked to her pigpen, crossed her arms, and coldly looked at the man whose legs were trapped and unable to move. How's it going? Not a pleasant feeling of trying to steal a chicken and losing the bait, is it? The man glared at Jiang Mian with a sinister look, uttering threats. You just wait, one day I definitely kill you. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. If she hadn't misheard, this guy had directly shown hostility towards her. What was the point of keeping him around? She might as well just get rid of him. Thinking this, Jiang Mian didn't act immediately. Instead, she planned to wait until nightfall, when everyone was quiet, to do something, and also to find out what would happen if something happened to the animals in the farm. With this in mind, after everyone had gone inside that night, Jiang Mian began her operation. This time, it was the male player's turn to watch Jiang Mian's actions. He sneered inwardly. Did he really think he was easy to bully? After being humiliated a few times, he had already set traps in the pigsty. Moreover, he would encounter a strange guy at night. However, just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a red light emanating from his pigsty. After the red light faded, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Boom! The player's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the piglets blasted into the air. No, they're all blasted like this. Why don't they get angry, transform, and eat this woman? Just like the first day he raided this woman's pigpen, the pigs instantly sprang to life and became incredibly muscular after he entered. Unlike now, why aren't they moving? Fight back. Attack her. The scene before him filled him with anxiety, but it was all in vain. Jiang Mian hadn't expected that an attack without any contact could cause such damage. She had been mentally on guard, fearing the pigs might suddenly attack. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Chapter 560. After most of the piglets were dead, the man inside the house next to the pigpen still couldn't get out. Jiang Mian clapped her hands contentedly and went back to her room to catch up on sleep. She set an alarm for 3 or 4 a.m. in case the player, under attack, sneaked up on her piglets. It wasn't that Jiang Mian didn't want to just kill all the piglets, but after she blew up someone else's pigpen, a warning sounded in her ear, saying that she had maliciously killed livestock, and that livestock of the same type would lose 10% of their favorability towards Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was a little stunned when she heard this. Besides pleasure points, there were also favorability points? Why hadn't she heard of this before? If she hadn't suddenly had the idea to blow up this annoying guy's crops, she probably wouldn't have noticed. Since she couldn't kill the other piglets, Jiang Mian could only go back to rest. Sure enough, as dawn broke, the player with bloodshot eyes began running towards Jiang Mian's pigpen, looking extremely impatient. He was secretly carrying a pistol, limping as he approached, ready to kill the pigs inside. Jiang Mian saw him immediately. The male player, after Jiang Mian emerged, instantly turned the gun around, pointed it at Jiang Mian, and sneered, "Didn't expect that, did you? My real target is you. Rather than killing these useless pigs, I'd rather kill you first to vent my anger." Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Did this guy think he could scare anyone with a pistol? Perhaps when Jiang Mian was weaker, a pistol posed a significant threat to her. But now, it was just a pistol. What difference would it make if he shot her through the body? Even if Jiang Mian gave him 10 minutes, he might not be able to match her healing abilities. So, to intimidate the onlookers, Jiang Mian crossed her arms and let the man pull the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the man didn't get the result he expected. When the bullet hit an invisible wall, he was dumbfounded. No, how is this possible? How could this happen? Jiang Mian shrugged helplessly. Why did you have to provoke me? Did you think I was weak because I'm a woman? So many people you wouldn't mess with, but you chose me. Sigh, you're just unlucky. But rather than killing you outright, I rather see your expression of despair. Jiang Mian didn't spell it out directly, instead letting the man guess. Seeing his bewildered expression, Jiang Mian felt quite pleased with herself. Looking at the man's dilapidated pigsty and the badly injured piglets, she knew in her heart that the piglets were in this state because of the man's neglect. If the man's heart were with these piglets, he wouldn't have fallen for her. So how much affection would those piglets have for the man? She was also very curious. After doing all this, Jiang Mian resumed raising the piglets day after day. Of course, that was indeed how it appeared on the surface. Privately, she regularly checked the players she had located using her location card. And most of the players nearby whom she wanted to assassinate. That's why Jiang Mian didn't rush off to other places, but stayed here instead. Rather than running around searching for those people, it was better to stay here, guard this player marked by others, and trap him like a turtle in a jar. And today, Jiang Mian actually saw the target everyone was after for the first time. It was a girl with a cold face, and she looked at everyone with a detached, indifferent gaze. However, beneath that gaze lay extreme caution. When Jiang Mian met her gaze, she could clearly see the suspicion in the girl's eyes. Perhaps she realized something. Her expression changed. She probably thought Jiang Mian shared the same thoughts as the others. After all, the people who had appeared before her these past few days were either trying to kill her, or fellow gamers with the desire, but not the courage. However, Jiang Mian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This woman seemed familiar. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Mian immediately realized, wasn't this Lu Yan, the one who had been chasing her during her missions in the real world? The reason Jiang Mian hadn't recognized her at first was because Lu Yan's signature red hair had turned black, making it less conspicuous and eye-catching. Jiang Mian wondered what kind of fortuitous encounter Lu Yan had encountered to so quickly rise in strength, reaching the top ranks of their game's leaderboard. However, she probably already felt the same way Jiang Mian had before, being hunted by so many people. It remained to be seen whether she had the ability to survive. Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. She felt there was no need to rush to hunt down others. Instead, she planned to watch Lu Yan get thoroughly humiliated by those who had ambushed her, a form of revenge, perhaps. There's a saying, isn't there? Only when you're in the situation yourself do you realize how helpless the person being ambushed truly felt. Jiang Mian left happily, but when she returned to her farm, she saw a familiar figure and was somewhat surprised. Why are you here? Doesn't your farm need tending? Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan with some confusion. Fu Junhan's expression, however, was rather unpleasant. He had wanted to come and ask Jiang Mian about some things for a long time, but various matters had kept him occupied, and he had only managed to find time to visit her now. However, seeing Jiang Mian's carefree attitude, he couldn't help but frown. Don't you have anything to say to me? About what happened in that other world, and... What? Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. Why was this guy acting like she betrayed him? Yes. Jiang Mian admitted she hadn't died, and she hadn't told him about it, but it didn't warrant this resentful look from him. They were completely innocent. Aside from holding hands, they hadn't even kissed. No, they weren't even in that kind of relationship. Jiang Mian almost got herself into a trap. What should I explain to you? Fu Yunhan, seeing that she was still playing dumb even now, composed himself and asked calmly, shouldn't you explain why you suddenly disappeared from the rankings and then miraculously came back to life? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. That was my personal opportunity. There's no need to tell you about it, is there? After she finished speaking, Fu Yunhan fell silent, then quietly said, then the second question, how did you come back to life? Huh? Jiang Mian looked completely bewildered. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by coming back to life? I don't understand. Jiang Mian just thought he was joking. Chapter 561. However, Fu Junhan's face was serious. I watched you die with my own eyes. Although I really don't want to believe it, that you were killed by a few ordinary people who looked like beggars, I personally collected your body, and I personally cremated and buried you. There's no mistake about that. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. After she realized what he was saying, she looked at Fu Junhan in even greater surprise. What do you mean? I don't understand. In the world before that, I met you, but you were already dead then. I heard about you from someone else. I kidnapped. A couple mentioned you and outlined many schemes to harm you. They seem to have obtained something from you, but fearing retaliation if you found out, they plotted to frame you. By the time I heard this, it was too late. I asked them to lead me to your location, but when I found you, your body lay exposed in the wilderness. I wanted to save you, but there was no way to bring you back to life. In desperation, I could only burn you. With a sudden buzz, Jiang Mian felt as if her mind had been opened up. Now, everything connected. She wondered why, having no relatives or friends in that world, someone would be willing to collect her body. So it was fate? The timeline was different, so everything unfolded differently. They had known each other for a long time, but the timing of their meeting seemed ill-timed. It was at the moment of her death that she encountered the most powerful him. Jiang Mian felt as if it were all a dream, a cruel twist of fate. Could it be that she, once as insignificant as an ant, could now look down upon him, so high and mighty? Jiang Mian's mind raced instantly. How could she explain this? It was truly fantastical. He had arrived in her parallel universe, just in time to witness her own death. Meanwhile, she was experiencing a different catastrophe in the real world. She could only try to come up with a plausible excuse to gloss over the situation. What? I'm dead? And they burned me? Am I that weak? Do you think a few scavengers could kill me? However, Jiang Mian thought his explanation was flawless, but Fu Junhan successfully caught a loophole. Scavengers? I don't think I ever used that word with you before. How did you know? Jiang Mian narrowed his eyes. This guy was trying to test him, but did he think his test would succeed? Jiang Mian grinned, a smile playing on his lips. You forgot, I also experienced that world, so how could I not know that term? Is that so? Fu Junhan didn't know whether to believe him or not. Anyway, Jiang Mian had already explained, and he didn't want to dwell on the matter any further. She then changed the subject, asking, What did you come to see me for? However, Fu Junhan wasn't going to change the subject. You still haven't answered me why I can't find your name on the rankings? Seeing his persistent attitude, Jiang Mian could only shrug and reveal her other identity. Nothing much, it's just that I had a fortuitous encounter before, and the system gave me another identity, so I've been acting under that identity. What's your identity? A mysterious merchant? How did you know? Jiang Mian was genuinely surprised. Was Fu Junhan's insight really that strong? He knew about her alternate account so easily. What about the others? Did they also know she had an alternate account? Fu Junhan was silent for a few seconds before saying, I saw a mysterious merchant in a chat group with only 10 people, but I didn't see your name, so I just guessed. Also, I seen the items you sold before under your name, so knowing your alternate account is no exception. What Fu Junhan didn't say was that he actually kept an eye on Jiang Mian's information when he had free time, so knowing what she liked to sell was commonplace. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. How are you able to sell things in other players' groups? In this world, when I teamed up with other players, they mentioned a mysterious merchant's shop that was always pinned to the top of the chat. Anyone wanting to buy something could just go there and buy it. Everyone thought it was a backdoor opened by the system. In this world, I also seen other players using items that seemed to be from your company, especially some weapons. How did you manage that? Jiang Mian, seeing his aggressive demeanor, shrugged and said with a roguish air, What's the point of knowing so much? You don't have that many things to sell. Knowing will only frustrate you, so why bother? Fu Junhan frowned, clearly displeased. You better hide your identity well. If someone discovers it, it could very well bring you to your death. After all, in this world, Lu Yin, who is targeted by many, possessed something special that allowed her to rapidly increase her strength. Someone leaked this information, which is why others want to hunt her down. Jiang Mian blinked, intrigued by what Fu Junhan had said about the special item Lu Yin had obtained. What is it that can so quickly increase strength? As Jiang Mian asked this, she couldn't help but think of the purple stone she had obtained in the previous world. After acquiring that stone, it had directly merged into her body, becoming one with the Rubik's Cube in her mind. It became the lit side of the Rubik's Cube, and to this day, she didn't know its function, nor had she tested it on anything. It seemed that besides using that side to suppress other people's abilities, it had no other use, Oh right. It could also be used to imprison some annoying people and torture them. Of course, it could also be used to build her own army, but Jiang Mian had no plans to build an army yet. She was still quite curious about what exactly Lu Yin had obtained. Fu Junhan was silent for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, I don't know. Everyone knows she obtained an item that can quickly increase strength, but no one knows what it is. Only by killing Lu Yin or capturing her and interrogating her can we force her to reveal its whereabouts and function. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. This meant that they only knew Lu Yin possessed a powerful treasure, but no one knew what it was. Furthermore, they would have to pay a heavy price to gain access to it. Most importantly, no one knew whether the treasure was even useful. Whether it would drop after killing Lu Yin was also unknown. They were all betting on one thing. Obtaining it would turn their fortunes around, otherwise, they could only sigh in despair. Chapter 562. Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan. When are you planning to assassinate Lu Yin? Call me if you want to come. Fu Junhan nodded, glanced at his watch, and realizing it was getting late, decided to return to his farm. He only had a short time outside because everyone else was out looking for food, and no one was specifically targeting his farm to cause trouble, which allowed him that much time. Watching Fu Yunhan leave, Jiang Mian suddenly called out, Wait a minute, there's something I want to tell you. Looking at Fu Yunhan turning back, Jiang Mian whispered in his ear, Be careful of these animals. Try to treat them well. I got a warning from the system after I destroyed a player's pig pen. The reason was that I killed one of my pig's kind, and their favorability towards me dropped by 10%. I don't know what will happen when it drops to 50%. This favorability seems to be hidden. The system doesn't warn you, so be careful. Fu Yunhan nodded his thanks. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Jiang Mian, but then closed it again. He was still somewhat resentful. Seeing the person he had burned to death standing before him now, he wanted to understand what had happened, but he remained silent. He knew that some people had their secrets, and didn't want others to discover them. If he were to ask so bluntly, Jiang Mian would definitely be disgusted. Rather than doing that, it's better to pretend we don't know, since she's definitely not going to tell us anyway, right? Thinking it over, Fu Junhan felt relieved and turned to leave, heading to his own chicken farm. When he returned, he saw a player sneaking into his chicken coop, about to do something disgraceful to his chickens. He quickly intervened, and caught the player red-handed. Jiang Mian, on the other hand, watched the newbie player, who had offended him, suffer terribly. His pigs had been injured in the explosion, and the player had gone to the manager for redress, only to find the manager nowhere to be found. It seemed that no one else existed on the farm besides them. He could only limp back to his pig pen, looking at the badly injured pigs, helplessly bandaging their wounds. He then bought some medicine from the mysterious shop to relieve the pigs' pain and kill any bacteria. Then, he wrapped the pigs up like dumplings and silently fed them. Now, he truly understood what it meant to be both father and mother. He treated these pigs with more care than his own son. He hadn't even fed his son like this when he was born. Now, he was incredibly attentive and meticulous, treating these creatures who could risk their lives for him. As he fed them, his eyes couldn't help but drift to Jiang Mian. If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't be wasting so much time. He would be out looking for food like everyone else. Now he was forced to pay for feeding these beasts himself, and he wasn't even getting any benefit in return. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yet, he was helpless. After all, might makes right, and he couldn't beat Jiang Mian, so he had no choice but to silently endure her bullying. However, there was a hint of mockery in his heart. If he were Jiang Mian, he would have killed the person who offended him directly, instead of letting her develop in the shadows. Thinking this, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Sure enough, women are soft-hearted. However, it was precisely because of her misplaced soft-heartedness that he escaped with his life. It seemed that he should bully women in the future, that would reduce the risk. It was only because Jiang Mian didn't know his thoughts that he was acting this way. If she did, she would definitely laugh at his ignorance. Sometimes, revenge isn't about killing someone directly, that would only make them feel relieved. True revenge is making someone wish they were dead, living in eternal pain. That's how you truly destroy a person's spirit. Just like in his past life. After confirming that his pet pig's emotional state had stabilized at 90%, Jiang Mian set up all the protective measures and left. After all, these pig-like creatures hadn't known what was going on, perhaps they'd been drugged. Their pleasure level had remained consistently at 90%, and Jiang Mian couldn't get them to sleep, no matter what she did. It seemed she had to find another way to get them to sleep tonight. Furthermore, With 7 days almost up and the administrators likely to conduct another inspection, Jiang Mian dared not feed them any more of that high-tech or strenuous activity. Speaking of which, should she feed them some natural plants that could induce drowsiness in humans or animals? Jiang Mian suddenly thought of something good, but would it really be safe for pigs to eat it? What if the pigs were fine, but the levels of this substance in their bodies were excessive, causing humans to experience a euphoric state? TSK. Jiang Mian sighed. She would never do such a thing now, unless she was truly desperate. After crossing the sweet potato field, a few hundred meters further on was a potato field. Further in, Jiang Mian encountered the same patch of grass again. She glanced at it enviously, but found someone already standing on the grass, warily watching for passers-by. During the last inspection, much of their grass had been looted, resulting in a barely passing grade. If it was looted again this time, it would likely be a barely passing grade, preventing them from ever improving. Jiang Mian found it pointless, and since she already had some stockpiled materials, she didn't greedily steal any more of the plants. Today, her main goal was to see where she would end up after crossing this meadow. However, as she walked, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped. A red marker caught her eye. Had she encountered her target? In a peach orchard, Jiang Mian saw a patch of extremely lush peaches, large and round, looking incredibly appealing. Jiang Mian's mouth watered. She longed to pick a couple and taste them. Most importantly, in one section of the orchard, there stood an unusual tree, the very tree of one of the people Jiang Mian had marked. Luo Mu, one of the main assassins, who had tried to kill Jiang Mian in her real world. This guy was no pushover. Most importantly, he was incredibly intelligent. Although she didn't know why he had suddenly abandoned the assassination attempt at the last moment, the harm he had caused was something Jiang Mian would never forget. Chapter 563. Now, encountering a familiar face again, the very one who had tried to assassinate her, Jiang Mian's expression was naturally far from pleasant. She narrowed her eyes, secretly marking the location. She planned to destroy the peaches Luo Mu had planted when he wasn't around, which would also satisfy her craving. Jiang Mian had seen many ordinary peaches, but these large, round peaches, like the legendary peaches of immortality, planted by her enemy, were a first for her. Containing her greedy gaze, she discreetly headed to investigate another location. Was this place endless? How come she had walked for so long without reaching the end? Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Mian had no choice but to return the way she came. Passing by Luo Mu's peach orchard, Jiang Mian stole some peaches before returning to her own pig farm. When Luo Mu returned, seeing that many of her fruits had suddenly disappeared, she roared in fury, "Aya! Which damned dared to touch my things?" Back at the pig farm, she went to her assigned pigpen, looked at the disturbed traps, and sneered. She pulled out a security camera from an inconspicuous corner. Jiang Mian scanned the individuals who had attacked her pigpen, and they immediately avoided her gaze, acting as if nothing had happened. How laughable. She sneered, looking at their pigpen, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Fine, they think she's a pushover just because she hasn't shown her power yet? It seems the strength she revealed earlier wasn't enough to intimidate these people. She just had to push harder. As night fell, Jiang Mian saw the group enter her room. She then swaggered into their pigpen, looked at the protective barrier above it, and sneered. This barrier was one Jiang Mian had bought from the mysterious shop, providing these players with considerable protection. Now, this very method was being used against her. It was laughable. The barrier was actually quite simple. Jiang Mian hadn't sold it for much, just 1,000 gold coins. Removing the barrier would be easy, but Jiang Mian didn't choose to use brute force or any other ability. Instead, she used the stone she had obtained from the previous world. Once the stone appeared in her hand, she immediately placed it on the protective barrier. The next second, the protective barrier abruptly lost its protective function and vanished on the spot. Jiang Mian turned to look at the group of people, a smile playing on her lips. But that smile sent a chill down their spines. Seeing how easily this woman had broken through their defenses, each of them felt as if they'd been doused with cold water. It's over, all over. All our hard work seemed so worthless now. That was their only thought. However, Jiang Mian wasn't about to let them off so easily. With her movement, their eyes widened as they stared at the suddenly vanished piglets they had so carefully tended. They cried out, "No! No! Whatever your grudge, come at me. Don't touch my piglets. Take my life if you want, don't hurt them." However, to Jiang Mian, they were merely gripping the glass door in their turmoil, uttering no sound. Jiang Mian stretched, having finished her mischief, and returned to her pigpen. When she had just put the pigs into her spatial storage, she hadn't received any warnings about damaging the piglets inside. Everything was normal, and she hadn't been punished. There was no deduction of her, or the piglets' favorability points. This was precisely why Jiang Mian felt so unrestrained, starting to harass the other piglets. After adding several more layers of protection around her pigpen, Jiang Mian swaggered away and went back to her room for a good night's sleep. The next day, she woke up early and saw players, who had come out of their rooms, looking dejected and wanting to confront her, but hesitant to say anything because of her strength. She grinned, ignoring their resentful glares, and continued doing what she was doing. Yesterday, she hadn't attacked the first player who had provoked her, allowing his sickly piglets to remain alive. Today was the day the administrator would be coming, which was why Jiang Mian insisted on doing things last night. She wanted to see what kind of punishment these people would receive for losing their piglets. And what kind of punishment would players receive for injuring and killing half of their piglets? She was genuinely curious. However, those who had lost their piglets were frantic. Some even ran straight to Jiang Mian and knelt down, their eyes filled with pleading. "Sister, you're my sister? I really know I was wrong. Please, give me back my piglet. I can't live without it. I'd be killed." Jiang Mian looked at the man expressionlessly. "You'd be killed if you didn't have piglets, but when you secretly disturbed my pigsty, did you ever think about what would happen to me without them? People, after all, have a conscience. Since you already attacked me, why can't I retaliate? Don't you think so?" Jiang Mian's words left the man speechless, but there were still plenty of shameless individuals. The man kneeling on the ground, after hearing Jiang Mian's words, seemed to realize something and immediately retorted, "It's different. The root of this problem isn't our fault. We should blame Jun Chao. He said you have a good temper, and even if we attack you, it wouldn't have much of an impact, so we wanted to provoke you. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have attacked your pig at all." Hearing their words, Jiang Mian curled her lips. "Is that so? Then what was your purpose in attacking? Was it intentional, or did you think I wouldn't do anything to you, so you became reckless?" Jiang Mian's words struck a nerve with the man, silencing the kneeling player. He was terrified that Jiang Mian, in her anger, would kill him, which would be a truly unjust death. Most importantly, maybe the pig's death wouldn't bring him any real harm. Perhaps the administrators would assign them other tasks. It was precisely because of this wishful thinking that they didn't place all their hopes on Jiang Mian. Watching the man finally leave, Jiang Mian let out a cold laugh. She knew what this player was thinking, however. The truth was that since joining the game, Jiang Mian had never encountered an easygoing game world. Which game world didn't appear safe on the surface, but actually be fraught with danger. Chapter 564. She quietly waited for what would happen next. No need to rush, time would tell. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone started calling them to assemble. Jiang Mian naturally followed the others to the temporary meeting place. Yes, this scene resembled a meeting, and a weekly one at that. However, when she gathered with the others, Jiang Mian keenly noticed that many people wore gloomy expressions, as if something had happened to cause them to look this way. Jiang Mian observed these people discreetly. When the managers, wearing protective suits and special masks, mentioned these people's names, their tones suddenly changed. "The plants and animals you were responsible for raising have suffered heavy losses due to your negligence. Your crimes are unforgivable. Every grain of food and every life in Furong District deserves respect. You have neglected your duties and violated the laws of Furong District. You deserve punishment." With that, the leader waved his hand, ordering the others to take these people away. Strangely, despite possessing abilities, they seemed utterly powerless against the guards in protective suits, unable even to resist before being subdued. Jiang Mian, however, keenly noticed something amiss. When these people grabbed them, it seemed some kind of device had been used. After this device was activated, those who couldn't resist seemed to have lost their souls, allowing themselves to be manipulated. Jiang Mian subtly glanced at the rather unusual items they were carrying. The thing was like a car key. The person had just pressed one of the buttons, which was why the person who had been captured was completely unable to resist. While she was wary, a greedy thought also arose within her. If she had this thing, wouldn't she be invincible? Thinking this, Jiang Mian began to stir with desire. When these people checked Jiang Mian's area, the people whose piglets Jiang Mian had taken were immediately arrested as well. "Quan Pu, Hu Nung, Zhang Mengmeng, your piglets are missing, arrest them." Then, when this person checked the player who frequently opposed Jiang Mian, he was even more furious than the previous players whose piglets had been stolen. "Jun Chao, your piglets are severely injured. Serious dereliction of duty, lock him up." Hearing these punishments, Jiang Mian knew that in the future, the players' struggles would no longer be against fellow players, but rather they would choose methods that outweighed the harm, specifically targeting the piglets in the pigpen. Jiang Mian still received a barely passing grade. Jiang Mian, your piglets are too thin and weak. You need to increase their food intake. Barely passing. Jiang Mian looked at them blankly. If she remembered correctly, when she came, her piglets were the most plump and healthy among her batch. How come they were described as thin and weak, barely passing? She didn't understand how they judged them. When it came to Fu Junhan, she still heard him described as too robust. Jiang Mian was speechless. How did Fu Junhan raise chickens? They were so incredibly robust. How robust could a chicken be? Seeing the equally bewildered look on Fu Junhan's face, Jiang Mian turned away, uninterested. If she didn't understand the criteria these people used for judging, she would be at a disadvantage. After announcing everyone's status, these people, unusually, didn't leave but coldly watched them. Holding up a megaphone, they said, "Third time's the charm. If any of you fail 3 times, the consequences will be the same as theirs." As they spoke, they pointed to the players locked in cages, their tone indifferent, as if scolding a herd of livestock. Those who heard this felt a surge of resentment. However, everyone was a player, having experienced the trials of the game several times, and already knew that this wasn't the time to act impulsively. They could only suppress their temper and listen to the scolding. Some people couldn't help but feel angry, or even terrified. Most of them were players, who had already failed twice. They initially thought there was no risk, but now, listening to their conversation, it seemed that failing 3 times would lead to arrest. Just then, to Jiang Mian's surprise, some of the players who had failed twice actually teamed up and attempted to attack the administrators in protective suits. A person behind Jiang Mian did the same. She instantly made way for them, quietly watching the show and perhaps even taking advantage of the chaos. They charged towards the administrators, like sardines in a can. However, what was initially thought to be an evenly matched contest instantly reversed the situation after the administrators pressed all the switches. The aggressive players were immediately subdued. Seeing this, the players behind them didn't give up, instead unleashing their firearms and ranged attacks on the administrators. These ranged attacks did indeed hit the guards, causing some damage. However, the damage was negligible. The protective suits absorbed most of the damage after the attacks landed. Combined with the guards' inherent abilities, it caused almost no harm. Seeing this, Jiang Mian, who had initially intended to take advantage of the chaos, immediately withdrew his foot. It seemed he couldn't rely on these players anymore, so he could only wait and see what happened next. Incidentally, he should also accelerate his progress. As far as he knew, Lu Yan's 2 evaluations were unsatisfactory, which didn't mean Lu Yan was incompetent, but rather that the players' methods were versatile. Furthermore, Jiang Mian probably already knew that destroying someone's pet could indirectly kill that person, like Lu Yan. She had already failed twice. If she failed again, she would likely be taken away by the guards. She wondered what kind of harm taking Lu Yan would cause them. Anyway, Jiang Mian was trying her best to avoid failing, and incidentally, she was fishing. She had caught almost all the fish. If she didn't pull in the net soon, she was afraid they would be eaten by other bigger fish. Thinking this, Jiang Mian discussed it with Fu Junhan on her way back. Someone planned to act that night, and Jiang Mian naturally agreed. She was already prepared. Fu Junhan was even more ruthless. He had even become friends with other gamers. Upon hearing the news of their planned operation that night, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shake her head. Chapter 565. These players, they're all bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. They're using the same tactics they used against me before, teaming up to attack Lu Yan. However, every time it comes to the final stage, infighting always breaks out. Often, the hunters don't even catch their prey. Instead, they're the ones who turn against each other first. I don't know why they don't learn from their mistakes. Thinking about it, it seems that after the hunters turn against each other, it's difficult to achieve the hunting objective, and they might even be killed by the prey. Thinking this way, Jiang Mian understood. Because no hunter returned alive to report, even if there were survivors, they would only learn from these mistakes, not notify others in advance. For example, Luo Mu, who was used to ambushing other players, wouldn't tell anyone much. What difference does it make who he kills? Late at night, Jiang Mian looked at his pigpen, then at the other strangers around him. These people's aura was much more intimidating than the previous group of players, their eyes filled with aggression. Jiang Mian knew that things would only get tougher in the days to come. They would be even more vigilant, and might even maliciously sabotage others' achievements. However, This wasn't what Jiang Mian was worried about, because she herself was a sabotager. Before others could even damage her things, she would be the first to think of destroying others. After all, only if you are wicked will people fear you, not the other way around. She swaggered away, while the players who had just gathered in this game area exchanged glances. Looking at the plump and healthy piglets Jiang Mian had raised, a greedy thought couldn't be suppressed any longer. She had even devised numerous ways to deal with Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian was fully aware of this, but instead of confronting them directly, she planned to attend to more important matters first. She believed that even if captured, she would find a way to escape, unlike other players who were forced to surrender. Someone like Jiang Mian, with numerous escape methods at her disposal, wasn't afraid of this rule-based game. What Jiang Mian feared most were disaster-like missions. In those situations, no one knew when danger would strike, they could only wait patiently. That's why she dared to be so reckless in this world. By the time Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan met up, it was already late at night. It was the first time she had appeared outside so late. Fu Junhan waved to her, signaling her to come over. After Jiang Mian approached, a cloak was shoved into her hand. She paused, then whispered, "Why are you giving me this?" Fu Junhan explained, "At dawn, a strange dark shadow appears in this world, specifically targeting those who linger outside safe houses. So wearing this cloak will reduce your presence, and the shadow won't be the first to seek you out." Jiang Mian nodded. This was the first time she heard that danger lurked at dawn. She always stayed in her room before and had never gone out at night, so she was unaware of this. But it wasn't too late to know now. She wasn't one to take advantage of others. Holding up the cloak, she asked, "How many gold coins did you buy this for?" "I give you gold coins." Fu Junhan frowned. "We're friends. Why are we being so formal?" Jiang Mian looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was suddenly being so kind. She vividly remembered how he had tricked her out of a small sum of money in the previous games. Although it wasn't much, it showed his greed. But then she thought, her own ranking had dropped, so Fu Junhan was naturally in first place now. Therefore, she wasn't interested in these small favors. Once she understood this, she felt relieved. However, he still had to be upfront. "I'm warning you, although you're so kind, I'm not that kind of person. From now on, if you buy my weapons, we have to be clear about the costs, no discounts whatsoever. After all, you know I'm selling them at cost price, these things are very complicated to manufacture." Hearing Jiang Mian ramble on about money, as if she had so much to say, Fu Junhan finally felt that Jiang Mian was truly alive in this world, and not someone he had buried with his own hands. Actually, he himself didn't understand his feelings for Jiang Mian. It wasn't quite like liking her, but he knew for sure that his feelings for Jiang Mian were different from his feelings for others. Moreover, now wasn't the time to express his feelings. What they needed to do was survive, and try to become stronger. Perhaps expressing their feelings would be most appropriate when their lives were no longer threatened. At a time like this, what right did the two have to confess their feelings? They faced death at any moment. Even if they confessed, what difference would it make? If one died soon after confessing because of their feelings for the other, what would become of the other? It was precisely because he thought so much that he couldn't let his thoughts run wild, and consciously controlled his emotions. Jiang Mian was unaware of all this, the guy who was with her was thinking about. Right now, she was only focused on her goal, Luo Mu. Yes, she wasn't here to kill Lu Yin, but to kill Luo Mu. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to kill her, Luo Mu was the most important. In her previous world, this guy had almost killed her family. He was incredibly cunning and scheming. She absolutely couldn't let him live. As for Lu Yin, although she was curious about her power-enhancing items, she wouldn't abandon her true enemy. Unaware that someone was watching him, Luo Mu was quietly lurking near a group of players from another game who wanted to assassinate Lu Yin. He preferred to manipulate things from the shadows rather than act openly. So this time, he chose to be a cunning schemer once again. Jiang Mian, watching Luo Mu from the shadows, pointed at him, who was hiding at the foot of the mountain, and said, "See him? That's the guy." Chapter 566. Don't let his respectable appearance fool you. He does nothing but shady things, always sending others to the front lines while he sits in the back. All the players he worked with before were ruined by him, and now it's a new group. Who knows what will happen to them? We just need to watch and wait until they're both exhausted before reaping the rewards. Fu Junhan nodded. "I go first, you follow? With our teamwork, we can definitely take them down." Jiang Mian nodded, agreeing with him. Since these people weren't targeting Jiang Mian, and she couldn't set a trap in the limited terrain, she could only act according to the situation, ready to take them down at any moment. After discussing for a while, these people seemed to know that a dark figure would appear in the early morning, so they didn't waste time and planned to act immediately. Following these people, they arrived at the breeding area where Lu Yin was located. Only then did Jiang Mian realize the extent of the disaster that had befallen the area Lu Yin was responsible for. Each person's assigned area was a fenced enclosure, housing livestock and similar animals, so it generally appeared relatively tidy. Aside from shoveling manure, cleaning, and putting the livestock to sleep each day, they didn't have to do much else. However, Lu Yan's area was practically empty, with neither a house nor a fence. Only her current dwelling remained, barely functioning. She seemed to have given up on the livestock, instead hiding inside, vigilantly observing the others. At this moment, Lu Yin finally understood what it felt like to be targeted. She had assassinated many people before, but this was the first time she had experienced being assassinated herself. When she was assassinating, she only felt that those people were difficult to kill, and their methods were varied. Now, however, she only regretted not having enough trump cards, which was why she was in such a sorry state. If you asked her if she regretted her past assassinations, she would only say, never regretted it. Now she only regretted that she hadn't done enough. If she had gone to the extreme, perhaps she wouldn't be in this situation today. Listening to the muttering in her ear, Lu Yin got up with a helpless expression and quietly looked at the empty night sky. However, she knew that what appeared to be a peaceful emptiness concealed a turbulent undercurrent. Whoosh! A bullet imbued with ice attacked Lu Yin. She tried to dodge, but found that her movement slowed down as the ice passed by. Just then, her expression changed, as if she were a completely different person. She instantly forced her body away from the bullet's path. Having barely dodged the bullet, Lu Yan's eyes were filled with frustration. Damn it! These annoying ants, why are they here again? Kill them! Kill them all to vent my anger. However, although Lu Yin said this, she showed no intention of taking a single step forward. The house, after being pierced by the bullet, was slowly rebuilding itself. It was at this moment that Jiang Mian understood the importance of this house. As long as her animals remained, the house wouldn't collapse. Similarly, the house could defend against attacks from others, but the only drawback was that the person living inside couldn't freely leave. No matter what danger occurred outside, she couldn't go out, which greatly limited the occupant's mobility. For example, right now, Lu Yin was repeatedly attacked but still couldn't leave the house. She could only hide, watching helplessly as their attacks hit the house, praying in her heart that the house would hold up a little longer. However, everything was just a matter of course. The house didn't hold up for long. Under so many attacks, it easily ran out of energy and collapsed. When the house could no longer protect Lu Yin, the attackers' eyes lit up, and they rushed towards Lu Yin, fearing they would fall behind and be unable to kill Lu Yin first. In everyone's understanding, only by killing the possessor of the treasure would the treasure choose a new master. Therefore, Lu Yin had to die. However, how could Lu Yin stand by and watch herself be killed by these people? She had already made preparations, teleporting several kilometers away the instant the house was breached. However, the next second, the others also teleported to her location. Of course, the teleportation locations weren't fixed, some were also teleported away. But this didn't stop them from besieging Lu Yin. Watching their fierce battle, Jiang Mian found it quite a spectacle. Although some of them were people she wanted to assassinate, she wasn't in a hurry at this point. Jiang Mian's only target from beginning to end was Luo Mu. By the time Lu Yin had dealt with most of them, it was growing increasingly dark. Several hours had passed, and Lu Yin was covered in wounds, but even so, she coldly surveyed her surroundings. She knew there were definitely more people lurking in the shadows than just these cannon fodder. However, those people were truly clever, refusing to show themselves until now, probably waiting for her to weaken and lower her guard so they could wipe her out in one fell swoop. But how could she, having endured so much suffering, easily give up her life? If she persevered, she could rise to prominence and solidify her current position. If she couldn't persevere, then death was the only option. She had only two choices: die, or persevere until no one dared to assassinate her anymore. Of course, she chose the second. She crouched down shakily, searching for cards dropped by the attackers. She used any healing cards she found. Seeing that her injuries were almost healed, the people hiding in the shadows could no longer remain, fearing she would recover and escape. Just then, a light, ethereal figure appeared behind Lu Yin, a dagger poised to slit her throat. However, in the next second, Lu Yan's eyes widened. She reacted instantly, and just as the dagger was about to touch her neck, she whirled around and kicked the attacker. Chapter 567. However, when she kicked the man, she realized he was just a shadow, not a real person. The next second, a sharp pain shot through her back as the dagger pierced her heart. Then, a sharp pain shot through her foot. The dagger spun around inside her body a few times before stopping. The person who had done all this looked at the woman whose heart he had shattered and smiled. He uttered meaningless threats, coldly watching Lu Yin, seemingly considering her already his for the taking, without immediately taking her down. However, watching this scene, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Such a familiar action, such a familiar way of dying. She remembered the last time, the woman whose heart she had shattered could resurrect infinitely. Basically, that meant infinite resurrection. As long as the Book of Answers didn't abandon her, perhaps she could truly continue living in this inhuman, ghostly state forever. Sure enough, just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she watched in horror as Lu Yin, whose heart had been shattered, stood up. Her heart visibly returned to normal. The man who had attacked her stared wide-eyed at this sight. How is this possible? Impossible. I shattered your heart. How could you still be alive? However, Lu Yin had no intention of explaining. She grabbed his neck, and with a tearing sound, the sound of blood and tendons separating rang out. Seeing this horrifying scene, Jiang Mian instinctively turned her head away. No! Lu Yin had truly gone mad. What kind of cheat code had she acquired? Was she truly not possessed by something? How could a normal person simply sever a person's neck and head? Is this even a normal person? Those who witnessed this scene were all shocked. It was truly horrifying. The shock was so great that no one dared to approach. Jiang Mian asked Fu Junhan in a low voice, "Do you think there's something wrong with this woman?" Logically speaking, a normal person wouldn't choose to end someone's life this way, especially someone whose heart was just crushed. Look at her eyes, so red, so abnormal. Fu Junhan looked up in the direction Jiang Mian pointed and, sure enough, found that Lu Yin, whose eyes had previously appeared normal, now had eyes that were almost bloodshot, and her body was tattered. Adding to this, the blood splattered all over her from the man's attack made Lu Yin look like a demon crawling out of hell, waiting for her chance to retaliate. Anyway, neither of them planned to leave for the moment, intending to observe quietly. Just then, someone, seemingly connected to the decapitated man, witnessed the scene and sought revenge for their friend. They rushed out shouting, but their fate was no better than their friends. Perhaps tragic is more accurate. This person was still alive, but their condition was far too gruesome. Limbs severed, leaving only a torso, a horrifying sight. Jiang Mian couldn't help but take a few steps back. This woman was far too gruesome. She didn't want to provoke her. It wasn't that she was afraid of Lu Yin, but rather that she felt Lu Yin was highly unstable, and feared she might have developed mental problems. There's a saying, the ruthless fear the stubborn, and the stubborn fear the reckless. Lu Yin now seems to be that kind of stubborn person. She certainly doesn't want to walk right into their trap. Turning back, Jiang Mian's gaze fell on Luo Mu. In this situation, the cowardly Luo Mu must be giving up on attacking Lu Yin, right? Is he preparing to run away? Thinking this, Jiang Mian also began to act. Fu Junhan naturally followed her. Just as Jiang Mian had predicted, Luo Mu was already having second thoughts. However, seeing the formidable Lu Yin, completely different from when he last met her, his greed subtly regained control. If he could defeat Lu Yin, wouldn't his strength increase dramatically? He desperately needed strength now. He'd been stuck at this stage for a long time, and if he didn't break through, his lifespan would be nearing its end. At that point, death would probably be his only option. Even with these thoughts, Luo Mu didn't intend to personally engage in combat right now. He knew his own limitations. If he showed himself now, he would likely perish on the spot. Rather than that, it was better to endure for a while, letting others weaken the woman's power while he reaped the benefits. However, this time, he couldn't be so reckless. He had to be meticulous and take a long-term approach. Thinking this, Luo Mu tried to leave, but as he walked, he noticed something was amiss. This place was so dark, so gloomy, without a single light. This wasn't normal. Thinking this to himself, his vigilance rose. Luo Mu was used to ambushing others, and he trusted these sudden premonitions implicitly. This was why he had escaped death many times. Realizing he was being followed, he reacted instantly. He wanted to use the terrain to his advantage and leave. However, after walking for a long time, he still felt only silence. If he didn't notice something amiss by now, something truly strange would happen. If it was truly silent, it shouldn't be like this. So much time had passed, how could he not have even passed a single field? When he first sensed something was wrong, he was right next to a cornfield. Now, so much time had passed, and he was still next to a cornfield. This was very abnormal. Just then, A carefree green bottlefly flew past him, creating a gust of wind that nearly swept Luo Mu away. Only then did he realize he seemed to have shrunk. A fly that would normally be as small as a speck of dust in his eyes was now half his height, the wind whistling through it and lifting him up. What was happening? He desperately wanted to ask, but a blazing fire enveloped him. He was, after all, a human transformed from a plant, and now, encountering his natural enemy, he instinctively felt fear. However, the peculiar nature of this fire made it impossible to extinguish. Even though he tried with all his might to put out the flames on his body, he couldn't. It was at this moment that he finally noticed something was wrong. A shadow. It was the shadow of a human head. He had been followed all along, but he hadn't noticed. He had mistaken the darkness above him for normal. In reality, someone was above him. No wonder he felt this time of day was off. Why it was so dark? Had he been walking in someone else's shadow all along? Chapter 568. Following behind Luo Mu, Jiang Mian secretly used the equipment from the previous world to shrink him. Seeing Luo Mu suddenly turn and look in her direction, she immediately sneered. This guy finally realized something was wrong, but it was too late now. In her eyes, he was like an ant. What good was his power? Moreover, his true form was a plant, which meant he was under her control. Thinking this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. She didn't intend to watch the ants rise to power, so she prepared to reach out and finish off Luo Mu, who was engulfed in flames. However, at that moment, a sense of crisis arose. Jiang Mian instantly changed direction, flying dozens of meters backward. Just then, a huge scythe slammed down where she had just stood. Immediately afterward, a dark figure, holding the fallen scythe, looked towards Jiang Mian and Luo Mu. Woo woo woo. It suddenly let out a strange cry. The scythe swung towards the two of them again. Jiang Mian dodged, about to take out her device to shrink the dark figure, but Fu Junhan suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Jiang Mian paused, ultimately not taking out the device. She turned to look at Fu Junhan, confused, and said, "What are you doing?" Fu Junhan's face was serious. "It's useless. This guy is immune to all attacks. Our attacks are like tickling him, having no effect whatsoever. And we're no match for him in close combat. Moreover, his speed is incredibly fast, almost imperceptible. If we didn't run, we'd all be reaped by his scythe." Jiang Mian clicked her tongue, looking at Fu Junhan and asking, "Have you forgotten? I have a device that can make them grow bigger or smaller. When that monster reappears, I can use that device to shrink it, right? Once it's smaller, its combat power will also decrease, so there's no need to be afraid of it, is there?" However, Fu Junhan shook his head after hearing Jiang Mian's words, explaining, "No, it's different. I saw a player use a similar skill card before, except it didn't have the ability to grow bigger or smaller, it just restricted its strength. However, items that normally restrict movement for 3 to 5 minutes only limited this shadowy figure for 2 or 3 seconds, rendering them completely ineffective and even causing the player's death." Hearing this, Jiang Mian frowned. How could she not know about such a powerful shadowy creature? Was it because she rarely went out, and was too honest that she was unaware of its existence? The only regret was not continuing her attack on Luo Mu. She didn't know how long the flames would burn, or if they would kill Luo Mu outright. If she didn't kill it, wouldn't she have missed a golden opportunity? Thinking of this, she felt somewhat frustrated. If the shadowy figure hadn't interfered, she definitely could have killed Luo Mu. However, it was too late for regrets now. She could only wait for another day to devise a plan. After they parted ways, Jiang Mian returned to her place. When she got back, she found the pigs in her sty still fast asleep, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned and went straight back to her room. The room was good in every way, and it could protect against outside dangers, but there was one thing she wasn't entirely satisfied with. That was, you could only enter the room, not leave freely. If there was an emergency, it would be difficult to get out. Thinking about this, Jiang Mian felt a little irritated. However, she had no choice but to close her eyes and rest. The next day, Jiang Mian still woke up extremely early. The moment the restrictions were lifted, she immediately left the room. After she left the room, she saw several people standing in the open space, looking at each other. Each person had their own thoughts. After exchanging glances, they turned to observe the piglets in their sties. Actually, the pigs in Jiang Mian's sty couldn't really be called piglets anymore. They were almost fully grown pigs. Jiang Mian didn't understand either. These pigs were already so fat, so why did people say they were thin? Did they want to feed them even fatter? Were they some kind of special breed? Were only those pigs with jiggling fat considered healthy? She didn't really understand, but that didn't stop her from trying to fatten them up further. She really wanted Fu Junhan to take a look at her pigs, to see what was going on, and if she could make them more robust. If they were more robust, perhaps they wouldn't be called thin during the next checkup. Thinking this, Jiang Mian planned to call Fu Junhan over the next time she saw him and analyze her path to wealth through pig farming. However, Fu Junhan looked troubled. I really don't know how to raise pigs to be robust. I think the chickens in my coop are just raised haphazardly, and they look no different from other people's chickens. Why are they always considered robust? Hearing this, Jiang Mian followed Fu Junhan to his chicken coop. Looking at the chickens, which looked no different from ordinary chicks, she knew Fu Junhan wasn't lying to her. But why would the manager say that Fu Junhan's chickens were too robust? She was completely baffled and planned to go out and investigate the entire breeding area that night. If it was just taking care of the animals during the day, and there was no danger except for their own people, what about at night? Why was there a safe house next to each pigpen? Was it to guard against that dark figure? But that didn't seem likely. This was indeed very puzzling. Having made up her mind, she didn't tell Fu Junhan her thoughts. It wasn't that she didn't trust him, but rather that Jiang Mian herself didn't want to trouble others too much. Late at night, after ensuring everyone was inside the safe house, Jiang Mian finally emerged. Following the direction the managers had gone, she walked forward, clearly seeing the remaining tire tracks on the ground. She began to walk towards the tracks, but halfway there, she suddenly became wary. The further she went, the more desolate it became, and she didn't know what was stored there. If behind her were rows of breeding farms, in front of her stretched an endless forest, the entire forest exuding a sense of danger. Danger. Extreme danger? This made Jiang Mian stop in her tracks. Going any further, everything was unknown, she had to be fully prepared. Chapter 569. Jiang Mian knew very well that her sixth sense wouldn't lie. After stopping, she immediately switched to the profit talent she had copied earlier. She rarely used this kind of talent, because every time she used it, she would switch to another ability for some reason. Over time, she had almost used up all the uses for this ability. After this world ended, she wanted to go to the real world to find Jun Changsheng. In fact, she had wanted to find Jun Changsheng since the last world ended. However, according to their people, Jun Changsheng had been in the real world, busy with something. It seemed that finding her was now urgent. Jiang Mian squinted, looking at everything that was happening before her, her face instantly turning pale. Although it couldn't fully cover the events and scenarios that were about to unfold, even just the tip of the iceberg was enough to shock Jiang Mian. She turned her head immediately, refusing to walk any further. Compared to risking her life, leaving this place was far more worthwhile. Furthermore, having gained a general understanding of the nature of this world, she had no intention of going there again. Jiang Mian turned away without hesitation. The footage from the camera left those eager people deeply disappointed. Watching Jiang Mian leave, and realizing she hadn't truly entered their territory, caused some to sigh. The live broadcast behind the camera. The systems, observing the whole situation, were also somewhat regretful. Such a good opportunity, why didn't they continue? However, upon realizing that Jiang Mian's system was also qualified to participate in the live broadcast, they immediately stopped sighing and looked awkwardly at the Doomsday Spark system sitting at the very edge. However, to their surprise, this usually short-tempered Doomsday Spark system was now completely expressionless. They couldn't detect any displeasure on his face at all. The Doomsday Spark system remained expressionless, but inwardly, he was cursing these systems, who seemed to wish their excellent outsourced players dead, to the core. They wanted their players dead, huh? He shouldn't find out which had bound their players with the escape card. If he found out, he'd definitely tear them to pieces. Although Jiang Mian's current identity made things easier, and any mistakes wouldn't implicate him, the term outsource was enough to make it clear that she wasn't on his side. Although neither of them said it aloud, a knot remained in their hearts. He believed he could still protect his own players, so if they caused trouble, he could handle it. Saying that outsourced players were more likely to cause trouble was just a last resort. His cold gaze swept over the systems, including the Doomsday Seed system, and he secretly memorized their names. Just wait. This was his second time stepping into the system hall, but being kicked out would only be the last. He had already planned that when his plan succeeded, these people would all be kneeling before him, licking his boots, and even calling him daddy. Thinking of this, the system couldn't help but reveal a Nike-like smile. His appearance caused the other systems that were watching him to exchange bewildered glances. Most of them thought the system was simply driven mad with anger, hence its reaction. It was probably because of the heavy losses it suffered last time, which led to its being kicked out, causing it to act this way. Thinking this, the systems that had previously considered him a threat turned away with disdain. So what if he recently cultivated a relatively powerful player? So what? He could never surpass the established forces like them. Now that they could let him into the system hall, they could still kick him out, they just needed to scheme against him again. Seeing their familiar expressions, the Doomsday Spark system sneered. He'd been careless last time and gotten tricked, but this time was different. He had an even more cunning player as a backup. All he needed to do was cultivate a good relationship with this player and get her to teach him a few tricks. Thinking this, the system decided that once he got back, he'd give Jiang Mian more special privileges and try to nurture this player. He now understood that being upright and having a sense of morality was useless. It was this kind of shameless character who could go further. Thinking this to himself, he dared not let Jiang Mian know his thoughts, otherwise he'd definitely get a beating from her. Hadn't he seen how badly those who offended Jiang Mian were treated? However, there was one thing he needed to tell his player beforehand. She absolutely couldn't follow in that person's footsteps. Jiang Mian was completely unaware of everything that had happened outside. She was currently on her way back when she accidentally encountered the dark figure from yesterday. She knew that the dark figure had instantly chased after the person wandering outside. Jiang Mian didn't dare look back and started running forward as fast as she could. However, the dark figure was even faster than Jiang Mian. Seeing the dark figure about to reach her, Jiang Mian panicked and jumped directly into a nearby snake pit. As Jiang Mian crossed the outer fence and entered the snake pit, the dark figure chasing her suddenly stopped. Looking at the figure peacefully coexisting with the snakes, he tilted his head in confusion, wondering if he had seen wrong. Just now, it wasn't a human who almost broke the rules, but what could it be? He couldn't think of anything else. His brain couldn't process any more thoughts. Sensing that someone was about to break the rules again, he instantly vanished from his spot, appearing dozens of kilometers away. Watching the dark figure disappear, Jiang Mian let out a soft breath and carefully left the snake pit to avoid any adverse reactions from them. After safely returning to her place, Jiang Mian laid down in the safe house. Today's unexpected event actually confirmed Jiang Mian's belief in the future she had foreseen. Those animals were indeed extraordinary, and even her pigsty was no ordinary place. The next day, Jiang Mian intentionally observed her piglets and noticed that they were looking at her with disdain and contempt, their eyes fixed upwards. Jiang Mian found it amusing. She couldn't understand what they were looking down on. They were pigs now. How could they look down on her? How ridiculous. Thinking this, Jiang Mian considered kicking them a couple of times. However, remembering something, she withdrew her foot. Forget it, she wouldn't bother with these poor creatures. She was magnanimous, and would let them go. As before, she fed the pigs some sweet potato leaves. However, this time, Jiang Mian intentionally threw several pieces of chopped meat into the leaves. When the pigs ate the meat, they were instantly stunned, chewing their food incredulously. Once they confirmed it was meat, they ate even more heartily. Chapter 570. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian clicked her tongue in amazement. She hadn't expected pigs to like meat. She thought these pigs only ate vegetarian food. It turned out that every species has the right to choose what they eat. So, Jiang Mian added fresh meat to their 3 meals a day, and perhaps because of the meat, the piglets grew exceptionally fast. Compared to their batch of piglets, they grew much faster, and Jiang Mian vaguely noticed some people staring at her. They seemed to want to learn from her, or perhaps they were planning something bad. Jiang Mian looked at these people with a smile, but the murderous intent in her eyes was undisguised, intimidating them so much that they immediately turned their heads away, not daring to look at her again. When they were initially assigned here, they had actually intended to bully Jiang Mian, seeing her as a weakling. However, after learning about her exploits from others, they dared not act recklessly anymore, instead obediently going about their business. However, seeing Jiang Mian's unusually fast-growing piglets, they suspected what she was feeding them, but dared not ask too many questions, only secretly observing them. Now that they had been discovered by their owner, they dared not even observe anymore, their behavior becoming increasingly furtive. Jiang Mian sneered. These piglets had recently been thoroughly trained by her, and she had no intention of killing them and replacing them with a new batch, so she decided to let them go for the time being. Following the arriving manager, they arrived at the temporary rendezvous point again. This time it was very close to their pig pen, so Jiang Mian and her group were almost the first to arrive. That's why they were among the first to be notified during the investigation. Xin Yuyang, Huan, Hua Yu Jia Cheng, the pigs you raise are too weak and sickly, and are unqualified. Given that you have failed 3 times, you need to undergo retraining. Step forward. After these words, the others exchanged bewildered glances, and Jiang Mian looked at the managers with surprise. She remembered that 3 days ago, when they came, they weren't so lenient, nor did they mention retraining. Instead, they simply and forcefully took them away. Were they seeing that the previous hardline policy wasn't working, and now they were trying a more conciliatory approach? Soon it was Jiang Mian's turn to be notified. Jiang Mian, your pigs are healthy and qualified. Jiang Mian was stunned for a moment. She had thought this time it would be another failure. But unexpectedly, she had actually passed the standard, the first time in her history she had ever passed. However, the next second, she realized that among the many who failed or barely passed, her passing seemed rather tricky. Fortunately, Jiang Mian wasn't the only one who passed completely. In the subsequent announcements, there were occasionally others who also passed. Of course, many more had failed more than 3 times or barely passed. Jiang Mian didn't see Lu Yin, but Lu Yin didn't seem to be dead. She must have escaped. However, after these announcements, an even more intense test awaited her. Judging from the attitude of your Farong district, many people are raising pigs with a perfunctory attitude. Therefore, the standard is raised again. After 5 barely passing times, you will all be sent for intensive training in relevant knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. They didn't believe a word the man said about cramming on related knowledge. Whether it was genuine cramming or being forced into some unknown activity, no one knew. Furthermore, no one wanted to use this opportunity to investigate the administrator's strength. After all, everyone under their control was unable to use their abilities, as if their souls had been possessed, something they had all clearly witnessed. Of course, they dared not act rashly. Didn't they see those big shots still looking completely calm and collected? If Jiang Mian and the others knew what others were thinking, they would probably be cursing and swearing. Was their calm and collected demeanor genuine? It was clearly a helpless compromise after exhausting all means and finding no other way. If they truly had a solution, they wouldn't want to be like this. Who wants to constantly deal with those plants and animals, getting covered in stench? After these administrators left, an even greater crisis was about to unfold. As they left, Fu Juhan whispered, "Be careful, a lot of people are watching you." Jiang Mian nodded. She knew that the manager's words had attracted the attention of the other hungry wolves. Along her journey, she had noticed several people watching her. Of course, the players near her didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Mian. Instead, they planned to cultivate a good relationship with her, hoping she would share her pig-raising secrets. However, they were mistaken. Jiang Mian herself was barely able to protect herself, let alone them. The others' covetousness came quickly. Not long after Jiang Mian returned to her pigsty, she was targeted. They first tried to reason with her, asking for her secret. Seeing that Jiang Mian had no reason to tell them, the others, though angry, didn't immediately confront her. Instead, they decided to wait for others to make the first move, choosing to observe quietly. Seeing the various groups acting this way, Jiang Mian thought of a brilliant way to make money. So, when the next person approached her, Jiang Mian changed her tune, whispering to them, "Actually, I have some items I bought from a special shop. If you feed them to your animals or plants, they pass the inspection. However, these things are quite expensive, and I don't want you competing with me. But after careful consideration, rather than everyone dying and facing danger in the end, it's better for everyone to survive and fight the difficulties together." She spoke with such righteous indignation, as if this were truly her heartfelt thought, not just a casual remark. Upon hearing this, the person followed Jiang Mian's directions to the shop and indeed found something called Miracle Growth Factor. The description was very simple. Miracle Growth Factor. After use, it can accelerate the growth of plants and animals. Optimal use is 3 times a day. 30 gold coins per dose. 100 gold coins for 3 doses. First come, first served, while supplies last. Seeing this information, the person bought 3 doses without hesitation, spending 100 gold coins. After buying it, he patted his chest with a look of relief and thanked Jiang Mian, saying, "Beautiful lady, thank you. I barely passed twice already. If I had to do it twice more, I probably would have been dead." Chapter 571. Jiang Mian couldn't help but nod and sigh. Yes, at this rate of checking every 3 days, it'd probably bring danger to even more people in 3 days. Sigh, I wonder how many more people will die then. The two of them chatted animatedly, their conversation flowing freely. The others, seeing their harmonious scene, immediately sensed something was amiss. Knowing Jiang Mian was not someone to be trifled with, they didn't target her directly, but instead focused their attention on the person who had traded with her. However, that person initially didn't want to talk, wanting to keep it for themselves. After all, who knew how much of it was? What if someone else bought it all? However, after being thoroughly confronted, they had no choice but to flee in panic, revealing everything they knew. As a result, this mysterious shop became an overnight sensation, spreading throughout the player community. Jiang Mian made a fortune. And it's true, some gamers are really clueless. They were actually willing to spend 100 gold coins to buy 3 portions instead of 30 gold coins for 1. It's quite unbelievable. So, never overestimate someone's intelligence. Many people are actually mildly intellectually challenged, but it just hasn't been discovered yet. Knowing the total amount of money this world could generate brought Jiang Mian back to his previous sense of exhilaration. However, he couldn't stock up on too much of this stuff. Too much would give the impression that he had a lot, so Jiang Mian planned to stock up in batches to create a sense of urgency and maximize the use of his spatial abilities. Thinking this way, Jiang Mian consciously reduced the quantity. Because of this, the sales speed was actually faster than before, and some people were even willing to pay a high price for it. Although Jiang Mian labeled it miraculous growth factor, it was actually just a high-tech concoction. It was made using concentrated meat extract, mixed with other seasonings, and simply sprinkled on the parts of plants and animals that needed to absorb nutrients. For example, the roots of plants and the food of animals, allowing them to absorb enough nutrients, thus accelerating their growth. Because of this, the administrators who returned 3 days later checked the number of qualified applicants in the Hibiscus district. However, they were surprised to find that the number of qualified applicants had decreased significantly. They were incredulous and could only hastily apprehend 2 or 3 people who barely failed. However, this situation made them frown. If the number was so low, they wouldn't be able to report back. However, these people hadn't violated the rules, and for a moment, they couldn't help but frown as well. Seeing the clearly frustrated administrators, Jiang Mian's eyes darted to their waists, a greedy glint in them. While they were discussing their plans, she secretly released some of the little creatures. She wasn't sure if she could successfully parasitize them, nor what kind of bodies were beneath those protective suits. Time ticked by, and the administrators, having come up with no solution, had no choice but to leave. However, while the administrators were troubled, Jiang Mian and her group were delighted. Seeing that this stuff really worked, they began buying the miraculous growth hormone in bulk. Jiang Mian was raking in money hand over fist. The players in this game were incredibly generous. The money seemed to fall from the sky, poured in without a second thought, leaving Jiang Mian speechless with admiration. However, while the players were satisfied, those behind the scenes were extremely dissatisfied. What's going on? Why are the performance results in the Hibiscus district so bad? Don't you want to live? Is someone engaging in favoritism? After returning, these managers, who had previously displayed arrogance towards Jiang Mian and his group, became meek and submissive. They dared not respond much to their leader's scolding, instead silently enduring the insults with their heads bowed. The leader, seeing the 2 or 3 unqualified individuals, flew into a rage, crushed them with his hand, and threw them to the ground. Why bring them here? Just kill them. Are these 2 or 3 even worth me opening a separate base for them? The administrators didn't dare utter a sound, only bowing their heads, and silently enduring their leader's insults. The players who were innocently targeted were already dead. Jiang Mian felt the pain of being crushed and couldn't help but gasp for breath. The sudden attack from that thing had caught Jiang Mian completely off guard. Just a leader, and he was this strong. If that were the case, how strong were the administrators? She was shocked, wondering what kind of world she had entered, and why the natives were so powerful. She trembled, the pain lingering in her body. She could only try to distract herself from the pain by thinking of other things. Farong District? She had heard the previous managers mention it, but these managers needed to improve their performance to open a base. What was a base? What was it used for? She had no idea. Her curiosity was nagging at her. She wanted to find out, but she was also afraid of encountering danger. Jiang Mian's gaze fell on the few piglets she had separately raised. It was time to get these carefree creatures to do something for her. Thinking this, Jiang Mian didn't choose to sleep in the safe house late at night. Instead, she released the piglets, controlling one of them, and headed towards the place she had almost reached last time. The piglet followed the path. In reality, the piglet's inner self had changed. It was Jiang Mian. The frequent use of the same ability made Jiang Mian dizzy, but she could barely hold on a little longer. She guided the piglet away into the distance, but as it walked, she felt a sharp pain all over her body, as if she had passed through something terrible, and she began to tremble. This feeling was all too familiar to her. It was the pain of impending death. Jiang Mian immediately retreated into this body, and focused her attention on the other piglets, watching them move in different directions, arriving at an area Jiang Mian had never been to before. However, there was nothing particularly interesting there, just some common crops. After a glance, she lost interest. When she felt the time was about right, she turned her attention back to the piglet that was following her predetermined plan. The next second, she was surprised to find that her vision seemed to have changed. She seemed to have grown taller. Jiang Mian looked down at her hands. What should have been pig hooves had now transformed into a woman's slender fingers. Chapter 572. She swallowed hard, touching her humanoid form. She was about to take out a mirror from her spatial storage to check her appearance, when she suddenly remembered she wasn't inside her own body and didn't have the magic cube space. Jiang Mian abandoned the idea. However, looking down, she realized she wasn't wearing any clothes, her bare body making her somewhat embarrassed. Even though this wasn't her own body. Goodness, this was the first time she'd seen animals transform into human form without clothes. Did she think she'd report her? However, what amazed Jiang Mian the most was that these piglets could actually revert to human form. What she'd seen in the prophet's vision was people turning into piglets, and being put in pigsties to be raised by others. However, this was the first time she'd seen piglets transform into human form, truly an eye-opener. What kind of place was this? How could it allow people to revert to their original form? Yes, it wasn't that pigs were turned into people, but rather that perfectly normal people were turned into piglets and thrown into pigsties, while the players were responsible for taking care of them. This is why these piglets have developed feelings of affection and pleasure towards them. She wondered if these people retained consciousness after being turned into piglets, or if they were in a similarly dazed state. She was genuinely curious. However, the current situation didn't seem like the time for curiosity. Before she was discovered, she quickly guided her body towards the tire tracks. However, when the tire tracks reached a certain point, they suddenly disappeared, just like the vanished vehicles in the desert of the previous world. Jiang Mian stared at the spot where she had disappeared, closing her eyes to sense the smell in the air. There was no smell of anyone setting up camp there, but a pungent, earthy odor lingered. Jiang Mian looked around curiously, but she had no tools and no way to dig into the soil to investigate. She had to suppress her curiosity and leave. However, not long after Jiang Mian left, she suddenly encountered a dark shadow. The shadow appeared silently, ending Jiang Mian's life before her body could even react. In her final moments, Jiang Mian saw only a claw, and that claw was aimed at her head. Jiang Mian withdrew her consciousness before dying. She redirected her consciousness towards the other piglets. These piglets were lucky. They hadn't been killed by the clawed creature. Instead, after escaping the pigpen, they hid. Instead of returning to their normal size, they ran to areas with dense vegetation and found cover. They seemed to possess consciousness now. No wonder they rolled their eyes at her earlier. It was more like they already grown accustomed to this world. After finding cover, they sat down immediately. What Jiang Mian found strange was that the dark figure that usually attacked those of them who wandered outside hadn't appeared at all, as if it had vanished. Jiang Mian was somewhat skeptical, but after observing for a long time, she still couldn't find the dark figure. Only then did she understand. The dark figure seemed to be protecting the piglets of this world, the native inhabitants. Jiang Mian and her group were mistaken for outsiders by the shadowy figures and driven away. However, it was unclear whose handiwork these things, resembling safe houses, that had suddenly appeared on the ground. Calling them safe houses didn't seem to fit the description. They looked more like prisons, and without meeting specific requirements, one could never escape. After finding the piglets behaving normally, Jiang Mian stopped observing them. She hadn't rested in a long time, so she closed her eyes and began to rest. In the following days, those people used them for several checks, but most people remained in acceptable condition, causing those in protective suits to frown. Seeing their expressions, most of them were secretly delighted. Yes, that's it, let them be angry. Only when they were truly angry could they take advantage of the chaos. If they maintained their superior attitude, how could Jiang Mian gain anything? Her eyes greedily fixed on the equipment at the waist of one of the men. Just then, a sudden wave of vibration rushed towards them. Jiang Mian was also surprised. Which player had caused this commotion? How did so many animals gather? And judging from the sounds, they didn't seem to be any of the lighter-sounding animal species. She became alert, and the guards responsible for this area also tensed up. They seemed unsure of what was happening either, but instinctive actions don't lie. Jiang Mian could see the panic, confusion, and bewilderment in their eyes as they looked around. As the tremors drew closer, Jiang Mian's excellent eyesight allowed her to easily discern what they were. It was a herd of cattle, led by bulls weighing hundreds of kilograms each. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they charged at the people like madmen. Jiang Mian stared wide-eyed at them, charging directly at the people in protective suits. She immediately turned her head, wanting to see if anyone nearby was behaving strangely. When she turned, she saw a smiling woman. Jiang Mian immediately recognized her ability. It seemed someone was even more eager than them to break this situation. But would it really work? Jiang Mian was deeply skeptical. Just as she was thinking this, she saw the guards, after seeing the scene, not take any drastic action, but instead wave their hands and produced a device. When the device was activated, the frenzied cattle seemed to realize their predicament. They instantly dropped to all fours, trembling, their pitiful mooing cries piercing the air. It was an instinctive reaction, ingrained in their very bones, a desperate plea for help. However, most players didn't understand their meaning, assuming the guards had used some special method to instill such fear. Only Jiang Mian and a few others knew that these people had restored their sanity, leading to the current situation. These people were accustomed to being trained, treated like livestock to be raised by others. Their ultimate fate was unknown. Now, they had unknowingly committed a grave error and were to be punished. Therefore, their fear of these people in protective suits was understandable. What these people had done to them to instill such fear in them that they were forced to prostrate themselves on all fours, a posture that, in human understanding, is prostration. Chapter 573. However, this matter did not end so easily. The people looking at the cattle herders sharpened their gazes, scrutinizing every expression on their faces, not missing a single clue. One of them lashed out with his whip, striking the cattle, and said coldly, "Find out who let you out, and who made you this way, committing this mistake?" The cattle looked dazed, but still obediently stood up, crawling on all fours, searching for the person who had driven them mad. They sniffed and sniffed at the players, looking quite convincing. However, most people remained calm and naturally unafraid, but some couldn't help becoming wary. For example, the smiling girl Jiang Mian had just seen now feigned nervousness. As the cattle approached her, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Just then, one of the cows, which had been sniffing the air, suddenly raised its head, about to let out a squeal, but suddenly found its throat hoarse. It opened its mouth wide, but no matter what it did, it couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Feng Hua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She looked around, trying to see who was helping her, but after scanning the surroundings, she didn't find anyone acting strangely. She silently withdrew her gaze, afraid of being noticed anything amiss. After searching the herd, the cows found no suspicious persons, which made the managers frown. The man with the small whip sneered, "Consider yourselves lucky. We let you off this time. But if this kind of turmoil happens again, watch your lives." Those present were all seasoned veterans. Although they were displeased with this man's blatant bullying and arrogance, they didn't show it directly. They remained silent, but several of them looked at them with dangerous glint in their eyes. Jiang Mian knew that the coming days would not be safe. In fact, they would become even more chaotic. As everyone gradually left, the girl who had clearly acted strangely nodded at Jiang Mian. It was obvious that she knew Jiang Mian was behind it all, helping her escape. She was thinking to herself, "When can I meet Jiang Mian? At least he saved me, I should thank him." Sure enough, after this mad bull attack, the administrators, who used to come every 3 days, stopped even bothering to pretend anymore. They come every day, conducting daily inspections. Any mistake results in disqualification, or at best, a barely passing grade. The barely passing grade is practically equivalent to disqualification now. Anyone who barely passes is eliminated, let alone those who fail. One day, the girl finally found a moment of respite and approached Jiang Mian's pigpen. Looking at the plump, healthy pigs, she saw Jiang Mian approach and whispered, "Can I talk to you?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, wondering what the girl wanted to discuss. However, she wasn't intimidated and nodded, gesturing for the girl to leave. The girl was quite satisfied with Jiang Mian's attitude towards this. She led Jiang Mian to a secluded spot, then turned to him and asked, "Aren't you afraid I might do something to harm you?" Jiang Mian chuckled, "Don't you already know most of my information? Do you think I'm afraid of you, or is all the information you have just made up?" Hearing this, the girl froze. Indeed, she hadn't contacted Jiang Mian for the past few days, because she had been inquiring about him. After learning that Jiang Mian was also on their side, she became even more certain that Jiang Mian was the one who had helped her out of that predicament. Now, the 70% confirmation rate had jumped to 99%. Feng Hua looked at Jiang Mian and smiled. I really have to thank you for what happened that day. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in a lot of chaos, maybe even a wanderer on the run by now. Jiang Mian nodded, accepting the credit without any modesty. After all, she had indeed helped this girl, and she deserved a thank you. Therefore, Jiang Mian acted so naturally. Seeing her like this, it was tantamount to admitting that Feng Hua had helped her. Feng Hua then began to reveal her true purpose for coming. Do you know what kind of world we're in now? I have some clues, but I don't have much information, so I can't be completely certain about this situation. Hearing this, Jiang Mian understood perfectly well that this was one of Feng Hua's purposes in testing her. This girl wanted to see what she had to offer before making any cooperation. She chimed in, well, I don't have much information. I just know it's a rather upside-down world. How much have you learned? Their conversation was like a game of cat and mouse. She wanted her to say more, and she wanted her to say more too. Neither wanted to lose out, only to gain an advantage. However, neither of them was a fool. After several rounds of probing, she finally said, actually, I sincerely want to cooperate with you. I might as well tell you directly, the worldview of this world is indeed upside down. According to my findings, the original inhabitants of this world have become another kind of being. What we see as livestock, things to be eaten, are actually human beings. Hearing this, Jiang Mian wasn't surprised. What surprised her even more was how the girl knew. Thinking this, she asked, only to see the girl lower her head, saying sadly, it's actually very simple. A very good friend of mine. He's a carnivore. One day, a man couldn't resist any longer and killed one of his cows, intending to make beef soup. Then, the seemingly normal animal he killed during the day suddenly transformed into a living human corpse that night. At this point, Feng Hua looked up at Jiang and said seriously, actually, if you observe carefully, you see that the animal's routines are exactly the same as ours. I don't know if you discovered a faster way to lull them to sleep. That is, explaining math problems to them. Whenever we get to that problem, they quickly fall asleep. My friend and I discovered this by chance. Chapter 574. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Explaining math problems could quickly put people to sleep. Why hadn't she thought of that before? And what kind of amazing person would come up with this method? What had they gone through? Jiang Mian was completely baffled. After saying this, Feng Hua fell silent and looked at Jiang Mian, gesturing for her to continue with her discovery. Jiang Mian, naturally, wasn't stingy. Since someone wanted to cooperate with her, she needed to at least offer something to convince them. Actually, it's not just that. I also discovered that in the darkness, shadows prevent us from investigating certain secrets. However, if you hide inside a house or in the shadows, the shadow won't find you. It will assume you're resting, Feng Hua added. Yes, if you can completely conceal your form, you can fool the shadow. Also, houses aren't actually meant to protect us, they're meant to restrict our freedom. Just as you said, the shadow is preventing us from entering or leaving, avoiding the discovery of additional secrets. Similarly, it's also protecting us. In its eyes, we're like livestock. It knows there's danger in the night, and doesn't want us to step into it, choosing instead to save us through this method of driving us away. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. It was the first time she heard such a novel explanation. It seems that prejudice truly is a mountain. Jiang Mian had never considered this matter from this perspective before. She had always believed the shadowy figure belonged to the neutral camp, and now, hearing this, it seemed she was right. No wonder, despite its imposing presence, the figure hadn't actually killed many people. It was more about threatening them to stay away from the darkness. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow at Feng Hua. You just told me everything you painstakingly discovered? Aren't you afraid I won't provide you with any corresponding information? Feng Hua confidently shook her head. No, I think you definitely have the relevant information. Even if you don't, it's not a big deal. After all, you saved my life. Treating this as a life-saving grace and repaying you is a worthwhile choice. Hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. So, you mean there's a better way to repay my life-saving grace? Feng Hua smiled brightly. Yes, I have some special things that you can choose from. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. With such strength, it seems your background isn't simple either. I think even without my help, you were able to escape that calamity, weren't you? Feng Hua smiled without speaking, clearly acknowledging Jiang Mian's words. However, She was always one to repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge, clearly distinguishing between gratitude and grudge. Since Jiang Mian had saved her once, it was only right that she give something in return. Thinking this, Feng Hua didn't hesitate at all and took out something she had obtained through her unique skill. When Jiang Mian saw what she held in her hand, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "How did you get this?" Feng Hua's lips curled into a smile. "You wouldn't understand. It's just a family heirloom, something I acquired during the chaos. I noticed you seemed quite interested in it, paying close attention to it repeatedly. Your eyes were always on it, so I figured you must be very interested." Jiang Mian grabbed her hand, saying intimately, "Oh my god, you're so observant. How did you know I like this kind of thing? Sister, from now on we're best friends." Feng Hua's smile froze. She tried to pull her hand away, but Jiang Mian held it tightly, leaving her awkwardly staring at her hand, unable to escape. She wanted to say, "Can't people be less fickle? Just a moment ago, they were just friends, and now they're best friends?" It's quite awkward to hear. At this point, Jiang Mian didn't care about her embarrassment. As long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was everyone else who was. She then took the mind-controlling device from Feng Hua's hand and put it into her spatial storage, still holding Feng Hua's hand and calling her sister. Seeing that she couldn't free her hand, Feng Hua let Jiang Mian pull her along. Jiang Mian, without showing any emotion, asked Feng Hua if she had stolen anything better. Feng Hua replied seriously, "Even thieves have their code of honor. Some things can be stolen, and some things cannot." Jiang Mian looked disappointed. "So you didn't steal anything particularly good, huh?" Feng Hua corrected her wording seriously, "Not steal, but robbed." Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Didn't she understand the difference between the two words? Since it's all about taking things from others anyway, does changing the word steal make it seem more prestigious? Okay, it's steal, I just misspoke. Did you steal anything particularly good? I can trade with you. Feng Hua took out what she had obtained in this world. She didn't care about the cost. These things would disappear after leaving this world anyway, and they were useless to her. She might as well exchange them with Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian, seeing how useful she was unusually generous, showing her some of his more valuable resources, and even giving her 2 location cards. It's true, these location cards were rare in Jiang Mian's game, but they were scarce and precious in other people's games. Jiang Mian used these 2 location cards to exchange for many things from Feng Hua, and the two felt that the other was trustworthy during this transaction, laying the foundation for their future dealings. Just as Feng Hua was about to leave, Jiang Mian suddenly turned and said, "If you're going to investigate where those managers left tonight, be careful. Try to find as many cannon fodder as possible. A very powerful creature will try to assassinate us. I almost fell victim to them last time." Feng Hua nodded, thanked her, and left. Jiang Mian also left. That night, she held something resembling a key in her hand, examining it closely. While the door was closed, she released a piglet and, with the piglet's bewildered expression, pressed one of the buttons on the key. As soon as the button was pressed, the piglet lying on the ground suddenly convulsed, looking like it was having an epileptic seizure. Jiang Mian quickly took several steps back, watching the white foam coming from its mouth, which made her heart tremble. Chapter 575. Don't even mention his appearance, it's actually quite worrying. Jiang Mian immediately switched to the second button. After pressing it, the piglet lying on the ground stopped twitching, seemingly returning to normal. Having roughly understood the functions of the 2 buttons, Jiang Mian placed her hand on the 3rd button. However, just as her hand was about to land, the piglet on the ground rushed towards Jiang Mian. It landed on its hind legs, making a bowing gesture towards Jiang Mian, as if saying, "Stop playing around, stop playing around. There's a life in front of you." Jiang Mian awkwardly touched her nose. Fine. Seeing that the little piglet was already terrified of her antics, she didn't press the button in front of him anymore, but instead pressed it with her back to the piglet. The piglet looked completely bewildered, frantically shaking its body. The pig's initial grunts gradually became indistinct. Ugh! Ugh! Stop! 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 Don't press it anymore. Someone's going to die. Please don't move it. Hearing the voice, Jiang Mian stopped what she was doing. Looking at the piglet that had returned to human form, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her guess was right. This thing also had the ability to revert to its human form. However, she had tried all 3 buttons, but only the last one was missing. This thing must be the one that could directly render these creatures or players unconscious. Thinking this, before the person on the ground could react, She pressed the switch in her hand. Sure enough, the next second, the piglet, who had been struggling in agony, stared blankly at Jiang Mian. Having confirmed that this thing was indeed useful, Jiang Mian began to think of ways to break free from it. She couldn't possibly be controlled unintentionally. If that happened, she would easily become someone else's toy. And the kind of toy without any ability to resist. Thinking this, Jiang Mian transformed the piglet, who had regained its human form, back into its original form. Looking into its pure eyes, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. This way, it looked more like a pig that had completely forgotten its human origins. No wonder the livestock hadn't sent out distress signals, so that's how it was. First, they controlled their minds, then they turned them into livestock. They were unable to call for help, unable to live, unable to die. Jiang Mian put the livestock back into her spatial storage. They absolutely wouldn't need to come out again. Who knew if most of the livestock were mindless, or what if a few were? Just in case, since they already knew about her space, they have to stay inside forever. Jiang Mian released a brain-eating worm with many tentacles, briefly explained the function of the buttons, and then planned to have the worm use it on her. The brain-eating worm stared blankly at Jiang Mian, a deep respect welling up within it. The boss's actions truly commanded its respect. She actually went to such lengths to find a method she dared not, and was ahead of the curve. When the brain-eating worm pressed the final button on Jiang Mian was momentarily stunned. Fortunately, they were inside the safe house. Outside, Jiang Mian wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. It wasn't until 3 hours later that Jiang Mian regained her senses. Just now, she had indeed been confused, not even aware of what had happened. Only a few seconds had passed. However, when she saw the timer beside her, she realized that 3 hours and 6 minutes had already elapsed. This was the duration under Jiang Mian's current mental strength. For someone weaker than Jiang Mian, it would likely take even longer. Jiang Mian activated her mental defenses in her brain and looked at the brain-eating worm, saying, "Try again." The brain-eating worm naturally obeyed, pressing the remote control again. This time, thanks to Jiang Mian's preemptive defense, the ability to cause loss of consciousness was greatly reduced. Jiang Mian glanced at the time again, and found that this time, the period of unconsciousness was only 1 hour. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, mental power had this effect. It truly provided her with a great solution. Looking at the mental power-enhancing items in her hand, Jiang Mian stroked her chin. She still had a batch of potions. Among them, naturally, were methods to enhance mental power. If she seized this business opportunity and sold these, she would at least make a fortune. Of course, becoming richer than a country was out of the question. Now that the country was gone, what was there to rival? If Jiang Mian were still on the game's leaderboard, she would definitely be the #1 richest woman, someone many players wanted to befriend. It wasn't that Jiang Mian was so selfless as to sell these things directly. The most important reason was that the potion had some side effects, and hoarding it would be a waste anyway, so she might as well sell it cheaply. Moreover, after taking it, some special things would grow on the body, such as fish scales. In that world, the infection was a rather special kind of mental attack. More accurately, it was mental pollution, and the potion in that world was used to stimulate the growth of mental power within the body. However, the side effect was the growth of fish scales. But precisely because of this, it could make people better resist the malice of this world. Thinking this way, Jiang Mian put these things on the market. As for Jiang Mian herself, she chose to use some potions with less severe side effects that could enhance mental power, as well as the special food she had found earlier. However, this kind of improvement wasn't limitless. For example, right now, Jiang Mian wiped away the blood from her nose, and her head was buzzing as if she couldn't accept the frequency of this world. She knew that this was a side effect of taking too many mental power-enhancing substances. Right now, she's only experiencing a nosebleed and dizziness. If she forces herself to use it any further, Jiang Mian probably won't see the sun tomorrow. She definitely can't be impatient. Even with the time acceleration, she can't use too much. After all, her body is still her own, and it hasn't reached an unlimited growth rate. Jiang Mian waved her hand, instructing the brain-eating worm to continue using the button that steals people's minds. When the dizziness returned, Jiang Mian recovered even faster this time, returning to normal in just 40 minutes. Seeing the current effect, Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. Even though there are still 40 minutes left, it's much better than when it took her several hours before. Most importantly, this is only the effect of 1 day. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, she can still continue using things that enhance mental strength. There's nothing to be afraid of, okay? Furthermore, because she used a large amount of mental strength to resist the special abilities coming from the outside world, her dizziness has completely disappeared, leaving only the nosebleed continuing. However, these are all minor matters. A healing ability will suffice. Chapter 576. Meanwhile, others who discovered the mysterious shop also began enthusiastically snapping up items. Since Jiang Mian had just learned that these players were wealthy, she became bolder, selling a single potion for 5,000 gold coins, and even then, demand far exceeded supply. Jiang Mian could indeed provide these people with the necessary supplies, primarily due to her manufacturing module. As long as there were gold coins to provide the energy, the manufacturing module could supply Jiang Mian with whatever she wanted in abundance. Of course, some special items couldn't be provided, such as the brain-eating worms, because they were living organisms and couldn't be created by these special machines. Although Jiang Mian had many of these items, she never recklessly displayed them, instead creating an impression of limited quantity, first come, first served. Hunger marketing is the most common tactic in the market. Everyone harbors a sense of luck. Everyone feels that they are the unique, lucky one who can snag such a limited edition item. It was precisely because of this mentality that Jiang Mian, this kind of businessman, was able to amass such a fortune. Therefore, in the following days, Jiang Mian maintained a friendly attitude towards everyone, even ignoring those who offended her. These were all potential clients. How could he possibly lose his temper with them? And in the following days, the managers came more and more frequently, visiting every day and conducting thorough inspections. However, for several days in this area, no one showed any signs of being unqualified. This infuriated the administrators, who were powerless to do anything about it. Meanwhile, it was as if the system had caught a contagion. In most areas, everyone gradually became qualified. The administrators could only watch anxiously, unable to maliciously violate the rules. They wanted to arrest these people indiscriminately, but the rules of this world wouldn't allow it. If they did, they would be devoured by the hidden rules of this world, just like. Let's go! I refuse to believe that the people of Furong District can be so arrogant. They might escape once or twice, but can they escape forever? Special methods eventually run out. Humph! Watching the administrator storm off, the players from Furong District revealed defiant smiles. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian didn't join them in whispering. Instead, she chose a secluded spot to meet Feng Hua. Feng Hua held a bag in her hand, looking at Jiang Mian with a strange expression. What do you need so many things for? If it's for self-defense, one is enough. Jiang Mian blinked. Sure, this is a secret I discovered. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you suffer any losses. Let me see how many are in here. Jiang Mian counted them. There were 15 of those special items inside. According to their previous transaction, each cost 1,000 gold coins, so she quickly transferred 15,000 gold coins to Feng Hua. Feng Hua looked bewildered, but she wasn't about to let the gold coins slip through her fingers. With them, she could buy more potions to boost her mental strength. Jiang Mian, naturally, wasn't going to be a sucker. She wanted something with a greater purpose. Jiang Mian discovered that crafting this tool on the crafting table would cost 10,000 gold coins, indicating its practicality was actually quite high, just not yet fully realized. If its true use were found, the benefits might outweigh the drawbacks. Moreover, this thing required charging. Each recharge cost 1,000 gold coins, highlighting its detrimental effects. Currently, Jiang Mian was only under the control of this thing for 10 minutes after using it. The longer it lasted, the slower her progress became. Even after so much time, she still couldn't avoid being affected. Jiang Mian wasn't just working in vain. She also spent a lot of time searching for Luo Mu's whereabouts. Luo Mu was currently only about 10 kilometers away from Jiang Mian. Of course, because Luo Mu had been shrunk, Jiang Mian now had difficulty finding him. Because of this, Luo Mu was ignored by all the administrators, who assumed he was dead and didn't search for him. Jiang Mian searched for a long time before finally finding Luo Mu. A gentleman doesn't leave a grudge unavenged, especially someone like Jiang Mian, who is vengeful. How could she face herself if she didn't avenge herself? Are you sure he's here? Fu Juhan nodded. When I passed by yesterday, I encountered the thing you described, so I guessed he had transformed into the same tree and taken root there. It's just that because his size has been shrunk, he appears somewhat small, unlike the other trees. If he really did that, he would definitely be discovered by the administrators, and the player responsible for guarding this garden would be punished. But I observed yesterday, and that person wasn't punished. It seems the fallen leaves changed their appearance when the administrators came. Jiang Mian nodded, patted Fu Junhan's shoulder, and said seriously, "Okay, thanks. I treat you to something after the game." Fu Junhan was speechless. "You really say that to everyone?" "No, I think I only ever said I treat someone to something to you." Jiang Mian herself wasn't sure. What about the foreign guy she treated to something, and the long-dead native? They really wanted to say, "Next time you lie, please write a draft, everything you say is recorded." Fu Junhan clearly didn't believe her. Although Jiang Mian looked serious, he had his own judgment. When she said that just now, she was clearly just giving him a perfunctory answer. However, it was precisely because of this. So he asked the question he wanted to ask. "Which area of Fireseed City are you in? If you want to treat me to something, I need to know where you are, otherwise, you might deny it after the game is over and run away." Jiang Mian frowned at him, very hurt by his distrust. "Am I really such an untrustworthy person? When have I ever broken my promise?" Fu Junhan maintained his smile, quietly watching Jiang Mian, who awkwardly touched her nose, inwardly reflecting on when she had become so untrustworthy, even to the point of it becoming a habit in other people's eyes. This won't do. What if she can't fool anyone anymore? She still needs to be a person of her word, at least a little. Chapter 577. Thinking this, Jiang Mian immediately changed the subject. "Alright, enough chit-chat, let's find our target first." Although some things weren't said aloud, they still made the person in the shadows wary. Looking at the two familiar figures, endless hatred immediately rose in the person in the shadows. If it weren't for them, how could they have ended up like this? They were reduced to a shadowy figure, not even daring to return to their own breeding area. If it weren't for them, they would still be respected and admired, not reduced to this state. If it weren't for them. Just wait, once they get out, they make these people pay. Sensing the lingering hatred in the air, Jiang Mian confirmed that the person hiding in the shadows was Luo Mu, or at least a player, who had a grudge against her. Since everyone already had complaints, she might as well just get rid of him directly. She never liked nurturing her enemies. Instead, she preferred to plunder them until they had nothing left. Jiang Mian felt the malice receding into the distance, but couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Did he really think she would let him leave so easily? Didn't she set up some traps beforehand? Just then, Jiang Mian coughed lightly and called out, "Everyone, listen to me for a moment." Swish. 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 Several voices turned to look at Jiang Mian. Only then did Jiang Mian realize that Luo Mu wasn't the only one hiding in the shadows. He had accomplices. Yes, these people hiding in the shadows were directly classified as accomplices by Jiang Mian, and she had no intention of listening to any of their explanations. Call her vengeful or vicious, but today, none of these people except Fu Junhan will escape. Jiang Mian reached out and pressed a remote control on the device held by those looking at her. Instantly, their expressions changed after they saw what Jiang Mian was holding. How is this possible? How do you have those special items from the administrators? They didn't react at all. What's going on? Some were puzzled, while others immediately understood. I know. It's that master thief. She always makes a fake replacement after stealing something, so this must be her. She stole the administrator's controller, but gave them a fake one. Plus, not many people have made mistakes lately, so the administrators, who had their controllers stolen, didn't notice the change. Listening to this person's logical analysis, Jiang Mian was quite enlightened. Was Feng Hua really that skilled? It seemed she wasn't just a simple thief, she was a master forger. Thinking this, she began to accept Feng Hua's identity more. Someone like her, a rat walking in the gutter, needed to know like-minded people. This person was unaware that she had already been categorized as a gutter rat. She was supposed to be a chivalrous thief, so how did she become a rat everyone wanted to kill? Before pressing the button, Jiang Mian looked at their stunned expressions and immediately smiled with satisfaction. See? It worked. Even as they were still in a daze, Jiang Mian stripped them naked, pulling out many unusual items, including her own special potions. Of course, after stripping them naked, Jiang Mian also noticed that they had grown strange scales on their bodies. These side effects were already written on the potions, so the growth of scales wasn't surprising. Furthermore, this world wasn't affected by that world like the previous aquatic world. Therefore, they didn't quickly turn into fishmen. Indeed, if world currency or goods circulated, it would indeed cause world inflation. Of course, so far, only Jiang Mian has been able to bring things from another world to the next game world or the real world. The system indicated that it preferred to turn a blind eye to this. However, while the system was willing to turn a blind eye, the other systems were not. Xiao Jiao, what's going on? It was one thing for her to take out some special things before, since it didn't cause too much of a problem. But this is a bit strange, you know? This world's rules are supposed to suppress players' mental power, yet this woman pulled out something like this. Isn't that a bit of a violation? Xiao Jiao, the Doomsday Fire Seed system, remained completely calm. Seeing this, he had already mentally prepared a long explanation, and without even blinking said this? I don't know either. After all, she's just an outsourced player, not someone I nurtured from the beginning. How would I know she had this special ability? If I knew, why would I have become an outsourced player? They're definitely trying to trick her into becoming one of our inside players, making her serve me like a dog, don't you think? If it were you, you'd definitely choose the same thing, right? The other systems nodded in agreement, looking displeased at the system ranked 7th. 7th, I know the players in your Goddess Slaughter training program are pretty crazy, but you don't need to target little 9th, do you? She's just a little guy who just climbed up from nothing. This targeting is a bit too obvious, don't you think? The Goddess Slaughter training program, ranked 7th, was completely bewildered. What did he just say? He only mentioned his suspicions. Why was he suddenly attacked by everyone? Besides, this woman is indeed very suspicious. She can produce so many special items, and it seems like she has an inexhaustible supply. How could it not arouse suspicion? Yes, they could see each player's assigned number, and their associated sales data. Looking at Jiang Mian's data in the back end, it was like it was on madness, jumping up and down, and it wasn't just the price that was fluctuating. It was twitching like a nervous twitch. Judging from the current game progress, this player had already accumulated millions of gold coins, a terrifying amount that made them envious and impatient. But even with their eagerness, they weren't like Xiao Qi, blindly accusing someone. Didn't they see outsource written next to the player's number? They wondered which system had nurtured this player before, only to have Xiao Jiao snatch him up. It was precisely because he had snatched him up that Xiao Jiao had the right to return here, and sit here to talk to them face to face. Chapter 578. Seeing that his lie had been accepted by everyone else, Jiao couldn't help but smile. This is a foolproof excuse I thought of for days and nights. These systems are all old fogies. They don't understand so many intricacies. He's learned a lot of underhanded tricks from Jiang Mian. Of course, I don't have that much time to observe Jiang Mian alone. I have to thank my little assistant. When I get back, I definitely give my little assistant a good kiss. However, the little assistant I'm thinking of is currently looking very proud, sitting directly in the seat the system had previously occupied. Looking at the bustling group of system assistants under him, he nodded in satisfaction. Very good. So this position offers such a great view? And I can even see what the other system assistants are doing. This feeling of power fascinates me, and makes me yearn for it. In my heart, I'm thinking how wonderful it would be if the system master retired and gave me the position. I really don't want to fall out with my dearest system master. The system assistant learned more than just cunning and treachery from Jiang Mian, it also learned backstabbing. At this moment, System Xiao Jiao was still doing its best to prevent the other party from gaining any advantage. Jiang Mian was unaware of what was happening outside. She didn't even know someone was observing them. She was currently engrossed in stripping others of their clothes. When she reached a person dressed entirely in black, she paused. Huh? Is it because there are so many people? Why is the button broken? Only a dozen minutes have passed. How come this player's body can move? She poked the bulge on the player's body, then looked up and saw Fu Junhan, his face flushed, glaring angrily at her. Jiang Mian instantly realized she had accidentally injured an ally. She was immediately embarrassed, clasping her hands together and quickly apologizing. I'm so sorry, I wasn't paying attention and accidentally injured an ally. Don't worry, I definitely get you safely back to your safe house in a bit. I go undress the others first. When Fu Junhan regained some consciousness, he saw Jiang Mian preparing to undress him. He wondered, should he speak or remain silent? However, his body's instincts made the choice for him. After Jiang Mian looked up, he could only meet her gaze, his face flushed with embarrassment. But because he couldn't move, he could only look on awkwardly. He felt he shouldn't have woken up at this moment. It was so embarrassing. However, it seemed he was just overthinking things. Watching Jiang Mian start tearing off other players' clothes, he looked completely bewildered. Ah, so it wasn't just a perk for me. Luckily, Jiang Mian didn't know what he was thinking. If he did, he'd definitely slap away all the monsters wreaking havoc on him. They're supposed to be best friends, so why are they acting all lovey-dovey? One of his best friends, finally able to move again, immediately yelled, "What are you doing? Weren't you going to rob people? Why are you acting like this? Why are you taking off all their clothes? And where are your hands going? What kind of decent person hides things in their underwear? Are you stupid? Hearing this, Jiang Mian, who had just touched something hard, rolled her eyes. What was he thinking? Did he really think she was some clueless little girl? She hadn't even touched some of the private parts yet, only the sides. After pulling out the card, Jiang Mian looked at the description and smiled with satisfaction. Great, this is a special card that can change a person's shape, and there are no restrictions on its use. She waved the card and said to Fu Junhan, don't assume everyone has a brain. There are plenty of brainless people out there. Look, I just happened to find a card hidden in someone's underwear, didn't I? Fu Junhan was speechless when he saw that Jiang Mian had actually pulled a card from someone's underwear. He didn't know what to say either. Looking at this guy, he really had to admit defeat. After touching a few people, Jiang Mian pulled out 2 more cards. Looking at what she had in her hand, she was quite satisfied. Of course, as for these people, they just have to be transformed and brought into her space. Although she couldn't hold living people in her space, she could turn them all into animals and keep them there. When her brain-eating worms ran out of bodies and desperately needed one, she could use them as spare bodies. Of course, everyone else was taken into Jiang Mian's space, but Luomu was left behind alone. Anyone could enter her space, but not this person. The two had a grudge, and she always held a grudge, so naturally, she wouldn't let him go. Luomu remained unaware of what was happening until his death. Jiang Mian only breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the system notification. Ding! Congratulations to player for eliminating one person from the kill list. Mission rewards finalized. Jiang Mian watched this scene with satisfaction, confirming that Luomu's name had indeed disappeared from the leaderboard. He then waved his hand, collecting the miniature Luomu's corpse. He never imagined that someone who once dominated the scene would now merely become nourishment for the serpent spirit fruit tree in his space. The serpent scale fruits had already borne fruit and should ripen soon. Jiang Mian could simply reap the benefits. This was all thanks to the abundance of corpses from the previous world, coupled with Jiang Mian's deliberate shrinking of his form to its limit and collecting all the corpses. By maximizing his size, he had created a multitude of corpses buried beneath the serpent scale fruit tree as nourishment. Therefore, the serpent scale fruit tree was not lacking in nutrients. In fact, it seemed to have an excess. 2 more branches had grown beside them. Jiang Mian ate her food, noticing it was already late at night. She knew the dark figure was about to emerge again, but at this moment, Jiang Mian wasn't afraid. In fact, she hoped it would appear now, as she wanted to test her newly acquired controller. She was quite curious about what symptoms the dark figure would experience after being exposed to the controller's radiation. Jiang Mian waited and waited, for a long time, until Fu Junhan had returned to normal, but the dark figure still hadn't appeared. She was puzzled. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. The dark figure was always elusive, and they had been here for so long. Why hadn't it appeared? Chapter 579. Could something have happened to the shadowy figure? Or is there something on her that the shadowy figure fears, which is why it hasn't appeared? She looked at her belongings with some doubt. It seemed that besides the controller, she had nothing else. Could it be afraid of this? Thinking this, Jiang Mian gestured for Fu Junhan to come over, and then, to Fu Junhan's bewildered expression, she stored the controller in his spatial storage as well. Fu Junhan looked at Jiang Mian, wanting to say that he also had a spatial storage. If Jiang Mian had just asked, he could have stored the controller there. There was really no need to steal it. In reality, Jiang Mian hadn't meant it that way. It was just an instinctive action. Without the controller, the two swaggered back into the moonlight. Their arrogance quickly attracted the shadowy figure's attention. When the shadowy figure spotted them, it swiftly flew over, its scythe about to strike. At the critical moment, Jiang Mian pressed a button on her hand. Sizzle! After a flash of sparks, the controller in Jiang Mian's hand exploded into a cloud of black mist. Jiang Mian stared blankly at the destroyed controller, then glared angrily at the dark figure. Damn it! How could this be? This was something she had worked so hard to obtain. How could it be destroyed so easily? She seemed to have only pressed the button that could control people's minds, nothing else. Could it be that this button was useless against this thing? Jiang Mian couldn't understand, but this was no time for her to think. Seeing that the dark figure was about to charge at them without being attacked, the two naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to fight it head-on. They fought the shadowy figure before, and they were no match for him. This guy was like a wisp of black mist, non-existent in this world. Just like the ancestor's ability she copied from her previous world, existing in another dimension, impossible to hit or kill, there was no point in fighting him head-on. So, with a bewildered look in the shadowy figure's eyes, the two turned and fled. The shadowy figure didn't chase after them, looking completely lost. He seemed to have just seen some members of the evil forces. How did they turn into two pitiful little creatures wandering the night? Oh well, he better hurry and send these two poor souls back, lest they lose their way. When Jiang Mian returned to her room, she was still panting, not knowing what had happened. Today, this shadowy figure had started chasing her relentlessly, and it was during this chase that she made some unusual discoveries. The shadowy figure didn't actually intend to kill him, it was hurting him like sheep. Yes, the shadowy figure gave Jiang Mian the feeling of hurting sheep, specifically a lost lamb. If that were the case, then the shadowy figure's origins needed to be reassessed. Could it be that this shadowy figure wasn't originally part of the management group as Jiang Mian imagined? Perhaps the shadowy figure was originally with them, but for some reason, couldn't reveal its true purpose, leading to the current misunderstanding. Everyone believed the shadowy figure was with the management, and they were wary of it, fearful of it, and even trying to kill it. However, if the shadowy figure were actually killed, the consequences would likely be unimaginable. After Jiang Mian figured everything out, she immediately sent a message to Fu Junhan, telling him that he no longer needed to plan to kill the shadow, and briefly explained what she knew. Fu Junhan replied with an okay. However, it wasn't enough for only the two of them to know, others would still plan to kill the shadow, which was beyond Jiang Mian's control. Anyway, the shadow was extremely powerful. In the end, it was uncertain who would kill whom. Having thought everything through, Jiang Mian began preparing to head to the place where the administrators were gathered. She had the standard tools provided to the administrators, but she still didn't have the protective suits they wore, so she still couldn't infiltrate. Furthermore, she didn't know if the administrators could use special methods to identify who was an ally and who was an enemy. Therefore, Jiang Mian had to be cautious about these matters. The next day, the administrators came to check as usual, but today there were more people who failed the checks than usual. Jiang Mian looked at the confusion in their eyes, and their desperate explanations. Impossible. We followed the rules exactly. How could we be substandard? Did you make a mistake? I strongly suspect you're taking revenge. That's impossible. If I'm substandard, the sheep next to me are even worse than mine. There are probably many more substandard ones. Why arrest me instead of him? They were truly trying every means and effort to prove themselves, but it was no match for the manager's obstinacy. No matter what they said, the manager seemed deaf to their pleas and arrested everyone. Jiang Mian frowned as she watched the scene. This feeling gave her the impression that the administrators were ready to throw caution to the wind and disregard everything. What did they need so many people for? When it was Jiang Mian's turn, the administrator glanced at her, then at her entire history, and said with a hint of regret, Jiang Mian, your piglet is very healthy and meets the standards. Indeed, Jiang Mian heard regret in his words. It seemed he really didn't want his piglet to meet the standards, and the malice in his words was almost undisguised. Jiang Mian gave him a cold look, trying to read something from his face, which was hidden by the netting. However, she saw nothing and was instead bumped by the administrator. Jiang Mian stepped back, not intending to have any conflict with him. After everyone left, the number of people remaining in the square quietly decreased. The group exchanged glances. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold back any longer and stood up excitedly. Family! This can't go on. Those administrators are clearly retaliating against us. If we keep quiet, the number of people left will only decrease. Their attitude towards us might become even worse. Instead of this, we should unite and resist these administrators. After all, they only have so many people. If we really fight back, maybe we can turn the tables. Hearing this, Jiang Mian, however, showed no interest and left. Rather than listen to this person's nonsense and then be used, it was better to think about who to kill today, given that they had just dealt with someone on the list yesterday. Chapter 580. Jiang Mian glanced at the list set by the system, trying to find someone who had tried to assassinate her, but she couldn't find them. She sighed, what can I do? You forced me to this. They're all bloodthirsty bastards anyway. What difference does it make who has more blood on their hands? Just kill them blindly. If she can kill them, Jiang Mian wins. If she can't, Jiang Mian dies. It's fair. Those who kill will be killed. Jiang Mian knew she would die like this one day when she killed for the first time. After all, isn't there a saying, good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished? Although Jiang Mian didn't really believe in this saying, it had been around for so long, so there must be some truth to it. Therefore, she planned to stockpile some things for her family before the retribution came. That night, Jiang Mian staked out the player's location, and after confirming the location card's refresh point, she went to the player's location. It turned out to be an area for raising piglets. He hadn't expected this guy to be so far away, and even like one of his own captive animals. How amazing. Jiang Mian crouched down, holding his tools, remaining vigilant for the player standing at the door. Unfortunately, his system wasn't very helpful. If it were, it could directly tell him this player's abilities and habits, making his assassination accuracy 99%. However, Jiang Mian was just overthinking things. If it were that good, wouldn't the turnover rate of game players be incredibly fast? It's not easy for a game to cultivate a player who would do something so unethical. Besides, the system has no way to contact other players. This is all just Jiang Mian's fantasy. This player wasn't staying in the hut. Like Jiang Mian, he was preparing to go out and seek opportunities. Their mission was to assassinate other players. He wondered if they had the same assassination list as him. Jiang Mian kept a close eye on this player, watching his every move. Then, Jiang Mian saw this player start calling for reinforcements. As more and more figures appeared, Jiang Mian, who had been concealed, became even more vigilant. He had a feeling this was going to be a big job. Thinking this, Jiang Mian immediately messaged Fu Junhan. He told him to hurry over. There was a big fish today. After receiving the message, Fu Junhan rushed to the place Jiang Mian had mentioned. When the two met up and saw the people there, they blinked. Fu Junhan, why are there so many people? Jiang Mian, I don't know, we're just going to wipe them all out. Jiang Mian guessed that they might have intentionally gathered together to assassinate someone, which explained the current situation. However, that wasn't what Jiang Mian and his group were concerned about. Their current priority was how to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Anyone said to hunt down other game players was no ordinary person. They were all ranked high on the leaderboard, just like Fu Junhan and his group. With a fight about to break out, they not only had to consider the strength of these players, but also the possibility of being killed in a counterattack. If they were killed, they would truly become a laughingstock. After Jiang Mian expressed all her concerns, Fu Junhan couldn't help but nod. However, he took out some items he had previously acquired from his spatial storage. With these things, hunting them should be easier. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up as she looked at the items in his hand. How did you get these? Fu Junhan pointed to the knife in his hand. I stole it from someone else. Impressive. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. With the items in Fu Junhan's hand, plus what Jiang Mian had, dealing with these players would be more than enough. Among these people, Jiang Mian noticed that most of them had arrows on their bodies. Anyone with an arrow had been marked by Jiang Mian and was available for hunting. As for those without arrows, she could kill them. Everyone's goal was the same, to hunt others and achieve their own advantage. Thinking this, she didn't hesitate at all and used her items while the group gathered to discuss. When the device in Jiang Mian's hand appeared, she herself was also required to appear. Just then, some players with keener intuition sense among them instantly sensed something was wrong and turned to leave. However, seeing the rapidly expanding surroundings, they knew they had been tricked. There was no time to argue or warn others. They simply wanted to leave, either hide or remain motionless, constantly on guard against their attackers' actions. Some even used various items to conceal themselves. The tool Jiang Mian possessed was time-consuming to use and required a specialist to operate. Because of this, by the time she finished, the spot was empty. The quality of this group was significantly higher than the previous one, demonstrating the depth of each game developer's expertise. However, Jiang Mian showed no panic. They were simply invisible to the naked eye now. Instead of going through the trouble of using her search abilities, she could simply use a special item. A huge cube suddenly appeared before her, gathering a faint purple light from its surroundings. The purple light bathed the world, creating a dreamlike scene, resembling a fairy descending to Earth. However, this was no fairy descending to Earth. It was more like a demon descending. Those hidden in the shadows felt as if something had been drained from them. The subtle discomfort caused them to frown. Just then, one of them suddenly noticed a man squatting next to him, his pants dangling, seemingly doing nothing. He froze for a moment, then kicked the man a considerable distance away. In his panic, the man didn't even have time to wipe himself. He grabbed his pants with one hand and tried to use his ability to catch himself with the other. However, after flailing his arms, he couldn't use his ability and was instead thrown to the ground, dazed and confused. His hands missed their grip, and his pants fell down. Jiang Mian frowned, looking at the unfortunate fellow. What happened? How could someone poop at such a serious time? Don't they all use the toilet before leaving the house? How careless. Now, he's embarrassed and ashamed. Everyone knows he was caught pooping. Chapter 581. Jiang Mian looked at the player with a hint of disdain. Realizing he wasn't the player her arrow had marked, she stopped paying attention to him. Instead, she focused on the miniature figures that had revealed themselves. Actually, they weren't truly miniature figures. Jiang Mian had at least made them as tall as her calves. This made it easier for her to track these people and capture them quickly. Although Jiang Mian was the user of the ability and the owner of this cube, she had also lost her ability after everyone else had lost theirs. That's why Jiang Mian needed to cooperate with Fu Junhan to take down these people. Fu Junhan, however, arrived late. He had left immediately after Jiang Mian used her ability. Now he returned, but he too had lost his ability. Jiang Mian gestured to him, "Hurry up. The other players nearby have their abilities restricted too. If they discover what we have, they definitely want to take it." Fu Junhan nodded, his hands moving without hesitation as he attacked the group. Jiang Mian did the same. The players, their faces contorted with rage, pointed at them and shouted, "You're cheating. Aren't you afraid we report you? How could anyone possess such strange energy? This is outrageous." Jiang Mian was about to retort when she remembered her current identity, a ruthless female demon. How could she explain herself to these players? It would be a waste of time, and completely out of character, making them think she was easy to bully. Having figured this out, she ignored the other players and immediately killed one of them as a warning to others. Holding the various cards dropped by this player, Jiang Mian was incredibly satisfied. Although she didn't get the gold coins from the players, even something as simple as obtaining skill cards worth tens of thousands of gold coins after killing someone was psychologically addictive. Jiang Mian shook the bag of cards in her hand. It probably weighed about a pound. A pound of skill cards. If she sold them, she wondered how much money she could make. She was truly falling in love with this life of killing and looting. She wished there could be more in the future. Seeing Jiang Mian's actions, the other players instantly felt their lives were over. However, they weren't willing to give up so easily and planned a desperate counterattack. As Jiang Mian continued killing, she suddenly realized something was wrong. It's so quiet. Where are the screams and curses of the other players? Even Fu Junhan's voice is gone. She instantly turned her head and found herself in complete darkness. There were no enemies, no danger, and no plants covering the hillsides. She quickly realized she had been tricked without her noticing, but she didn't know if she was trapped in darkness, in an illusion, or under someone's mental attack. Jiang Mian immediately ruled out the administrators. They wouldn't appear at night, and no matter what danger they faced, they wouldn't be on this land. Secondly, Fu Yunhan could be ruled out. Given their relationship and his certain unspeakable ulterior motives towards her, he would never kill her at this time. However, Jiang Mian wasn't entirely sure. After all, from the first time she met Fu Yunhan, she could clearly see his ambition. If he was temporarily eliminated, that left the players or the shadowy figure, but something didn't seem right. Didn't Fu Yunhan just go out to use an item to isolate himself from everything? The surprise Jiang Mian showed when she saw the card in Fu Yunhan's hand wasn't fake. Because the card's function was to set an anchor point, the center of that anchor point would automatically rationalize any illogical behavior. Skill cards like this shouldn't be easily cracked. Unable to figure it out, Jiang Mian could only try to escape first, avoiding further physical attack. Giving up so easily would be a waste of a resurrection opportunity. The ability to separate her consciousness from her body meant the attacker's mental strength was at least stronger than hers, and Jiang Mian's mental strength was already quite strong, yet someone could still control her. Jiang Mian had almost no other doubts. It must be the black shadow that caused the damage. Her mental strength couldn't break through the shadow's control. Even transforming her mental strength into a hammer, pounding the black mist around her, she still couldn't leave. It was at this moment that Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. Why did they force me? I didn't want to use my cheat code so early. After uttering a boastful remark, Jiang Mian stood there dumbfounded, seemingly at a loss for what to do. In reality, she was heartbroken. She transferred the ancestral power she had copied earlier onto herself. As expected, the power worked. This was indeed not the same space as before. After using this power, the trapped Jiang Mian finally felt a sense of escape. The black mist before her was like a thin film, which she easily passed through, returning to reality. When she returned to reality and saw the scene before her, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Her body lay on the grass, covered in wounds, inflicted by sharp weapons, and of course, some firearms. Fu Junhan was holding her, his body also covered in wounds, his eyes filled with hatred. He coldly stared at the dark figure standing among them, a figure that seemed to be attacking indiscriminately, or perhaps specifically targeting them. Most of the attacks landed on Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan. Jiang Mian lost her composure the moment the dark figure appeared, closing her eyes, as if she were being controlled. While Fu Junhan escaped the control, he was now forced to confront the massive shadow. Fu Junhan finally reached Jiang Mian and caught her in his arms after she was struck by the counterattack. He tried to use the items he had on her like they were free, only to find that they were useless in the current situation. After the items proved ineffective, he froze, finally remembering that the purple light emanating from the items Jiang Mian had taken out earlier could seal everyone's abilities, including special ones. Seeing Fu Junhan's tense expression, it would be a lie to say Jiang Mian wasn't moved, but only for a fleeting moment. Chapter 582. Don't say she's too harsh on this kind of feeling, because Jiang Mian is just that kind of person. She might find a player incredibly agreeable for a moment, and thus help him. But a few seconds later, she'd think that player is nothing special, and would scheme against him behind his back. She's such a fickle person, how could she believe that someone would only have eyes for another? How ridiculous. Jiang Mian patted Fu Junhan's hand, her voice hoarse, a lingering effect from using the ancestor's ability. I'm fine, you can let go of me now. Fortunately, the ancestor's ability was quite powerful. Even in soul form, she could still use it. This ability was indeed a conceptual level thing. The only downside was that the immense exhaustion after using it made it almost unbearable for her body and mind. However, even if it was unbearable, she had to force herself to keep going, at least not letting others look down on her. Jiang Mian glared fiercely at the dark figure. You blind fool, are you friend or foe? You always seem to appear when I'm attacking others. Are you being controlled by someone? Upon hearing this, no one present showed any change in expression, but some people outside the arena tensed up. Yeah, why is this dark figure constantly bothering this player? Other players don't see the dark figure appear when attacking their own kind. So why is it that this player is always ambushed by the dark figure when attacking their own kind? I also think it's a bit strange. Xiaoqi, what do you think? Xiaoqi, the system that had previously targeted the Doomsday Seeds system, fell silent upon hearing this. As if realizing his silence was too obvious, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it's definitely suspicious. Who did it? It's so hard to guess. As he spoke, he didn't notice the amusement in the eyes of others watching him. Looking at the beads of sweat on his forehead, well, what was there to misunderstand now? The culprit was crying wolf. Meanwhile, those who liked to stir up trouble turned their attention to the Doomsday Seed system. Xiaojiu, your outsourced player is in this state, aren't you angry? Xiaojiu looked completely honest, almost naive. You said it yourself, she's an outsourced player. Even if something happens to an outsourced player, what does it have to do with me? At worst, I just lose an outsourced player. It's a one-time thing anyway, isn't it? Upon hearing this, some people smiled with satisfaction, while others couldn't help but frown. Among them, Xiao Lu, who was closer to the Doomsday Seed, couldn't help but whisper a reminder. Xiaojiu, no matter what, she's a pretty strong player. It would be such a loss if she were to be lost like this. Facing her friend, Xiaojiu was about to lower her guard and tell him the truth, but remembering her player's usual style, she suppressed the urge to share and said helplessly, Sigh, there's nothing I can do. I know someone is targeting my player, but she's just an outsourced player. What can I do? I can't even contact her. Really? Old Six's question was filled with surprise, and Xiaojiu clenched her fists upon hearing his tone. He had trusted Old Six so much. It turned out, he was just someone using the guise of friendship to actually gather information. Really? Really? I can't help it. This player is on his own. She wasn't lying. She had no way to contact Jiang Mian. All she could do was pray. But then she thought, her player had 4 resurrection cards. She practically emptied her team. All the resurrection cards were with Jiang Mian. This was her boldest gamble yet, placing all her hopes on one person. Only in this way could she have a chance to soar to the top. The system, after all, had to act impulsively once. If she gambled correctly, she could rise to the top. So what if I gambled wrong? I can just try again, right? It can't get any worse than last time, can it? Last time, they even destroyed Fireseed City. Thinking this, the system's gaze towards Jiang Mian became even more confident. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, after barely managing to steady herself, instantly took out the spiritual spring water from her spatial storage and began gulping it down. While the shadowy figure was still in a daze, if she didn't quickly replenish her strength and recover with the spiritual spring water, she feared she would be defeated by it in the upcoming battle. I wonder how this guy even got here. Wasn't he supposed to be blocked by Fu Junhan's items? How is he still here? Jiang Mian patted Fu Junhan's shoulder and whispered, "This guy seems to be specifically targeting me. Stay away from me for a bit and observe the situation. If he's only targeting me, just take down those guys, and we split the loot. If he's also targeting you, then we split up and manage to shake him off." Fu Junhan looked at the weakened Jiang Mian and hesitated, asking, "Is that really okay?" "Your body." Jiang Mian waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I know my own body, I can handle it." Seeing her like this, Fu Junhan finally nodded. Looking into his eyes, Jiang Mian didn't know if he was truly listening to her, or if he also wanted what was on those people. After all, money can be a powerful motivator. If you dissect human nature deeply, how much of his sincerity towards her was genuine? Thinking this, Jiang Mian wanted to slap herself. What on earth was she doing? Why did this world always seem to care about sincerity? What good was sincerity anyway? Or was it because he had helped her bury her corpse in the previous world that she was so sensitive about her feelings for him? Jiang Mian instantly realized she shouldn't be like this. Public is public, private is private. Even if he helped her bury her corpse, so what? She could just help him once in return, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian seemed to have figured everything out, yet also seemed to have no time to dwell on it anymore. She withstood the shadowy figure's attacks, and even under his assault, Jiang Mian successfully killed a player, obtaining items from his death. Jiang Mian turned to the shadowy figure, raising an eyebrow, and said provocatively, "Hey, big guy, you seem a bit weak. Even with your obstruction, I still killed someone. You're not exactly a competent guard." Jiang Mian's words undoubtedly thoroughly provoked the shadowy figure. And as Jiang Mian had predicted, the shadowy figure began to charge towards her. Moreover, judging from his angry panting, he was clearly furious, and seeing him like this, Jiang Mian smiled. Chapter 583. Her guess was correct. The shadowy figure could communicate, only it couldn't make a sound. Being able to communicate was good. This meant there was no need to worry about not being able to control the shadowy figure. She winked at Fu Junhan, signaling him to kill the players, who were currently unable to fight back. She, on the other hand, was responsible for keeping the shadowy figure at a distance. Only now did Jiang Mian understand the source of the shadowy figure's attacks. His attacks seemed to be entirely physical, lacking any magical attacks. Therefore, under his attacks, Jiang Mian discovered her own shortcomings. There were many techniques she hadn't fully mastered. She was only using a few habitual moves, and it was precisely because of this that she was constantly being overwhelmed by the shadowy figure. Fortunately, Jiang Mian had previously believed that true strength lay in one's own power, so she was still able to put up some resistance against the shadowy figure's attacks. Players relying solely on divine power or innate talent would likely crumble quickly under the shadow's attack once their power is depleted. The shadow, however, grew increasingly excited as it clashed with Jiang Mian. It had been a long time since he encountered such a formidable heretic. Usually, heretics would flee at the sight of him, but this one, unafraid of him, filled him with joy. Jiang Mian, leading the shadow, ran towards the outer perimeter. Just as Jiang Mian leaped into the air to dodge the shadow's scythe, he suddenly crashed into the wall behind him. She frowned immediately. Damn it, Fu Junhan's absolute domain had backfired. The scythe was about to sever Jiang Mian's body. Once it sliced through her, she would surely be torn in two. Xiao Jiao, your outsourced player seems to be dying. Xiao Jiao was also tense. Was his player going to waste a resurrection opportunity at this moment? Would the other old guys notice something amiss? What a pity. She seems quite powerful. It would be great if she could become one of my regular outsourced players. The system tried hard to maintain a calm exterior, but inside it was bleeding with pain. No! His player. Just as he was thinking this, his eyes suddenly lit up. At that moment, Jiang Mian seemed to know her inevitable death, twisting her body to its maximum limit to avoid the attack. However, the arc that shot high into the air was terrifying. Jiang Mian's face paled as a sudden pain shot through her arm. Her breathing quickened as she coldly stared at the dark figure. You really angered me, you blind fool. You deserve to be a mute piece of trash. Jiang Mian's words thoroughly enraged the dark figure. However, this was exactly the effect Jiang Mian wanted. Since the dark figure was so oblivious, what was wrong with cursing it a bit? Could it possibly transform? Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, the dark figure didn't transform, but instead revealed another side of itself. Seeing it suddenly begin to split, Jiang Mian was truly dumbfounded. What the hell? The enemy suddenly split in two mid-fight, but after splitting in two, would he still be as strong? Thinking this, Jiang Mian disregarded her pain, quickly picked up her fallen arm and turned to run. She could manage one shadowy figure, but two combined, even with all her skill, Jiang Mian couldn't possibly defeat him in her current state. That's why Jiang Mian immediately used her item to restore her powers. Silently apologizing to Fu Junhan, she begged him not to blame her. She had no choice but to do this. If she hadn't restored her powers, she probably would have died here. After her powers were restored, Fu Junhan almost suffered a hidden injury while attacking one of them. He was pierced through the body. Fortunately, the enemy's weapon and item had shrunk with his size, reducing their power, so it didn't cause too much damage. However, Fu Junhan unexpectedly didn't get angry. Instead, as if realizing something, he turned and headed towards the place where Jiang Mian had fled. Jiang Mian must have encountered some accident, which was why she suddenly activated this ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run away without warning. Yes, that was his first thought, so he ran in that direction. When he arrived, he saw Jiang Mian carrying something as she ran. He immediately called out, "Jiang Mian?" Jiang Mian didn't turn her head, saying to Fu Junhan, "Run. Run. I just trapped that dark figure. If we wait any longer, he might come and kill us. Get out of here quickly and find a safe place." Fu Junhan looked at her, surprised that he could now keep up with her speed, something impossible before. Seeing that Jiang Mian's running form was off, Fu Junhan became worried and quickened his pace, running towards her. But when he saw what Jiang Mian was holding, his expression instantly turned cold. Who did this? Was it that shadowy figure? Jiang Mian nodded haphazardly. Yes, it's nothing. Let's run, don't cause trouble. However, Fu Junhan didn't see it that way. Looking at Jiang Mian's arm, he felt a pang of unease. He turned to run towards the shadowy figure, saying, "You wait here, I go find him. At least I can slow him down a bit." Goodness, Jiang Mian paused, finally managing to glance at him. She thought that Fu Junhan, after being so angry, would offer to avenge her, but she hadn't expected him to be so clever, still retaining his rationality. She only said she would hold off the shadowy figure, not that she would eliminate it. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. What good would you do? Do you know that shadowy figure has evolved? It can now split in two, and its strength hasn't diminished at all. Let's run. We absolutely can't beat this shadowy figure. Fu Junhan was stunned by Jiang Mian's words. Split in two? How could that be? What did you do to it? Jiang Mian choked. How did this guy know her so well? How did he know she had done something rather inappropriate to the shadowy figure? But could she say that? Of course she couldn't. She tried to gloss over it, but couldn't find a good excuse. Chapter 584. Finally, she could only say angrily, all right, stop talking and let's get out of here. I feel like I'm going to die if we stay any longer. Fu Junhan fell silent, knowing that Jiang Mian was hiding something from him and wouldn't tell him. It must be something important. He didn't intend to force her to tell him anymore. Since she didn't want to talk, then so be it. Escaping was the priority. Fu Junhan ran ahead of Jiang Mian, then half-squatted down and said to her, "Get on, I carry you. You're too slow. I take you back first, then we go back to my cabin." Seemingly afraid that Jiang Mian wouldn't agree, he even considered the consequences. "Don't worry, that dark figure is only hostile towards you, not towards me. After taking you back, it will only chase me back to my safe house. You don't need to worry about my safety. The most important thing now is your safety." Jiang Mian was truly exhausted, and seeing that he was indeed willing to help, she didn't refuse any further. Instead, she pointed out the path, allowing Fu Junhan to return to his safe house more quickly. "Thanks, I definitely repay you when I have the chance." She said this very earnestly, but Fu Junhan completely ignored it. He knew Jiang Mian quite well. She say she repay him, but in reality, she always find various excuses to avoid it. He helplessly tugged at the corner of his lips and said perfunctorily, Okay, I wait for your repayment." Jiang Mian clicked her tongue, but the wound on her shoulder made it hard for her to breathe. At this point, she was too lazy to argue with Fu Junhan anymore, and was about to wave him away. Just then, she saw Fu Junhan take out some skill cards from his pocket. Jiang Mian's eyes immediately lit up with a shrewd look. Then, she made an excuse, saying, no need, these things are for you. Take them as repayment for helping me this time." However, Fu Junhan looked at her with a cold smile and deliberately said, "Fine, I knew you wanted to repay my life-saving grace with such cheap things. Don't even think about it. I want you to owe me this favor forever, and to always be thinking about repaying me." Jiang Mian's lips twitched. She really didn't know why this guy would imagine her like this. Was she really the kind of person who never said anything? Alright, I leave first. You rest well. Here's the limb regeneration card I gave you. After using it, your limb can be restored within an hour. Jiang Mian nodded, but she didn't use the card. Instead, she used the talent she had obtained from the earthworm. If she were to regenerate her limbs again, given Jiang Mian's current physical condition, it would probably take a long time to recover to her previous state. Moreover, this would consume a lot of energy, so it would be better to simply use the limb regeneration ability on his existing arm. This way, the recovery would be much more efficient. After using this ability, Jiang Mian did feel an itch on his arm, as if granulation tissue was regenerating. After using her abilities for about half an hour, she was so exhausted that she fainted. Her arm, however, had mostly recovered. When Jiang Mian woke up the next day, it was already bright outside, and her pigsty was completely empty. She was stunned. What had happened? Had someone disturbed her pigsty yesterday? Logically, the piglets were all healthy and perfectly capable of surviving. Why would someone disturb them at this time? She couldn't understand it. She just couldn't understand it. But this didn't stop Jiang Mian from looking for a way out. Since all the piglets in the pigsty had disappeared, she couldn't stay there any longer. Otherwise, the administrators would definitely come after her, and because of the dark figure yesterday, her abilities hadn't fully recovered. Her mental energy was also greatly depleted. Even after a night of recovery, she had only regained a small portion of her abilities. If she were to confront the administrators here, she would easily be at a disadvantage. The only way now was to escape. Thinking this, Jiang Mian turned and left under the gazes of the crowd, some pitying, some gloating, some indifferent. However, the next second, the entire area was surrounded. Inspection in Furong District. No one is allowed to move around freely. Jiang Mian was stunned. Hadn't they checked again last night just before sunset? Why were they checking again so early in the morning? Are these guys so obsessed with sales figures that they have no sense of professional ethics? Surrounded, Jiang Mian had no choice but to stay put and be led inside. Jiang Mian cursed these guys to the core. She didn't want to go, but now she was forced to. She remained constantly on edge, afraid of being tricked again. She knew perfectly well that her next task was to teach that shadowy figure a lesson when she regained her full strength. If she could eliminate him, all the better. If not, Jiang Mian would avoid them as much as possible in the future. She couldn't possibly try to eliminate someone she couldn't handle. She wasn't crazy. However, after listening to the reports from the administrators about the areas where others were raising pigs, Jiang Mian suddenly realized something. Jiang Mian pondered. So that's how it is. I wondered why the piglets suddenly disappeared. The other players' eyes were filled with fear and confusion. So it was these guys who did it. Li Lei, all your kiwi trees withered overnight. The situation is extremely dire. Unqualified. Suppress them. Zhang Cheng, all your cuckoo birds died overnight. Equally dire. Unqualified. Suppress them. Qin Kong, unqualified. Hearing so many unqualified players, all dying, withering, or disappearing overnight, Jiang Mian would be a fool if she didn't understand what was going on. Probably, these disappearances were orchestrated by these people. She couldn't fathom how they could be so shameless as to say such things. Mainly, Jiang Mian probably couldn't be so shameless and calm as to say these things. She had to be blamed by some people. Didn't she see those unqualified players' eyes were red with anger? Chapter 585. Soon, Jiang Mian's side began. Jiang Mian, all your pigs disappeared overnight, unqualified. Take them away. This was exactly what was expected. Jiang Mian didn't tolerate them. Since they were being unreasonable, then they shouldn't blame her. She simply sneered and said coldly, I stayed in my safe house all night and saw with my own eyes that it was you people who took them away. How come you say I'm unqualified? Upon hearing this, both players and administrators turned their attention to Jiang Mian. The players admired Jiang Mian's ability to stand up for herself, while the administrators looked completely bewildered. They wondered how they could have been seen, since they hadn't come out last night. However, Jiang Mian, the one framing the others, naturally knew perfectly well whether she had seen them yesterday or not. She had almost died at the hands of the shadowy figures yesterday. How could she have seen these administrators? However, this didn't stop Jiang Mian from inciting the others. She immediately raised her arm and shouted, Family members, do you believe me or them? We are bound together by interests, while they are the ones persecuting us. I saw with my own eyes that last night they secretly turned the crops and livestock into human form and let them leave our guarded area, while I was trapped in that room. There was no way I could get out. However, They say it's because we failed in our guard duties. Can you tolerate this? Jiang Mian's words were a mixture of truth and falsehood, in short, of 40% truth. The others, unsure of her veracity, looked at the group with suspicion after hearing Jiang Mian's words. Their eyes were filled with doubt, barely suppressed rage, and resentment. Normally, they would never have dared to doubt these people. However, most of their achievements had vanished overnight, and they faced imminent arrest. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept this. Thus, in utter desperation, everyone erupted. We refuse to accept this. That's right. We were doing well. How could they suddenly disappear? We demand justice. Quiet. All of you, quiet down. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The administrators seemed to be trying to intimidate the crowd, but no one listened to them. The players present were furious, perhaps hoping to use this opportunity to escape punishment, so everyone's expression was filled with righteous indignation. Seeing such a chaotic situation, the administrators also began to feel fear. They exchanged glances, and then looked at Jiang Mian. They remembered clearly from yesterday, they had deliberately avoided these people. How could one have slipped through the net? Yes, to be precise, they had indeed done it secretly, but they had always done the same thing before without being discovered. Was it because of this guy that they were found out? However, even if they were discovered, even if it was exposed in public, they couldn't admit it. If they truly admitted what they had done, wouldn't that cause people to lose their respect for them? So, they chose to deny everything. Quiet down, all of you. If you cause any more trouble, we arrest you all. However, the players at this point didn't care what they were saying. With so many players venting their anger, they weren't afraid of these 100 or so people at all. So, a battle was imminent, but Jiang Mian, the one who started it, calmly disappeared. Yes, she simply left. Since her little piglet was gone, there was no need to stay. She had enough of raising the piglet for about 20 days. Hearing the sound of an engine starting, the administrators immediately realized, oh no, someone stole our car. However, by then, they were already surrounded by players, and even if they wanted to turn back to stop them, it was too late. Jiang Mian drove off confidently from the Hibiscus district, following the road she had previously scouted. Of course, to make it easier to blend in, she had changed into the administrator's clothes. After driving for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the place where she had been suddenly attacked. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, clearly seeing a sinkhole-like structure there. It wasn't there the day before. Although visibility was difficult in the dark, she could still see that it was a flat road surface, not a sinkhole like this. She immediately stopped the car, and turned to look at Fu Junhan, who was also frowning in thought. Do you think there might be something strange about this place? I have a very unsettling feeling about it. Fu Junhan nodded as well. I had the same feeling. It's an intuition. What's inside is dangerous. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, then suddenly realized, exclaiming, no. No, something's very wrong. Logically, the administrators should all be out exploring different areas. How could there be danger here? They exchanged a glance and said in unison, a smoke screen. The two abandoned the car and chose to investigate the sinkhole alone. Be careful. Fu Junhan warned Jiang Mian before descending. Jiang Mian nodded, and the two cautiously began their descent. They didn't know how deep the cavern below was, so they could only descend slowly, afraid of making a mistake. Ah! Jiang Mian cried out, nearly slipping. Luckily, she managed to retrieve a dagger from her spatial storage and pin it to the cliff face. This prevented her from falling, but the action sent a chill down her spine. Jiang Mian still felt a slight, lingering pain in her bones, causing her to gasp for breath. Fu Yunhan approached Jiang Mian. What happened? Jiang Mian shook her head. It's nothing. The injury from yesterday hasn't healed yet. It's not a big deal. However, although she said this, Fu Yunhan knew perfectly well that she was just putting on a brave face. Although there were healing tools to aid her recovery, he had personally witnessed Jiang Mian's arm break yesterday. Even if such an injury healed, it would still be painful and require a period of rest. However, Jiang Mian simply didn't have that much time to recuperate. She could only continue forward with the burden on her shoulders. Fu Yunhan couldn't persuade Jiang Mian, so he could only let her proceed. Most importantly, they were now on the verge of disaster, and had no choice but to go. Once they had descended deeper into the ground and confirmed that the sense of danger had disappeared, Jiang Mian immediately released her wings. To Fu Yunhan's surprise, she grabbed him and pulled him close, and the rapid descent provided some relief. Seeing Fu Yunhan's surprised look, Jiang Mian explained, there are cameras up there, or maybe other players are there, so it's best to hide as much as possible. Fu Yunhan nodded in understanding. Seeing that they could already vaguely see the buildings below, the two didn't fly down any further, but instead used the most primitive method to climb down. Chapter 586. Wait a minute. Jiang Mian suddenly called out, mainly because she needed to recover her strength. Only in her strongest condition could she complete the mission. Fu Junhan and Jiang Mian hung suspended in midair, like willow branches swaying in the wind, looking so fragile yet so resilient. After resting for about 20 minutes, Jiang Mian didn't dare waste any more time. The two of them started sliding down the route, and Jiang Mian even took out a skateboard. They sat on it, like surfers. The reason Jiang Mian was so uninhibited was mainly because there was no one else participating below. It was extremely quiet, as if all the administrators had left. Even with her noisy equipment, she couldn't attract anyone's attention. Didn't this tell you something? When the two landed, looking up from there, the endless void was enough to suffocate anyone. After exchanging a glance, the two began to split up. They came here with only one purpose, to find a way out of the chaos. The two of them had nowhere to live, and no way to hide from the shadows, caught in the middle. They needed a chance to survive. Ideally, they used these administrators to wield power and influence in this world. Of course, if that wasn't possible, so be it. After rummaging through the things for a while, and confirming that there was indeed no one in the small rooms, Jiang Mian stopped worrying about them, and moved on to the larger rooms. These large houses looked like residences for high-ranking people, and the items inside were more complete. Sure enough, inside, Jiang Mian saw clothes exactly the same as what she was wearing. She opened them to take a look, found they had been worn, and disdainfully tossed them aside. However, she thought again, even though someone else had worn them, they still had protective functions, so she couldn't waste them, could she? Thinking this, she picked them up again. In the next room she opened, there was a set of clothes as spares, which Jiang Mian took without hesitation. Realizing that there was nothing else here besides clothes, Jiang Mian didn't want to waste any more time, and went to the largest main hall. However, there she saw Fu Junhan standing there, confronting something. Jiang Mian was startled, and was about to ask what was wrong when she noticed Fu Junhan staring intently at something. Following his gaze, she saw a group of players, led by him, who were also watching Jiang Mian and her companions warily. Jiang Mian blinked, and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Fu Junhan looked wary. "While you were searching elsewhere, I heard a sound coming from the sky. I looked in that direction, and saw these people flying down. However, they landed next to me, and we were both keeping a close eye on each other, so we didn't dare to go anywhere else to investigate." Jiang Mian nodded. "Ignore them. Let's go check inside this house. They're probably just like us, scouting the players here." Jiang Mian thought that the outside world was in complete chaos, and the administrators weren't even bothering to pretend anymore, deliberately finding fault with everyone. They were even taking matters into their own hands. From Jiang Mian's probing that day, she could see that many players had painstakingly raised their animals or plants for so many days, only to have them all taken away by these guys. If they waited any longer, the only outcome would be death. Of course, there would be some smart people who wanted to investigate the situation here. Therefore, from a truly strategic perspective, both sides were friends, not enemies. After all, this wasn't a competitive game. Fu Junhan nodded after listening to Jiang Mian's analysis, but his eyes still warily watched their group. After seeing them nod and leave, the two exchanged a glance. They didn't choose to attack. "What should we do? Should we take them out first?" "No need, don't worry about them. Let's not split up and see if there's any way to rescue our teammates." Hearing this, the others nodded and left, having no intention of opposing the two. Only after hearing the footsteps behind them disappear did the two who were lying in wait truly relax. Yes, they hadn't left, they had chosen to remain hidden. Jiang Mian dusted off his hands. "Let's go!" It seems they left. Walking down the corridor, a magnificent, golden hall was clearly visible. However, this grandeur was somewhat dark and eerie. Fortunately, their eyesight had been enhanced, allowing them to see the scene more clearly. Otherwise, an ordinary person entering might have bumped into something and accidentally triggered a mechanism. After walking for a while, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped, turned to Fu Junhan, and pointed to a spot, saying, "Look here, this looks like a mural. I've been observing it for a long time. The earlier one seemed to depict something like the 18 levels of hell, but things start to change here." Fu Junhan withdrew his aimless gaze, turned to look at the wall Jiang had pointed to, took a few steps back, and began to examine it from the beginning. Sure enough, although the cultures of the two worlds differed somewhat, He was quite familiar with the concept of the 18 levels of hell, and it should be roughly the same. The first scene resembled a group of evil spirits grabbing a thin human, forcing him to open his mouth, and the evil spirit's hands reaching in, preparing to rip out the person's tongue, very much like the tongue-pulling hell. The second scene was a cauldron of boiling oil. A group of evil spirits had tied up a person, about to throw him into the cauldron. The third scene depicted a barren landscape. A group of starving and freezing humans were desperately searching for resources to survive. It looked like a cruel and inhuman world, with each painting and calligraphy accompanied by text. This made it clearer for the two to understand what each piece represented. However, the murals alone couldn't represent the rest of this world, and the two remained completely bewildered. Let's go a little further in. We can't determine what's here just from this. Jiang Mian nodded. As they ventured deeper, Jiang Mian felt a chill creeping over her. She turned to Fu Junhan. Don't you feel like the temperature has suddenly dropped? Chapter 587. Fu Junhan said seriously, yes, it's like the temperature suddenly dropped. Beep beep beep. A loud noise brought the two back to their senses. Jiang Mian turned around, and saw another group of players appear behind them. However, seeing this, Jiang Mian frowned. Before coming in, she had been watching behind her, and she was absolutely certain that these players weren't there. How did she encounter them the moment she turned her gaze? The other players also looked bewildered. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask, what happened? Didn't we split up? How did we run into each other again? Hearing this, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Were you going in the opposite direction from us just now? One of them nodded and explained, don't misunderstand. We weren't following you the whole time. When we first entered this area, we chose to explore other places. But somehow, while exploring one place, we accidentally triggered some mechanism and ended up here. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief that they could communicate. It was better than no communication at all, and a fight breaking out. I know. I was looking behind me when I came in, and didn't see any of you. But now, I don't know how, you suddenly appeared here. Seeing that they didn't misunderstand and weren't about to fight, the others also breathed a sigh of relief. They only wanted to rescue their teammates, and didn't want to escalate the situation. The two groups tacitly avoided getting too close, each choosing a starting point to begin their exploration. The loud beep-beep sound just now definitely wasn't made by these people. It must have been caused by something special inside, and that's exactly what they were looking for. However, there were walls all around. Jiang Mian searched for a long time, but couldn't find anything special. Slightly frustrated, she turned to look for Fu Junhan, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a red light. She froze, immediately turning her head back to look. Only then, as she approached the source of the red light, did she see that it was actually a point of light that could refract. Following the point of refraction, Jiang Mian couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! Fu Junhan! Come here right now! She shouted almost instinctively, mainly because the sight above her was simply too eerie. Upon hearing the sound, Fu Junhan immediately turned to look at Jiang Mian, and upon seeing her gaze, he also looked up. Upon seeing the enormous object, resembling the outline of a pupil, a chill ran down his spine. They had been searching this area the whole time. Had they been right under a pupil the entire time? The two exchanged a glance, a further chill creeping into their hearts. When did you find it? Jiang Mian asked, her face pale. I called you the moment I saw it. Most people wouldn't notice something like this. I only saw it because I suddenly spotted a reflective point and looked over it. What exactly is this? The faint light it emits looks exactly like a pupil, and could the outer edge of a pupil be shaped like an eyelid? The more Jiang Mian spoke, the more shocked she became. She strongly suspected she had stumbled into some kind of cult. Weren't there previous cases of cults treating people like livestock, slaughtering them like cattle? Wasn't this a perfect illustration of that, except they had directly turned people into cattle? Thinking this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shudder. This was truly an incredibly evil organization, and one with immense power. To be able to turn the previously described scenario into reality was no ordinary feat. During the subsequent investigation, Jiang Mian constantly felt herself being watched by those eyes. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but shudder. This feeling of being subtly monitored was truly unpleasant, sending chills down her spine. Her sixth sense told Jiang Mian that this place was dangerous, and she just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Did you find anything else? Fu Junhan shook his head. At the same time, another group of people approached. They exchanged glances. Clearly, they hadn't found anything of any use either. Aside from the strange murals and the pair of red eyes above our heads, there seemed to be nothing particularly special here. Now we only have two options. either leave this place or find a passage. Since they were able to teleport here from elsewhere, it means this is a main road, or a place where most people need to meet. Jiang Mian nodded, completely agreeing with his statement. The next second, her gaze fell on the eye above our heads. Do you think the mechanism is located above our heads, or at the reflection point I just saw? Fu Junhan was silent for a moment before saying, why don't we try both? Jiang Mian nodded, naturally choosing the safer refraction point first. He picked up a slingshot, loaded it with an iron bullet, and fired. When the slingshot struck, the refraction point instantly caved in. The next second, everyone in this space felt a vibration beneath their feet, and they reacted instantly. They all became alert, looking around. Then, like an elevator, the place slowly descended, the sound of chains echoing, until the descent stopped after 10 minutes. Just then, a sliver of light slowly refracted from a wall. The light was so bright that everyone closed their eyes, watching the spot warily. Fu Junhan whispered a warning, be careful, there might be danger there. Jiang Mian nodded, naturally having no intention of being the first to go out and test it, while the others, seeing the wall open and the scene inside, instantly became excited. Yes, this is it. The footage Aja transmitted shows he was captured here. Hurry in, we must rescue him. Hearing the voices of the people behind him, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected these seemingly carefree individuals to be so loyal and righteous. Seeing one of them begin to probe, Jiang Mian and her companion naturally wouldn't steal the credit. After confirming there was no danger outside, the others followed suit, and Jiang Mian and her companion followed them out. Just as their feet stepped over the wall, it suddenly began to close behind them. Everyone froze, turning to watch the wall slowly close. Jiang Mian instantly returned inside the wall, and after she returned, the wall stopped closing. Chapter 588. Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to Fu Junhan and asked, is there something like a switch outside? Fu Junhan shook his head, no. Hearing this, she couldn't help but frown. If there wasn't, did that mean someone always had to guard this place? Just as Jiang Mian was trying to figure out how to solve this, a girl from the group stepped forward and whispered, you guys go ahead, I wait for you here. I let you know in advance if anything happens. Hearing this, Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan were stunned. They turned to look at the woman thoughtfully, but couldn't discern any other expression on her face. Could there really be such a kind person? Could someone really be so selfless? However, on second thought, she was just a stranger. If someone from above came while she was guarding this place, wouldn't she be in danger? Of course, Jiang Mian wasn't concerned about her. She was thinking about all the potential consequences. When she encounters danger, will she keep her promise and stay here to protect her? The more she thought about it, the more unreliable it seemed. Jiang Mian pulled out a regular-sized crow number 2. Jiang Mian had many different models of crows. She had even set up a breeding farm for them, letting them live leisurely lives there. Moreover, this crow had been modified by her with various potions, making it much smarter than crow number 1. Naturally, it understood Jiang Mian's idea. It simply made an okay sign with its wings, giving off an expression that said, don't worry about me, and swaggered inside. Although this crow wasn't as large as the first one, its size was still considerable standing next to the girl, even slightly taller than her. Of course, this was its height when it was standing upright. If it were crouching, it would only be a little over half the girl's height. The girl was taken aback by the large crow, realizing Jiang Mian was being cautious. She then turned to look at her teammates. She had initially chosen to guard this spot herself out of consideration for her own interests, hence her selfless dedication. Now that a crow was guarding the spot, did she no longer need to stay and could leave with her teammates? Thinking this, the woman looked at her teammates, who shook their heads. They were also worried that Jiang Mian had sent this crow unreliably. If they were careless and missed their chance to escape, even if they rescued their teammate, it would be pointless. Because of this, they decided to assign someone to guard the spot. After doing all this, the group split up, leaving only the girl and the crow facing each other. The crow turned its head away uninterestedly, looking elsewhere, while the girl remained silent. The girl and the bird created a strange sense of harmony. Although Jiang Ming and the others had all chosen to explore further, they didn't go together, but instead tacitly went their separate ways. Neither side trusted the other yet, so naturally they wouldn't cooperate. After all, they didn't know each other's purpose. What if their thoughts differed and their goals clashed? Wouldn't that just create a powerful enemy for themselves? Looking at the dark, heavy-colored door before her, Jiang Mian felt an inexplicable sense of unease, a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Ever since she arrived at this cave, she had this feeling, though she didn't know why. She slowed her pace. Fu Junhan, who had been walking alongside her, noticed her sudden stop and stopped as well, turning to look at her and asking, "What's wrong?" Jiang Mian shook her head. "Nothing, I just have this uneasy feeling. I don't know why, but ever since I came here, this vague feeling has been lingering around me. Maybe it's my sixth sense. Anyway, I just have to be careful from now on." Fu Junhan never underestimated anyone's sixth sense, or even a warning. He always knew that anyone who could converse with someone of his level possessed some extraordinary strength, and he certainly didn't think Jiang Mian, being a girl, was any weaker. For the rest of the journey, both of them were even more vigilant, carefully scrutinizing every clue. As the two continued walking, they heard the beep-beep sound again. They exchanged a glance and looked towards the source of the sound, the very spot where they had just parted ways. Could it be that the other team of players had discovered something? Thinking this, Jiang Mian turned to run towards the source, but seeing Fu Junhan still standing there, she quickly waved, "Come on, what are you standing there for?" Fu Junhan finally reacted and hurried over. When Jiang Mian arrived, she saw the group of people staring at a certain spot with disbelief, or more specifically shock. Jiang Mian looked over curiously, and when she saw the scene inside, she was stunned. This place looked so familiar. Wasn't this one of the animal realms depicted in the painting? A path of reincarnation where people are turned into animals, destined to be oxen or horses in their next life. However, the scene before her was unbelievable, even sending a shiver down her spine. A huge machine, like a claw machine, grabbed the mindless people and threw them into a large urn. The beeping sound she had just heard came from here, the sound of the machine operating. After the claw threw a person in, a plump little piglet emerged from one of the openings in the urn. Jiang Mian's eyes widened as she stared at the scene before her, utterly astonished. What kind of world was this? How could it actually create a hellish scene straight out of a myth? And that giant trap looked incredibly high-tech. How could it be connected to such mythological tales? Fantasy? High-tech? Gods and demons? They were all combined. A bizarre and shocking hodgepodge. What's going on? Are all the things we've been raising actually our own kind? How could this be? These captured people have all turned into livestock. But what about Asia? What happened to Asia? What has become of him? Will he also? Seeing Jiang Mian's anxiety, someone beside her comforted her. Xin Yue, calm down. Things haven't reached that final stage yet. It's best not to be too hasty. Chapter 589. However, the person called New Moon showed no sign of being comforted. Instead, she looked anxious. How can I stay calm? It's my brother who's been lost. My brother's been captured. We're teammates, but we're siblings. He's been taken away. How can I not be worried? Don't try to comfort me. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Mian and the others exchanged a glance at New Moon's intense emotions, remaining unmoved. After all, it wasn't them who were in trouble, so why were they so anxious? For these two, who always preferred to be lone wolves, losing anyone wasn't a loss. That's why they couldn't understand why their teammates, after being lost or causing trouble, would become so capricious, emotionally agitated, or even lose their minds. Wasn't that just handing kills to the enemy? Jiang Mian didn't understand them, didn't want to understand, and didn't want to become like them. The two had already gone to investigate when the group was behaving normally. When Jiang Mian saw the workmanship and punishment system here, she was truly amazed. This place truly seems like a hellish system, though different from the hellish system of Jiang Mian's world, and the titles are different as well, but overall it's quite similar. What Jiang Mian and his companions saw was only a small portion of people transformed into livestock or plants. The majority had become something akin to managers, or even worse than livestock. Just like them. However, they had safe houses for protection, but the breeders produced here didn't have safe houses, and were constantly attacked by the shadowy figures on the ground. Their situation was far worse than theirs. Just then, the people behind them finally stopped arguing and looked at the two politely, saying, "I think we can cooperate. What do you think?" Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, not understanding why he thought they could cooperate. Cooperate? With what? And why should we cooperate? Jiang Mian's question was so aggressive that it stunned the others. They looked bewildered, thinking that the two were not so easy to deal with, so they suppressed their inner thoughts. Their words became more polite. Well, what I mean is, since we all gotten this far, it means our goals are roughly the same, maybe with some minor differences, but we all want to survive. One of our teammates was captured because he was protecting us. Seeing that Jiang Mian and his companion didn't seem to care, the group didn't dare to ramble on and went straight to the point. Perhaps what I said before wasn't interesting to you, But what I'm about to say will be more interesting. Under Jiang Mian and his companions in different gazes, the man continued, although our teammate was captured, his abilities are quite special. Combined with a particularly strong ability, he quickly regained his senses. He remained still, exploring the area for a long time before being captured, which is why we were able to find this place so easily. If you're willing to cooperate with us, after we find our teammate, we can tell you where the dangers are and where it's safer. After all, instead of wandering around like headless flies, it's better to cooperate. We've seen your strength. Our confidence comes from the fact that someone scouted this place first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian admitted she was indeed tempted. These people were quite clever, able to grasp her psychology. After exchanging a glance, they nodded. Okay, but we won't give unconditionally. I need you to tell me in advance what your teammates have discovered. Okay. This is the system, with a leader who oversees the leaders in various positions, and below the leaders are the administrators. The administrators are further divided into ranks. Every day, they are responsible for going to various areas to investigate the situation there. The administrator's job is to bring back those who have escaped, or players, using various methods. They seem unable to forcibly detain players. There's a rule in this world that restricts them, so they have to find alternative methods. And the shadowy figure. To be more precise, it's like the embodiment of this world's consciousness, existing in a very fair position, protecting the administrators during the day and guarding us at night. However, it doesn't attack either side without reason. It chooses a neutral phase, only attacking when provoked. Although I don't know why that shadowy figure suddenly went berserk recently, even splitting into two shadowy figures. Hearing this, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Wasn't this precisely because she had angered the shadowy figure, leading to the sudden change in the situation? However, it was precisely because of this sudden change that both sides were somewhat wary, and dared not easily violate the rules. This world, in essence, is still formed by rules. Jiang Mian asked the most crucial question, so where is your companion? However, upon Jiang Mian's question, they exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison, saying awkwardly, actually, we don't know either. After our teammate was captured, we haven't seen him or heard any messages from him, so we can only search slowly. Hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. Searching slowly? How long would that take? They didn't have much time, and this place was so big. They might not even find him. If they couldn't find him, would they just have to wander around here forever? Didn't you think of using any tracking cards or other objects that could detect him? Of course we did. We tried everything, but we still haven't found our teammate. Hearing this, Jiang Mian fell silent. They hadn't found him. Was it possible their teammate was already dead? So, when Jiang Mian focused her attention on them, she noticed the shifty eyes in their eyes. She had a pretty good idea. They definitely had this suspicion, but they didn't believe their teammate was dead, which was why they were deceiving themselves to the point of going to such lengths to search. TSK. Dealing with people like this was the most troublesome. But Jiang Mian had only just agreed. If she turned her back now, she would inevitably be criticized, and might even get into a fight. It was better to keep them calm for now, and find another way to leave later. Chapter 590. Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she heard the girl named Xinhua raise her head. No, my brother and I are twins. I'm absolutely certain he's still alive. It's a telepathic connection between us. As if to prove her point, she immediately turned to her teammate, who nodded in agreement. Yes, don't misunderstand. We're not the kind of people who act impulsively. Since our teammate is alive, we won't abandon him. If he were truly dead, we wouldn't have taken such a great risk to search for him. Jiang Mian remained non-committal. However, if they stopped the machines here, they had to be prepared to be discovered. They were actually somewhat unsure whether to stop here. Most importantly, they didn't know how to stop. Jiang Mian frowned, looking at the enormous equipment, estimating the height of the administrators, and sure enough, found a hidden mechanism in a certain section of the wall. Pressing this button should activate the mechanism, but I'm not entirely sure if it will cause any harm. I suggest you don't turn it off now, otherwise, we might not only be discovered, but also hunted down by the administrators. You need to consider this carefully. It would be a real shame if none of your friends were inside. Jiang Mian spoke from a completely neutral perspective, which the others naturally understood. Jiang Mian then saw them discuss for a while, before deciding to explore other areas first. Since Xinhua didn't sense any tension or persecution from her twin brother, it was better to explore as many opportunities as possible, given the favorable circumstances. The group continued along the passage, witnessing several hellish scenes, before finally arriving at a hellish place resembling a deep frying pan. However, this wasn't a deep frying pan, but rather a cooking facility. Not for eating, of course, but to boil the inedible parts of the body until they dissolved, then scatter them on the ground to nourish the soil and feed the livestock. This puzzled Jiang Mian. Why were they so obsessed with turning people into plants and animals? Would becoming plants and animals have some beneficial effect on the world? She didn't know, but upon seeing the girl named Xinhua, her brow unfurrowed with joy. My brother is here. He's here. Hearing the girl's excited cry, the others stopped. Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan exchanged a glance, then said, "You guys search here first. We look for some more clues in the limited time we have, and try to escape together at the last minute." The others had no objections. Besides, they had already helped her search for so long, which was already a favor. They didn't need to ask her to do so much more for them. After the group parted ways, Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan consciously began to ignore the similar corridors. They probed all the way to the back, but a familiar aura made Jiang Mian stop. She grabbed Fu Junhan, becoming wary. "Wait, something's not right up ahead. Let's go back." Fu Junhan didn't understand, but he cooperated and retreated. Jiang Mian frowned. That aura felt incredibly familiar, as if they had been in close proximity before. However, she couldn't quite recall what it was. Faced with Fu Junhan's question, she answered truthfully, "There's a powerful aura inside. It's a bit strange. Did you feel it?" Fu Junhan shook his head. "No, I felt it was very calm inside, like there was nothing there." "Why do you find the aura inside strange?" Jiang Mian couldn't quite explain her feeling, but she just felt there was a dangerous aura inside, which was why she seemed so hesitant. "Forget it. Let's leave quickly. Judging by the current time, they should have found the person they wanted, and the managers have probably received the news and are coming back. Let's leave quickly." Fu Junhan had no objection, and the two began to return. On their way back, they encountered Xinhua and her group. Xinhua's companion had increased by one, but the person looked weak, his body seemingly pierced through, bleeding profusely. When he saw Jiang Mian and her companion, he became wary, but could only manage a bitter smile, unable to even speak. Jiang Mian didn't bother with pleasantries, but instead pointed ahead, indicating that they should leave quickly. As everyone boarded the elevator, their hearts were still pounding. At this moment, Jiang Mian reminded them, "Use your tools. Throw them down as much as possible, and also take out your protective gear. Since you shut down the machine, those people outside have probably already noticed. Just in case, it's better to be careful." They naturally had no objections. Even the injured person was concealed by a tool used by their companion. A series of explosions echoed from the crater where they had been standing, shaking the ground beneath Jiang Mian's feet. Jiang Mian waved his hand, storing Raven number 2 in his spatial storage, quietly awaiting the impending storm. Meanwhile, the administrators, who were nitpicking among the players, suddenly noticed their instruments vibrating. When they saw what was vibrating, they instantly flew into a rage. Someone had actually infiltrated their homeland and caused destruction. How long had it been since they were born that no one dared to do such a thing? Now, to dare to provoke them like this, they truly had a death wish. In their fury, no one cared about the lives of those who barely passed the inspection. Instead, they simply restrained them and left them on the spot. Given the capabilities of their equipment, they could deal with the rats first, then come back and settle things with the rest. The car started moving, and the closest people had already reached the bottom of the pit. Unlike Jiang Mian and his group, they didn't struggle to descend. Instead, they simply pressed a button, and as one of the platforms rose, it looked like a huge phone booth. Their high-tech equipment easily revealed the flame symbols deep underground that didn't belong to them. These were left behind by the intruders. Under their control, the flames from the explosions were quickly extinguished. They hoped their leader was alright, otherwise, whoever returned and reclaimed the leader's power would be the new leader. If the leader was alright, then they would simply receive promotions and raises as usual. That's why they were in such a hurry. No one even intended to stay up there, instead directly descending in the phone booth. A subtle tension, almost palpable, was palpable among these administrators. Chapter 591. They were all scheming against each other, and instead of cooperating to capture the enemy, they wouldn't work together. This bought Jiang Mian and her group time to escape. As the elevator descended, those who had been hiding in a low spot, having made preparations, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the empty space above. However, it was too early to relax. This was only the first level. If they wanted to fly up, they would likely encounter more administrators. And not only administrators, but also those who managed the administrators. From now on, it would depend on their own abilities. No one could help anyone else, they could only rely on themselves. Jiang Mian grabbed Fu Junhan, and with a flap of her wings, she effortlessly carried Fu Junhan up. The others looked on, with envy, at the wings behind Jiang Mian. When one of them produced a flying device, their envious gazes shifted to Jiang Mian. She looked at the flying device, and even considered trading with him. However, now was not the right time to make a trade. She could only suppress her thoughts. When they reached the edge of the pit, Jiang Mian put Fu Junhan down, letting him climb up on his own. She had a pair of large wings on her back, making her easily detectable. Only by concealing her wings could she effectively hide herself. When Jiang Mian and the others climbed up, they heard the sound of a car driving by. Above them, a dense group of managers stood guard. They weren't carrying any firearms or similar weapons, but rather something resembling keys. This thing is far more useful than ordinary weapons. Although its attack range is shorter, its effectiveness is considerable. Jiang Mian didn't dare breathe loudly, fearing discovery. However, upon reflection, she realized she was wearing the same clothes as them and possessed these tools, so perhaps she didn't need to be too afraid. Thinking this, Jiang Mian walked towards one group of people, subtly reverting to her original form and quietly blending in. Fu Junhan did the same. Of course, just in case, the two of them worked together to eliminate two people when the others weren't paying attention. Jiang Mian simply put them into her spatial storage, making no noise whatsoever and remaining unnoticed by anyone. Who exactly are they? Haven't they found those who came back first? Find my ass. They said they wouldn't let us go down, that we should stay up here, but actually they went down to check on the leader. Don't you know? People of their rank, if they get news of the leader's death, they can vie for the leader's position. Who knows how the world situation will change then? Sigh, I still hope things don't change. After all, we started from the bottom. If things change again, I don't know if we even have a chance to survive. Who wants things to change? I hope the leader is alive and well. After all, the leader is so powerful, even those special people can't do anything to him. Who knows? Now the only thing we can pray for is that the leader is alive. Listening to their back and forth conversation, Jiang Mian had no idea what they were talking about, utterly clueless, and could only let them relay information. What she knew for now was that the leader seemed to be in trouble, and this matter was likely related to them, probably stemming from the powerful aura Jiang Mian had previously sensed. Moreover, the leader's position could be changed. If the leader died, they could obtain one of the leader's items, and thus take over the leadership. It sounded easy enough, but in reality, it was far more complex. First, they needed to ensure the leader's death. Second, they seemed to need to improve themselves to gain the respect of others. However, on second thought, Jiang Mian and her group didn't need to know how to become leaders. What they needed to know now was how to survive. As for being leaders, what did that have to do with Jiang Mian and her group? Her mission from beginning to end had only been to survive and assassinate those on her list, and most of those people were already dead. Although she hadn't killed most of them herself, as long as they were dead, that was enough. As for Lu Yin, she had no idea where Lu Yin had gone. Ever since Lu Yin failed the test 3 times, she had vanished from everyone's sight. She didn't know where she went. The only thing she knew was that she was being hunted. Jiang Mian's attitude was simply that if she encountered Lu Yin, she would kill her. If she didn't, there was no need to go to great lengths to find her. Of course, if she could infiltrate the management team, that would be ideal. As for why Jiang Mian was so confident, it was largely thanks to the corpses of the managers she had killed. Caught completely off guard, these people were incredibly easy to kill. And after the administrator's death, Jiang Mian could see that they were actually perfectly normal humans. Although she didn't understand why they could treat their own kind like livestock, this didn't stop Jiang Mian from using this opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's lair. Just as Jiang Mian's mind was wandering, one of the devices suddenly beeped, a sound only she could hear. The leader isn't dead, continue patrolling. Jiang Mian turned and exchanged a glance with Fu Junhan, realizing that Fu Junhan had also received the message. The two naturally followed the other teams to their respective assigned locations. Jiang Mian looked on with curiosity. This was the first time she had been on the opposing side. To be honest, after becoming an administrator, she had become a little too arrogant in front of the previous players. Jiang Mian was about to step forward and put on a show of authority when she noticed that another administrator beside her suddenly pulled her back. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Can't you see we need to line up?" Jiang Mian was taken aback, looking at the several imposing figures taming players in front of her, somewhat puzzled. The man seemed to understand Jiang Mian's thoughts, and said with a hint of helplessness, "You're new here, aren't you? You clearly don't know the rules. We're currently 5-star managers. Only when we advance to 3-star managers will we have the same qualifications as those 3-star managers, the right to inspect. Otherwise, we have to inspect the areas managed by others one by one." Jiang Mian blinked. She hadn't expected such a requirement. It turned out her status was still beneath her. No wonder she was so weak, killed with a single blow, so that's how it was. Even more unexpected was that these imposing managers also discriminated based on rank. The higher the rank, the more powerful they were. Chapter 592. This is truly eye-opening. She thought all these managers were of the same rank, except for the leader title, which has so many different levels of authority. Alright, Jiang Mian, who wanted to show off her official power, could only stay put. She was especially grateful to this guy. If he hadn't stopped her, she might have walked forward. She might have violated some unclear rules and been punished. Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the guy beside her with gratitude in her eyes. This good brother, however, patted his chest imperceptibly, looking like a true friend. Jiang Mian's eyes twitched. Luckily, she was wearing something like a protective net on her head, preventing the other person from seeing her expression clearly. Otherwise, she would have been speechless. Who said he was a good brother? Jiang Mian was just considering him her next target. After taking everyone away and making sure no one was left behind, they began their return journey. However, while their initial push went smoothly, the other groups seemed to be struggling, faintly hearing shouts and cries of battle outside. These administrators completely ignored the sounds, which weren't in their assigned area, and went straight there. Soon after, however, they received a call for help from nearby areas. When they arrived, they found the area covered in blood. The reason was simple. One player had high credibility, and his team was also present in the group, leading to the current scene. The others didn't want the administrators to capture the player, but the administrators insisted on following their rules, and did so, triggering public outrage and leading to the current situation. Of course, a fight broke out. After so many days of struggle, everyone understood that ranged attacks could harm them. Melee attacks, on the other hand, would likely result in them being killed first. Therefore, they had meticulously planned everything from the beginning, and today it finally came in handy. When the administrators saw their comrades suffering heavy losses, they were enraged. However, if they wanted to withstand the attacks and attack the player, they would have to pay a price. And Jiang Mian and his group of lowest-level administrators became that price. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Jiang Mian felt powerful hands behind him, about to grab him. From Jiang Mian's perspective, he saw his good comrade beside him being grabbed by an administrator, who was different from them, and thrown directly into the player's camp. Jiang Mian now understood what he was going to do. She turned around and, surprisingly, took the initiative, grabbing the person who had grabbed her by the waist and throwing him towards the opposite player. Of course, before throwing him, she also stole all the administrator's equipment. When the administrator was thrown, his first thought was anger and trembling. Someone dared to disobey his orders and throw him at him. His second reaction was panic. Yes, after realizing he had no equipment or means of self-defense at his waist, he panicked. Faced with the player's initial fear and their subsequent furious attacks after they realized he was incapable of fighting, he was utterly defenseless. He quickly died at the hands of the players. Even in death, he didn't find peace. His body was tattered like a rag doll, his protective suit ripped off. When the players saw that beneath the protective suits were human bodies just like theirs, they were all stunned. Brothers, they're just people? They're only bullying us because they have special items. Kill them, take the items, and we be the rulers of this land. This shout spurred the others into action, their morale soaring. Some, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, yelled, "Yeah, kill them! All this stuff is ours." They have no talent, no special abilities, yet they're still figures we can only look up to. And with our abilities and items, we only rise even higher. One of them will be worth 10, no, even 100. If we can kill them, we win this game. Then, why bother raising pigs, cows, and sheep? Wouldn't it be better to become a tycoon? Incited by this, many more went into a frenzy. The administrators were thrown into disarray, some retreating as things went wrong. Jiang Mian also took advantage of the chaos and began to retreat, showing no intention of fighting for them. She was only a new manager for the first time. There was no need for her to work so hard. If she wanted to level up, wouldn't it be easier to just kill a higher-level manager? However, during the retreat, Jiang Mian didn't detect any signs of dejection or resentment from these managers. They seemed completely accustomed to this kind of retaliation. Just as Jiang Mian was wondering, she suddenly noticed two dark figures appearing out of nowhere in broad daylight. When these two figures appeared, they immediately attacked the players. The players were stunned by this scene. Many didn't even know the figures existed, and those who did were even more surprised. Weren't these dark figures only supposed to appear at night? How could they appear in broad daylight? They were confused, they were bewildered, but now all their confusion and bewilderment could only turn into death under the blade or a rout. The players who had gathered together were already scattered, some fleeing, some begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Jiang Mian's eyes widened. They were wrong. This shadowy figure wasn't just there to protect the players, nor was it particularly friendly. The players hadn't actually broken any real rules. Right now, these players were directly rebelling against the administrators, which was equivalent to breaking the rules. The shadowy figure would then appear, hunting down players, and helping the administrators solidify their position. Just like how the administrators couldn't appear on the ground to attack players at night, that was also a rule violation. That's why they disappeared without a trace at night. The players, however, could appear on the ground, but were driven back by the shadowy figure. And those safe houses that the players perceived were actually prisons. They both restricted the players' freedom, and prevented them from finding any chance to survive in this bizarre world. Yet, it appeared before the players, pretending to be doing what was best for them. It was just like some strange parents, who claimed to be doing what was best for their children, but in reality, nothing they did was of their children's consent. Chapter 593. Having figured everything out, Jiang Mian stopped focusing on the shadowy figure. Currently, the shadowy figure was biased towards the administrators, so their actions towards the players were more of a reluctant form of protection. It was called protection, but in reality, it was more like bullying and driving them away. Watching the players being chased and fleeing in all directions by the shadowy figure, Jiang Mian felt a little regretful, but also had to admit, it was quite satisfying. After all, these weren't their game's players, and everyone has their limits when it comes to protecting their own, right? Besides, Jiang Mian wasn't one to protect his own. After the farce ended, Jiang Mian and his group led all the administrators involved in the area back to the deep pit. Of course, they also suffered heavy losses, but the players they captured could offset their losses. Listening to the people of this area thanking and bowing to their area leader, it was basically like a human workplace. After listening for a while, Jiang Mian grew tired of it. He watched as they pressed a button on an elevator, a machine that could hold nearly 1,000 people at a time. Following this elevator down, they no longer had to crawl down like fleas. They arrived safely underground. Jiang Mian and his group weren't authorized to go to the execution ground, which was the spot where they had initially exited the elevator. Therefore, they were assigned to guard this area, waiting for all the administrators above to descend before sealing off the surface. She naturally complied, curious about how to seal off the ground. Once everyone returned and confirmed there were no more wandering administrators outside, Jiang Mian and her group were instructed to pull a single chain. Thousands of people pulling the same chain created a truly spectacular sight. Jiang Mian watched in amazement. The chain wasn't particularly heavy, it was easy for Jiang Mian. Once the chain was pulled, the light above suddenly went out. Jiang Mian had known this from the beginning, so in that instant of darkness, she casually attacked several administrators around her. These were the ones she had initially chosen, those with relatively loosely positioned positions. One of them was even 2 levels higher than her. Jiang Mian donned this person's clothes, mimicked his aura, and instantly rose to the middle to upper ranks, becoming the leader in charge of managing the previously ordinary administrators. After the light went out, those people showed no panic. They remained perfectly calm, as if they were already used to the current situation. Jiang Mian, clutching her heart pounding from the exertion, tried to remain calm and followed the others to the elevator they had used earlier. However, this wasn't the elevator they had gone down in. Further to the side, there was a larger elevator, designed to accommodate more people. Only then did they begin to chat casually, as if all their guard had been lowered. I heard there were a few troublemakers in your group who made a big scene, even getting the guys from Farong district to help you. Jiang Mian only realized the person was talking to her when she was nudged. This was truly embarrassing for Jiang Mian. She had only glanced around and noticed someone of high status nearby, so she had dealt with them immediately. Now, someone was actually speaking to her, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After realizing what was happening, she nodded reluctantly and forced herself to continue the story. Yeah, those damn guys are really awful. If it weren't for them, I would have already resolved everything. I wouldn't be indebted to them by now, and I don't know how to repay them. Hearing this, the person who had spoken first couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that right? You and number 8 are the ones who don't get along the most, right? Now you owe them another huge favor. Number 8 will definitely be even more sarcastic when they see you. Jiang Mian, hee. Yeah. For some reason, this guy suddenly became very talkative, wanting to keep talking to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian didn't interrupt him, mainly because what the man said actually resonated with her. If you ask me, the only ones who benefit from this are those who write it. Today just happens to be the day the reincarnation mechanism is activated, and we also suffered heavy losses recently. They gained this opportunity to be reincarnated as people like us. Back then, I had to beg and plead with everyone I knew to get this identity. Reincarnation? What's that? She seemed not to have paid attention before, or perhaps she had, but the two sides just used different names. Jiang Mian simply nodded casually in agreement. Following the others, she arrived at the reincarnation site they had mentioned. Fortunately, her current position was slightly higher, otherwise, she wouldn't have been qualified to be here. Didn't she see everyone else guarding the area? Jiang Mian curiously observed the players, who had been captured and thrown into different areas in batches. This place seemed quite extraordinary. It was an interior Jiang Mian hadn't explored before. Each person about to reincarnate had their energy levels tested. Those with stronger energy were thrown directly into one area, while those with weaker energy were considered unqualified and thrown elsewhere, ineligible for reincarnation. TSK, what a pity such a good opportunity. Some people can't handle it. If they could, they wouldn't have to live in a cage all day. Don't you think? I remember you were reincarnated from here before. Do you remember? After his remark, he nudged Jiang Mian, seemingly very interested in the topic. Jiang Mian gave an awkward smile, ignoring him. The man who had nudged her didn't say anything more. He knew that for them, the administrators, there was a fundamental difference between those who were reincarnated and those who weren't. Their status as those who hadn't come through the reincarnation channel naturally gave them an advantage. They were originally human, but now they were considered inferior to their kind. He had always looked down on them, so he didn't care about Jiang Mian's silence, instead watching the scene unfold with great interest. Jiang Mian was also staring intently, but when she saw someone emerge from within, she froze. That aura, that figure, and the weapon he wielded, wasn't it the same dark figure that had appeared on the ground that night? However, unlike that dark figure, this person had distinct features, much more clearly defined than the blurry shadow on the ground, yet he had no shadow. Chapter 594. As this figure appeared, Jiang Mian noticed that everyone around her bowed respectfully and called out, "Master." Jiang Mian opened her mouth to say it, but immediately fell silent. What the hell? Why are they addressing me like that? Why are they calling me master so directly? Are you even normal? This title is too embarrassing. Jiang Mian really couldn't bring herself to say it. Even if she forced herself to, she still failed, silently lowering her head. It looked like she was calling him that like everyone else. The man waved his hand, looking at the figures piled up beside the reincarnation pool, and couldn't help but frown. Recently, why are there so few people reincarnating? His tone was slow and leisurely, as if he were teasing a kitten or puppy. His subordinates, naturally, didn't find anything strange about his words and replied, "Master, there are simply too many people up there now. Many sinful souls are still being reborn into the animal realm. We accelerated this process, reducing their growth period to 1 month. Even so, many souls still can't be reborn. However, we filtered out some with outstanding abilities and brought them all back. Recently, after streamlining our numbers, we discovered that the souls that died naturally up there are all of very high quality. Given time, we can definitely cultivate them into souls that Master can consume." The man waved his hand, not wanting to hear any more of his subordinates' flattery. Looking at the group of people thrown into the reincarnation pool, he couldn't help but nod. Although he verbally expressed dissatisfaction with his subordinates' actions, it was clear that these people were quite capable. At least, although their souls were somewhat mixed in nature, after being thrown into the reincarnation pool, they would forget their past lives and become wholehearted ghost slaves, that is, managers, serving him. Jiang Mian saw the man stretch out his hand, a palm magnified countless times, directly grabbing at the group of people beside the reincarnation pool. As the man's fingertips touched them, a thick black mist suddenly erupted from the spot. The black mist began to cover the players, the clothes of those near the mist began to corrode, and their bodies, slowly stained with the black mist, instantly floated up. In the last instant, the man seemed to regain consciousness, his eyes widening instantly. The black mist invaded his limbs and bones. The next second, the man let out a painful groan, and Jiang Mian could faintly hear the sound of bones breaking. After this, the man's body was thrown directly into a pool, presumably the reincarnation pool they had mentioned. After doing all this, watching the body continuously float into the air, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shiver. Dimly, she seemed to see the pool begin to ripple, and the person who had been thrown into the reincarnation pool initially crawled out. He was completely naked, without a single piece of clothing, just standing there, utterly shameless, his eyes as clear as a newborn baby's. Slowly, more and more players crawled out. No, they couldn't even be called players anymore, to be precise. They were a group of manipulated puppets. Jiang Mian's toes involuntarily gripped the ground, her breath catching in her throat with tension. This man's identity was so mysterious, she was terrified he would discover something amiss. After all, she hadn't known his strength, yet she dared to be alone on his territory. That was incredibly audacious. Fortunately, the man seemed busy dealing with the reincarnation pool, and showed no interest in Jiang Mian. He was completely oblivious to whether the dust beneath his feet contained flour. Just then, something unexpected happened at the reincarnation pool. Those whose minds had been controlled suddenly awoke. Seeing the black mist about to descend upon them, and knowing they would suffer the same fate as the others, one person reacted instantly. After using a skill card, they were teleported elsewhere. While everyone was stunned, he began to flee into the distance. The man they called their master merely glanced at him coldly, and someone beneath him began to command the others. Grab him. Meanwhile, a faint commotion arose again from the huddled crowd, as people began to wake up. Seeing the scene before them, they seemed to understand something, and turned to leave. This caused a momentary commotion, and Jiang Mian took advantage of the chaos to fish in the water. Those who were naked and shameless were now put to use. They seemed to have forgotten where they came from, knowing only how to serve the man. They obeyed whatever the man told them to do. Just then, a pile of clothes was suddenly thrown at them. Before the managers could give any instructions, the pile of clothes magically vanished. This caused even more chaos. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. This sudden disappearance, it seemed so much like her doing. But wasn't she still standing there obediently? This definitely wasn't her doing. Not only Jiang Mian thought this behavior resembled her, but Fu Junhan thought so too. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly received a message from Fu Junhan. What's wrong? What happened? Has the situation changed? Why did you expose yourself? Jiang Mian was speechless. She thought she hadn't done anything, she was just standing there, and now she was being blamed. This feeling of being a scapegoat was really unpleasant. I didn't do anything. I'm still standing here. This must be another player's ability. Fu Junhan was somewhat suspicious, but considering Jiang Mian's character, she would never expose herself for such a small gain, so she didn't pay too much attention to it. Since it wasn't Jiang Mian, it must have been someone else, so there was no need for him to dwell on it any longer. The leader, however, frowned upon seeing this. He hadn't expected that some insignificant ants had infiltrated his forces, daring to cause trouble right under his nose. They were truly courting death. With a swift movement, the man grabbed at the fleeing players, who clutched their necks and began to convulse, as if suddenly gripped by the throat. From Jiang Mian's perspective, it seemed as if a thread was continuously peeling away from them where the man's hand had passed. This ability of the man's was far more powerful than any of the administrator's combined abilities. Seeing this, Jiang Mian knew perfectly well that she was no match for this man. Indeed, there are always stronger people out there. Even now, she couldn't underestimate others. Jiang Mian silently abandoned the idea of dealing with this world's big boss. She couldn't beat him, she really couldn't. Chapter 595. Sometimes, one must have self-awareness. She was now deeply trapped in the enemy's camp, with no way to escape. She could only wait here for an opportunity. Once she escaped, she had to stay far away from here, especially from this unfathomable man. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian began to keep a low profile. There were still 4 days left in the game. She only needed to maintain peace for those 4 days. Of course, it would be even better if she could kill some players on the list. After all, killing one person would yield so many items and their loot. Why not? It was a bit of a pity she couldn't kill some ordinary players, if killing ordinary players would also yield these things. This was something those people had considered before. If powerful players were allowed to exploit weaker players, the various game systems would be severely lacking in capable personnel, which would be a net loss. Therefore, almost every restriction on high-level players was tightly controlled. As evening fell, Jiang Mian couldn't find her room. After all, she had taken someone else's place, so she was somewhat lost. But then, her gossipy friends started asking again, "What's wrong? Aren't you going back to your room? Do you want to stay with me? The manager was just asking casually. Everyone knew the person next to him was a germaphobe, even after her soul had been cleansed. Unexpectedly, the person she thought was germophobic nodded. She actually wanted to sleep with her. Wait, is he really going to sleep with me? He had some doubts, but he never considered the possibility that his teammate had been replaced. After all, his teammate had so many devices on him, and the other person was already quite capable. He hadn't even considered that possibility. Who would have thought that after the two entered the room, his previously amicable teammate would suddenly change his tune, pushing him down and pressing against him? What should I do? I'm so excited. Are they going to do that? Then, unexpectedly, the cold sensation on his neck brought him back to reality. Just as his hand touched the devices on his body, he suddenly realized they had vanished. Even after being killed with a single blow, he still looked resentful. After the manager died, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, Feng Hua looking at the dagger in Jiang Mian's hand with envy. Where did you get this weapon? It looks pretty good. I struggled so much to cut through the protective suits these managers are wearing. How did you do it so easily? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the dagger in her hand. Although it was made of ordinary materials, she had enhanced it many times. Hearing eagerness in her voice, Jiang Mian asked, "You want it?" Feng Hua had only sighed, but hearing Jiang Mian ask this question, seemingly intending to sell the dagger, her eyes lit up. You're selling it? If you are, I buy it, of course, just don't overcharge. Jiang Mian stroked her chin, seemingly estimating a suitable price. Logically, if she wanted to win Feng Hua over, she would definitely lower the price further. However, she couldn't afford to lose out while someone else benefited. This kind of thing. It's rare, but not exactly common either. How about this? I definitely wouldn't sell it to an ordinary person. If you want it, it'd be 300,000 gold coins. Considering our friendship, I lower the price for you for free. What do you think? Feng Hua was stunned upon hearing the price. She didn't think it was cheap, on the contrary, she thought it was extremely expensive. She almost instinctively exclaimed, "My God, so expensive?" Because of this, Jiang Mian immediately deduced that Feng Hua wasn't a player in this game. Players in this game could probably afford 1 million, let alone 300,000 for such a promising dagger. She raised an eyebrow, smiling at Feng Hua. 300,000 is already very cheap. I guess you're not even a player of this game. This is a very reasonable market price. If you don't believe me, go ask those swords that have undergone countless trials and tribulations. Their prices are far more than 1 million. Jiang Mian was right. If she were to actually sell this dagger, 1 million would definitely be more than enough. However, Feng Hua, who had only participated in the game a few times, was indeed a little reluctant. She had always been in the city of her system, and her expenses from childhood to adulthood had basically been provided by her elders. So, hearing that it was so expensive, she was naturally a little shocked. But then she thought, she had killed many other players in this world. According to her mission requirements, she should be able to become incredibly rich. Thinking this way, she felt confident she could acquire the dagger. However, she was still a little hesitant. I might not be able to afford it right now. How about we wait a few days, meet up in the Chaos Zone after the game ends, and I trade with you then? Jiang Mian nodded, naturally not refusing. She knew about the Chaos Zone. It was a special selection area, accessible only to players, not ordinary residents. She looked at Feng Hua and smiled. How many good things did you get after infiltrating the enemy's ranks this time? Judging from your confident demeanor, you must have gotten quite a lot, right? At this, Feng Hua couldn't help but smile. Yes, I got so many good things. Only you can buy them. Everyone else just spends a little money to buy one thing and then stops. You're my biggest customer. Jiang Mian nodded, looking at the items in her hand, and couldn't help but smile. Okay, these things will cost you about 50,000 gold coins. How about that? Feng Hua readily agreed. 50,000 gold coins was already extra from Jiang Mian. She had calculated the value before coming, and it was at most 40,000 gold coins. Perhaps Jiang Mian rounded it up for good luck. The transaction went smoothly. After the trade, Jiang Mian was overjoyed looking at the huge pile of newly received items. This wasn't just a survival game anymore, it was practically her supply base. Not only Jiang Mian thought this, but even the system silently observing them thought the same. If things continue like this player is a complete troublemaker. She's using things from this world to sell in other worlds, disrupting the order of those worlds. This is incredibly unfair to everyone else, don't you think? However, the other systems exchanged bewildered glances. How so? Some systems valued fairness and justice, while others didn't. If it were truly fair and just, there wouldn't be so many strong individuals. Instead, there would be mostly mediocre ones. Chapter 596. The so-called fairness and justice means everyone starts on the same footing, without family ties or other assistance, progressing step by step. But how can this world truly be fair and just? Each world was created at a different time. You can't expect a world that's been around for so long to stagnate and wait for others to emerge, can you? Similarly, every player is born with a predetermined starting line. Wealthy children are pampered from a young age, nurtured with various hobbies. Poor children can only live ordinary lives, without hobbies, spending their days either studying or working. How can that be truly fair? They're not toys produced in a factory. Naturally, there will be differences. These systems started arguing, each believing they were right. Jiang Mian and Xiao Jiao, at the center of the controversy, seemed completely unaffected. Xiao Jiao looked indifferent. Let them talk. They're just outsourced players anyway, what can they say? Jiang Mian was completely unaware that her every move was being watched, so she had no scruples about her actions. She only needed to consider the person everyone called master. As for anything else, it was unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. Worrying about things that hadn't happened was itself a form of ignorance and self-punishment. After the transaction, Feng Hua's eyes shifted excitedly to another spot. I'm planning to steal from the higher-level administrators. They have far more valuable items than these ordinary administrators. You absolutely must take those things. Otherwise, wouldn't I have stolen them for nothing? Feng Hua herself didn't realize that after spending so much time with Jiang Mian, she stopped calling herself a chivalrous thief and started saying she stole. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't stop her. After all, the more she acquired, the more special items he would have. As she left, he reminded her, be careful in everything you do. If you encounter enemies you can't handle, try to avoid them. Feng Hua nodded. She wasn't the kind of person to recklessly walk into danger. Having been raised by her family, she knew that admitting defeat when you can't win was the best strategy. After dealing with a man, Jiang Mian replaced the identification badge on his chest, and then randomly selected a creature that had been turned into a piglet. After restoring it to human form, he parasitized it with a brain-eating worm, then had it wear the clothes Jiang Mian had previously worn and leave. This created an alibi. As for when or where this body would die, that wasn't Jiang Mian's concern. After doing all this, out of boredom, Jiang Mian activated the location card to pinpoint the locations of some people. Jiang Mian was surprised to find about a dozen red arrows marking the locations right next to her. Goodness, she thought there were very few people who could infiltrate the administrators, but it turns out these players are all formidable. They already figured out how to find a safe place. The outside world is in complete chaos. The plants and animals that the players keep are disappearing in large numbers, which is why they have no choice but to seek refuge, to avoid punishment. However, some clever people, like them, chose to come here. Whether they would be discovered was a matter of opinion. Anyway, everyone relied on their own abilities, trying not to meet each other or reveal their identities, so as not to be reported. However, Jiang Mian's current identity was not ordinary, so she could use it to freely mobilize some managers. Therefore, the managers became reserved when they saw their superior arrive, not understanding why she was looking for them so late. However, a superior's order was an order, and they only needed to obey. Jiang Mian watched for a while, then they went to stand guard outside. The others were all confused until, just as the last person was about to leave, she suddenly called out to him, "Wait a minute, you, stay." At this, everyone froze, turning to look at Jiang Mian in confusion. Even the person Jiang Mian pointed at looked bewildered. What had he done to give himself away? However, after realizing that the person above wasn't calling them, the others continued walking forward. The person remained, struggling with a decision. Should they obey and stay put, or leave to avoid unnecessary trouble? Unfortunately, Jiang Mian didn't give him much time to consider. Instead, she softened her tone, beckoned him over with a finger, and said, "Come here. I want to talk to you about what's on my mind." Jiang Mian's words, expression, and actions were incredibly alluring, making it hard not to misinterpret her words. However, the player hidden beneath a protective suit couldn't help but shudder upon hearing the deep male voice. Could there be bullying in a place like this? But he was a man, and homosexuality was really forbidden. But, in case he was desperate, he might as well make do. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt his heart pounding wildly, as if stimulated by something. When he came to his senses, he found a gloved hand piercing through his heart, straight down to his back. No one had ever told him that when someone said they wanted to confide in someone, they really meant to lay their heart bare. Jiang Mian wiped her hands, genuinely surprised that the first person she killed had been killed so easily. She looked down at the fallen corpse, a conflicted feeling settling over her actions. There were few suicides yet, and no one had noticed. But what if she killed too many? Wouldn't someone report her? However, on second thought, so be it. Jiang Mian wasn't from this world anyway. She only needed to stay a few more days before leaving. Who cared who died then, as long as it didn't reach that man's ears? Thinking this, Jiang Mian relaxed. Next, who should she deal with? Looking at the list in her hand, Jiang Mian didn't know how these people had offended the system. Why was the system so ruthless, eliminating them all completely? However, as a soldier of the system, she had to serve it. System, don't worry, I will definitely clean up every single task you send me. Of course, if I can't clean them up, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Meanwhile, System Xiao Jiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Jiang Mian's actions, as if she knew the locations of other game players, and could attack wherever she pointed, made him feel uneasy. They were afraid that others would discover something was amiss and suspect they had partnered with someone. However, they weren't constantly watching Jiang Mian. Each system had its own players they wanted to observe, so they hadn't noticed the matter yet. Chapter 597. It wasn't until Jiang Mian had dealt with 5 or 6 players that someone noticed something amiss. What exactly is this outsourced player doing? Why is she so obsessed with killing other players? Is she on someone's orders? This was practically accusing Xiao Jiao of having an affair with a player. Oh no! Including her in harming other players. Xiao Jiao wasn't willing to be wronged. Although it was true, who could prove it? He became indignant, pointing angrily at the system's nose. What nonsense are you spouting? You're trying to pin all sorts of accusations on me? I actually have some recollection of this outsourced player. She was constantly being chased. Maybe that's why she seemed so ruthless. This wasn't Xiao Jiao's explanation, of course, but rather that of a system Xiao Shirsi, who was working with Xiao Jiao. However, his explanation wasn't as convincing as the other systems. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but frown. 14. Even if you want to curry favor, you should choose a better person. What's the point of picking a system that just recently advanced? Anyone with eyes can see something's wrong, yet you insist it's normal. Do you think everyone's an idiot? 14 almost nodded at these words. However, he remained silent out of respect for these people. Otherwise, given his temper, he would have immediately confronted them. Why hold an observation conference in a world where players are doing quests? Isn't it because they think he's easy to bully, hence their recklessness? Before, it would have been Little Nine who was easy to bully. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiao suddenly rose to prominence, leaving him far behind. He now had no choice but to cooperate with him to avoid being bullied by other systems. Of course, he paid the price for his immature decision, compensating Xiao Jiao with many special items. The systems began arguing again, but each system had its own agenda, and unsurprisingly, the argument fizzled out. In the following days, Jiang Mian began hunting down players from other games. Actually, Jiang Mian really wanted to kill Lu Yin, but she couldn't find any trace of her, and had to temporarily abandon the idea. She had no idea where Lu Yin had gone. She had searched for a long time without success. She didn't venture into the enemy's territory where Jiang Mian was located, nor into those farms. Where else could someone possibly hide? Those who wanted to hunt down Lu Yin, the capable ones had already fled, the weak ones were simply killed. After a hurried frantic period, she could only return to where she started. The only difference was that Jiang Mian was now a leader, so she naturally acted superior towards the other players, ordering her subordinates to inspect their crops or the conditions deep within their farms. Only then did Jiang Mian and her group finally understand how the others had detected the substandard plants and animals. A single instrument scanned the area, and red, yellow, and green lights appeared in the animal husbandry area. Just like a drunk driving check, the colors indicated the animal's current condition. While scanning one of the sheep pens, 9 sheep appeared green, and 1 appeared yellow. Upon seeing this, the other managers were overjoyed. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally found one that barely qualifies. Heaven knows how long we've been walking. How did these people manage to raise these animals, born to atone for their sins, so well? They're getting off easy." Hearing this, Jiang Mian was somewhat confused, wondering why they would say such a thing. However, upon reflection, the area they were in was decorated so much like hell, and the fact that people put into jars would turn into livestock must be the reason for their animal reincarnation pool. However, Jiang Mian didn't find a plant reincarnation pool. Perhaps only those with minor sins were thrown into the plant reincarnation pool. They didn't have to suffer too much, only needing to grow strong. But could such souls be recovered? What could they be done with after being taken back? The player who took the unqualified sheep and 9 qualified ones left, heading to the next breeding area. Ultimately, they found only 30-odd unqualified players. Following the old method, they simply rendered these players incapacitated, rendering them powerless to resist. The next steps were even simpler. They loaded these players into a truck, along with their various animals and plants. Amidst the tense and fearful gazes of the others, they left, leaving the remaining players looking at each other in bewilderment. More and more people are being taken away. The area, which originally had hundreds, even thousands of people, is now reduced to less than 100. If this continues, they probably won't even survive to the last day of the game. These administrators are becoming increasingly strange. They don't care about the lives of the players at all. They're practically saying, yes, we did all of this. In fact, Jiang Mian had been there for so long without figuring out how these administrators managed to make the plants and animals disappear into thin air. Until tonight, she received orders to go out and destroy those plants and animals. Jiang Mian was completely bewildered. Why was it her turn? Fortunately, she had hundreds of people with her, ready to obey her commands. Did that mean she could decide who would be in trouble tomorrow? Thinking this, she suddenly grinned strangely. Hee, players who offended me, you're in for a world of hurt. Jiang Mian's first destination was the group of players who had offended her before, but she hadn't had a chance to deal with them yet. She simply took their guarded items and swaggered away. Those behind her, seeing their leader so arrogant, couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. This was no time for them to appear. If they were discovered by that powerful shadow, how would they escape? However, they dared not utter a single disrespectful word to their leader. After all, it was their master's order. They could only obediently follow orders, inwardly cursing their blindly arrogant leader 1,000 times over. However, they showed no expression. If they showed dissatisfaction, they would truly be courting death. This superior held supreme command authority, and could sentence them to death, and send them back to school for retraining. Chapter 598. They had finally climbed to this position. If the furnace were to be rebuilt, how unlucky would they be? Their status was completely different. They had fallen from initial employees to new recruits, and being bullied was commonplace. Therefore, they had to perform well, and try to appear as someone the leaders liked, obedient and hard-working. Working until midnight, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. This familiar feeling sent a shiver down her spine. Could that guy be coming out again? Sure enough, just as Jiang Mian thought this, 4 dark figures suddenly emerged from the ground. Jiang Mian was stunned. Who had provoked these dark figures? Why were so many suddenly appearing? Accompanying the 4 identical dark figures, the scythes in their hands swung up. Jiang Mian turned and ran, not wanting to waste any more words with them. The others, seeing this, didn't even have time to react before being injured by the 4 scythes falling from the sky. Once they realized what was happening, seeing their leader running away, they didn't hesitate either, turning and fleeing into the distance. As for blaming their leader for running away without warning them, that was just wishful thinking. After all, you get used to this kind of thing, there's no need to keep bringing it up. Jiang Mian hadn't expected any of them to survive, so he simply turned and left, letting the shadowy figure do the work for him. Only then did Jiang Mian realize that the shadowy figure was truly fair, and just towards them, whoever broke the rules would be punished. Like them now, their status was different, so they weren't allowed to appear at night. However, since they were on the ground, they would be killed, not threatened. Players, if they appeared on the surface, would simply be driven away by the shadowy figures, while the plants and animals, if on the ground, would be unaffected. Jiang Mian felt that they were now like soul-reaping messengers, indiscriminately taking away souls. Just like what she had done before, directly taking away those plants and animals. Like soul-reaping messengers in movies and TV shows, the shadowy figures, though sinister, also seemed like guardian deities protecting this land, preventing any evil creatures from attacking them. The players, on the other hand, seemed like ordinary caretakers, or rather, in a no-man's land, or more directly, free babysitters. They had to guard the plants and animals, be wary of the guards, and avoid being harmed by these soul-reaping messengers. Being a player was truly exhausting. The only way to avoid it was to force themselves to take good care of the plants and animals, follow the rules, and be wary of attacks from other managers. In short, the only option is to slowly survive at the very bottom. And what if you can't survive? Then you can only wait to die. What else can you do if you can't survive but wait to die? Jiang Mian is now truly experiencing what it's like to break the rules. Every now and then, she hears the dismemberment of her companions' bodies above her. Watching those precious items vanish before her eyes, her heart aches terribly. However, even with all the heartache, there's no time to stop. If she dares to stop, she might be hacked to pieces or reduced to a bloody mess by the shadowy figure in the next second. Anyway, Jiang Mian had no intention of doing that. When she finally escaped underground and entered, the dark figure stopped its tracks. Her team of administrators, which she had brought with her, was now down to less than 100 people. It was clear that the more numerous the dark figures became, the stronger they were. Now, with so many dead, Jiang Mian couldn't go back and explain herself to her superiors. Those she had let out now looked at her with schadenfreude and eager anticipation. At first, Jiang Mian didn't understand their intentions. Then she realized that her incompetence and the resulting deaths would surely lead to punishment, and one of them could use this opportunity to rise in rank. But weren't they thinking too soon? Jiang Mian gathered them together, then, with an expression as if she were mobilizing everyone, pressed the button on the controller in her hand, under everyone's gaze. When the button was pressed, everyone's eyes widened in surprise, and the entire space fell silent. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Sure enough, this stuff did have some effect on them, albeit a rather minor one. After doing all this, Jiang Mian collected all their belongings and threw them into his spatial storage, then transformed the group into animals. Over 100 randomly generated snakes crawled around Jiang Mian's feet, giving him goosebumps. These creatures, not transformed from the reincarnation pool, retained their original memories, a fact Jiang Mian had learned after spending several days here. She immediately put away the snakes that the administrators had transformed into, preventing them from further disgusting her. It was a bit of a pity. Converting these hundreds of people into animals had consumed the energy of one of her controllers, 1,000 gold coins per charge, but it wasn't a loss, considering she gained so many controllers. Jiang Mian withdrew her hand. Alright, everyone was dead, now Jiang Mian didn't have to report back. The next second, she put away her own clothes. A brain-eating worm-infested administrator nearby walked towards Jiang Mian and took off his clothes, handing them to her. Jiang Mian looked at her new clothes with satisfaction. Although they were a level lower than before, at least it served the purpose of a minor leader. It wasn't a loss. The next day, when everyone learned that a leader had led his team to lose hundreds of people the previous night, including himself, they were immediately furious. However, some, like minor leaders of Jiang Mian's level, couldn't help but feel excited. With their superiors dead, wouldn't they have an opportunity to climb the ranks? So, it was time for them to start leveraging their connections. Jiang Mian, however, wasn't interested. Even when people contacted her, she acted as if she knew nothing, successfully missing this chance to volunteer. That night, Jiang Mian once again became one of those needed to go up. Good heavens, the outcome was the same. The shadowy figure seemed to be watching Jiang Mian's appearance, yet also seemed to be watching all of them. When only about 100 people remained, Jiang Mian implemented her previous plan, wiping them all out and making the shadowy figure the scapegoat. She was truly ruthless this time, not only killing from both sides, but also from one side to the other, leaving both sides completely bewildered. And their master, however, could no longer hold back and began confronting the shadowy figure on the ground. Chapter 599. Jiang Mian was also fortunate enough to become one of the foot soldiers, standing on the ground cheering on her boss, watching him take on 12 shadowy figures single-handedly. Yes, the shadowy figures had now evolved to 12. It was less a one-on-one fight and more like 12 shadowy figures ganging up on their boss. Watching this scene, Jiang Mian suddenly wanted to laugh. It was a rather strange feeling. She had caused the trouble herself, and to resolve it, she could simply do it herself. Her boss only needed to take action. She herself was just cannon fodder, and now was not the time to use cannon fodder. She was just a foot soldier, only needing to quietly play her role and amplify the momentum. She didn't have to think about anything else. It was actually quite comfortable. However, just as she thought this, a sudden figure almost hit them. Jiang Mian immediately took several steps back, barely avoiding one of the shadowy figures that was about to fall. After rising, the shadowy figure angrily swung his scythe, instantly obliterating anyone who fell upon it. Jiang Mian patted her chest, still shaken. Had she not switched places with one of the managers earlier, she would likely be a victim of the scythe herself. These shadowy figures were clearly no match for their leader, suffering repeated defeats in their fight. However, after his setbacks, the shadowy figure turned his anger on his underlings. At this point, Jiang Mian's situation became unsafe. She even considered running away. There was no point in staying. However, her curiosity compelled her to see how far the two would go. If they could both be severely injured, she might be able to pick up the scraps. The other players shared a similar thought. Although they could sense that they were no match for either of these forces, their greed kept them there. All the players held the same idea, which was why they were reluctant to leave. However, as Jiang Mian stared at the two figures fighting, the more she looked, the more familiar they seemed. From a distance, the two figures were almost identical. Except for one whose facial features were visible, and the others, they were practically cast from the same mold. Some of the movements seemed so familiar. Was this why the leaders of the administrators could take on 12 at once? Could these two actually be the same person? As for why they became adversaries, perhaps something happened, or some other reason led to this outcome. She couldn't figure it out. She could only make a rough estimate. She wondered what would happen after killing one of them. Jiang Mian was indeed quite curious. If Jiang Mian were to actually kill one, she would definitely choose to kill someone from the administrator's side. The administrators were different from that uncommunicative shadowy figure. With the shadowy figure, at least you could find a way to avoid it, but the administrators, while adhering to certain rules, used special abilities to circumvent them. This was a huge disadvantage for Jiang Mian and her group. If they wanted to live, they had to cooperate with the enemy of their enemy. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes, her gaze constantly scanning the shadowy figure and the other person. Although the leader of the management team had the upper hand in strength, he seemed somewhat exhausted under the attack of 12 people. Jiang Mian estimated that he would leave soon, but she didn't want to let him go so easily. Unfortunately, the shadowy figure was impossible to communicate with, and if Jiang Mian were to expose herself, she would likely be captured. After all, the shadowy figure was someone she had a grudge against. Sure enough, Jiang Mian's guess was correct. Soon after, the leader of the management team quietly changed her attack route, heading towards an area where many of the higher-ups were located. Seeing that she was about to leave, Jiang Mian immediately leaped up, using the cube to ensure her own safety. As the cube activated, the enormous, pillar-like purple light surged towards Jiang Mian's body, nearly knocking her unconscious from the impact. While she didn't fall asleep immediately, she was nonetheless trembling uncontrollably. This marrow-cleansing effect caused her body to tremble involuntarily. The physical pain had far more negative consequences for Jiang Mian than just a minor one. Even with gritted teeth and perseverance, she couldn't absorb all the purple light from the administrator. After absorbing nearly half, she abruptly stopped and vanished from her spot in the next second. At the very moment Jiang Mian disappeared, a pair of colossal hands reached out to grab her from where she had been standing. Fortunately, Jiang Mian left quickly. If she had hesitated for even a few more minutes, she would likely have been caught red-handed. Judging from the strength of the large hand, if Jiang Mian had been caught, she would probably have been finished. Luckily, she ran fast enough to avoid a severe blow. Jiang Mian, still shaken, couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. Looking at the fleeing leader and the now nearly half group of managers, Jiang Mian knew that her disruption had had an effect. Perhaps, quite an effect. The 12 dark figures seemed to have sensed his unease, seeing him try to escape, but then stop midway. They became enraged. Damn it, he already encountered a guy who always liked to run away, and now this old rival was trying to escape too. What did he take him for? Did he think this was a place he could come and go as he pleased? No one could fathom the shadowy figure's anger. After all, he couldn't speak or express his emotions. The only indication was his growing fury. He was truly enraged. The man, who had initially held the upper hand, was now being forced into a retreat. Much of his energy was suppressed, and every time he tried to retaliate, he couldn't unleash it, which was his biggest headache. However, no one would wait for him, and no one would challenge him to a duel. The man's eyes flashed fiercely at the spot where Jiang Mian had disappeared. If it weren't for this traitor, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. After he resolved this troublesome matter, he would definitely eliminate that traitor. Every extra day he stayed was a disgrace. Chapter 600. What he truly hated most was the shadowy figure. This being had originally been one with him, but due to changes in the world, it had separated from him. As a result, his own strength had greatly diminished, and the shadow that had separated from him was like a fool, unable to speak or express emotions. It only knew how to protect those humans, whom he saw as cattle to be slaughtered at will, which infuriated him. However, despite his anger, he was bound by the rules, and could not change this situation, only able to avoid places where the shadowy figure was present most of the time. Even with all this avoidance of his clone, he was still oppressed and unable to survive within the rules that favor the clone. Ultimately, he could only return to the underground, but the chosen clone, unable to speak and lacking his abilities, possessed only brute force, ultimately becoming a pawn of him. Unfortunately, every now and then, some reptiles would try to overthrow his power, use the shadowy figure against him, or simply seek to gain some benefit from it. Each time, he would waste some time dealing with these reptiles. Over time, he became somewhat careless. After all, they were just reptiles, and he was only concerned with how much time he wasted. But now he had encountered such a tough opponent, one that could actually harm him, something he hadn't expected. Furthermore, at this crucial moment, he had sealed his abilities, suffering repeated setbacks in his battle against his own shadow. While pondering how to eliminate this little reptile, the wound on his arm caused him a long-forgotten pain. The shadowy figures attacked. The man's eyes were filled with malice as he glanced at the shadowy figures with disgust. To Jiang Mian's delighted and expectant gaze, he seemed to be getting serious, directly draining the energy from the administrators' bodies. Black energy flowed continuously into his body. His previously sealed abilities began to loosen, returning to their peak. This was how Jiang Mian perceived it, but the actual situation was somewhat different. He hadn't fully recovered. After all, the thing Jiang Mian had taken out was no ordinary item. It could control hundreds of millions of people. Seeing the man still so imposing, Jiang Mian was truly exasperated. How could she fight in this situation? It was simply an unreasonable being. She glared at him hatefully, then turned and fled. As for what would happen afterward, that wasn't her concern. Although she couldn't defeat this guy, when it came to escaping, she could easily leave him behind. Jiang Mian, seeing the situation was dire, fled, with Fu Juhan following closely behind. Some players also noticed something was wrong and began to leave. However, some players, hoping to take advantage of any remaining enemies, decided to lie in wait. But by the time they realized something was amiss, it was too late. Damn it, that shadowy figure has gone berserk. No! No! Wasn't the shadowy figure supposed to be protecting us? How could this happen? Watching helplessly, as the shadowy figure began to recklessly unleash its ultimate attack, hacking and slashing wildly, the players who remained were now suffering terribly. They were not only attacked by two shadowy figures specifically released by the shadowy figure, but also shaken by the leader's power, and the shockwaves of the attack, causing many to cough up blood. Several kilometers away, Jiang Mian gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene through her binoculars. Good heavens, the two sides were on completely different levels. If Jiang Mian wanted to kill either of them, she would likely fight to the death and only manage to severely injure them. Having realized this, she abandoned any hope of survival. The priority now was to stay alive. As for greed, that could wait. To be greedy, one had to live. She had always been someone who gained what she had, charging in when clearly outmatched was completely out of character. Jiang Mian looked at Fu Junhan and whispered, "Let's go, let's find a quiet place quickly, preferably where neither side can find us." Jiang Mian had finally realized that no matter which side discovered her, she had already offended both sides, leading to certain death. It was better to find a place to hide. She could be a hero again in the next game. Fu Junhan naturally followed behind her. Even if Jiang Mian couldn't beat those people, he couldn't either. All the players hoping to pick up the scraps tacitly began to hide. However, while they hid, the battle between the shadowy figures and the leader of the administrators hadn't ended. The two sides fought for a long time, ultimately ending with three shadowy figures disappearing, while the leader of the administrators was seriously injured. Because daytime had arrived, the shadowy figures should have disappeared. Yes, it was that bizarre. The rules of this world superseded any power. If you didn't care, you could break the rules at will. However, those who fought against them were no longer on the same level. In general, the rules also protect the players. Luo Nan, the leader of the administrators, suddenly remembered his name. Before, he was like a puppet, only knowing how to deal with the humanoid creatures in this world. He feared the rules, and was the opposite of the shadow. Now, after truly fighting the shadow, he remembered his name. Looking at the bright sky, a smug smile appeared on his lips. Although he was seriously injured, it didn't stop his arrogance. He looked at his obviously sickly subordinates, and said recklessly, "Find all those people from yesterday. Don't let a single one escape. I think you should be familiar with their aura. You have 3 days to find them, otherwise, you have no reason to exist." Luo Nan's memories told him that after these crawlers appeared, there was a set time. If that time was exceeded, the crawlers would disappear. If he were to disappear from this world, he would lose a source of energy, and even more so, his long-awaited freedom. Therefore, based on the timeline, he could only give his subordinates a maximum of 3 days. After 3 days, there would likely be another period of calm and boredom. Although some of his subordinates could barely stand, they still mustered their spirits and readily accepted the orders. Jiang Mian, her face contorted in pain, glared at the managers catching up behind her and cursed, "Are they dogs? Wherever we run, they can find us." Fu Junhan, unusually humorous, replied, "No, they're not dogs, but I did see them raising dogs. So, it's very likely that it's because of that kind of creature that they were able to find our scent so quickly." Jiang Mian was frustrated by this. She had clearly used an item to isolate her scent, so how could she still be discovered? Could it be due to the unique rules of this world? There's no such thing as a 100% completely isolated scent. It's just that ordinary people can't smell it, or perhaps it's that certain species can't smell it, but some unique species can smell it. Unable to figure it out, she didn't force herself. Now wasn't the time to create trouble for herself. Right now, she needed to carefully avoid the managers behind her, as well as those returning from the left. Fortunately, there were many players there yesterday, which diverted some of their attention. Chapter 601. Otherwise, the pressure on Jiang Mian and his companion would be even greater. How long do you think they chase us? A day, 2 days? Or will they chase us until the end of the game? Hearing this question, Jiang Mian shook his head. I don't know. Judging from their orders, they probably won't chase us until nightfall. After all, if they're discovered at night, the consequences are far greater than if we are. Jiang Mian was right. When night fell, the administrators, seeing the situation was unfavorable, immediately began returning to their base. However, some lucky administrators made it back to base safely. However, some administrators, who were further away, were directly dealt with by the shadowy figures. What were Jiang Mian and his companion compared to these administrators? He was just someone who had offended him, but these administrators were like toads jumping around in front of him, extremely conspicuous. Therefore, they were a priority over Jiang Mian and his companion. Jiang Mian, finally letting out a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes. She wondered if she had really offended these people, so there was no need to put herself in such a vulnerable position. The next second, she dragged her wearied body to her feet and retrieved a house from her spatial storage to conceal herself. If the shadowy figure discovered her outside, they might launch a brutal attack. Not only that, Jiang Mian also released several piglets near the house. Of course, they were piglets from this world, to create confusion. Luckily, she was currently near a pigpen, which allowed her to slip through the net. The next day, the administrators went out again, but to their bewilderment, although they could clearly smell the players' presence, they couldn't find them. This was something they found extremely puzzling. If they had lowered their haughty heads and looked down, they would have seen several unusual, ant-like creatures on the ground. Those were Jiang Mian and his companions. Unfortunately, they couldn't easily detect Jiang Mian and his group. In their understanding, humans couldn't shrink that small. It was precisely because of this that they missed their target. Jiang Mian, meanwhile, sat leisurely under a tree, enjoying the shade, a homemade juice in his hand. Watching those enormous creatures leave empty-handed, he felt incredibly satisfied. Life was wonderful. He could enjoy beautiful scenery and watch monkey shows. Plus, some players diligently cared for their pets. He could make money and have fun at the same time. It's a bit of a pity that she didn't get her goal, which still worries Jiang Mian. What's wrong with you these past 2 days? You've been looking so gloomy every day? Fu Junhan keenly noticed Jiang Mian's unusual mood and asked directly. However, asking only made things worse. Jiang Mian couldn't help but sigh. Someone like you who's never short of money, someone who can just sit and count money, wouldn't understand. You get a cut of the gold coins other players trade, so naturally you wouldn't care about such small amounts. But there's something you might not know. Killing world bosses unlocks hidden quests, and the rewards are more generous than you can imagine. Fu Junhan raised an eyebrow. Generous? How generous could it be? Hearing his question, Jiang Mian knew he hadn't activated the hidden quest. She was about to reveal what she could gain when she suddenly stopped herself. It wasn't a system hint. Jiang Mian suddenly realized why she should tell him the truth. If she told him, wouldn't she have one more potential competitor? The fewer people who knew about the generous hidden rewards for defeating the world boss, the better her chances of winning. After all, if they didn't know the potential rewards, they wouldn't go all out. Although the hidden quest rewards were no longer available in this world, no one could predict what the future held. So, she immediately shut her mouth. But seeing Fu Junhan's strange look, she decided to offer another excuse. Oh, it's nothing. just a few more residency rights in Fireseed City as a reward. You wouldn't understand. Someone as cold-hearted as you wouldn't think these things are valuable, but for someone like me, in a country with billions of people, Fireseed City tickets are incredibly scarce. Every time I complete a mission well, the system rewards me with Fireseed City tickets, which indirectly saves many people. Jiang Mian spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Fu Junhan initially believed her, but after suddenly remembering who Jiang Mian was, he looked at her with some suspicion. Was she really that kind? Would she help others for free? Fu Junhan didn't believe this. Although he had a bit of a personal bias towards Jiang Mian, after all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and Jiang Mian was indeed quite attractive. He couldn't just lie and say that everything she did was good. However, since she had already said that, if he exposed her, wouldn't he embarrass her? That would only push them further apart. Thinking this, Fu Junhan, unusually high in emotional intelligence, didn't say it directly. In his mind, he memorized the fact that defeating the hidden boss would yield generous rewards, and he could try it later when the opportunity arose. Jiang Mian had no idea that she had just blurted out a shocking secret. But even if Fu Junhan knew, what could he do? Just like in this world, the world boss was so powerful that they couldn't kill it, they could only look at the treasure mountain, but couldn't enter. Meanwhile, the system outside the screen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It had really almost disregarded the rules, and used the communication function on its players. She was almost discovered by others for abusing her position, by giving all the resurrection items to this player. If they found out, Jiang Mian would likely face even more pursuit in the future. Her resurrection items would be replenished rapidly, and she might even be targeted by powerful players, who could easily eliminate her. This is precisely because her current resources are limited, preventing her from protecting younger players. If she had abundant resources, Jiang Mian wouldn't need to be so cautious and could become famous much earlier, like players in other games. That's why the system managed to obtain that list, information on well-known players, mostly those who leveled up quickly or possessed powerful items. Killing them would give Jiang Mian all their items, allowing him to rapidly accumulate resources. This is also why so many people choose to bully weaker players. Chapter 602. The system couldn't help but turn its attention to the ancestor Jiang Mian had brought back from the previous game world. After their negotiations, the ancestor was now brimming with fighting spirit. The system also realized that this ancestor was quite intelligent. She had her own set of logic. She had simply gone astray before. The bigger reason was that she and Jiang Mian had been adversaries back then, but things were different now. Now they were partners, and even under the same game's control. Under the system's gentle, forced guidance, the ancestor was now a devoted fan of the system. Yes, after the system's haphazard persuasion, the ancestor now completely trusted it. She started thinking about how to have children, cultivate her own family, strive to make her family big and powerful, and then gain the upper hand when facing that player with the strange abilities. In the system's descriptions of others, Jiang Mian's current strength is entirely due to the support of his family, and he even sacrifices his family members' lives to gain power when he can't defeat others, which is why he seems invincible. Therefore, others understand Jiang Mian as a selfish, unambitious, but lucky individual. Although the ancestor despises him, her desire to become stronger is unprecedentedly strong. Therefore, she wants to suppress Jiang Mian and avenge her past humiliations. She now considers Jiang Mian a hypothetical enemy. She believes Jiang Mian's family must be very powerful, otherwise, they wouldn't be enough for Jiang Mian to sacrifice. So, she begins to desperately seek out unorthodox methods, constantly producing first and second generation offspring in her area. With the system's assistance and the time acceleration ability that Jiang Mian previously sold to the system, their growth is extremely rapid. However, it will still take some time before they can be put to use. These first and second generation players haven't experienced real combat, so they can only be nurtured for now. This is also a significant expense. The system is constantly worrying about what to feed them. Eating people is definitely out of the question. It only has so many players. If it lets them eat people, wouldn't that defeat the purpose? But if it doesn't let them eat people, it still needs to absorb the special energy it requires, so it can only cause trouble for other game players. It randomly releases them into the worlds of various game players, and then gives them some tasks to complete. However, this is only temporary. When the time is right, it will let them attack together. Jiang Mian has no idea about the system's calculations. She's currently receiving a big order. Feng Hua has somehow been discovered and is now being hunted down, so she's looking for a way to escape. After hearing Jiang Mian's method, she was immediately interested. However, after hearing the price and cost, She hesitated. Honey, is it really that expensive? I only got 100,000 gold coins from you, and now you're asking for 100,000 all at once? That's a bit too much. Looking at Feng Hua's message, Jiang Mian rubbed his nose. Indeed, he seemed to have gone too far, asking for too much. Jiang Mian, considering we're old friends, I won't ask for that much. How about this? You give me 80,000 gold coins. Don't tell anyone about this, since it's 20,000 less. I always ask for 100,000 gold coins with others. As you know, these administrators are like madmen, relentlessly targeting players. Players like you are alright, but those of us who tried to ambush them were chased down with nowhere to run. So, I think you already experienced how difficult these administrators are. Feng Hua hesitated, looking at the price Jiang Mian quoted. The price was indeed too high, she couldn't afford it right now. However, her eyes lit up instantly after seeing Jiang Mian's next message. Jiang Mian, oh right, I almost forgot to tell you, if you bring me one person, I can reward you with 1,000 gold coins. So, if you bring in about 100 people, you get 100,000 gold coins. Not only will you break even, but you also make a small profit. Seeing this, Feng Hua confirmed almost without thinking. Great, just bringing in people, that's easy. Seeing this, Jiang Mian's lips curled into a smile. The fish had taken the bait. Alright. She knew it. Someone like Feng Hua, who specialized in this kind of business, must have many connections. Asking her to introduce some business would be a piece of cake. The only problem was ensuring those players wouldn't take advantage of the situation to ambush her. However, someone willing to spend 100,000 gold coins for a chance to survive wouldn't be so short-sighted. Even if they were truly that foolish, Jiang Mian had ways to ensure they had a chance to steal, but not a chance to escape. Thinking this way, Jiang Mian stopped worrying. She was now practically just waiting for business to come to her. Soon, she began receiving inquiries from players. Jiang Mian was quite patient at first. After all, these were all potential customers. However, later on, when faced with the same problem, she really didn't want to deal with it anymore. She simply posted a link herself, selling only one coordinate for 100,000 gold coins. When some people saw this price, they thought the seller was crazy. Using so many gold coins for a useless coordinate was unacceptable to anyone, right? However, when they saw the number of buyers, they were dumbfounded. Within just a few hours of the link being up, over 200 coordinates had been sold. Was this the coordinate of some important person? Or was it the coordinate for escaping? However, no one explained it to them. Some wealthy people, even with skepticism, bought the coordinates directly and then contacted Jiang Mian, receiving an announcement from her. Mysterious merchant, this link includes an escape opportunity and a free location card. Using the location card will pinpoint player 0 degree, granting access to a special item that will prevent the administrators from finding you. Some were skeptical, while others wanted to take a gamble. After using the location card, they headed towards the location it indicated. When they arrived, they found a large crowd gathered. After inquiring, they learned that the player with the technology had stated beforehand that the ability could only be used by gathering 100 people. Furthermore, these 100 people needed to stand very close together to maximize the effect. Initially, some were skeptical, even suspecting the seller was a scam. However, when they watched as the first 100 people instantly shrank and hid behind various obstacles, they became convinced. Chapter 603. Beautiful lady, can't you just shrink our bodies directly now? I can offer a higher price, and then open a back door for us. Yes, I offer 200,000 gold coins. Can you use it for me just once? I offer 210,000. 300,000. Goodness, in no time, this place had turned into an auction, and Jiang Mian was tempted. However, due to the pressure of reality, Jiang Mian could only watch helplessly as the gold coins vanished. She wanted to earn gold coins too, but the machine's energy didn't support her doing so. It always needed to be recharged after a period of use, and each recharge cost 10,000 gold coins. Each use consumed roughly the same amount of energy, only the number of people affected varied. Opening it for one person at a time could indeed shrink 100 people at once. Unless someone offered 3 million gold coins, Jiang Mian wouldn't open the machine for them alone. However, no one was a fool. They didn't want to pay such a high price for an opportunity they could already have. To Jiang Mian's surprise, quite a few players wanted the chance to escape. She initially thought only those desperate to escape would want to buy such an opportunity. However, some law-abiding players also wanted this chance. Through Jiang Mian's casual inquiries, she learned that the administrators had become increasingly brazen lately, perhaps because the game had ended, or for some other reason. In fact, many players had even seen them appear in the dark. However, it was precisely because of their appearance that the shadowy figures seized the opportunity, killing many. But they couldn't withstand the constant influx of new administrators. Thus, with one side gaining at the expense of the other, more and more players were taken away by unreasonable demands. Even if some players were lucky enough to escape, most lacked the ability to avoid their notice. After witnessing others being ruthlessly dragged away, they learned their lesson. They started running away as soon as they sensed something was wrong. However, the administrators seemed to be working against them. Whenever they tried to escape, they would block all possible routes. They were extremely vigilant, afraid that even one prey might escape. Jiang Mian, however, unexpectedly gained many loyal fans as a result. Not to mention, the selling price was both high and fast. Her device was almost smoking from the heat. Looking at the device, which was burning hot, and faintly smelled of burnt hair dye, Jiang Mian spent 1 million gold coins at the crafting table with a pained expression to recreate a brand new device. 2 machines were used in rotation, and surprisingly most players had been shrunk by Jiang Mian. The administrators discovered a large number of players had disappeared the following day. If only a couple hundred or a few hundred people had shrunk and vanished, it wouldn't have been so bad. But their mass disappearances caught them completely off guard. It was clearly visible that in some areas, only 1 or 2 lone players remained, looking utterly bewildered. They had no idea where their companions had gone, nor had they received any news of them. These were players who were either weaker or less popular, so they were simply abandoned. After realizing something was wrong, they began reporting to their superiors, but by the time Luo Nen found out, it was too late. After some calculations, he discovered that only a few hours remained before the so-called players left. Even if he knew, what could he do? The players had already escaped. What puzzled him was that he didn't notice a significant decrease in the world's population, yet he still couldn't find them. There were no barriers, no energy. Even after flying thousands of kilometers, he still couldn't find them. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up and ordered his men to dig 3 feet into the ground to find the vanished crawlers. The administrators naturally obeyed, and the remaining players, witnessing such a spectacular scene, couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, after they shrunk in size, the administrators' bodies looked like ants looking at elephants, and the way they stomped the ground resembled meteorites falling from the sky, making them impossible to defend against. Some players, who were nearby and enjoyed watching the spectacle, were unlucky enough to become victims of the meteorite. Jiang Mian looked at the players' gruesome deaths, and felt truly sorry for them. They had barely escaped numerous dangers, only to be struck by lightning here. It was a sad sight. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't make any guarantees for them in this situation. She only said she would give them a chance to escape, not that she would guarantee them a 100% success rate in the game. No one can guarantee a player will succeed in the game 100% unless the system directly opens a backdoor, and that backdoor has to be extremely large. After this incident, all the players went into hiding to avoid further unforeseen disasters. Jiang Mian naturally concealed herself as well. Just when everyone thought the mission would proceed uneventfully, an attack from the sky instantly wiped out most of their forces. Jiang Mian was stunned. If she remembered correctly, she had set up numerous alarms nearby. Why hadn't the alarms gone off? Yet the attack had already begun. This was completely illogical. However, in a fantasy world that operates on science, this wasn't the way a normal person would think. Jiang Mian grabbed the 2 people beside her and whispered, "Quick, let's go. The plan has changed." Feng Hua and Fu Junhan followed Jiang Mian's lead and began to leave. Jiang Mian initially thought it was the leader of the administrators who had discovered them. However, once they were far away, seeing the familiar whip that had suddenly awakened, resembling a thick python, she realized what it was all about. It was actually Lu Yan's attack. She hadn't seen Lu Yan in a long time, thinking she was dead or in hiding. She never expected her to be waiting here, ready to retaliate in the end. But wasn't she afraid of the world's boss? Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, her eyes widened instantly. When Jiang Mian saw the world boss appear behind Lu Yan, looking completely relaxed, she immediately realized what was happening. Lu Yan, this woman had actually cooperated with the boss. What did she have that could possibly sway this guy? Jiang Mian was truly blinded by her own involvement. Once they became a group, Lu Yan was separated, and given that Lu Yan was already being targeted, she naturally wouldn't side with them. Seeing an opportunity to retaliate, she seized it. She simply told the boss she could find their location, and easily hooked up with him, making him fight for her. Chapter 604. Naturally, some people wanted Jiang Mian to find a way, at least to help them survive. However, what could Jiang Mian do now? She could only be chased and run away. As for fighting back, that was a pipe dream. She was barely able to protect herself. How could she care about others? Seeing that even Jiang Mian, who possessed special abilities, had escaped, the others naturally wouldn't stay put and wait to die. They all ran faster than the last. However, Lu Yin had spent 100,000 gold coins to locate this place. So how could she let these people go? These people were all after her secrets. If she simply let them go, who would be responsible for her ordeal these past few days? Lu Yin pointed to a group of people she had located and said to the world boss behind her, right there, kill them all. Use them to strengthen yourself, and you will break free from this world and become a truly independent being. Hearing this, the world boss's eyes lit up instantly, but the next second his expression vanished, and he turned to look coldly at Lu Yin. You better pray you're telling the truth, or you're not lying to me, otherwise, I will make you pay the price. Lu Yin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile unchanged. Don't worry, I would never lie to you. After all, we share a common interest. With you around, those players will definitely hunt me down relentlessly. Isn't escaping your ultimate dream? Without the limitations of this world, without any shadows opposing you, living freely, no longer bound by constraints, isn't that what you want? The world boss's lips twitched. This was indeed what he wanted, but he needed a foolproof plan. If he didn't achieve his goal, there was no point in cooperating with this little reptile. However, looking at the determined eyes of this little reptile, he thought he should take the gamble. Searching for his lost memories, and he flicked his sleeve. I hope you know what's good for you. If you don't get what I want, I will definitely come back and deal with you, then tear you to pieces. After uttering these harsh words, the world boss transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. Only Lu Yin remained standing there, covered in cold sweat. What seemed calm just now had actually been the world boss placing all his pressure on her. She almost couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Fortunately, that thing was assisting her, otherwise, she probably would have collapsed. This was her first time trying to cooperate with a world boss. It seemed that next time, she couldn't be careless unless absolutely necessary. If other players hadn't pushed her so hard, she wouldn't have wanted to do something that was practically betraying the system. She didn't even know how the system would view her when she returned. Jiang Mian was being hunted by the world boss, and couldn't find an opportunity to retaliate. Seeing that things couldn't continue like this, she considered cooperating with other players, but seeing how fast they ran, she immediately dismissed the idea. Forget it, what's the point of cooperating with a bunch of cowards? She might just be used as cannon fodder. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian, with the mindset of better to die than let others die, began to flee. However, seeing so many people escaping ahead, she feared something unexpected might happen. Jiang Mian suddenly changed her attitude and ran towards a place almost no one else chose. Even retracing her steps, the most dangerous place was the safest. Upon returning, she caught a glimpse of the boss's fleeting figure. She immediately concealed herself and followed Lu Yin without making a sound. Now, only being with Lu Yin was truly safe. Being with anyone else would be somewhat dangerous. Here, Jiang Mian also saw some familiar faces. Fu Junhan, and the group of players she had encountered in the cave, who had tried to rescue their companions. They had somehow blended into the shrunken group. After exchanging glances, they silently shut their mouths, afraid that Lu Yin would notice something amiss and launch another attack. At this point, no one wanted to grow any bigger. Being small allowed them to hide, but growing larger meant certain death. They didn't want to die, so they didn't want to revert back, they just wanted to quietly survive until the very end. Finally, night fell. The world boss's face darkened. Damn, time was passing so quickly. That thing was about to reappear. If he didn't go back now, he'd have to fight it again for a while. However, the world boss was reluctant to give up the hope that was about to arrive, and the benefits these players could bring him. Torn by conflicting emotions, he focused his gaze on Lu Yin, which is why he noticed the smaller, less conspicuous crawling insects on the ground. Especially since one of them was the one who had previously opposed him. He attacked Jiang Mian and the others without hesitation. Jiang Mian was right behind Lu Yin, and the attack was completely absorbed by her. She didn't even have time to react, bewildered as to why her partner was so cruel and ruthless, dying so suddenly. Jiang Mian and the others were blasted hundreds of meters away, their bodies drifting downwards with the wind. Thanks to Lu Yin, they hadn't suffered much damage in that attack, but because of this, Lu Yin was instantly killed by the world boss. The reward for killing Lu Yin went to the world boss, who, upon receiving the reward, was instantly stunned. Congratulations to player Luo Xingman for obtaining a special reward. Communicating with your future self. Memories long sealed in his mind finally returned, and the next second, he suddenly let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. So I've been trapped in a place you call a mission world all along. Everything about me was arranged by you. By what right? What right do you have to arrange me? Follow the rules? Why should I be a force that subtly influences these rules? You bunch of useless trash. Yet you call yourselves the supreme system, God. You treat us like ants, judging us, watching us fight, bringing you benefits. It's laughable. At this moment, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Jiang Mian and the others. Instead, he looked at them with pity, even though their figures were. He couldn't see clearly because of the small size, but that didn't stop him from venting his anger. Do you know who I am? I'm one of your countless predecessors. Back then, I directly defeated the world boss. But because of that, I was forced to stay here, becoming another true world boss. I lost my memories, and have to abide by the bizarre rules of this world. Not only that, this place has been set up as a testing ground. Your every move is under the watchful eyes of those systems. What do you mean? Jiang Mian suddenly asked, listening to the world boss's words. However, the world boss in front of him revealed a mocking smile, as if he had discovered something very amusing. Chapter 605. He shrugged, looking nonchalant, and said, nothing, it's just your affair, your promises, your secrets, your various schemes. Everything was seen and heard. And you're still entertaining yourselves, thinking you've done nothing wrong. Hearing this, not only was Jiang Mian about to explode, but the other players were too. They all looked up, bewildered. Was it really as this guy said, that someone was staring intently at them, or perhaps a live broadcast, observing their every move? If that were true, wouldn't that be rather unethical? Jiang Mian immediately contacted her system, but found that since entering the game, the system hadn't given her any feedback, and even the system assistant had disappeared. If that were really the case. Jiang Mian's eyes flashed. Actually, someone like her, who had climbed up from the very bottom of the world, didn't really care about her image being constantly watched. She didn't feel anything was wrong. She was indifferent to everything. However, Jiang Mian, having died once, naturally thought differently from the others. The others, however, couldn't help but frown, deeply disgusted at being spied on. They became indignant, no longer afraid of the world boss, but instead believing it was on their side, and they wanted to demand justice. Why? We're all human beings. Why are you insulting our human rights like this? I won't accept it. I protest. That's right. Aren't we human beings too? Such a blatant invasion of our privacy. Do you think we won't fight back? Do you believe we just quit the system? We rather stay in this world forever, so the system will lose a lot of players. At worst, it'd be a lose-lose situation. Yeah, let's show them we're not pushovers. They really think they're God, able to bully us however they want. Listening to these players' words, Jiang Mian was truly exasperated. Was it possible they were all being manipulated? Did the world boss really mean everything? Did killing Lu Yin mean everything? Why did so many people believe the world boss was telling the truth? Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of the special item Lu Yin obtained. Could it be that item that caused this situation? What special function did it have that could make the world boss suddenly see through his illusions and realize he was just a frog in a well? She was curious too. However, curiosity was fleeting. The most important thing now was to stabilize the world boss's emotions. If she could keep him calm and delay for another 2 hours, she could leave this world. Then, it would be a foolproof ending. However, before leaving, she still needed to make a show of contacting the system. The system hadn't informed him of these things beforehand, so he had to make it find a solution. At the very least, some compensation was reasonable. If the system had informed him beforehand, he wouldn't have so carelessly revealed his hand, making himself a laughingstock. Thinking that others would know he was greedy, Jiang Mian's anger intensified. He joined the shouting group, yelling, "That's right. We can't let the system get away with this. Don't we players have human rights? Are we just supposed to be bullied like this? Why?" With Jiang Mian joining in, and her subtle mobilization of everyone to listen to her narration, a large crowd nearby was already engaged, making it seem even more like a cult stronghold. The players were all calling out to their friends and sharing their discoveries. The entire world erupted in a cacophony of noise. This was the first time Jiang Mian had realized the impact of so many people speaking simultaneously. The buzzing was annoying enough, but prolonged exposure could cause tinnitus. And this scene was exactly what the world boss wanted. Didn't you see the smile on his face? After the scene lasted for about an hour, the world boss seemed very satisfied with the situation. Even the shadowy figures appearing in the darkness couldn't get near him. They were all held back by the players. Only then did he look up at the sky, seemingly piercing through the screen and staring at the systems. Uncharacteristically, he began negotiating. I know you. Just release me, and I can resolve this chaos. Don't be afraid. With so many players attacking, I make them lose this memory and return to being your trained hounds. And all I need is to leave this world. So you're guaranteed to profit, aren't you? Even Jiang Mian, standing behind the game world boss, found this perfectly reasonable. The trade was fair, suitable for both sides, allowing them to reach a settlement without paying too much. However, this trade was utterly unfair to these players. Were their memories some cheap thing? Could they simply disappear, vanish without a trace? However, those in power don't care about the thoughts of ordinary people like them. Will their memories be lost? Will the players suffer any additional harm? What they need to do is stabilize the situation, and if these players aren't controlled, they definitely go crazy. After all, they painstakingly nurtured them for so long. If they were really torn apart by a world boss, that would be truly ridiculous. Those players, who initially felt betrayed, turned to look at the world boss. This was a direct attack, wasn't it? Was it really okay to say this directly to their faces? However, just when they thought the system wouldn't be so brazen, they suddenly heard a muffled rumble of thunder in the sky, followed by a series of exhalations. It was like a normal person testing a microphone to see if there was any sound. Hey! Luo Nan. Right. After discussion, we agreed to cooperate with you, but on one condition: you must ensure that all players' memories are erased, and that other players cannot resist your abilities. Can you guarantee that? If you can, we will adopt your plan. After all, it's not like we imprisoned you, we're just doing you a favor. The world boss didn't believe this voice at all. What favor? What didn't they do? They must have been involved, otherwise he wouldn't have become a game world boss for no reason. He couldn't complete his mission. He had completed his mission perfectly, but because of this internal system infighting, he almost stayed here forever. Anyone would be angry in that situation. Chapter 606. However, to leave now, he needed the power of these systems. The game he was in had vanished without a trace after all these years. He didn't know if it was dead or had abandoned him. He needed to rely on them to get out, and once he was out, he would naturally take revenge on them one by one. None of the systems that had held that ceremony back then would escape. His imprisonment was definitely their doing, otherwise, how could such a coincidence happen? His players had been lost here, and the systems had also suffered heavy losses. This was extremely rare. Now that he heard those high and mighty systems had finally relented, he didn't want to break ties with them. After all, the management of these worlds was in the hands of those systems. If things got too tense, it would be counterproductive. Therefore, ordinary players became their trading commodities, and Jiang Mian was included among them. Even though their eyes were filled with resentment and fear, they couldn't change the deal between the world boss and the systems, and these deals were made without any concealment. To be honest, Jiang Mian was also quite surprised. This was the first time she ever seen something like this. Oh, it wasn't exactly the first time, but it was certainly rare, the system actually bowing down to another player. However, the price for bowing down seemed a bit too high. Why drag herself into it? Losing her memory, that wasn't a good habit. Jiang Mian immediately tried to contact her system, but she couldn't summon it. It was as if it had vanished. Jiang Mian's expression changed. Had her system died? Please do not make malicious speculations about the system. If the system dies, the player will also be exiled and become an outsourced player. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. This was the first time she had heard of a system becoming an outsourced player after its death. However, why did the system suddenly contact her? Wasn't it impossible to contact her before? Just as Jiang Mian was feeling puzzled, she heard the system continue in a strange yet joyful tone. Players can assist the world boss in escaping this world, and try their best to block the Shadow's attack in the coming time. Jiang Mian seemed to understand something, and her eyes lit up. System, it can't be what I'm thinking, can it? However, after asking this question in her mind, the system disappeared again, leaving Jiang Mian standing there bewildered. No! Assisting the world boss is one thing, but is there any way to prevent the world boss from erasing her memories? She doesn't want to lose her memories. Unfortunately, she can't contact the system now, only she can make the decision. Because of her thoughts, Jiang Mian didn't directly reject what the system had just said. Instead, she silently observed the world boss. It sounds like the world boss's escape from this world is quite troublesome, especially since it involves the shadowy figure. Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she saw the world boss suddenly glance at her as if by telepathy. The person's expression was strange, seemingly somewhat unwilling. After a brief eye contact with him, Jiang Mian turned away speechlessly. This feeling? It seemed she was being looked down upon. Jiang Mian was somewhat annoyed, but couldn't show it on the spot. Then, the world boss, as if possessed, suddenly began swinging his silver-white scythe, centered on himself. As soon as the scythe began to swing, those nearby immediately moved away warily. They had all seen the man wielding the same silver-white scythe when fighting the shadowy figure. When the silver-white scythe touched the administrators, even those wearing powerful protective suits were sliced in two, dying instantly. If it were them, without any powerful protective suits, fighting the enemy like this would be even more futile. However, how could they so easily escape? After most people froze in place, their expressions stiff, the others finally realized that this person didn't intend to kill them, but rather, just as he had said in his conversation with the system, to erase their memories of this world. However, such actions would inevitably cause harm to humans, and they naturally didn't want that outcome. Therefore, most people began to flee. Jiang Mian's face stiffened. She didn't know whether she should run away or go to help this man. But looking at her current form, she felt she had to at least return to her original size. Jiang Mian and Fu Junhan exchanged a glance. Fu Junhan remained wary, indicating the system hadn't told him much. However, there was no time to explain. She directly instructed Fu Junhan to restore her to her normal form. Then, while Fu Junhan looked bewildered, she knocked him unconscious. She stuffed him into her backpack. Then she went to find Feng Hua to trade the items she had. Seeing the chaos, the systems who had been watching the spectacle frowned. This was no easy task. Just as they were considering whether to intervene further, a flash of colorful light appeared, and the conference room, where the systems were located, suddenly lit up with countless snowflakes. A faint smell of burning could be detected. The situation of that world, which had been displayed on the large screen, had vanished. What happened? How could the transmission device of this world be like this? However, no one could explain the cause of this situation. They all rushed outside in a panic. This situation was clearly not simple. Instead of staying here, it was better to go outside and see what was going on. From Jiang Mian's perspective, the sky suddenly darkened. At the same time, the world boss no longer swung its scythe like it was playing house. Instead, using some unknown method, everyone present, except Jiang Mian, including Fu Yunhan in Jiang Mian's backpack, vanished. Jiang Mian looked bewildered. Standing up, he suddenly noticed that besides the shadowless world boss, there was another figure dressed in black robes. No, to be more precise, it wasn't wearing black robes, it was simply a shadow. Finally, the world boss spoke. I'm sure you understand now that this shadow is merely my shadow. Back then, my shadow and I were forced to separate for thousands of years. Now that we finally reunited, we face a life or death struggle. This is the limitation of this world, caused by the systems that left me here. Chapter 607. Jiang Mian merely listened attentively without answering. After all, she hadn't experienced events from thousands of years ago. In her eyes, this person was practically an ancient relic, incredibly powerful, and his identity shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the system had asked her to help him. She suspected some undisclosed deal between them. Jiang Mian gave an awkward smile. She had ambushed this guy earlier, and was even scheming against him. It was rather embarrassing now. Oh, and then? The world boss glanced at Jiang Mian. I know you can't help me much, but you can use that skill you had before to imprison the energy within the shadowy figure later. Just like last time with me, I can only leave this world safely after I defeat him. Of course, you can leave too. Waiting for what the system promised would probably take hundreds of years. It's better to rely on yourself. Therefore, I teach you something as payment for your assistance. Hearing this, Jiang Mian became unusually serious. What is it? The man turned his head, his eyes filled with seriousness, no longer showing the previous hostility and contempt. The only one who can help you in this world is yourself. Everyone will harm you, including the system. If it has huge profits, it can harm you, your family, and all the players you know, making you a person who never existed. Don't think you and the system are a natural alliance. When you are no longer under its control, it will abandon you too. Hearing this, Jiang Mian felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar, her heart turning completely cold. Looking at him, she suddenly remembered his identity, Perhaps he really hadn't lied to her. Are you in the same situation? The man shook his head. I don't know. So much time has passed, who could possibly know? Jiang Mian opened her mouth, wanting to ask something more, but the man turned his head away. I severed the link to this world. The system will soon realize something's wrong here. Let's try to finish this before they find a solution. As for your other reward, it's that you won't lose your memories of this world. Of course, in the system's eyes, you lost your memories. By the way, the city within the system you're in isn't safe either. The system has the highest authority and can investigate the situation inside at any time. Thump! 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 The rapid pounding of her heart made Jiang Mian clench her fists. These were things Jiang Mian hadn't known before. Although she had some suspicions, it wasn't until the facts were laid bare that she suddenly understood, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Listening to the man's story, it seemed the world was inherently unsafe. But what world is truly safe? The world self-eliminates, evolves, and can even wipe out humanity. Aren't they just drifting along with the tide? Jiang Mian suddenly raised her hand, interrupting the man's impending attack, and said firmly, Wait a minute, I have another friend. Oh no! 2 friends? Could you please not let them lose their memories? The man didn't even turn his head, but Jiang Mian knew he had agreed. Since that was the case, she had to give what she needed to give. She leaped into the air, wings outstretched, and the cube in her hand suddenly appeared before her. The shadowy figure, alert and fully prepared, was caught off guard by the man wielding the silver scythe, who struck her directly, bringing her within striking distance of Jiang Mian. The man's attack was delivered with all his might, sending the shadowy figure staggering to the ground. Seeing his intent to kill, the shadowy figure no longer cared about Jiang Mian, instead warily watching him and summoning its other clones. The other shadowy figures also began attacking the man, buying him time. Jiang Mian then used the cube on the man on the ground. Just as she had done the first time, countless purple rays surged towards Jiang Mian, bringing the pain once more, though this time it was much less intense. The shadowy figure sensed something was wrong within its body, but was unable to break free. When Jiang Mian could no longer hold on, she could clearly sense the shadowy figure's strength weakening. Not only that, several of the original 12 shadows suddenly vanished, merging into one, reducing the number of shadows from 12 to 4. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. She could see that her ability had significantly damaged the shadowy figure. However, this didn't mean Jiang Mian would have the last laugh. The shadowy figure had only temporarily lost some power. Once it recovered, Jiang Mian, who had orchestrated everything, would face its wrath. For example, right now, the shadowy figure on the ground, having lost most of its energy, attacked Jiang Mian directly. However, Jiang Mian no longer needed to fear it. Its abilities had been so greatly diminished. Did it think it was the same man she couldn't defeat before? In their attack, the shadowy figure was clearly at a disadvantage, no longer forcing Jiang Mian into a defensive retreat as before. Now, Jiang Mian had truly turned the tables, becoming the master and forcing the shadowy figure to retreat. Therefore, Jiang Mian seized this opportunity to frantically copy its abilities. Listening to the clinking sounds in her ears, copying its abilities against such a powerful creature naturally increased her experience bar rapidly. Soon, the experience bar reached the critical value, but unfortunately, she didn't have time to level up. Although somewhat regrettable, it was still an unexpected gain. Jiang Mian really wanted to burst into song, to show that this shadowy figure, who had been so arrogant and eager to kill her, was now nothing but a pushover, being beaten back step by step. Soon, the man dealt with the other 2 shadowy figures and finally had time to turn around, helplessly watching Jiang Mian toying with the last one. He said coldly, "Had enough fun?" Jiang Mian looked embarrassed. "All right, then I hurry up and finish him off." Both of them knew that killing the shadowy figure would grant a hidden reward. Therefore, the man had no intention of stealing it. After all, this woman had just helped him. It wouldn't be right for him to be so ungrateful, would it? To Jiang Mian's surprise, after she killed the shadowy figure and the corpses of the other 3 shadowy figures shrunk into one, then began to spread towards the man's feet. Only then did Jiang Mian turn on her flashlight and see a shadow magically appear at the man's feet. However, the shadow seemed quite defiant, wriggling and twisting at the man's feet. Just then, the man looked at Jiang Mian and said, "You protect me. After I subdue the shadow, we can leave this place." Jiang Mian nodded. Protecting someone? It was pitch black here. Who could possibly appear? However, just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she suddenly saw a sneaky player peek out. Because Jiang Mian was shrouded in darkness, the player clearly didn't notice her, but instead noticed the man illuminated by the flashlight. At the same time, perhaps due to the terrain, Jiang Mian could clearly hear the player's conversation with the system. Respected system? It's about assassinating him, right? Yes, players who kill the world boss while he's weakened will receive a special reward. The player, after confirming, gritted his teeth. Alright, I do it. However, just as he agreed to the system, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He was instantly killed without even realizing it. Jiang Mian had promised the man she would protect him. After all, he offered her so many benefits. Plus, the system seemed to know the man, so naturally it wouldn't allow anyone to ruin his chance to leave this world. Although she and the man didn't get along at first, hadn't she been trying to make amends? Therefore, anyone who appeared before her wanting to kill the man had to get past her first. No one was allowed to kill Jiang Mian's benefactor. After killing this player, she obtained quite a few items. It was unclear how this player had managed to evade the memory extraction. Perhaps it was due to the system, or maybe the system had helped him, allowing him to avoid having his memories taken. Jiang Mian waited there, patiently observing and waiting, his predictions always accurate. Before he knew it, he had already dealt with over a dozen players. Only then did the man stand up, looking at the fallen corpses around him, and giving Jiang Mian an approving look. You, not bad, you have the same spirit I had back then. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, quite confident in that regard. Just then, the man seemed to remember something, and with a wave of his hand, the dark and chaotic scene vanished, reappearing as a world filled with fallen bodies. However, this world was extremely quiet. All people and livestock had ceased movement. Just then, a system notification rapidly sounded in Jiang Mian's ears. As if afraid the two would say something, it acted with a guilty conscience. Chapter 608. Ding! Mission complete, everyone about to be teleported. System shop fully open. World chat group about to open. Hey! Hearing the system teleport her away, she was about to call out to the man when she realized everything had vanished. Before her eyes, a white world filled her vision. She was back in the system space. Jiang Mian was annoyed. She hadn't even learned any special experience from this senior yet. And she'd been teleported out? Only then did the system finally arrive. However, this time the system seemed smug, as if it had received some good news. Jiang Mian looked regretful, but still perked up when facing the system. System? What happened? I remember the countdown was still several minutes long. How did I suddenly appear in the game space? The system looked up at the game world Jiang Mian was in. There were indeed still a few minutes left, but now was not the time to worry about such a small matter. Instead, it was excited. It's okay, it's probably just game lag. Darling, do you know how much recognition you gain from the systems in this world? Today, all the systems wanted to poach you from me, but unfortunately, they didn't get their chance. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, not understanding what the system meant by suddenly saying this. Was it trying to negotiate some conditions? Or was there something else it wanted to say, and this was just a prelude? Before Jiang Mian could ask, the system's tone was filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, you have no idea. After the world boss of the last world regained his outsourced player status, he's now free. How many people will probably have sleepless nights from now on? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, not missing the system's gloating. You seem quite pleased? He's become an outsourced player, not yours. What's there to be so happy about? The system's voice was still brimming with excitement as it explained to Jiang Mian, you don't understand, do you? Although he's not my outsourced player, he won't become someone else's. With his current strength, once he captures a player, he can sign some unequal contracts with that player. A player who was so powerful before must have some hidden treasures. Even though he lost his memory, it doesn't stop his subconscious from helping him. As long as he controls one player, he can freely change other players as his contracted partners in the next player competition, and then he can freely enter other game worlds. Jiang Mian easily extracted a key point from the system's words. Next player competition? What does this mean? Is there something else your systems haven't told us players about? Why did I never know there was such a thing as player competitions? Also, you don't seem surprised at all that I retain my memories. Oops. The system, realizing it had let something slip, looked embarrassed. Faced with Jiang Mian's aggressive questioning, he had no choice but to explain. The competition is a default game competition between systems. It's where all players gather to compete. There are large and small competitions, and your competition this time can be considered a small one. Just like the several worlds you experienced before combined, that was a medium-sized competition, and you stood out then, defeating the world boss. Therefore, my status rose along with the rest of my family, making me eligible to enter the system's main hall. However, occasionally, Some declining systems would be bullied, subjected to unfair competition in this way. Other systems would specifically send powerful players to hunt down other players within those systems. These were already deeply ingrained, unspoken rules. It's like when you were being hunted down in your world before. As for why you still retain your memories, that's because I told the world beforehand that I keep them. Consider it payment for writing them down. After hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Mian's lips twitched. System, you're so unfair. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Do you know how arrogant I was in the last world? This would ruin my image. I'm just an ordinary weak woman. Do you know how many enemies that would attract? Sorry, player, this is the rule from above, and it can't be changed. If I tell you the true nature of this world during the game, I will be warned. Jiang Mian looked helpless. This system was really dense, even less so than her system assistant. Did it really have to tell her during the game? Couldn't it have been told before the game started? If it had told her beforehand, how much more powerful things would she have gained? Never mind, this isn't something to worry about now. Jiang Mian looked at the system and asked the question she most wanted to ask. Where's my reward? You told me before that I would get a special reward after assisting that man. And I guess you could say I killed a world boss this time. Even if it was just its shadow, it's almost the same. Give me all these rewards. The system was quite generous in this regard, giving Jiang Mian whatever good items it had on hand. Jiang Mian, rarely seeing the system so generous, instantly became wary. Sure enough, after she received these items, she heard the system say somewhat hesitantly, By the way, player, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Due to the unexpected incomplete completion of this competition, the next game will still be a competition, but the next game's competitions will merge into a super large competition. In the next task, you will participate in a team competition with other players in our system. Jiang Mian looked at the system in disbelief. Ah, you mean I participate in a team competition? Do you think someone like me is suitable for this kind of team competition? System, not suitable. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was about to curse the system for being blind when the system suddenly changed its tone and said, Although you are not suitable, I do have a few suitable guides who can provide support. Help. Furthermore, I explained the key points of this matter to some people. You only need to focus on fighting for the final control of this world. If we win this team competition, that world will belong to us, and we can be more generous with rewards in the future, unlike how stingy we are now. If we fail, there's no loss, it's just an unclaimed world anyway. Hearing the system say this and arrange everything so perfectly, Jiang Mian naturally had no reason to refuse. However, she still hesitated. System, are you sure about the people I bring? Will they follow my commands? The system repeatedly assured him of this. It couldn't allow its high-level players to fight amongst themselves. Those selected would be reasonable individuals. It didn't intend to let those less clear-headed players take up too many spots. Of course, the greatest fighting force wouldn't be the players, but rather the resources and expertise of the various game systems. After understanding all this, Jiang Mian naturally had no reason to refuse. As usual, she went home to visit her younger brother and grandmother, discovering that the City of Fire Seeds was already in harvest season. Chapter 609. They seemed to have planted wheat this season, and Grandma was driving a wheat harvester, bustling about the fields. Grandma explained, people have just moved into Fire Seed City, and many didn't bring much food. If we plant something impractical, many still won't have enough. It's better to plant more wheat, process it into flour, and then most people will have enough to eat. Jiang Mian naturally agreed. Actually, most of her attention was in the game world, and she didn't pay much attention to the real world. She didn't intend to stop Grandma from doing what she wanted. Not to mention planting wheat, she could even make it happen if she planted breadfruit trees. Jiang Mian and her family were among the first to own so much land. Besides the land they had previously purchased, Jiang Mian also had 200 mu of land with permanent usage rights obtained from the system. Oh no! Now it should be 500 mu, because the system previously rewarded her with another 300 mu. Jiang Mian was now a large-scale farmer. Even without doing tasks, they could support themselves and their families. However, if someone is used to making quick money, they definitely can't accept accumulating it slowly. For example, Jiang Mian right now, if she were asked to farm or do business to accumulate this kind of money, she absolutely couldn't accept it. She would only feel that the money was coming in too slowly, and thus begin to tire of that kind of life. Fortunately, their farming doesn't require starting from scratch with manual labor. Only some areas where machines can't replace manual operation require manual work. Otherwise, they only need to use the system's built-in functions. For example, some harvesters and rotary tillers can be used by paying a certain amount of gold coins. Jiang Mian touched the golden wheat, watching the workers her grandmother had hired wash it with water, dry it in a suitable temperature, and then put it into a machine to grind it into a flour-like state. There was flour on one side, and wheat bran on the other. However, if the flour was made from pure wheat, the steamed buns or noodles would certainly not be as bright. But since there were no middlemen, they wouldn't add anything particularly appealing. Anyway, it was edible and healthy. Appearance was a matter for later. The first batch of grain was naturally taken by her grandmother to sell. Selling it directly to the system would definitely incur many fees, leaving most people without enough to eat. So, she simply rented a house and set up a stall there. Seeing that everything in her real life was developing in a positive direction, Jiang Mian didn't disrupt her life's trajectory and turned to go elsewhere. She arrived at the place where she had previously traded with Feng Hua. However, after waiting there for a long time, she still hadn't seen Feng Hua. Just as Jiang Mian was starting to wonder if Feng Hua hadn't escaped and had also had her memories absorbed, she finally saw Feng Hua arrive. When Feng Hua saw Jiang Mian, she revealed a knowing look. You really didn't have your memories erased." Jiang Mian nodded, feigning confusion, and didn't tell her that it was because of her that neither of them had had their memories erased. It's better to keep things low-key in this kind of thing. Who knows what might happen if you're too high-profile? She was just doing this as a precaution. Of course, the two weren't there to trade. They had traded once before the game ended, and even though Feng Hua had some leftovers, she couldn't take them out due to the world's unique nature. This time, they simply agreed to add each other as friends and discuss some things about the previous world. How lucky I am. I wasn't erased from my memory. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. This is my first time participating in this kind of free-for-all mode. If I had been erased from my memory the first time, I would have been at a huge disadvantage next time. Jiang Mian smiled without saying a word, nodding as if she were still shaken. The two talked for a long time before Feng Hua suggested leaving, which Jiang Mian naturally accepted. Before leaving, she also took a stroll around the Chaos City. The city is called Chaos City because many gamers frequent it, and the entrance fee is quite high, a full 1,000 gold coins. That's an amount some ordinary players can only earn in an entire world. Here, Jiang Mian could see some players setting up stalls, selling items unique to their respective worlds, but at exorbitant prices. How did Jiang Mian know this? She personally witnessed a player, presumably from Fireseed City, selling a location card originally priced at 1,000 gold coins for 100,000 gold coins, and someone actually bought it. Jiang Mian's eyes turned red with envy. This is a truly lucrative industry, turning a profit 100 times over, a surefire way to make money. However, these people were quickly chased all over the place by the city management officers responsible for guarding the area. Generally, as long as the markup isn't discovered by higher-ups, there's no major problem. But if discovered or reported, they end up like this man. Not only will they have to hand over all their illegal profits, but they also be fined. Jiang Mian also bought some special props from the stall. Of course, these props that could be sold were all non-core items. The core of a game would never be sold. For example, the listen to me, everyone item Jiang Mian had bought before, selling that would only harm herself and others. Who knows if the boomerang would hit her? After leaving this area, she returned to the real world. The real world was currently experiencing a massive volcanic eruption, unbearably hot, with ash constantly drifting in the air. Under these circumstances, there were still people stubbornly surviving. Jiang Mian looked at the group of emaciated people lying underground, her expression somewhat strange. To be honest, she had sold most of the resident identity cards she obtained to these people at the lowest possible price. However, even so, many still remained in the real world. Although they didn't know each other, they were still compatriots who had lived in the same world. If it were still just minor squabbles between humans like before, perhaps they would still have a chance to survive. However, now, the world had clearly changed. The world was forcing them to die, and Jiang Mian was powerless to stop it. Just as Jiang Mian was about to leave, a pair of small, dark hands caught her attention. The girl's eyes had a strange familiarity to her, and the girl wasn't intimidated. Instead, she stared intently at her large, thin eyes, and said earnestly, "Sister, I remember you. You're the kind sister who gave us bread before." Actually, Jiang Mian didn't quite remember who the girl was, but hearing the girl's words, she smiled and agreed. Who cares who did this good deed? Since it happened to me, I might as well consider it a good deed I did. Chapter 610. I heard many people have gone to a safe place, where there's neither near zero temperatures nor scorching heat, and no risk of being flooded, bitten by insects, or attacked by volcanic eruptions. Sister, do you have a way? I want to go to that place, and I'm willing to pay any price. Jiang Mian, hearing this tone clearly out of place for a little girl's age, looked at her with some surprise. You want to go to that place? Do you know what that place is? And what price do you have to pay? The girl bit her lip, looked up at Jiang Mian, her face resolute. I don't know what price I have to pay, but I do know I have a life. Whatever you ask me to do in the future, I will do it. Whether it's climbing mountains of knives or plunging into seas of fire, I will do it for you. Staring into the little girl's determined eyes, and listening to her powerful voice, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. Climbing mountains of knives and plunging into seas of fire. This little girl is really something. Not only that, after the little girl finished speaking, the adults, who had been hiding behind her, also began to express their loyalty and piety. Each sentence was more eloquent than the last, but the conviction in her voice lacked the depth of the little girl's. Jiang Mian turned and left, but after a few steps, she realized the little girl hadn't followed. She turned back and saw the little girl looking disappointed, about to rejoin the group. Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile, saying teasingly, What? Didn't you say you come with me? Even if it meant going through fire and water? After the little girl heard this clearly, she immediately looked up at Jiang Mian, her face filled with disbelief, then broke into a wide smile. Thank you, sister. The others, not wanting to miss this opportunity, shamelessly began thanking Jiang Mian. However, Jiang Mian wasn't so happy. She hadn't taken the girl and the others away to actually put them through hell. Naturally, it wasn't to make them pampered young masters and princesses. They genuinely had a purpose. In the city of Fireseed, in the farmland, a group of smiling people, their expressions clearly different from the other staff, appeared. Although they were emaciated, with hardly any flesh on their bones, their expressions were genuine. Even though sweat dripped from their faces due to the temperature, they were still happy. They never expected that just waiting to die in a safe place would lead to happiness suddenly knocking on their door. A fairy-like girl found them such wonderful accommodations, and brought them to this paradise everyone longed for. She even found them jobs, and paid them wages in addition to their regular work, a life of luxury with food and lodging provided. The others looked at these people, and felt a sense of familiarity. Weren't they exactly how they looked when they first entered this world? Back then, they also desperately wanted such jobs, but as time went by, they seemed to have grown weary of them. Perhaps because they had no worries about food and drink, they had become quite lax. Only then did they realize that if they continued like this, they would definitely lose their jobs, and then they would become those struggling to survive again. So whenever Jiang Mian occasionally came here after that, she would see that these people were working with great enthusiasm, not just because of the people Jiang Mian had brought, but also because they were so deeply self-motivated. Everyone was afraid of losing this hard-won job, so they would push themselves to the limit, which made Jiang Mian the biggest beneficiary. After finishing all this, she finally had time to deal with Fu Junhan. It wasn't that she didn't want to talk to him, but rather that she really didn't know how to face him. Their relationship remained ambiguous. Jiang Mian knew she didn't have those feelings for him. She wanted to find an opportunity to tell Fu Junhan, but he was cunning and never explicitly expressed his affection. This left Jiang Mian unsure where to begin, lest others think she was just imagining things. Jiang Mian, the next game will probably be even more difficult. This game has been erased from everyone's memories. Everyone believes they never experienced it. So we need to be even more careful. Hearing this, Jiang Mian knew he roughly understood the next game's format. The system had probably messaged him too. After all, he was one of only 3 people who hadn't lost their memories. What can we do if it's difficult? Of course, we charge forward. Fu Junhan looked at Jiang Mian sitting there, his mind flashing back to the Jiang Mian he had seen before, dead in the ruins. The two figures overlapped once again, but the difference was that Jiang Mian no longer had that ruthless feeling. Instead, she seemed to have a sense of longing for the beauty of the world. This piqued Fu Junhan's curiosity. What kind of person are you? What? Jiang Mian put down her chopsticks, and looked up at Fu Junhan. She had been so focused on her food that she hadn't heard what he said. She saw Fu Junhan shake his head, not repeating what he had said. He had only blurted it out unintentionally, and now, facing Jiang Mian, he didn't know how to express it, so he decided to keep it to himself. After finishing her meal, Jiang Mian decided to leave. After her battle with the shadowy figure in the previous world, Jiang Mian deeply understood that her abilities weren't yet at their peak. She needed to work harder. Although she outwardly possessed master-level close combat skills, in reality, this master level was somewhat stifling for Jiang Mian. She hadn't fully mastered it, so she focused her attention on that skill for the rest of the time. Only after fully mastering what she had learned would she not have wasted her skill or the gold coins she had spent. Looking at her current level, she estimated that in the next world, if she copied a few more people's abilities, regardless of their strength, she could reach level 8. After reaching level 8, level 9 and 10 wouldn't be far behind. By then, world bosses and player hunters would be nothing but small fry in her eyes. Her current level 7 abilities could easily defeat some level 8 players. Although she could only rely on other methods or schemes to fight level 9 players, schemes were still part of her. In short, she wasn't afraid. Actually, during this time, it wasn't just Jiang Mian who had become stronger, even Fu Yunhan was about to reach level 9. Since Jiang Mian became an outsourced player, the two haven't compared their strength, they only been estimating each other's abilities. Jiang Mian found Fu Yunhan's abilities before he reached level 9 quite useful. If he were to reach level 9 and have them copied, how powerful would they be? Chapter 611. Game Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Game shop closed. 50 million players currently existing in the game world. Mission, ? Please try your best to survive. Jiang Mian's eyes widened as she incredulously scrolled through the last two messages. 50 million players currently existing? Seriously? Does their game system really have 50 million players? Also, why are all the missions ? Although Jiang Mian knew beforehand that this was a team-based mission, and she would have subordinates, all of them were ? She wondered what was going on. Then, as Jiang Mian's feet touched the ground, she suddenly received a notification different from the systems. Welcome to the nightmare game, dear Lord. Here, you will encounter all sorts of creatures that only exist in dreams. You need to protect your territory and ensure the survival of your people. If your territory, and you die within the game's time limit, your people will also perish with you. The Lord and his subjects are one, though not always absolutely. Occasionally there will be traitors within the territory. Lord, please carefully discern their true nature, strive to survive, and find a way out for yourself and others. Jiang Mian, huh? You become a lord? What? Am I really that important? If I die, my subjects will die too? Oh, so this game has traitors. It seems not everyone is trustworthy. Maybe some people you know well have been accused of being traitors? No. Perhaps those traitors are players from other games, otherwise they wouldn't have become moles. After all, their interests are different. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian snapped her fingers. Surprisingly, her starting identity was pretty good. No wonder the system said it would assign her several capable assistants. Now she understood. However, while Jiang Mian was satisfied, those around her were dissatisfied. What's going on? Why should we protect a stranger? What if the Lord was randomly chosen? What if they chose a weakling? We'd be doomed. Yeah, this game world is so bizarre. Is our only mission to protect the Lord? I'm speechless. Brothers, is there any possibility that we could kill the Lord and become the Lord ourselves? Wouldn't that allow us to successfully take over? Yes, this brother makes a good point. If we kill the Lord and then find a capable person to promote, we wouldn't have to worry about dying at any moment. These people chattered amongst themselves, but none of them offered a real solution. Just then, a man suddenly let out a mocking laugh. Wait a minute. Are you people who are talking about killing the Lord brainless? The warning just now clearly stated that if the Lord dies, his people will also die. If you kill the Lord, isn't that tantamount to suicide? Could it be that you people are spies? That you really want the Lord dead? Upon hearing this, the players who had initially thought the two men's arguments made sense quickly stepped back, making way for them. Everyone looked at them with suspicion. At this moment, they realized what was happening. Right? The mission clearly stated that they were to protect the Lord, but these two were different. They kept saying they wanted to kill the Lord and become the Lord themselves. Who told them that killing the Lord would make them the Lord? Isn't that ridiculous? Could it be that they hadn't received the message? Now directly exposed to everyone's view, the two men's faces flushed red and then turned pale. They hurriedly waved their hands in front of their chests and explained, No. I just mentioned it casually. I didn't really say we were going to kill the Lord. I was just offering a suggestion. Don't look at me like that. Besides, it wasn't me who first suggested it. It was him. He was the one who said we should kill the Lord first. I think he's the most suspicious person. Looking at the man's flustered and casual accusations, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. However, before she could speak, those who had previously mocked the two continued their tirade. Is this some kind of infighting? A case of the thief crying stop thief? But now we both suspect you of being the mole. Getting rid of your suspicion is simple. Commit suicide first. After you're dead, we believe you. At this, the players shook their heads. Sending someone to their death so directly, no smart person would choose that, right? Sure enough, the two didn't choose such an extreme method to prove they weren't the mole. Instead, as if they had made a decision, they stretched out their hands to the crowd and said, "We really aren't the mole. As for this man's suggestion that we prove our innocence with death, I think that's highly improbable. How about this, you tie us up? That way, we clear ourselves of suspicion, and you feel at ease too." The other players understood that this was the best excuse they could come up without a fear of death. No one chose to adopt the man's previous suggestion. Human life is only once, not infinitely resurrected. Killing these two would not only create enmity, but also make them seem irrational. Seeing their suggestion rejected and the two tied up, the man didn't bother looking at them anymore. Just then, someone suddenly asked a crucial question. Do you know who the Lord is? Why do I see same faction above your heads?" Only then was Jiang Mian reminded. She looked at everyone's heads, and could clearly see the titles on each person's head. Jiang Mian turned her gaze to the man who had been wildly unleashing his ultimate skill earlier, and clearly saw the word commander above his head. It seemed this guy's identity was not simple at all. Being directly assigned as a commander by the system, no wonder he speaks so sharply. The more Jiang Mian looked at him, the more he resembled someone, especially certain subtle gestures, which were strikingly similar to someone she knew. Furthermore, knowing that person well, she realized he was also someone who often hid his true intentions, and was quite adept at using other people's faces. She instantly understood, this guy must be him. However, she didn't make a sound at this moment, but instead turned her gaze to the other players. She saw the following positions on them: Level 1 Soldier, Level 2 Soldier, Level 3 Soldier, Squad Leader, Battalion Commander, Commander-in-Chief, General, Strategist, and Advisor. Jiang Mian didn't know their true strength, but judging from the positions they were initially assigned, it was quite comprehensive. Only the kitchen level was missing. Perhaps the system, detached from worldly affairs, hadn't considered that players needed to eat. Chapter 612. Considering the prestigious identity assigned to her by the system, Jiang Mian reluctantly forgave the system's ignorance. She was waiting for others to see through her disguise. If they couldn't see her identity, then Jiang Mian had no need to reveal it. Rather than brazenly appearing in everyone's sight, where everything she did would be observed, it was better to develop stealthily and remain calm and avoid recklessness. This was Jiang Mian's thinking, as did some other clever players. However, they didn't know that in Jiang Mian's eyes, they were as transparent as naked, everything about them crystal clear. Jiang Mian followed these players, entering a dilapidated territory behind them, resembling a wooden fence. Looking around, there was nothing there except a few thatched huts, which seemed to dance in the wind. Jiang Mian was utterly dumbfounded. She stared at the crowd and realized that her territory could only accommodate a few hundred people, while the number of players participating in this event was 10,000. Compared to that, it was incredibly impoverished. Jiang Mian opened another system interface in her mind, the module for her as a lord. The interface offered the option to upgrade her territory. Upgrading would increase the territory's area and facilities. But her initial level was only level 0. No wonder it was so dilapidated, barely able to accommodate many people. With this level of protection, let alone the monsters in her dreams, even an ordinary adult would be easily knocked down with a single push. Jiang Mian was about to click upgrade when she discovered that upgrading a territory by one level required 1,000 reputation points. Jiang Mian helplessly tugged at the corners of her mouth. She knew it, there were no free lunches in this world. What were these reputation points anyway? When Jiang Mian checked his reputation points, he discovered that these points were earned by defeating monsters. The more monsters defeated, the more reputation points he earned, which in turn increased his territory level. This didn't just increase the territory level, it also increased the availability of territory facilities, magical equipment and armor that could be built, and offensive items. Moreover, this world was incredibly sneaky. Without any discussion, all players' spaces were completely blocked. Some players couldn't even retrieve their items, leaving them standing there empty-handed, their faces flushed with anger. One hot-tempered player even punched down the outermost wall, wooden fence. After knocking down the fence, the player looked embarrassed and somewhat bewildered as he glanced around the bustling territory, explaining sullenly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I fix it in a bit." Under everyone's watchful eyes, the player began clumsily working on the repairs. Of course, it was obvious to the naked eye that he had messed things up. Not only had he shattered the fence he just knocked down with a single punch, but he also loosened several other fences nearby. Just as some players were about to give up, the guy refused their offer of help, saying, "No need, watch me." With a wave of his hand, a 2-meter-high layer of earth instantly rose from the ground, perfectly replacing the collapsed wooden fence. Only then did the grumpy guy stand up, pointing happily to the spot he just repaired, and boasted, "Look! I fixed it! Isn't this earthen wall sturdier than this wooden fence? This wooden fence collapses with a single push, but this earthen wall takes me 30% of my strength to break." However, the moment he uttered those words, everyone saw the earthen wall vanish like sand in the wind, turning into a cloud of smoke. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene, then at the grumpy old man, and then at the empty space. None of them understood what had happened. Jiang Mian, hiding somewhere, couldn't help but rub her forehead. Just moments after the grumpy old man knocked down the wooden fence, she saw her base's durability drop from 100% to 99.9%. Jiang Mian looked utterly dejected, suddenly feeling that this position wasn't so friendly after all. Did she really have to worry about so many things? Even the collapsed city wall needed to be rebuilt? Making up for it would be simple, using her reputation points. However, Jiang Mian's reputation points were currently 0, making repairs impossible. Just as she was thinking this, a rustling sound suddenly came from the ground, like something being dragged along. The sound grew closer and closer, becoming clear to all the players. What's going on? What's going on? Which guy has such a hobby? Walking with a limp? No way, I see everyone around me standing there watching the grumpy old man's performance. No one here either. No one here either. Then, as if passing on a message, everyone said that no one was acting around them. While these players were still unconvinced, Jiang Mian had already become vigilant. She hadn't forgotten that the system in this world had warned her before that things from nightmares could appear in the real world. All they had to do was protect their territory and prevent its invasion. Since the sound wasn't human, it must have come from some special being. Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, a figure appeared to his left. The figure was covered in bluish gray, like a zombie from Plants vs. Zombies, transformed from a two-dimensional being into a real person, even wearing identical clothes, and limped towards them. There he is! Look, isn't this the creature from the nightmare game we mentioned before? It looks SOSO, looks like it could be knocked down with one punch. Wow, this world seems a bit lame. Is there only this one weird creature? These players weren't afraid of the limping creature at all. After all, they had experienced so many games. If they were afraid at a time like this, wouldn't they be embarrassing? Of course, some weren't afraid, and some were. Some worlds are quite unique, like those in zombie-infested worlds. The people there became serious, saying, "Don't be so careless. Zombies usually travel in packs. They never fight alone. I'm afraid there are many more like this creature behind it." Once this was mentioned, others chimed in. Not only that, these creatures are covered in various toxins. You could say they're walking poison sacks. If we get splashed with their liquid or caught by them, we could easily end up like them. This made everyone even more alert. Of course, some naturally optimistic people asked uncertainly, "That's probably unlikely. After all, it's just a seemingly weak creature. Maybe it's not what you think." Chapter 6:13. After saying this, the man initially expected many to agree with him, but turning around, he saw everyone else looking at him with strange expressions. The man was somewhat embarrassed. He didn't know what he had said wrong, so he could only silently shut his mouth. Leaving aside the curses the others were harboring, Jiang Mian remembered the man's face. Not for any other reason than that she couldn't immediately identify him as the mole, but Jiang Mian felt he wasn't very bright. Even though he was a squad leader, she didn't think he was suitable for important positions. Those who never think the worst and always try to see the good in things are the ones who will die the fastest. On the contrary, she held the people who had just explained things to everyone in higher regard. Although their positions weren't as high as the squad leaders, their attentiveness and timely understanding that this was a team game showed that they weren't stingy with their thoughts. Indeed, leaders need to be grounded in reality to get things done. If they're high and mighty for too long, well, there will always be areas they overlook. For example, you might be far away back home, not knowing if your family is doing well, or if they have any worries. When this limping figure approached the group, Jiang Mian preemptively fired an arrow, piercing the creature's head. However, the zombie in uniform touched the long stick on its head, somewhat bewildered. Why do these humans stick such a stick in their heads? Strange humans. Seeing that the arrow had no effect on the zombie, just as the other players were preparing to use other attacks, the arrow suddenly exploded, leaving a ball of flame inside the zombie's brain. The flame quickly erupted and began to burn, and the zombie, with the flame still burning, walked towards the group. This guy seemed impervious to blades and bullets, feeling no pain whatsoever. However, even the most painless monster will die instantly if it loses its brain nerves. Like this zombie. With a thud, the zombie landed on its hind legs, performing a full-body prostration for the group. Its other body had already been burned to ashes. Seeing the zombie killed, the others breathed a sigh of relief, and Jiang Mian gained fame points. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for killing an ordinary zombie. You have gained 1 fame point. Hint, Lords can have their subordinates kill ordinary zombies like this, and you will also gain a certain amount of fame points. A Lord's hands are for conquering the world, not for beating these small fry. Jiang Mian's eyes twitched as she looked at the message. It was indeed a system notification from this world, and she was momentarily at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Why does this world's notification feel a bit ridiculous? What does it mean that her hands are for conquering the world, not for beating these small fry? Is this even considered a small fry? She used her own flames when she killed it. However, no one explained anything to Jiang Mian. At the same time, just as her 2 friends had predicted, after the zombie died, more rustling sounds came from all directions. The players immediately became alert. Having learned from their previous experience, they quickly recognized the commotion as coming from the zombies. Thankfully, the 2 players had warned them earlier, otherwise, they would have let their guard down, thinking they had escaped the danger. While everyone was on guard, a girl stepped forward and crouched down in front of the zombie. She directed her friends to drag the zombie back a bit. Of course, they did this to avoid the crowd. She couldn't afford to pay for accidentally scratching anyone. The girl examined the zombie's limbs, clearly seeing its jet black fingernails. Strangely, although these zombies' nails were long, they weren't curved inwards. It was every little girl's dream of getting manicures, but the jet black color wasn't very attractive. It would be better if it were painted in various colors. The zombie's limbs were bluish black, and there was no blood inside its body, making it look like a long-dead, mummified corpse. As the girl examined the zombie's body, Jiang Mian could see a name above her head that he hadn't seen before. Military Medic. Looking at the title, and the girl's efficient way of examining the corpse, Jiang Mian could easily tell that she was a forensic doctor. After all, someone without relevant experience wouldn't examine a corpse so calmly, and this girl seemed very experienced. No wonder the system had identified her as a military medic. "They're here," someone said. Jiang Mian immediately looked in that direction and, sure enough, saw many creatures that looked like the zombies she had killed before. Now, the other players couldn't just stand by and watch. Having witnessed the dangers others had mentioned, they were afraid of being caught by the zombies. Therefore, everyone both disliked and wanted to eliminate them completely. At this moment, everyone began to display their unique skills. However, some players' attacks were more focused on melee combat, so they inevitably suffered losses against the zombies. Knowing the risks of dealing with these zombies, they were unwilling to engage anymore. But the other ranged players didn't want to see others idling while they were busy working. Seeing that infighting was about to break out before the enemy even arrived, Jiang Mian, the first to kill a zombie, stepped forward. "Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me." Jiang Mian's voice wasn't deafening, but strangely, it calmed everyone down, and they all stared at Jiang Mian. Only then did some players realize that they had been controlled by Jiang Mian using skill cards. Jiang Mian made no attempt to hide his motives. She looked at the others with an expression that said, "Yes, I'm the one who orchestrated this. What can you do about it?" Her eyes were filled with greed. Of course, don't misunderstand, Jiang Mian didn't intend to kill them. She was simply trying to deceive herself. If their team were all of the same ilk, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths. But since there was a mole, there was no need to make everything so clear. Chapter 614. Quiet down, everyone. I want to know who has been assigned the title of Lord. I hope he stepped forward. At the very least, we protect him. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. This was exactly what they wanted to know. After all, the title of Lord was currently the most convincing one, but no one wanted to reveal their current identities. Except for ordinary first-level soldiers, who were irrelevant. Just then, a man stepped forward and said casually, "Oh, I heard you're looking for me." Jiang Mian turned around and saw a young man with dyed blonde hair. It wasn't that Jiang Mian had any prejudice against blonde hair, but this guy not only had blonde hair, but also a large number of tattoos, several piercings on his nose, and a tongue piercing, which could be faintly seen shimmering when he spoke. Faced with this, she simply couldn't bring herself to say, "What if he's a good boy?" Moreover, This blonde-haired man was incredibly disrespectful, his gaze immediately landing on a girl's chest when he stared at her. Jiang Mian herself felt extremely offended. However, the blonde-haired man arrogantly approached her and said domineeringly, "I remember you. You were the first zombie to be killed, weren't you? Since I'm the Lord, I won't pretend anymore. From today onwards, you all need to protect me. You go straight to the front lines and lead the charge against those zombies." He spoke casually, and the others seemed indifferent. Most importantly, they were controlled by Jiang Mian's props and couldn't change their positions on their own. Then, Jiang Mian watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the gleaming level 2 soldier badge above the young man's head, she truly couldn't understand how he could say such a thing so casually. Compared to him, Jiang Mian felt her skin wasn't thick enough. After all, she couldn't say something so matter-of-fact. Jiang Mian looked at him coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Are you a lord?" The young man seemed to sense the sarcasm in Jiang Mian's words, and his expression immediately turned cold. "What do you mean? You don't believe me?" Jiang Mian scoffed. "Nothing much, it's just that my rank is higher than yours. There's something you might not know, but someone of my rank can see the identity of someone lower than me." "Don't believe me?" asked others. "Can they tell you're just a second-level soldier?" Upon hearing this, some people hidden deep within couldn't help but laugh. However, the person didn't reveal their location, which clearly showed that this guy was lying. "How is that possible? You're definitely lying, right? I can't see your rank." The young man was clearly persistent, even questioning Jiang Mian's rank. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't so bluntly tell him his true rank. However, one must be convincing. Since his rank was the highest, others naturally couldn't see it. It would be better to lower her status a bit. According to the number of people the system has counted so far, there is only one commander, and Jiang Mian is very familiar with this person. He is the man who was just mocking her, also known as He Ling. He Ling had changed his face from the start, but Jiang Mian hadn't had time to. He Ling must have recognized him immediately, which was why he was so aggressive in speaking up for him. Given their relationship, even if Jiang Mian lowered his own status, He Ling wouldn't reveal it. So Jiang Mian looked at the blonde-haired man and said coldly, "I'm sorry, my status is neither high nor low, just an ordinary commander. I probably oversee positions like captains, battalion commanders, and squad leaders, including you, a second-level soldier." Before the blonde-haired man could angrily hurl insults at Jiang Mian seemed to anticipate his words and immediately cut him off. "There's something you might not know, but in my eyes, your ranks and statuses are transparent. Of course, there are a few whose ranks I can't discern. Perhaps those are lords, not someone as obviously weak as you." The others nodded in agreement and began to discuss this. "Yeah, I immediately recognized this blonde guy as a level 2 soldier. I don't know how he has the nerve to act as a lord. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare. So what? He just doesn't know how special this world is. Aside from those of the same or higher rank, you can tell the difference between lower ranks. It's just that it seems all soldiers are of the same rank, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, I'm a level 3 soldier, but I can't tell who's a level 1 or a level 2 soldier. To me, everyone's on the same side. Hey, I'm a little better off than you. I'm a squad leader, so I can see the ranks of you soldiers, but I can't see ranks higher than that. If that's the case, to find out who the lord is, you just need to find the commander. Anyone whose rank the commander can't identify is undoubtedly the lord." Listening to their discussion, Jiang Mian decided to muddy the waters and make the lord's identity even more mysterious. Is it possible that the lord can change his rank to make himself appear like an ordinary soldier, or even just a squad leader? So, to assassinate the lord, the first thing you need to know is who the lord is, isn't it? After saying this, Jiang Mian saw the others nod in agreement. Jiang Mian had no time to waste. Seeing the zombies closing in, she shouted, "Alright, now's not the time to discuss that. What we should be discussing is how to deal with these monsters, since the lord isn't showing up. Since the lord and the commander are unwilling to appear, then I, the commander, will lead you." This immediately drew discontent from the others. "Why? Even though you've been assigned the role of commander, it doesn't mean you can lead us." "That's right. It's just an assignment from the system. What can we do? If we're really talking about strength, I might even be a higher level than you." "Exactly. What level are you at now?" "I'm already level 7. You haven't reached level 6 yet to begin your transformation, have you?" Chapter 6:15. Listening to their chatter, Jiang Mian sneered, pointing at the approaching horde of zombies behind him, and coldly said, "Fine, my skill has a 3-minute control period anyway. These zombies won't even be here in 3 minutes. If you don't want to listen to me, then just wait to be caught by the zombies and mutate into zombies yourself. Anyway, I get a considerable reward after I finish you off." Upon hearing this, the others finally realized what was happening. Yes, they were now under control and had no way to change their situation. How frustrating would it be if they were simply killed by those zombies? Thinking this, they looked at Jiang Mian as if he were a devil. After being preemptively attacked by this guy, they couldn't use any defensive items or change their positions. They could only stare blankly at Jiang Mian's location and listen to her speak. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow and sneered, strode over to the group, and patted them on the shoulder. On the surface, she was saying some threatening words, but in reality, she was using this opportunity to raise her talent level to level 8. Yes, she was on the verge of losing her temper. The person who had just contradicted her, saying his level was 7, had almost driven Jiang Mian mad. Why? Why could an ordinary player reach level 7, while she was only at level 7? Although she knew that a person's level didn't necessarily represent their strength, this was still hard for Jiang Mian to accept. Therefore, she took advantage of the refresh opportunity to duplicate the other players again. Talent. Copy and paste. Level 8. Can copy gene talents 8 times per day. 8 pasting attempts. 3 delete pasting attempts. Great. Level 8 came so easily. Thanks to the shadow from the last world. It's just a pity the opportunity was used up then, otherwise, copying that world boss, who was also a player, would probably have broken through long ago. Perhaps even broken through by a large margin. But it's not too late now. At least her level has officially broken through to level 8, and the energy within her body has also increased considerably. At the same time, Jiang Mian's physical attributes have also increased significantly, so Jiang Mian is no longer vulnerable. Looking at these honest players, she directly asked them to state their preferred attack methods. Of course, even if they said anything random, it wouldn't matter to Jiang Mian. If they said anything random, it would cause accidents for them, not for Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian had some elemental players stand behind her to provide ranged attacks. She had already tested it. These zombies didn't have the ability to jump, like a combination of zombies and ghouls, wobbling as they walked over. However, some zombies have stronger defenses than others. First, elemental attacks are used to restrict their movement, then players skilled in melee combat move in and decapitate them. Once the zombies' heads are off, they instantly lose their mobility, and Jiang Mian receives a notification that she will gain 0.1 to 0.5 reputation points for each zombie killed by a player. Occasionally, Jiang Mian will also initiate attacks, because the reputation points she gains from killing these zombies are 10 times that of ordinary players. Soon, after the wave of zombies was wiped out, the scene quieted down, and Jiang Mian received over 300 reputation points. Jiang Mian immediately spent 1 reputation point to repair the fence that the grumpy old man had previously breached. This is an inherent ability of this world. It cannot be replenished by anything else. For example, the earthen wall that the grumpy old man conjured would also vanish into mist. After the war ended, the others who were recuperating also saw the suddenly repaired fence and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it. Why was this thing suddenly repaired? Is it a reward for us, or our cowardly lord finally spent some money to fix it? Maybe, after killing these monsters, there will definitely be some special rewards for the lord. After all, he's the master of this territory. As for us, we're just doing all that work for free. Damn, hearing you say that makes me so resentful. So all our hard work just benefits someone else." Seeing that everyone was starting to feel negative, Jiang Mian suddenly changed her attitude. "Alright, stop talking, lest we get emotional. We all know the best way is for the lord to hide among the crowd. If someone discovers who the lord is, and it gets leaked by some traitors, we could easily be wiped out. Instead of blaming the lord, we should think about how to find the traitors." Because Jiang Mian had indeed led them to kill a wave of monsters without suffering any losses, they held him in high regard. Most importantly, Jiang Mian's strength was undeniable, and several other players, also quite capable, had befriended her during the battle, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. After Jiang Mian spoke, they dared not try to change the subject any further, obediently following her orders and casting suspicious glances at the others. The forensic doctor, who was also the medic, began dissecting the zombies, but found nothing of value. At this moment, some earth elemental players stepped in. Jiang Mian, seeing them preparing to cover the zombies with soil, stopped them. "Wait a minute, don't do that yet." Facing the players' puzzled looks, Jiang Mian pointed to a spot a few hundred meters away. "Transport these corpses to that location. Be careful while doing so." Use them as a defensive line, then cover them with a layer of sand to prevent people from scratching them. This is a natural protective tool. These zombies are incredibly strong. Their bodies are like steel. If they're attacked by ranged monsters, they can also block some of the attacks, saving us a lot of effort in building a defensive line. Upon hearing this, many players looked at Jiang Mian with admiration. To be honest, although Jiang Mian's idea was a bit underhanded, it was quite useful. Not only could it build a defensive line, but it could also allow more people to live nearby. While they began to do as Jiang Mian said, Jiang Mian released a flock of crows of various sizes. Amidst the players' questioning gazes, he instructed the crows to scout the area from the sky. If you encounter any unusual creatures, report them to Jiang Mian immediately. That way, you won't have to worry about monsters suddenly appearing in the sky. Seeing Jiang Mian do this, some players with pets began to follow suit. The sky was instantly filled with crows, doves, hummingbirds, and other aerial creatures. For a moment, this place no longer resembled a battlefield, but rather a paradise. Chapter 6:16. Jiang Mian was quite satisfied with these players' cooperation. Good, at least they weren't just a bunch of useless good-for-nothings who would just sit around waiting to die. For now, he could at least barely clear himself of suspicion as the Lord. He could easily manipulate the emotions of some players, although some arrogant players were unwilling to cooperate, but that didn't hinder anything. Whether they cooperated or not, Jiang Mian had already categorized these players as difficult to deal with, and incidentally, he would also label them as traitors. No matter what, he had to be wary of them. Jiang Mian browsed through the territory's shop and found that there wasn't much of value to buy. 300 reputation points were far too little. Only by accumulating more reputation points over time could he purchase high-tech weapons and protective gear. However, the protective gear here was quite cheap. Although it was sold wholesale, 1,000 reputation points could buy one set for every citizen in the territory. If that's the case, then the number of people needs to be guaranteed. More people mean greater profits. The sky gradually brightened, and only then did they realize that the dim light wasn't indicating the approaching night, but rather that night had already fallen. Even during the day, it remained a hazy gray, like a storm brewing. The level 0 base was completely uninhabitable. There weren't even any rooms, only a few scattered thatched huts, presumably for higher-level individuals like Jiang Mian. However, Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't be staying there at this time. Jiang Mian took out a bed from her spatial storage. The bed was indeed achievable, and hadn't been destroyed by the sandstorm. However, everyone who saw Jiang Mian pull out the bed was astonished. Just like when she initially pulled out the item card, it was surprising. How did you take things out of your spatial storage? Aren't our spatial storages all sealed? Jiang Mian already knew the answer to this question. My ability is rather special. The system only sealed the space I obtained from the system, but not my personal space. Is that so? Before his doubts could linger, someone beside him answered his question. That's right. I met a friend who said that in this restricted world, personal space isn't sealed. This is part of a player's ability, only special methods can seal it. This person's words proved Jiang Mian's innocence, and even if this person didn't believe her, Jiang Mian didn't need to answer any more questions. Now that she could even produce a bed, Jiang Mian no longer hesitated and directly took out the mobile villa she had acquired earlier. Then she took out some factory buildings, and said to those who were more obedient to her and worked harder, "Consider these things your reward. Although I don't know how long we have to live like this, without beds or food, at least you won my favor, so these things are only right." Upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, those who had initially thought it best to avoid trouble and simply try to eliminate the zombies were simultaneously astonished. Feeling a surge of joy, she hadn't expected to receive this extra special treatment. Most importantly, this player seemed kind enough. After quickly thanking them a few times, they finally settled into a house that could at least temporarily shelter them from the wind and rain. The others looked at them with envy, inwardly regretting their earlier actions. If they had been a little more quick-witted, perhaps. Jiang Mian observed these players. She knew they were just a disorganized mob. Individual combat was fine, but recruiting them all as her underlings would be far too complicated. Each of them was resentful of the others. Their current obedience to Jiang Mian was only because she could currently bring them benefits. If she stopped providing benefits, they would switch allegiances. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian was calculating her reputation points. Yesterday's wave of zombies alone had earned her over 300 reputation points. Furthermore, wasn't there a previous warning to protect one's own territory? What if she deliberately conquered other people's territories? How many fame points would she gain? Fame points, fame points. Since it's called that, does that mean the greater the fame, the more fame points she gain? However, that's not something Jiang Mian should be worrying about right now. After all, not all of these players obey her. She can only slowly win them over in the coming days. Then she can proceed with the final step of development. This world has 50 million players, and they only make up 10,000 of them, 1/5,000. Compared to other players, that number is incredibly small. She could only try to calm herself down. Since she couldn't quickly gain fame points, she had to take it slow. First, she needed to eliminate the monsters that attacked them and gradually accumulate them. At this moment, Jiang Mian began to think about what those monsters liked most and how to attract them. Only through constant battles could she keep these players focused on fighting, instead of internal strife. If other players knew Jiang Mian's thoughts, they would definitely call her a devil. Who wouldn't want to play it safe during a quest and instead try to take a risky approach? But Jiang Mian always seemed to be looking for higher gains through risky tactics. Meanwhile, the first crow Jiang Mian had released retracted its body and landed on her shoulder. Yes, its form had somehow evolved. It could now control its movements freely. This was likely due to the injection of the potion into its body earlier. Generally, creatures injected with this potion would lose their minds and even go berserk. However, this number 1 crow was carefully nurtured by Jiang Mian for so long, so it's only natural that it possesses some special abilities. Jiang Mian listened to the crow's description in his ear. With his telepathic connection activated, he could directly understand its words. Caw. Boss, I saw a very strange-looking creature heading towards that area next to you, seemingly intending to attack the humans there. Jiang Mian patted its head. About how many monsters are in there? Is it more or less than the monsters we killed last night? Caw. Lots and lots. A huge swarm. It stretches as far as the eye can see. After letting the crow describe it, Jiang Mian had a general idea of the situation, and then turned his attention to the territory's built-in shop. Chapter 617. Her territory's shop was currently only level 0, so there weren't many items available for purchase. However, one item, which could be used to both ambush and gain profit, made Jiang Mian's lips curl into a smile. Monster-loving incense, a particularly alluring scent. After use, it can lure nearby monsters to attack the area where it was applied. Use this incense with caution. If you accidentally come into contact with it, you will be subjected to continuous monster attacks for 3 hours. Looking at this item, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. Used well, this item could be used to specifically trap and kill others. Used even better, it could be a great way to gain fame points. Luckily, the other players didn't know that the Lord could open such a shop. If they did, they would definitely try every means to control the Lord. Oh no! Oh no! A group of monsters has suddenly veered off course, and is heading this way. The player patrolling the outer perimeter shouted as he ran over, alerting all the other players. Jiang Mian and the others stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" The player quickly recounted what he had witnessed. When my white doves were scouting, they discovered a group of monsters that were initially heading towards a territory not far from us. For some reason, they suddenly become like they're under a spell and are heading this way. And their intentions are very clear. They made an L-shaped turn and ran straight towards us, as if they were under some kind of control. Upon hearing this, the people who had been resting in the open space couldn't sit still any longer. What do you mean? Monsters attacked during the day too? Didn't we just experience something like this last night? How come it's happening again so soon? This doesn't make sense at all. Wasn't it supposed to be easy mode from the start? Jiang Mian stroked her chin, looking at the person seriously. You mean, they weren't coming this way at first, but suddenly changed direction, right? Yes, that's it. Jiang Mian feigned deep thought. Suddenly changing direction, that's a bit illogical. Did someone use some special ability to shift the disaster to our side? She didn't directly mention the item, to avoid arousing suspicion. Instead, talking about the player's ability didn't arouse suspicion. Everyone was already thinking in that direction. After doing all this, Jiang Mian perfectly disappeared. Just then, someone couldn't help but start speculating wildly, even coming up with an excuse that Jiang Mian hadn't considered. Could it be a traitor among us, or a mole within us? After all, only a mole would want us to be happy. Jiang Mian's eyes widened. To outsiders, she appeared shocked, but in reality, Jiang Mian truly admired this guy's thought process. How to put it? This guy was the same hot-tempered guy from before. It felt like the two of them were in cahoots. This guy always managed to say things that were extremely favorable to Jiang Mian. She was certain she didn't know this hot-tempered guy, nor was she on his side. They were completely innocent as could be. Damn, now that you mention it, it actually makes sense. Yeah, why didn't we think of that at first? There must be a mole inside. They definitely want to destroy this territory. That damn mole, so treacherous and cunning, a real scoundrel. Don't let me catch him. Once I do, I kill him. The crowd, one after another, quickly pinned the blame on the mole. Those moles who hadn't done anything, or even had a chance to act, were completely bewildered. Wait, they're innocent. They're still investigating the key figures in this territory, haven't confirmed many yet. How could they dare to act? However, the moles, now falsely accused, didn't dare utter a word, instead appearing incredibly brave and invincible on the battlefield. The monsters that arrived were a group of long-limbed creatures, naked, but without any exposed organs, resembling aliens. No wonder when we first entered this world, it was described as a nightmare world. These things only appear in dreams. Of course, this is Jiang Mian's opinion. There are also monsters that actually exist in other worlds. It's just that Jiang Mian hasn't seen them before. While these monsters aren't invulnerable to blades and spears, once something is pierced, it's like chewing gum, easy to stab in, difficult to pull out. To kill them, physical attacks are necessary. Elemental attacks only temporarily restrict their movement. This time, their heads aren't the fatal points, rather, it's their sides. The best way is to sever them at the waist. Although they were troublesome to kill, they were still quite useful. After they died, their bodies would decompose into a skin-like substance. This substance could be used to make clothing, giving players greater protection. Jiang Mian tried it out himself, gaining 20% of his reputation points after killing a monster resembling an alien creature. The level of these alien creatures was quite stable. Each kill earned him 20% of his reputation points, while others only earned him 0.2 points. After more than an hour, they finally wiped out the monsters, and Jiang Mian's reputation points increased from just over 200 to over 900, just a little short of gaining the right to level up. Just as Jiang Mian was feeling a bit frustrated, the other players were collecting their loot, preparing to return to their territory to rest. However, the next second, a fireball in the distance attacked them. Jiang Mian, with lightning speed, used the same fireball to disperse the other fireball. The flames, like shooting stars, landed on the ground without harming the player, while Jiang Mian's own fireball flew back in the direction it had originated. Only then did a scout animal come to report the news. It's bad. It's bad. Lots of green-skinned monsters. They're coming this way. Jiang Mian exchanged a glance with He Ling, who was standing behind her. Their meaning was clear. Let's fight. He Ling, having grasped the general rules after Jiang Mian's appearance, knew that Jiang Mian was definitely a Lord-level being. However, since she didn't want to reveal her identity, he wouldn't say it directly. Chapter 618. However, He Ling was still completely unaware of the situation. He believed the crisis was orchestrated by the traitors, but little did he know, the real traitors were now in despair. They had just finished killing one wave of monsters, and now another wave was appearing? Were they not even given a chance to rest? They were human too. However, there was no other way. In this situation, the players who had just rested had to go back forward. Moreover, these monsters didn't seem to be ordinary beings. They could even use ranged attacks. They needed to prepare a proper defense. Unfortunately, there were no protective towers built here. The only protection was the leaky fence and the zombie defensive wall they had built themselves in front of it. They couldn't stand at a high enough position to observe the situation, so they had to work independently. They stood behind the defensive wall, with some players using heavy shields providing cover, so they could observe the outside and attack. Jiang Mian simply threw Raven number 1 into the air. The crow immediately grew larger, big enough for Jiang Mian to step on, and then flew up with him. As Jiang Mian flew through the air, a burst of flame suddenly erupted before him. This time, Jiang Mian didn't choose to attack with fire. Instead, he directly cleaved the flames in two with his long sword. Looking down from the raven's back, he saw a group of burly, goblin-like beings, wielding wooden clubs. Some of the goblins held magic staffs, muttering incoherently, yet their attacks never ceased. The staffs didn't only emit flames, occasionally frost would also appear. Not only that, but several goblins wielding bows and arrows also attacked them. Jiang Mian watched this scene, narrowed his eyes, and a bow and arrow appeared in his hand as well. He drew the bow and released an arrow, imbuing it with flames, directly aiming at one of the goblins wielding a staff, whose thrust blade was about to materialize. Just then, a huge shield suddenly appeared in front of the goblin, but they seemed to have underestimated Jiang Mian's strength. The arrow pierced through the shield, splitting it in two, and then struck the goblin wielding the staff in the head. The goblin didn't even have time to react before being sent flying several meters by Jiang Mian's arrow, landing directly in the ground. The frost spike that hadn't yet formed in his hand fell to the ground, scattering shards of ice. Jiang Mian also received a notification. Having killed a special goblin, he had gained 10 points of fame. Not only that, her reputation points seemed to be increasing at a slow pace. Jiang Mian immediately understood. This was because she had demonstrated her strength to these monsters, making them perceive her as a formidable opponent, hence the slow increase in her reputation points. However, the increase was incredibly slow. Compared to killing these monsters, it was negligible. These goblins were completely irrelevant. Besides their high attack power, they could be damaged by both melee and ranged players, unlike the previous two types of creatures, which always presented some limitations. So, Jiang Mian waved her hand, ordering those with strong defensive capabilities to guard the front, while those with higher offensive capabilities stood behind, ready to attack. Jiang Mian, however, stood atop a crow, using it to carry her through the air, her attacks relentless. When she felt the number of monsters killed by players was increasing her progress too slowly, she pulled out an enhanced Gatling gun and began firing incessantly. The Gatling gun bullets struck the ground like a symphony of clashing swords. While reloading, Jiang Mian noticed she already had over 1,000 reputation points. Without hesitation, she spent 1,000 reputation points to upgrade her territory to level 1. After clicking the upgrade button, she only needed to wait 1 minute to expand her territory tenfold, and then simply wait for the upgrade to complete. The minute passed quickly, especially during the battle. When someone realized their new position was different, they were stunned. Holy crap, what was that just flew past me? Is that a defensive tower? You know what, that's huge. One arrow from that tower could take out 10 monsters in one go, like skewering candied hawthorns. Not that few. Jiang Mian also saw the defensive towers that had suddenly sprung up behind him. Not only that, there were also watchtowers and attack platforms for players to stand on. Some players skilled in ranged attacks climbed up and began attacking the monsters in all directions. Seriously, those 1,000 reputation points were well spent. Not only that, even the built-in shop had been updated with other types of items. Jiang Mian glanced at the information and got a general idea of what was inside, but then she noticed something was off about her reputation points. Why did they seem to have increased so much all of a sudden? It wasn't until Jiang Mian checked the system's log that she understood. Ding! Congratulations to player for being the first to upgrade their territory to level 1, with the required cost halved. Jiang Mian immediately smiled with delight. She hadn't expected this system to give her so much, it even saved her 500 reputation points. If that's the case, she still needed to level up quickly to get that many reputation points. Jiang Mian directly upgraded the dozens of attack towers, spending 700 reputation points to upgrade them all to level 2. The original arrow attacks now had elemental impact. At first, the other players thought this was going to be a fierce battle and were well prepared. But now they realized it wasn't a fierce battle at all, it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Jiang Mian also made a fortune, but upgrading her territory again would require 10,000 reputation points. Even killing these goblins only gave her a little over 1,000 reputation points. It seems the upcoming battle will be even more urgent. After she finished off all the monsters, everyone cheered. Great! We finally got rid of them all. I must say, this territory upgrade is really powerful. Yeah, I bet even the trader who used the special item didn't expect our lord to be so helpful at this crucial moment, directly upgrading the territory and saving us so many brothers. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken, but losing the rice instead. It's infuriating. And indeed, those traders were furious, not for anything else, but because they hadn't done anything wrong, and not only were they wronged, but they were also insulted like this. Moreover, they had been guarding the front lines the whole time, afraid of being observed if they were too passive. I feel like I've eaten several pounds of shit. I want to vomit but I can't. Chapter 6:19. Heavens above. Earth below. Who did this? Why is all the bad reputation falling on them? Jiang Mian, the beneficiary, silently watched them cheer, while the remaining players, more suited for logistics, those with weaker abilities, mostly support players, began cleaning up the corpses. With the territory upgrade, some houses had appeared, and Jiang Mian was unsurprisingly ushered into the largest room. However, looking at the facilities, Jiang Mian waved her hand, letting others take it. Putting everything else aside, the facilities and the unfinished red brick room were far inferior to her mobile villa. Oh well, she'd be a good person this time, and let others stay. The goblin corpses didn't seem to have much use, but their staffs were quite useful. Players could use these staffs to unleash their desired abilities, receiving some bonuses. However, the bonuses were rather small, and Jiang Mian also took a few fire-enhancing staffs. After imbuing the staffs with enhanced abilities, Jiang Mian could clearly feel a 5% increase in her attack power when she unleashed her fire attack again. This was significantly higher than the previous bonus. Her eyes immediately lit up, her merchant's mind kicking in. She quickly found someone to buy the staffs. The price? 100 gold coins each. Players, who had useless items, were naturally willing to exchange these useless items for real money. After they had exchanged for the real money, Jiang Mian imbued all the staffs with enhanced abilities, and then sold them for 5,000 gold coins each. Of course, this was only the price sold within their territory. In other territories, Jiang Mian would start at 10,000 gold coins. The item sold out instantly, establishing her mysterious shop's reputation. People wanting to buy were like swarms of locusts, and some were already waiting in wait. Especially middlemen. Jiang Mian's items were indeed plentiful and affordable. They bought without hesitation because they could sell them for much higher prices in their own territories. During the day, Jiang Mian allowed the players in her territory to rest for a while. When night fell, before Jiang Mian could even use any incense, monsters attacked. These were short, elongated monsters, their formation unknown, resembling slimes but with facial features. These creatures were extremely vulnerable to fire. When flames touched them, they instantly evaporated like steam. The corpses of these monsters were perfect for making shusols, protecting the wearer from elemental attacks except fire. Within the upgraded territory, there was a processing plant, which Jiang Mian opened up for free, allowing them to process these items. Just when everyone thought this was the only attack that night, a white dove returned with news. Their leader had spotted another large cloud of smoke approaching from afar. You ask who their leader was? That's right. The flock of crows. Because crows fly fast and are good at hiding in the darkness, they were naturally considered their leader. Jiang Mian was somewhat confused. A huge cloud of smoke? What could be inside it? As the things drew closer, Jiang Mian realized what they were. It wasn't that the horde of monsters was actually white mist. It was simply the light emanating from their bodies that created the illusion. These were like mutated fireflies. Fireflies normally emit a faint glow, but these insects were covered in sharp teeth and fangs. Their mouths were wide open, ready to pounce on the group. Moreover, the barbs covering their bodies scattered as they died. At this point, Jiang Mian didn't even need to mobilize anyone else. The ranged players began attacking the insects with elemental attacks. Their defenses were now divided into 3 lines. The first line was made of goblin corpses, piled up far away in one direction from which the monsters were attacking. Originally, it was meant to completely surround the base, but perhaps due to the territory upgrade, the goblin corpses were insufficient, only covering a certain distance. The other layer consisted of the corpses of zombies and alien creatures, enough to surround the entire territory. This defensive line was mainly set up after players experienced how durable the corpses of zombies and alien creatures were. The white mist came from the first line of defense held by the goblins, who immediately began attacking the flying creatures with fire. However, the fire's power was reduced by nearly half when it came into contact with the white mist. This white mist actually countered fire. When others began using metal, wood, water, earth, and various other abilities to fight the insects, they were also weakened to some extent, but this mist had the greatest effect on weakening fire. Moreover, after they died, the spikes on their bodies attacked everyone, but they caused no damage when they hit their own comrades. However, when they hit the goblins, they pierced through their bodies, and then passed through the second line of defense set up by the players. The little monsters, who were initially full of confidence, became enraged when they saw their attacks blocked at the second line of defense. Their already bared teeth clenched even wider, and their flapping wings became even more frequent. Heh heh. These little guys have quite the temper. Brothers, give them something really good. Jiang Mian joked, then waved his hand, signaling the players to clear a path, and activated the attack towers. The attack towers were no joke. After identifying the creatures approaching, they unleashed a barrage of lightning. Crackling lightning shot directly into the wisps of mist. Jiang Mian initially didn't think much of it, but after the lightning bolts passed, sparks flew and exploded within the mist. She then realized that the mist, being composed of moisture, became conductive when it encountered lightning. A single bolt of lightning was equivalent to dozens of people using the same power, amplified many times over. These little guys didn't need the players to worry about. They were instantly wiped out by the attack towers. Seeing this, Not only the players, but even Jiang Mian was stunned. She hadn't expected the attack towers to be so effective. Chapter 620. Previously, they acted as if it was okay to have them or not, but when encountering certain special creatures, they could single-handedly kill a group of monsters without the players even lifting a finger. Jiang Mian had the players collect the corpses, and then showed them to some players, who liked crafting, asking what they could be made into. After doing all this, Jiang Mian's gaze fell on the sleeping incense. However, it was the dead of night, and these monsters were clearly stronger than during the day. If they were to attack now, they might suffer a setback. They couldn't just keep pushing the horses. They needed to rest before they could run. Thinking this way, the skinflint finally treated the players kindly. However, while Jiang Mian was thinking this, and suddenly felt compassion for the players, the traitors who had been wrongly accused that morning couldn't resist. Looking at their own traitor group chat, the number of members showed 15, just like when they first arrived. Now, no one has been harmed, and each of their nicknames has become a string of code, making it impossible for them to recognize each other even face to face. Under the cover of night, someone started offering advice. Are you really willing to accept this? I can assure you, absolutely none of our brothers used any gadgets during the day. After all, I was on patrol, and didn't see anyone tamper with anything. We clearly been framed. We can do bad things. We can be ruthless and unscrupulous, but we absolutely cannot be framed. Traitor number 2. Yeah, I want revenge too, but how? Traitor number 3. During the day, those people said we used a monster-attracting incense, right? Let's use that tonight. They insist we did something we didn't, so let's actually do it and show them how powerful we are. Traitor number 4. Okay, I think that's a good idea. Ideally, we should kill that hidden lord. The group quickly agreed on a plan. They had incense in their chat group, so they used 3, a form of revenge against the territory players. Then, just as Jiang Mian told the others to rest, a crow suddenly flew over and landed anxiously in front of her, but Jiang Mian dodged it. Seeing this crow, as big as a pig, about to land on her, it was easy to imagine that if it actually sat on her, she would at least break a bone. Before Crow could complain, Jiang Mian asked, "What's wrong? You seem so rushed, something big must have happened?" Crow immediately jumped up and down in panic. "Boss, it's terrible. My men discovered during their scouting that the monsters, which were originally scattered in different places, have suddenly gathered together and are heading this way. Judging by the looks of them, there are at least 30,000 monsters. What should we do?" Hearing this, Jiang Mian was stunned. She looked down at her hands, and was absolutely certain that she wasn't that ruthless or shameless. They say they won't exploit them, but behind their backs they're doing it. If it wasn't them, who was? He Ling pointed to himself. What? You think I'm that kind of person? I told you, our commander has no right to open the shop. After questioning He Ling and confirming it wasn't him, Jiang Mian looked frustrated. Besides He Ling, who doesn't play by the rules, who else could it be? A traitor. A traitorous player. The two spoke in unison, directly stating their inner thoughts. And they were both quite certain that it was those traitors who were behind it, and judging from the pattern, they were using far more than Jiang Mian had used before. She wondered if her small, level 1 territory could withstand the onslaught of so many monsters. She had only used one originally, but she hadn't expected these traitorous players to be so reckless. Jiang Mian immediately sent the people she suspected to the front lines, including 2 traitors. The 2 traitorous players were on the verge of tears. Before they could even say a word, before their turn to speak, the traitors above had already gone too far, and now they were the ones suffering the consequences. This world. They didn't want to stay here anymore. They wanted to return to their own faction and contribute to their cause, not stay here only to die. Therefore, among the players solemnly welcoming the unknown enemy, these 2 stood out. Seeing their demeanor, Jiang Mian directly signaled his men to keep a close eye on them, ready to use them as scapegoats if necessary. Of course, she didn't say this explicitly, but rather implied it. This person, worthy of being chosen by Jiang Mian, is indeed clever. She easily grasped the meaning behind Jiang Mian's words, and seeing the guilty expressions on the 2 players' faces, she understood. The 3 waves of monsters converged, consisting of a creature with only a lower body, resembling the symbol for pi, but with exceptionally long limbs. A fish with 8 human-like legs, seemingly mutated due to nuclear radiation contamination. And a rare flying species, the corrosive crow. When the crows saw these corrosive crows, their feathers stood on end. Always arrogant, and believing themselves to be the most beautiful crows, their confidence was almost shattered upon seeing these creatures resembling their own kind. When did their kind become so ugly? It was truly unbearable to look at. So, when the crows appeared, Jiang Mian's crows launched the first attack. Without Jiang Mian needing to give any orders, the white doves, as the crows' henchmen, naturally followed their leader in attacking the carrion crows. A major battle was about to erupt. Facing a dense horde of monsters, and being attacked from 3 directions, Jiang Mian couldn't sit idly by. She directly stepped forward to attack the monsters coming towards them, trying to kill some first, and buy some time for her side. The other players also knew that this was no longer the time to hide their strength. Compared to during the day, they were now cursing even more fiercely. A dozen or so traitors, almost all their families are gone, even their mothers are flying in the sky. Jiang Mian was responsible for attacking the upper-body-less creatures. Fish with human legs were easier to attack, but these upper-body-less creatures were like endlessly sticky taffy, easily suffocating those who attacked them. They will wrap their legs around the player's neck. After wrapping their legs around the player's neck, the special substance will turn into a watery substance that cannot be peeled off, and will only bring them a feeling of suffocation. Chapter 621. These limbs, after being severed, would smoothly sew themselves back together, appearing seemingly endless. Although these creatures bearing the pi symbol were relatively few, their abilities were the most bizarre of the 3. Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. Only 300-odd monsters, yet nearly 1,000 people were barely able to resist them, causing her to frown. Moreover, this thing wasn't water-based. Even lightning attacks couldn't eliminate it in the same way as the flying creatures they had attacked before. Jiang Mian's only option now was to stall it for time, and slowly find a way to defeat it. Discovering that this thing was stronger in physical attacks, and almost non-existent in elemental attacks, Jiang Mian felt relieved and directly attacked the creatures with her long sword. The pi symbols, upon seeing Jiang Mian, became excited and began to coil around her neck. Jiang Mian easily dodged their attacks, slashing her long sword at their tentacles. These creatures had originally intended to attach themselves to her long sword, then toss it far away, and silently enjoy their delicious meal. However, when their tentacles touched the sword, it melted like snow touching lava. Eat, eat. Accompanied by eerie words, the strange creatures near Jiang Mian began to retreat. They realized Jiang Mian was a tough opponent and decided to abandon the fight, preparing to attack someone else instead. But would Jiang Mian let them succeed? Of course not. Since her long sword was harming them, there was no need to let these guys go. After killing these few, she gained another 50 reputation points. She was surprised. She hadn't expected these guys to be so valuable. Each one was worth 10 reputation points. If she killed more, wouldn't she gain several thousand reputation points? Thinking this, Jiang Mian suddenly stopped finding them troublesome. Instead, her eyes lit up. These weren't troublesome at all. They were practically free money. She even didn't want the players to attack them anymore, wanting to benefit herself alone. However, after careful consideration, she realized that if she didn't let them attack, she definitely wouldn't be able to stop so many monsters. Forget it, playing it safe is best. If fewer people survived and many died, it would be a net loss. Seeing that Jiang Mian could injure them with her sword, the other players' eyes lit up, and they began attacking the creatures. However, their knives couldn't pierce the strange creature's body. Instead, they were slowly corroded away. This unexpected turn of events surprised not only the players wielding the knives but also Jiang Mian. She was absolutely certain she was using a knife, not any other elemental abilities. How could this be? But then, she realized that the knife she was using was a system reward, essentially a tool, and generally superior to ordinary tools forged with meteorites or iron blocks. Therefore, she understood why this was happening. Don't get too close to them. Try using the knives you seized from the monsters. They're monsters too. They'd probably attack each other. Since the monsters we seized earlier had knives, and weren't all devoured, it means they're useful. Jiang Mian's words instantly reminded the others, and those with the items began attacking the monsters. It was obvious that the monsters' weapons could indeed harm them, although the damage wasn't as strong as the weapons Jiang Mian used. However, this was enough. It was better than being unable to harm them and being killed instead. After barely managing to control the situation, Jiang Mian sent half of her people to defend the fish with 8 human legs. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian's reputation points skyrocketed, successfully breaking the 10,000 mark within a few hours. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian upgraded her territory, raising it from level 1 to level 2. In just 2 days, she had made such a significant leap. Meanwhile, she was still the first to upgrade her territory to level 2. Similarly, this time it only cost 5,000 reputation points, leaving her with over 6,000, enough for Jiang Mian to spend again. To upgrade further, she only needed 20,000 reputation points. Seeing this, Jiang Mian hesitated. 20,000 versus 6,000 seemed like a huge gap. However, looking at the endless stream of monsters, a different thought arose in Jiang Mian's mind. 20,000 reputation points seemed like a lot, but if she killed all these monsters, she would surely accumulate to at least 20,000 or 30,000, right? Judging from the sleeping potion used by those traders, they might reach level 3 today. What will the territory look like after reaching level 3? Looking at the stone walls that have now been built, standing a full 3 meters high, players can stand on top and kill monsters. The original 30-odd attack towers have been upgraded to 50, along with some scattered watchtowers and defensive towers. These are more than enough to protect them from the monster attacks. At this point, what are they waiting for but to take a gamble? Jiang Mian waved her hand, releasing an elephant several times larger than an ordinary elephant. However, the elephant's eyes were lifeless and had turned gray. It was the failed attempt she had been trying to cultivate. The elephant had gone berserk in the breeding farm and was dealt with by Jiang Mian. However, it would be a pity to let such a large creature be absorbed by the snake scale fruit tree. So, Jiang Mian had some enlarged brain-eating worms parasitize it, then controlled it, and stomped towards the monsters. The elephant stomping was completely irrational, and with Jiang Mian, the sixth brother, dressing it in armor made of a special material, the monster's attacks on the elephant were like tickles. As long as the armor wasn't destroyed, the elephant's carcass wouldn't be damaged, and even if it was, a deeper layer of attack awaited them. This is a classic case of the bold get rich, the timid starve. If you keep standing still, you can only watch helplessly as you're left behind. After killing the strange monsters on his side, Jiang Mian flew into the air, stepping on the number 1 crow, his voice echoing throughout the entire territory. Chapter 622. Everyone, with the help of my pet, I hope we can fight the enemy together. I know there's definitely something wrong with the number of monsters that appeared tonight, but now is not the time to dwell on those issues. Our first priority is self-preservation. We can look for the culprit after that. I hope you will stop hiding your secrets. The more people die, the happier the trader will be, and the less territory we will lose. Although we can't rely on our lord, we must rely on ourselves, on our own hands, to fight for our survival. Jiang Mian spoke with conviction, his emotions almost palpable, stirring up the fervor of the players below. Jiang Mian had seriously studied this. The art of language was no joke. For example, the voice actors he heard before delivered such emotionally charged performances that they were practically energizing. Kill! 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 Kill these monsters that dare to invade our territory. Our territory is majestic and absolutely inviolable. With Jiang Mian's words, the hot-tempered older brother was even more suited to being the straight man than He Ling, stating the sentence directly. He Ling looked helpless. If it weren't for the fact that this hot-tempered older brother wasn't using props or disguises, he would have seriously suspected that this hot-tempered older brother was Qin Yuan, that mentally ill person. Only he would be so enthusiastic. They're right. Since the Lord of the People isn't taking charge, then we rely entirely on ourselves. I refuse to believe we can't kill these monsters. They want to see us die a pathetic death, right? Then we prove them wrong and slaughter these monsters. With this elephant's help, we definitely avenge our defeat. Their words grew increasingly incoherent, a result of their prolonged and arduous battle. However, this was no time to dwell on such matters. Jiang Mian began replacing her current auxiliary abilities with copied, more powerful ones. Jiang Mian wasn't worried about being recognized. With so many players, it was only natural that a few would have similar abilities. After unleashing various lightning, fire, ice spikes, and anti-gravity attacks, a near vacuum zone formed within dozens of meters of Jiang Mian. Furthermore, she constantly shifted her position, moving to other areas to assist the players there. This was precisely why Jiang Mian was consistently respected and trusted by these players. Most importantly, they perceived her as a commander, not a lord. If a lord were doing these things, they would certainly consider it their duty. But it's different for a commander. If a commander were doing this, it would only be considered doing it out of love, without any personal gain. However, no one doubted that Jiang Mian was now the lord. If she truly were, as Jiang Mian said, she would be discreet, not making such a high-profile appearance. Even the traders hadn't considered that Jiang Mian was the lord. That's because they were in the thick of it, and couldn't see clearly. However, it's unlikely that other players would think Jiang Mian was the lord either. Given Jiang Mian's cunning nature, she would never allow herself to be taken advantage of. After a night of fierce fighting, the monsters finally stopped attacking, while the players in the other territories near Jiangmian were so tired they were dozing off. Some scouts, having learned of Jiangmian's situation, couldn't help but feel smug. I never expected to have such a hated territory right next to me. Those traders are too effective, drawing out so many monsters. It won't be long before their territory is the first to fall. However, while some lords were optimistic, others were thinking long-term. The man frowned, sensing something was amiss. If things continued like this, without monster attacks, he wouldn't gain any fame points. How would his territory improve? What dangers would arise if his territory remained stagnant? These concerns were giving him a headache. The presence of onlookers only added to his annoyance. Meanwhile, Jiangmian, having reaped a large amount of fame points, couldn't help but feel excited. Over 19,000 fame points, while not quite 20,000, were enough for Jiangmian for the time being. The main reason was that she had been continuously upgrading the base's attack equipment. Otherwise, given yesterday's situation, they simply wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Jiangmian let the players rest and tried to replenish their strength. As for the two traders she had been closely monitoring, they had already been trampled into mincemeat on the battlefield. With Jiangmian's signal, her subordinates would definitely push them out to their deaths first. After the traders had shielded her from several attacks, they naturally died with their eyes wide open in disbelief. However, some people witnessed that after their deaths, they reverted to their original forms, no longer human, but rather ape-like beings. Some even took pictures. Jiangmian carefully zoomed in on the pictures. At the scene of the two players' deaths, one was indeed an ape-like creature. Of course, the other was not. It was clearly a pale, beardless humanoid creature with long fangs, looking like an elderly person with albinism. Jiangmian pondered, finally understanding the key to the problem. So that's it. It seems these traders weren't from the same faction. After their deaths, they were clearly from different worlds. Although there was a high probability they were players from the same game that hadn't been confirmed yet, right? Then why not just explain everything in a way that's unfavorable to the traders? So, in the following days, rumors spread throughout the territory that the traders weren't from the same faction, that their species were clearly different, and photos of the two different species, taken by other players, were posted in prominent places for others to see. Of course, the most important thing was for the traders themselves to see. As expected, there was no unusual activity throughout the day. Perhaps it was because the killing last night was too brutal, and the stench of blood had permeated the base, deterring the monsters from appearing here. Of course, a more likely reason was that the traders were now suspicious of each other's identities, leading to the current situation. However, all of this was beneficial to Jiangmian and his group, allowing them a proper rest. As darkness fell, everyone was full of energy, vigilantly surveying the surrounding area. Chapter 623. Now, Jiangmian no longer needed to constantly supervise them. These people naturally began to do their jobs according to their previously reported abilities. Jiangmian was quite pleased with this. Tonight, Jiangmian didn't plan to increase the difficulty for them, but rather deal with the monsters normally. They encountered 3 more waves of monsters that night, but they came intermittently. Jiangmian's reputation points successfully broke through 20,000, allowing her to level up to level 3. However, Jiangmian didn't level up immediately, but planned to wait until everyone had recovered their strength during the day to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Thinking this way, Jiangmian waited until daytime, and after the players had rested, she finally started to cause trouble. The incense she lit was starting to take effect. Of course, Jiangmian still didn't like too many, only 2 sticks. 3 sticks would be too much of a challenge. Caw caw caw. A monster's coming. A monster's coming. The crow's report arrived just in time, but something about the sound was odd. Sensing something was wrong, the player looked up and saw a pure white pigeon mimicking the crow's call. Jiangmian was exasperated. She hadn't asked the crow to do that, had she? How had it managed to turn someone's pet against its will? After being scolded by its owner, the pigeon left looking dejected, seemingly unwilling to give up, kicking twice at its owner as it went. Jiangmian silently turned her head away, missing the player's resentful little glare. She didn't want this to happen either. She hadn't done anything, so who knows why it turned out this way. All troops, stand ready. Attack those monsters that have infiltrated our territory. It was daytime, so the monster's strength was somewhat suppressed, making Jiangmian and her group's attacks much easier. Of course, inevitably, those traders were once again being cursed and their families were threatened. Some traders were frustrated. They just couldn't understand who was doing this, always framing them. They clearly weren't that malicious, But they couldn't very well admit they were traitors and hadn't done anything, could they? The traitors, left with no choice but to suffer in silence, silently went into battle. At this moment, Jiang Mian finally took pity on them and clicked the upgrade button. Looking at the half-hour wait, she wasn't anxious. Instead, she looked relaxed. Half an hour. She could consider it the anticipation of finally reaching the wonderful level 3 territory. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This wasn't a countdown timer, but rather the sound of a group of monsters. They looked like alarm clocks, round and plump, but with slender limbs, appearing extremely disproportionate. After players killed these alarm clock monsters mixed in with other monsters, the area would inexplicably return to its state a few minutes earlier. Jiang Mian watched as the monster she had killed resurrected. It would be a lie to say she wasn't shocked. This ability was somewhat similar to a mini-boss she had encountered before. Speaking of which, Jiang Ming now possessed the same ability. After several such occurrences, Jiang Mian suddenly had a flash of insight. Although the monsters there had regained their lives, her reputation points remained unchanged. She could still gain reputation points by killing monsters again. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up instantly. What was this? Was this some kind of despicable monster? This was clearly Jiang Mian's little darling, the Lord's precious possession. This wasn't an enemy at all, but rather a mole she had planted within the enemy ranks. Experiencing such a windfall for the first time, Jiang Mian almost jumped up and kissed the little alarm clock person. What alarm clock monster? This was clearly her charming little alarm clock. The alarm clock person shivered inexplicably, looked around, but found nothing amiss. Then it huddled back beside its teammates, seeking protection. Until it encountered a player, the stopwatch on the alarm clock person, which had been slowly ticking, suddenly began to spin rapidly, as if possessed. The speed of the spin was dazzling, and along with the speed of its rotation, the hair of the player it targeted instantly began to sprout a few more strands of silver. At first, it wasn't obvious, but after a while, it became easily noticeable that her originally jet black, lustrous hair was turning silvery white. This thing seems to have the ability to instantly accelerate the passage of time for humans. Jiang Mian even considered capturing a few alarm clock figures to keep in her space for research, and this alarm clock figure happened to be not far from her location, so Jiang Mian walked directly towards it. When this player, troubled by time, saw Jiang Mian approaching, his eyes widened instantly, and he frantically shook his head, trying to stop Jiang Mian from getting closer. No! Don't come any closer. You be unable to move, and will just watch yourself get drained. This girl was a good person. She could only wait to die now. Even if she were rescued, she would be old and frail. She couldn't accept herself like this, so she'd rather die alone. She didn't want to drag anyone else down with her. However, although Jiang Mian heard her voice, she didn't stop as she expected. Instead, she quickened her pace and grabbed the still-spinning alarm clock figure. As Jiang Mian grabbed the alarm clock figure, she could feel her blood rushing wildly, as if she had used time acceleration, only much faster. However, how could Jiang Mian let it drain her lifespan like this? She knocked it unconscious, then threw it into her breathing space, all in one swift motion, without any hesitation. Seeing the female player's relieved expression, Jiang Mian then draped a lap over her. Just as she was about to activate her time manipulation abilities, she heard the girl shake her head, seemingly having given up hope for her current state. No need. There's no way to fix it. That alarm clock monster just drained all my life force. I probably won't live much longer. Don't bother anymore. Just kill more monsters, consider it revenge. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Mian shook her head. What are you saying? If you want revenge, take it yourself. How can you rely on others? She wanted to say something more, but found herself unable to utter a single word. As she met Jiang Mian's gaze, she seemed to see a giant clock behind Jiang Mian, spinning wildly backward. The girl was somewhat surprised, looking at the wildly spinning clock, a look of confusion appearing in her eyes. Chapter 624. A few minutes later, Jiang Mian weakly released her grip. This power, defying human nature, was still too much for her to bear. Fortunately, it only lasted a few minutes, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, this girl was worth it. After frantically gulping down some spiritual spring water, Jiang Mian turned to the girl and said, "See, isn't that enough? It's a simple matter. Why make it look like a life or death struggle?" The girl was stunned. She hadn't expected to actually transform from an old, wrinkled woman into a young woman in her 20s. She stared blankly at Jiang Mian, unsure what to say. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips trembled slightly, and the next second she hugged Jiang Mian tightly. Jiang Mian stiffened, wary of the girl. But then she heard the girl say excitedly in her sweet voice, Thank you. I thought I was going to become ugly. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. Hearing the girl's words, Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. She had thought this girl was afraid of death, but it turned out the girl was afraid of getting old. However, this wasn't something to mock. If it were Jiang Mian, she would certainly be willing to age naturally, but she certainly couldn't accept aging suddenly like this. Patting the girl's shoulder, Jiang Mian turned and left, not noticing the girl's somewhat gloomy gaze. As she watched Jiang Mian's retreating figure, she bit her lip, took out a mirror, and looked at her restored beautiful face, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I haven't become ugly. If I had, I don't know how I would have survived. Jiang Mian, right. Although I'm the mole, I won't kill the Lord or harm you. So what if I don't complete the mission? It's nothing compared to getting old. After leaving, Jiang Mian couldn't help but smile. Jiang Mian began intentionally capturing some alarm clock-like beings on the battlefield. Each time she captured them, they would struggle fiercely, but Jiang Mian always managed to knock them unconscious. After the entire battle, Jiang Mian had collected over 20 alarm clocks, which satisfied her greatly. Although it was relatively few compared to the total number of alarm clocks, their value was undeniable. Killing an alarm clock could reverse time, allowing her to revive loved ones, family, friends, brothers, best friends, and other important family members at crucial moments. Then, the heartbreaking loss of loved ones would never happen again. Thinking about this, Jiang Mian regretted not catching more. If she had caught more, she could have sold more and kept some for herself. She even wondered if there was a way to artificially cultivate them. Unfortunately, Jiang Mian was overthinking it. This was merely a benefit each player received after upgrading their territory to level 3. To obtain more afterward, she would have to continue upgrading. Moreover, with each upgrade, the power of the alarm clocks would increase several times over, making them much more difficult to capture at will. Jiang Mian was excited to see that her fame points had now exceeded 25,000. In addition, because she was the first person to reach the 3rd level territory, the system rewarded her with 2 special instruments. Moreover, the attack bonus attached to the 3rd level territory has now reached 15%. What surprised Jiang Mian even more was that this could actually capture monsters and become part of her fighting force. However, these 2 special devices could only produce enough capture devices to collect about 20 per day, which was clearly insufficient for Jiang Mian's enormous needs. But something was better than nothing. Jiang Mian tossed the pokeball-like device up and down, releasing a clockwork character. Before the clockwork character could react, she tried to capture it. However, the system indicated a capture failure. The pokeball in her hand vanished instantly. The next second, seeing the clockwork character about to escape, Jiang Mian quickly put it back into her spatial storage. Only then did Jiang Mian see the explanation below the notification. But couldn't the text be a little smaller? This product does not guarantee 100% capture rate. Special monsters cannot be captured. Ha! Jiang Mian almost laughed in exasperation. Not guaranteed 100%? Special monsters can't be captured? They should have said so earlier, making her waste a pokeball. Jiang Mian simply moved the device near her room, and the other players didn't object. After all, it was practically unnecessary for them. After moving it, Jiang Mian, taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, placed her hand on the 2 machines. Using her time acceleration ability, the machines would dispense 10 pokeballs every few tens of minutes. Within a short time, 100 pokeballs were produced. Besides the normally produced ones, Jiang Mian didn't take them. Instead, she collected some of the items produced by her ability. Public matters are public, private matters are private, she understood this. There would always be some petty players watching this closely. She lists these items on her shop, priced at 100,000 gold coins each. Whether anyone bought them or not, there was always a reason these items appeared. Although Jiang Mian didn't know the reason, she'd just sell them. Over the next few days, monster attacks continued occasionally. Now, even without Jiang Mian's intervention, there were about 3 or 4 waves of monster attacks every night. Each monster was bizarrely shaped, like things that only appeared in one's dreams. And now, she needed to accumulate 50,000 reputation points to reach level 4, so Jiang Mian could only wait patiently. Even if she squeezed these players dry, she couldn't extract much more. This made Jiang Mian very anxious. Was there any way to directly gain a large amount of fame points? She wanted to upgrade her territory as much as possible. Currently, her territory had become a 5-meter-high city wall made of thick stone bricks and cement, which looked very imposing, but it was only superficial. If a player put in all their effort, they could knock down this wall. While Jiang Mian was still feeling somewhat helpless, the crow flew back. Jiang Mian then noticed that there seemed to be some blood on the crow's beak. She wondered what it had just done. Jiang Mian beckoned it over, stroked its feathers, and asked, "Went hunting?" Her question wasn't unreasonable. After all, crows love to explore new and strange things, their little heads full of curiosity, so it was normal for them to go looking for monsters flying in the air. However, after Jiang Mian asked the question, the crow shook its head, and Jiang Mian could even see a proud expression on its face. This made Jiang Mian curious. What had the crow done to be so happy? Chapter 625. Curiosity got the better of her, so she asked aloud. A crow cawed loudly, its wings flapping rapidly. From its excited cries, Jiang Mian learned the whole story. Because Jiang Mian leveled up so quickly, her bases, which were originally about 5 kilometers apart, rapidly reached level 3. The area occupied by her bases naturally increased with each level up, making it the largest territory in the vicinity. Other players, who hadn't leveled up initially, didn't notice anything amiss. However, after leveling up, they discovered that the two territories were incredibly close together, making attacks on each other extremely easy. However, having only recently entered the game, they weren't particularly bloodthirsty. Everyone remained relatively low-key, not wanting to make a scene. However, while the players could control their own desires, their pets couldn't. They possessed an innate wildness, making them resentful of other members of their kind even after submitting to humans. So, a nearby pet bird, also a flying creature, and a rather rare one at that, considered itself extremely arrogant. It looked down on the crows and doves, occasionally flying up to provoke them. The crows and doves had tolerated it several times, but this time, the bird had truly gone too far. Even in the bird world, there is bullying. This bird actually led a flock of birds to attack a fiery red bird it disliked, a bird more beautiful than itself. How could the crow allow this? Having followed Jiang Mian for so long, its intelligence far surpassed that of ordinary birds. How could it swallow this insult? So, after repeated provocations from its opponent, the crow finally snapped, attacking the arrogant bird directly. The bird initially couldn't figure out the crow's attack method, and when it realized the crow was relying on brute force, it naturally underestimated the crow. However, the crow's suddenly enlarged size caused it to suffer a great loss. Although it didn't kill the bird, it was still severely injured and barely managed to return to its master's territory. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. "You mean, you didn't eliminate it completely, letting that thing escape?" The crow looked anxious. "No, boss. I wanted to eliminate it completely, but that thing's ability is quite special, which is what it relies on. It can travel through space. Even though I sent its minions to guard it, it still escaped. Otherwise, I would have brought its corpse back as our spoils." Jiang Mian waved his hand, not listening to the crow's detailed explanation. She knew that crows had inherent limitations and lacked special talents. That was unavoidable. Jiang Mian hadn't encountered any abilities that could conjure talent out of thin air. She wasn't blaming the crow, but fortunately, the battle hadn't been long since it started, and the crow had come to find Jiang Mian immediately afterward, so there was still time to arrange for someone to guard outside, in case the other player launched a sneak attack in anger. Although Jiang Mian didn't think the players on the other side would be so irrational as to disregard everything for a bird, however, being absolutely certain is better than being lazy and ending up with a complete loss. Meanwhile, looking at the dying azure sparrow, its owner's face turned green. He slammed his fist on the table in anger and rushed to call the medic to begin treating his azure sparrow. This azure sparrow was practically an old friend who had fought alongside him for many years. Due to its special abilities, it had helped him many times, and he had always taken good care of it. This was the first time his azure sparrow had been so badly injured. Damn it, which player was so ungrateful as to attack his poor azure sparrow? The medic anxiously began treating the azure sparrow, almost rolling his eyes at the lord's incessant grumbling above. How did this guy become a lord? So much nonsense. It was just killing a bluebird, right? It didn't die. If one died, there would be others. Does this bluebird have some special ability? Thinking this, the player didn't say it aloud. If he did, who knows what kind of trouble this guy might cause. After the lord above vented his anger, the bluebird had recovered somewhat, and finally had the strength to communicate with its master. Upon learning that the opposing player's territory was level 3, the man's eyes immediately lit up. "You mean?" After observing for so many days, Their level is already higher than ours? The bluebird weakly nodded. Seeing its master's happy expression, it felt trusted and quickly added fuel to the fire, saying, "Yes, master, their walls are higher than ours, and their base is bigger. However, I didn't have time to see it before those ugly birds blocked my way. I think the people inside must have suffered heavy losses, and are afraid to let others see, fearing we attack their base." "Chike, are you sure?" As the Lord asked this question, his mind began to race. If it were really as Chike said, now that he had reached level 2, if he took over the territory of the other player, who had reached level 3, would his own level increase by leaps and bounds, or even directly reach level 4? Thinking this, a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. Chike, naturally seeking revenge, chose to say what her master liked. Chike knew her master's character very well. Thus, under Chingchua's enticing words, the man was ultimately won over by greed. He ignored the fact that in the same amount of time, the other player had reached level 3 at such a rapid pace. And he had only reached level 2 today, so, under Jiang Mian's arrangement, they were surprised to discover that the lord next door was indeed a mentally unstable individual. Watching the wind howl as the opposing lord, waving a battle banner, approached them, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. Standing atop the watchtower, she clearly saw the players preparing to attack. They didn't even have a strategy, nor did they consider using the monster's strength to attack them. Instead, they just stood there brazenly, looking like they were incredibly powerful. Jiang Mian immediately became alert and ordered her men to prepare intensively. Better safe than sorry. In this era of millions vying for supremacy, a slight misstep could lead to being at a disadvantage, unable to recover. She had joined the game later than the others. If she wasn't careful, she might easily fall behind. Chapter 626. Keep a close eye on them. If they make any rash moves, shoot them. After issuing the order, Jiang Mian went up to the wall. Seeing the players arrive, at the first defensive line piled with various monster corpses, she immediately took out a megaphone and shouted, "Halt! What's the meaning of all this ostentatious display of force coming over here?" Jiang Mian's silence was less concerning than her words. Hearing the woman's voice, the men, who had initially been somewhat tense, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "A woman? It's just a woman. I thought she was some kind of powerful hero. No wonder she leveled up so fast, she'd probably sacrificed your lives." Jiang Mian was speechless at the indiscriminate accusation. She shrugged at the other players around her. "Fine, I run into an idiot. Looks like this battle is inevitable." "How do you know she's an idiot?" Hearing the impatient player's question, Jiang Mian sighed helplessly. "Sigh, what can I do? I encountered so many that I can tell from their tone of voice whether someone's an idiot or not." Upon hearing this, the previously worried players couldn't help but laugh. However, after laughing, they still had to stay alert, wary of the approaching attackers. They didn't know which game these people were from, their levels, or their methods. Therefore, they naturally had to treat them like monsters. When the man saw that none of the players who came to provoke him were willing to come out and negotiate, he immediately realized that they were afraid. He didn't think anything of it. After all, he didn't feel he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, he thought the players hiding in their territory were the real cowards. Jiang Mian was too lazy to waste any more words with them. Tired of the constant cursing below, he simply waved his hand, signaling the ranged archers to prepare and launch an attack. The players below reacted quickly, using their shields to defend themselves. However, they clearly underestimated Jiang Mian's attack power. The ordinary arrows were indeed blocked, but the various elemental attacks fired from the attack towers almost overwhelmed them. Some players with stronger defensive techniques felt their arms go numb, and they could barely hold their shields. However, even at this point, their lord was still spouting threats. They really wanted to say, "Stop talking. Stop talking. You seem to enjoy your verbal battle, but have you considered our feelings? Continue the attack. I want to see what they're capable of, daring to attack our territory." Jiang Mian gave the order, immediately switching to a group of players using heavy weapons. These heavy weapons were provided by Jiang Mian herself. She was unusually generous. Jiang Mian knew that in a war game with so many people, if she continued to be stingy like before, she would quickly fall behind. Falling behind means being vulnerable to attack. Only by being strong can one avoid being bullied. In wave after wave of attacks, the attack towers had tormented the vanguard to the point of being unable to defend themselves. Soon, the enemy leader noticed this, and hurriedly reported to his lord. However, all he received in return was insults. The man felt his subordinates were utterly useless, unable to withstand even this small attack. If he were in their shoes, he would be 1,000 times stronger. Useless trash. What have I been feeding you for? I worked so hard to upgrade our base, only to feed you bunch of trash. Kill them! Even if you can't hold them off, kill them! Today, it's either them or you. These words were indeed extremely offensive. Didn't you see his men were already getting angry? Especially some players, who were still the moles. They seemed to have discovered a business opportunity, immediately becoming excited and starting to mutter under their breath. Lord, this is too much. Don't our lives matter? We're only level 2, and he's sending us to attack a level 3 lord. Besides, we weren't even within his territory, so our attack bonus disappeared. Now that they leveled up, who knows how much extra attack power they gain? Are they deliberately trying to kill us? Yeah, this is too much. I don't want to die. My family is waiting for me. I just got married, and we haven't even consummated our marriage yet. If I die like this, what's the point of marrying him? The crowd started whispering, but the voices grew increasingly vehement, as if they were truly being sent to their deaths. At this point, nobody cared about the traitors, they only knew this man's words carried weight. What traitor? These are clearly good brothers. The Lord, still directing the battle, was unaware that those traitors had created panic among his men. Only when the battle actually began did he realize how many of his brothers were missing. He had originally brought out 7,000 or 8,000 men, leaving only a few hundred to guard the territory, but now a fifth of them were gone. He turned around and saw that the players were clearly starting to flee in disarray. He instantly flew into a rage, pointing at the fleeing players and yelling, You bunch of cowards! You don't even want to take a little danger. What are you talking about fighting for supremacy? Useless, a bunch of useless trash. However, despite the man's unrestrained cursing, the fleeing men showed no intention of turning back, running even faster than before. In fact, Jiang Mian had already noticed the fleeing men, and seeing this, she burst out laughing. She knew very well that simply killing these rabble wouldn't be enough to take them down in one fell swoop. The only way was to strike at their heart. Jiang Mian's eyes were fixed on the player, who was in charge of everything. If she guessed correctly, this was the Lord. Not everyone is smart. Many people enjoy temporary power, thus exposing their identities, and putting themselves in the open. Such people not only exist, but there are always many. Jiang Mian looked at him, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiang Mian arranged for several men to hold off the others and protect herself, while she herself began to stealthily approach the man. At this moment, the man was still unaware of the danger, arrogantly surveying the landscape. A group of men he sent out were tasked with breaching a wall, from which they would then attack. It wasn't that they didn't want to break through the city gate, but the gate's structure was made of some unknown material, incredibly sturdy and difficult to breach. Furthermore, with many people guarding it, the man simply abandoned this easily defensible location. Chapter 627. Watching herself get closer and closer to the man's figure, Jiang Mian couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. The dagger slid from her hand, and Jiang Mian, having already used a position swap, was behind the man, the dagger about to slice across his neck for a fatal blow. Just then, the person guarding the man seemed to realize something, tackling him to the ground. The dagger only managed to slice past the troublemaker's fingers. 2 fingers fell to the ground. The man was not only saved by his own men, but also realized that someone was trying to assassinate him from the shadows. Black smoke instantly billowed from his body, and the next second, he vanished from his spot. Jiang Mian couldn't even find where he was now. Strange, what kind of ability was this? Jiang Mian had never encountered anything like this before. Neither the instruments in her hand nor Jiang Mian's senses could detect the man's presence. No wonder the man dared to go to such lengths to attack them. It turned out he had his own means of protecting himself. He protected himself, but what about the man who had lost a finger saving him? He simply threw him in front of Jiang Mian. The two exchanged a glance, and Jiang Mian couldn't help but grin. Don't blame me. Since your leader has abandoned you, you can only blame him. Why didn't he want to take you with him? The man opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more to argue, but Jiang Mian was too lazy to listen to him anymore. What was the point of wasting time with this man? It would be better to find the important figures on the other side, and kill them one by one. Then, even if they couldn't kill the Lord, they could at least strike at the heart of the enemy. Since the two sides weren't far apart, after dealing with the man and looking at his corpse, Jiang Mian suddenly had a brilliant idea. She took out a snake-scale fruit tree seed and a snake-scale fruit tree heart. This was Jiang Mian's latest harvest. The batch she had planted earlier had fully matured and produced 18 fruits, all of which belonged to Jiang Mian. Besides giving some to her family, she had 10 left unused. Now that this was a world of war, there were bound to be many dead and monsters. If she planted these here, perhaps before the mission ended, the snake scale-free tree would flower and bear fruit, producing seeds. Thinking this, Jiang Mian tossed the seed to a crow, instructing it to carry it a distance, but not too far, lest she lose more than she gained. It was rare that she still had the mind to think about these things. Most importantly, seeing their leader escape, the players had lost their will to continue the war. However, Jiang Mian's place wasn't one to become and go as one pleased. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the group of players she brought immediately unleashed a special skill. Forbidden Land. The next second, snowflakes drifted down from the sky. On the surface, the snowflakes appeared to move very slowly. However, upon contact with a person, they were instantly transported to -200°C, instantly turning them into ice sculptures. However, because the snowflakes moved so slowly, some people couldn't help but feel fortunate. Their movements were extremely fast, making it easy for them to dodge the snowflakes. But just as they were thinking this, the snowflakes suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards them as if they were magnetized, with the snowflakes acting as another magnet. The speed was comparable to that of a bullet. Seeing this, Jiang Mian and the person who had used the skill couldn't help but chuckle. This was a newly devised fighting tactic. Jiang Mian's time acceleration, combined with the player's skills, not only expanded the area of the ice freeze, but also increased its speed, trapping more people in the frozen zone. After killing this group of players, Jiang Mian's reputation points surged again. Judging by the current momentum, it wouldn't be long before she reached level 4. Sigh. She let out a feigned sigh, seemingly addressing the sky, yet also appearing to be speaking to someone. What a pity. These precious lives were lost because of the neighboring lord's poor leadership. If he had been smarter, this wouldn't have happened. Whether others understood or not, the person being indirectly insulted instantly realized what she meant. He was now extremely relieved that his men had already started running away and hadn't heard those words, otherwise he would have been incredibly frustrated. However, the next second, just as he was about to leave, it suddenly dawned on him. Now that he had concealed himself and used his ultimate move, why not just go and kill this woman instead of going back to be a coward? Killing this woman would not only avenge his pent-up hatred, but he might also stumble upon the fact that she was the leader of this base. Thinking this, he began to slip through the crack in the city gate into Jiang Mian's territory. The enemy hadn't disturbed her territory, so Jiang Mian hadn't been alerted. Therefore, she was unaware that the vanished player had done such a thing. However, since she couldn't find the person herself, she definitely had to be vigilant. If Jiang Mian had the ability, she would definitely seize this opportunity to ambush someone, instead of just watching. Judging others by her own standards, she figured her opponent wouldn't be a pushover either. If he were, he wouldn't have been so brazen as to come to her territory and attack her. Jiang Mian was right. Her opponent was not only not a good person, but also a capricious individual, easily swayed by emotions. Even back in her room, she didn't let her guard down, only appearing relaxed on the surface, while secretly harboring a shrewd mind. The opposing leader, upon seeing Jiang Mian's residence, paused in surprise. She wasn't living in the main hall, but rather in a villa? Was she not the leader? Had he guessed wrong? Thinking this, the man's planned ambush faltered. If he was wrong, he was now inside the enemy ranks. Even if he killed her, he would surely be discovered. Besides, this woman was quite strong, meaning she might not be able to escape. Thinking about it that way, it seemed pointless. His instinct for survival ultimately prevailed. He began to retreat. Having lost so many players, his only option now was to quietly recuperate and wait for another day to fight. Chapter 628. Seemingly having convinced himself, he stopped agonizing and turned to leave. Jiang Mian, however, was completely unaware that she had been stood up. She remained vigilant, constantly on guard for the enemy's appearance, even while lying in bed, maintaining a state of deep alertness. The enemy still hadn't appeared by the next day. Jiang Mian frowned. She couldn't stay on guard indefinitely. Thinking this, she used a block within her area, sealing off the abilities of all the players in that area. However, even after using this ability, she still didn't find any strange players, nor did anyone appear out of thin air. Only then did Jiang Mian laugh in exasperation. So all her vigilance had been for nothing? The opponent hadn't appeared, and she was the only one living in fear? This was the first time she felt so frustrated. Since the opposing lord was willing to play the coward, Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't stop them. However, this didn't mean she would let him off so easily. Immediately, Jiang Mian abandoned her plan to lure the monster, and instead dispatched aerial scouts to investigate the person's territory. She was determined to find out how many people remained at their base, and what their levels were. Jiang Mian reasoned that anyone capable of provoking her couldn't be much lower in level. Sure enough, upon learning that the opposing territory was a level 2 territory, she fell silent. A level 2 territory? She remembered that when she leveled up to level 2, the system's power boost was 10%, while now, after reaching level 3, it was 15%. In other words, if they attacked the other side's territory prematurely, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. However, they had already suffered heavy losses, so even without reinforcements, Jiang Mian's attack would be easier than before. Jiang Mian didn't plan to attack the enemy immediately. Instead, she had a crow drop something near their territory. To outsiders, Jiang Mian appeared to be remaining silent. Even after the enemy attacked, she made no preparations for retaliation the next day. Some of the more hot-tempered members of the ranks began to grumble, and the whispers reached Jiang Mian's ears. The hot-tempered older man, looking indignant, plopped down on the steps of Jiang Mian's villa. He waved his hand, pointing angrily at certain spots, and said, "I'm telling you, some people really have no brains. They just parrot whatever others say, not even as good as a roughneck like me. They say you're cowardly, but are you really cowardly? You clearly have brains and strategy. In their minds, you just know how to recklessly act. Knowing your brain isn't working well, you still won't listen to the orders of those with brains, and instead start giving orders yourself." Jiang Mian yawned and finally opened the door. "What's all the noise about so early in the morning, buddy?" Seeing Jiang Mian finally up, the hot-tempered older man looked even more disappointed and recounted everything he had heard. Because Jiang Mian hadn't immediately retaliated against those people, certain moles finally had an opportunity to spread rumors in the area. "Why are you so calm? Do you know what they said about you? They said you're a woman who doesn't understand the big picture, and that it's only because they didn't seize the initiative at the beginning that they already taken a favorable position. Who knows, they might even have already taken over 2 nearby territories." Jiang Mian replied nonchalantly, "That's all? Are you really that angry? I thought they said something else entirely." The hot-tempered older man, seeing Jiang Mian's nonchalant attitude, felt a surge of exasperation. "No, sister, we're just saying, we all seen what you've done for this territory. You're not even the lord, yet you contributed so much. They're not only ungrateful, but they're also spreading rumors about you behind your back. Why aren't you angry? If it were me, I'd tear them apart." Sigh. Jiang Mian sighed, clearly sensing that this hot-tempered older man had unknowingly become her fervent fan, intolerant of any negative comments about her. Every time he heard this, the guy's temper flared even more fiercely than his suitors. Yes, perhaps it was because he was performing quite well in this world, Jiang Mian had gained a few more suitors. However, Jiang Mian could tell that they were only pretending to like him because of his strength or what he had to offer. Generally speaking, the strong are never short of admirers. Even He Ling and the others are never short of people who like them. Jiang Mian patted the hot-tempered guy on the shoulder and said earnestly, "All right, let them talk. Once I find the source, I just label them as traitors. Then, whether they are traitors or not, I just send them to the front lines. Instead of wasting so much time gossiping, why not do something practical to satisfy their thirst for information?" Upon hearing this, the hot-tempered older brother immediately calmed down, like a rabid dog that had been soothed. "Little sister, I knew you had more ideas. How come I didn't think of that? Use this opportunity to make them pay the price, and find the mole spreading the rumors. It seems I still have a lot to learn from you." Jiang Mian smiled. Actually, this was a choice made out of necessity. As long as she believed that everything was in her best interest, she didn't care if it was good or bad. Even if it was bad, she could turn it around. After this incident, Jiang Mian felt they were incredibly bored. She considered giving them a sleeping potion, but then thought that if she used it, it would drain their energy, and then, how are we supposed to attack the neighboring territory? So, we might as well just watch them gossip. However, because Jiang Mian was constantly around, those who were previously discussing his incompetence after taking power dared not speak anymore, fearing they would be labeled as traitors and sent to their deaths. The ordinary players trembled with fear, but the traitors trembled even more. Damn it, who spread these rumors? Isn't this deliberately announcing to the world that they are the traitors? Fortunately, the traitors had no way of knowing who their comrades were, otherwise, they would have been killed by some fools. It turns out that the truly terrifying thing is not the opponent, but one's own comrades. No wonder there's a saying, "It's not the godlike opponent you should fear, but the pig-like teammate." They were now truly experiencing the truth of this saying. Chapter 629. While they were still arguing, The neighboring territory was ashen-faced, staring blankly at the monsters that had suddenly attacked them for no apparent reason. Moreover, the monsters weren't coming in waves, at least giving them time to rest. These monsters seemed possessed, swarming in large numbers, some even starting to fight each other for other reasons. In an instant, the area was teeming with people, and several nearby lords trembled at the sight. They had witnessed this before, in their largest level 3 territory, where the same thing had happened. Everyone assumed they had been sabotaged by an insider, who had lit several monster-attracting incense sticks. They just hadn't expected that a neighboring territory had also learned this trick. But could they really escape by doing this? What if they were surrounded by these monsters? Wouldn't that be a disaster for both themselves and others? Unfortunately, no one knew that this scene wasn't the work of the insiders, but rather Jiang Mian's doing. Having gained nothing in Jiang Mian's territory, the opponent returned to his base only to be met with a dense barrage of attacks, leaving him dumbfounded. He truly regretted returning. If he hadn't come back, he wouldn't have faced so much danger. Returning meant not only facing countless dangers, but also the resentful looks from his own teammates. At this moment, all he wanted to say was, "To hell with being a lord. I don't want to be one anymore. I just want to be a carefree mole, free from restrictions and constraints." However, now that he had become a lord, his fate was tied to the survival of his territory. What would happen if these monsters truly breached it? To this day, it remained a mystery. No one had ever actually had their territory breached. His face flushed red. Pointing to his land, he said coldly, "Defend. Defend it. If our territory falls, do you think you survive? We're all interconnected, all in the same boat. Your choice to live or die is yours." His words sounded like the cawing of a crow to the crowd, inexplicably stirring a sense of unease within them. Immediately, someone couldn't help but sneer, "Defend? How are we supposed to defend? Isn't this all you're doing? If it weren't for your own poor decision-making, would the traitor have found the opportunity to light the sleeping incense? It attracted so many monsters. How are we supposed to defend it? Do you think we can just talk our way out of it like you? That's right. Why did you provoke them? I told you long ago, your bluebird is a menace. You still claim your bluebird is pure and kind. Pa! I known you for a while. Whether it's truly pure and kind or just petty, everyone knows. Only you've been kept in the dark like a fool." The crowd chimed in, those who knew the Lord thoroughly berating him. Even his close friends weren't spared. The bluebird, enraged, frantically pecked at the head of the one who insulted it, but at this point, who would tolerate it? Its master was being condemned by everyone. How could it dare to be arrogant? The man who had been cursing the bluebird grabbed it, which was flitting about in front of him, and slammed it to the ground. However, just as the bluebird was about to hit the ground, it vanished, only to reappear a second later on its master's shoulder, glaring hatefully at the person who had thrown it. If it hadn't used its ability in time, it would probably be half paralyzed by now. That damn bug dared to bully it. It would definitely get its master to avenge it. It turned to pitifully beg its master for help, only to find its master's face extremely grim. At this point, Chinke dared not bully others any longer, and could only silently endure the humiliation, preparing to find a time to deal with this pest. Unfortunately, Chinke was ultimately just a domestic fowl. It would never understand that on the battlefield, everyone's death was random. Who knew who would die? Until Chinke was grabbed by a hairy monster, it tried to use its teleportation ability, but the next second, it was instantly slapped dead by two hairy hands, without even having a chance to use its teleportation ability. This hairy monster's ability was incredibly fast. Many players were killed before they could even react. They were filled with resentment. With only 3,000 or 4,000 people in the base to deal with so many monsters, even Jiang Mian and his large group were having a headache for a while. How could he possibly hold them off? Just as their numbers dropped to 2,000, the Lord suddenly received a notification. Ding! The player's commander count has dropped to 2,000. The player can request help. The system will randomly assign reinforcements to you. Request help. Mox was stunned for a moment. His previously lifeless eyes suddenly lit up with a strange light. System, are you serious? I can ask for help from outside, right? However, the system didn't want to deal with this guy who had already lost so many high-level players at the start, and simply asked again, does the player wish to seek help? Mox was about to agree. However, his outstretched hand retracted. He asked hesitantly, I want to know, what will happen if I seek help? If the player survives the game, half of the player's rewards at the end will be deducted. If the player dies, all of the player's items will be reclaimed as rescue costs. Hearing this, as expected, seeking the system's help came at a price. Mox gritted his teeth, I request rescue. He had no choice but to ask. He only had two choices now: die, or have half of his rewards deducted if he survived. Anyway, he'd be free after death, and his family wouldn't inherit his property, so he might as well seek help directly. After doing all this, he was drenched in sweat, as if he'd been pulled out of water, his clothes soaked through, and he was filled with resentment. Damn woman, damn base 4. Once my reinforcements arrive, and I resolve this trouble, I make base 4 pay. While he was muttering to himself, Jiang Mian stood atop the highest watchtower with binoculars, watching everything unfold. When she saw the territory about to be destroyed, she couldn't help but smile, quietly watching the scene while munching on sunflower seeds. Chapter 630. Holy crap, is he cheating? Jiang Mian's sudden outburst startled the people around her. What's wrong? What happened, girl? Jiang Mian handed her binoculars to the hot-tempered guy next to her, pointing to the opposite territory she was observing, and couldn't help but exclaim, cheater. I'm speechless. When the hot-tempered guy looked through the binoculars, he saw that the territory, which had been mostly collapsed and where countless players had died and were almost out of supplies, was now reappearing in dense numbers. Seeing this, the grumpy old man's eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, is this for real? How come there are so many players? Wait, those don't seem to be players, aren't they monsters from some other world? Hearing this, Jiang Mian was somewhat surprised. Monsters from some other world? What do you mean? The grumpy old man was about to hand Jiang Mian his binoculars when Jiang Mian pulled out another pair from his spatial storage. He then began to explain, see that half-human, half-horse thing? Those are minions of a world boss I encountered when I went to assassinate some players. Don't let their ugly appearance fool you. Their attack power is incredibly strong. However, I remember leaving that world after I finished hunting my target. I didn't expect this system to actually subdue the world boss for its own use. These guys are incredibly powerful and aggressive. This is going to be troublesome. Jiang Mian stared curiously at the unusual creatures the grumpy old man described. Judging by appearances, the number of players, which was originally only around 2,000, seems to have increased significantly. Judging by this, there must be at least 10,000 players left when they first entered this world. System, I need an explanation. What's going on? Why have they suddenly increased so many players? However, after asking this question, Jiang Mian remembered that the system wasn't in this world. It had previously stated that it wouldn't reply unless there were special circumstances. Thinking of this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but grit her teeth. She couldn't understand it at all. If this was the case, wouldn't it be much more difficult for her to destroy this territory and take it over? She had already invested 500 reputation points and thrown in 5 sticks of incense. Investing more would be overkill. However, Jiang Mian seemed to have underestimated the power of using 5 sticks of incense together. When nearly 10,000 players reappeared, the densely packed monster army outside didn't show any weakness. Instead, they became even more excited, seemingly very interested in the increased food supply before them. They began charging towards the men's territory. The centaurs seemed to be talking to the players, their arrogant demeanor making one want to slap them. Meanwhile, the lord, who had been so cocky in front of Jiang Mian, was now bowing and scraping. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was their underling. After they finished talking, the centaurs, heads held high, began attacking the direction from which the monsters had come. In their centaur world, they were the supreme beings, and these strange-looking creatures were nothing to him. Not only were they strange-looking, but they were also unclean, splattered with blood and bits of flesh, which made the centaur frown. Damn it! What a filthy and depraved race, not gentlemanly at all. Just as the centaur finished speaking, 2 large hands suddenly attacked, instantly turning him into a cloud of blood mist. At this moment, he could no longer utter words of gentlemanly conduct. The hairy monster who had killed the centaur licked the bits of flesh from his palm, initially wearing an expression of enjoyment, but after tasting the flesh, he immediately spat it out. This is disgusting. What is this thing? Why does it taste so strange? Realizing the unpleasant taste, he began calling to his friends, family, stop fighting these stinky things. Let's go find some delicious food. Reinforcements arrived not only from centaurs, but also from some higher-level players. It was clear that the system was reckless, prepared to gamble again, and try to resolve this crisis. Putting everything else aside, at least being able to survive a little longer would be great. If we fail so easily, the reputation of dying in the first stage alone won't sound good. As for whether he feels sad or upset about so many players dying, of course not. If they die, just start training new ones. Their system is eternal, and players can be replaced at any time. In the following battles, Aside from some monsters that aren't particularly fond of food attacking the centaurs, some more carnivorous monsters completely ignored them. The centaurs, precisely because of this, fought even more fiercely on the battlefield, actually withstanding wave after wave of monster attacks. Jiang Mian no longer had time to worry about them. Once the scent of the incense dissipated, the monsters that had been attracted no longer focused on attacking the men's territory, but instead spontaneously dispersed, attacking nearby player territories. Jiang Mian's side was also under attack. Looking at the remaining half of her group, she knew very well that after this incident, their level should quickly reach level 3. Jiang Mian's gaze shifted, watching the monsters disperse in all directions, and she immediately ordered Crow to release 2 more incense sticks. Upon smelling the incense burning in Jiang Mian's base, the monsters instantly attacked like murderers who had discovered a new target. Seeing this, Jiang Mian grinned broadly, but outwardly feigned tension, shouting to everyone, "Everyone, be alert! The monsters have changed their attacks. It must be those traitors. They must have used some kind of item to draw all the monsters' attention here." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly became alert. Watching the monsters frantically charging towards them, they cursed inwardly and verbally, launching into a tirade against the traitors. The traitors were wronged. They felt so aggrieved they wished for a snowstorm. They hadn't done anything wrong. Which comrade had done this? How could they be so clueless? Now that the players in the base hated them so much, if the traitors were caught, wouldn't they be hacked to pieces? Chapter 631. Aya! Don't these traitors have parents? We're saying, even though we're on different sides, there's no need to exploit us like spinning tops. Let us rest a bit. What's wrong with that? Damn traitors, don't let us catch them, or I make sure they die a horrible death on the spot. Heh, if I catch the traitors, I chop them into a bloody mist, then go fishing, not fishing for anything else, but specifically for those scavengers. Then I make the scavengers eat them, then defecate, then eat them again, making them a perpetual cycle of poop. Dude, you're too merciful. If I catch the traitors, I torture them bit by bit. Like slicing beef at a beef noodle shop, it wouldn't even consume a cow in a year. Hearing these cruel torture scenarios, not only the traitors, but even Jiang Mian couldn't help but shudder. Why are traitors so hated? She wondered what these traitors wanted to do, but they hadn't succeeded. Oh right, on second thought, she realized that she had been using the guise of a mole in many of her actions. So, all she could say was, they were just unlucky. It was fortunate that the system hadn't assigned Jiang Mian the identity of a mole. If she had, she probably could have maintained a facade of legitimacy, gaining the trust of many, and wielding even greater power. This was also why all the players had suffered so much at the hands of other players. If there were only a few players, and they all used their real names, it would be easy to identify them. Unfortunately, every player on the leaderboard acted like a complete idiot, not only lacking real name authentication, but also constantly wary of others. They wouldn't even show their faces. They had to change identities every time they went on a mission. After descending from the watchtower, Jiang Mian began attacking the monsters lured by the incense. 2 sticks of incense were far more effective than the 3 used by the traitor earlier. The main reason was that Jiang Mian had previously used 5 sticks of incense at base 9, and the effects of those 5 sticks hadn't yet subsided. Since base 9 hadn't killed all the monsters, those that hadn't been killed were surging towards Jiang Mian's location. Jiang Mian went all out, spending a large amount of reputation points to upgrade all the defensive towers to the highest level. Further upgrades would require raising the territory level. After upgrading to the highest level, looking at the mere 50 attack towers, Jiang Mian stroked his chin. It was a pity he couldn't build more turrets now, otherwise, these monsters would have no chance of survival. It was precisely because of these upgraded turrets that the pressure on the players was greatly reduced, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Mian invested heavily, but he reaped equally great rewards. The turrets attacked large areas at once, and the rewards for each turret were the same as Jiang Mian's. Since Jiang Mian created all of this herself, her gains were rapidly increasing, quickly reaching the threshold of breaking through to level 4. Jiang Mian narrowed her eyes. 48632, 48,700, 49,000. Faster, faster. Jiang Mian's eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler betting everything at a gambling table. However, the rate of increase in her reputation points slowed down considerably as the game progressed. Only then did she raise her head and look towards the battlefield. The monsters on the battlefield were almost all dead, and there weren't enough reputation points left for Jiang Mian. Seeing that the remaining monsters wouldn't provide enough points to level her up to level 4, she finally couldn't resist taking action. Jiang Mian dispatched her most powerful weapon at the moment, He Ling. She then handed him an alarm clock figure, instructing him to complete the task she had given him, before retreating to the watchtower with peace of mind. He Ling, carrying the unconscious alarm clock figure, went to the monster's lair and casually tossed it to the ground. Shortly after it was thrown down, one of the turrets fired a ball of fire, striking the alarm clock figure directly. The next second, under everyone's gaze, the monsters that had dwindled to only a few dozen suddenly multiplied by several thousand. Holy crap, an illusion? One player exclaimed in surprise, only to be slapped aside and pointed at the Clockwork Man's corpse, saying, "Illusion my ass. Look closely, that's one of those strange monsters we found before. We can't believe it's reappeared." Reminded by others, everyone looked in that direction and indeed saw a Clockwork Man's corpse. Someone immediately cursed, "Damn it, how could this happen? We finally managed to kill these monsters, and now another one that can reverse time has appeared. Luckily, there's only one. If there were too many, we'd probably be fighting for ages. Alright, enough talk. Let's kill those monsters quickly. After we dealt with this, we can go back and rest." This person was quite speechless. Although they were talking, their hands didn't falter in the slightest. Now, their attacks seemed instinctive. Indeed, when you do something a lot, it's like going to work. You could do it with your eyes closed. Jiang Mian watched his reputation points rapidly rise, quickly reaching 49,999. The next second, it suddenly broke through the 50,000 mark. And the instant he broke through, without any warning, Jiang Mian began upgrading his territory level. The next second, a voice in his ear made Jiang Mian involuntarily smile. "Ding! Congratulations, Lord. Your territory has reached level 4. The territory area has doubled, various facilities have increased, and territory attack bonus has increased by 20%. Seeing this message, Jiang Mian was already expecting it. But why wasn't her score halved? Could it be that she wasn't the first to reach level 4? Is that why her score wasn't halved? After figuring this out, Jiang Mian's face darkened. This place, which had always given her such an advantage, was now delivering a huge blow. This not only meant that her path ahead would be much harder, but more importantly, someone had already surpassed her. In a certain territory, a player who had suffered heavy casualties, and even received a rescue couldn't help but smile. Finally caught up with the speed of being the first to reach level 4. I didn't expect to receive so many reputation points after reaching level 4. Chapter 632. It wasn't for nothing that he killed so many brothers, and even had to ask for reinforcements once. However, after thinking of something, his expression turned grim. Damn system. It's going to deduct half of my reward after the mission is over. What a greedy thing. Jiang Mian didn't know what the first person to receive the reward looked like, but she knew perfectly well that she was now at a disadvantage. So, as she watched the excited players, a wicked plan formed in her mind. "I'm sorry, everyone, I'm afraid you have to work a little harder in the coming days. Upgrading the territory to level 5 requires 100,000 reputation points." Jiang Mian only had a little over 1,000 reputation points, not even enough to upgrade the newly appeared facilities. She could only ask the players to work harder. By the way, Jiang Mian set her sights on the player who had just requested outside help. The first time they requested outside help, they received so many reinforcements. Would they have the same opportunity a second time? She was curious. If there were always opportunities to request help, would their player base eventually be depleted? Jiang Mian really wanted to try. So, disregarding everything else, perhaps provoked, or perhaps out of resentment, she let the crow grab 5 sticks of sleeping potion from one claw, filling both claws to the brim, and then revealed an evil smile. "Using back channels, huh? Then don't blame me." The more this happened, the stronger Jiang Mian's determination to seize the other party's territory became. Based on various accounts, there are only 2 ways to seize someone else's territory. 1. Directly kill the lord. 2. Bring the opponent to the brink of disbandment, and even then, you can still request reinforcements. It's just unknown how many times you can request reinforcements. Jiang Mian was curious, and for some inexplicable reason, she felt that seizing someone else's territory might bring extra rewards. After all, isn't the essence of this world a competitive game? And how powerful would 10 sticks of sleeping incense be? This was the first time Jiang Mian had witnessed the power of 10 sticks of sleeping incense. Just as territory number 9 was preparing to recuperate, a wisp of green smoke suddenly rose from behind. Previously, the sleeping incense was colorless and odorless, but this time, it seemed that too much had been burned, and the color had become apparent. After the people at base 9 discovered this, the centaur began questioning the Lord. "What are you doing? Are you practicing Eastern witchcraft?" Morse was completely bewildered. He hadn't yet reacted. He just stepped out of the house, and was suddenly being reprimanded by the centaur. He was utterly stunned. It wasn't until he turned to look at the back of the base, and sent someone out to investigate, that he saw the investigator holding a burnt-out incense base, with 10 sticks remaining. The base was inscribed with myriad monsters' incense. Inside the shop, which only the Lord could access, lay the myriad monsters' incense. Morse froze. He always considered it harmful, and had never used it, but today, seeing so much of it suddenly used, he instantly flew into a rage. Without even thinking, he knew who it was. Staring coldly at base 4, Morse roared, "Aya! Damn it, damn it, damn it! That damned, despicable player! It must have been her. She must have conspired with an inside mole within our ranks. No, that's not right. Maybe there was no inside mole at all. She orchestrated everything. She was the one who lit the sleeping potion in our base from the very beginning, which is why those monsters keep appearing endlessly." Having finally figured it out, Morse was now furious, ready to settle scores with Jiang Mian. However, just as he was about to lose his temper, a centaur grabbed him by the collar. "Morse, are you an idiot? Monsters are coming. Are you going out to run away or settle scores? As a lord, shouldn't you be taking care of your people?" Seeing Morse's state, the centaur was furious. How could he have encountered such a clueless fellow? What angered him most was that the Celestial had actually ordered him to protect Morse and ensure his survival. A completely unwise decision. Why not let the great centaur race be their leader, instead of a selfish and self-serving individual? He didn't understand, and he couldn't express his reluctance. Because after subduing them, the Celestial had merely set them aside, showing no intention of treating them with full care. After all, the Celestial possessed far too many equally powerful subordinate races. Reminded of this, Morse abandoned his hasty attempt to leave, and remained there, looking utterly dejected. Looking at the massive horde of monsters charging towards him, many times larger than before, he sighed heavily. Originally, she had planned to accumulate reputation points to purchase personal protective equipment. One set of protective gear only required 100,000 reputation points. Now, it seemed that only by leveling up to level 3 could she possibly withstand this attack. Morse was unaware that his self-serving decision was leading to their impending collapse. While Morse was doing this, his base was waiting for time to rebuild, and he estimated that there wasn't enough time to complete the reconstruction. Faced with the centaur's aggressive gaze, Morse had no choice but to grit his teeth and spend reputation points to increase the construction speed. Jiang Mian, watching the spectacle from her own territory, was truly witnessing for the first time what it meant to build a skyscraper from scratch. The dilapidated walls outside Base 9 seemed to have been connected to something special, beginning to be constructed from the bottom up at a speed hundreds of times faster than normal. Jiang Mian stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, clicking her tongue in amazement. This guy is truly an unkillable cockroach, always finding a way to fight back in dire situations, just like a protagonist from the old days. There was something else she didn't say, but unfortunately, this wasn't a novel, and not everyone with a special aura could solve everything. Jiang Mian had killed quite a few people with such auras, and didn't find them any different from other players, except perhaps being a bit harder to kill. Perhaps letting them grow stronger would be a major taboo, but those who don't grow stronger are just, well, let's just say they're not that special. Chapter 633. A constant rumbling sound emanated from Base 9, and players from several nearby bases began to emerge and observe. Jiang Mian had all her players go to rest. Just as she was about to leave, she saw a familiar monster appear on the battlefield. Jiang Mian looked again, rubbing her eyes in surprise. Had she seen that right? It looked like an alarm clock creature? Jiang Mian had attracted so many monsters without finding any trace of the alarm clock creature, leading her to believe it was an extremely special being. Indeed, it was, but not as she had expected. Ordinary sleeping potions wouldn't attract it. Instead, it only appeared at specific times. For example, seeing that Base 9 had upgraded to level 3, perhaps the key lay there. Only upon reaching level 3 would the alarm clock creature appear with the next attack. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian didn't bother sitting there anymore. While everyone else rested, she quietly infiltrated the monster's base. She randomly grabbed a monster nearby and then controlled it. The monster Jiang Mian caught was a relatively small creature, with long, thin limbs and greenish-blue skin that made it look like a frog spirit. After controlling it, Jiang Mian looked at her own size, and then quietly went to a secluded spot to shrink her body, then covered the frog spirit's hand. For this, She even wore an old glove with a pocket, which she stood inside. After Jiang Mian had done all this, he directly manipulated the frog spirit to approach the nearby alarm clock people. These alarm clock people weren't actually aggressive, but they weren't monsters, and naturally weren't allies with monsters. Sometimes, if not careful, an alarm clock person could attack a monster. Therefore, even some monsters avoided it. Jiang Mian, who had come to them unwittingly, was exactly what the alarm clock people wanted. Instead of running away upon seeing him, the alarm clock people waited there for their prey to come to them. However, the next second, a figure only as tall as its calf was suddenly thrown onto it. Before the alarm clock people could react, they instantly lost consciousness, trapped in darkness, like being back in their mother's womb, comfortably forgetting what they had been doing. After doing this, Jiang Mian redirected his consciousness back to the monsters, and began randomly searching the battlefield for any remaining alarm clock people. This method was one that Jiang Mian had thought of for a long time. It was a foolproof plan. So, in the following time, thanks to her actions, she attracted even more alarm clocks than before. Jiang Mian felt that the main reason was probably because she lit 10 incense sticks behind base 9. She had indeed lit too many, which was why she attracted so many alarm clocks. Jiang Mian herself had caught nearly 100. And the alarm clocks didn't stay long. After about 2 hours, they had all disappeared. Because of this, Jiang Mian stopped wandering around and instead turned her attention to base 9. Now that she already arrived at the gates of base 9, it wouldn't be right not to go in, would it? Thinking this, she walked directly through a section of the crumbling city wall. Players who tried to stop her were easily dealt with by Jiang Mian. Just as she was about to deal with another player, he suddenly knelt on the ground, shouting, "No, don't kill me. I'm also a mole in this base. Logically speaking, we're in cahoots. You want to destroy this base, right? And I have the same idea, so please don't kill me." This man had only tried to negotiate with the monster in desperation. As he huddled in the corner, he became somewhat insecure. However, the monster, contrary to its usual behavior, actually started thinking? Monsters can think? Do monsters have intelligence? Thinking this, the man saw the monster gesture for him to lead the way. The man thought for a moment. Better to sacrifice a friend than myself, he reasoned. He was just a traitor. At worst, he could infiltrate another base after this one was destroyed. Who was so bored as to keep a daily head count? As long as he remained hidden and didn't appear near the Lord, he wouldn't be discovered. Just as the man was lost in thought, a man and a monster cautiously approached the main hall. "Brother, our Lord is inside. You go in, I keep watch. I guarantee no one will notice anything amiss." Jiang Mian looked at the traitor. This guy really resembled a traitor. Thin and skinny, wearing glasses, looking both sleazy and cunning. Jiang Mian felt somewhat helpless, but she didn't intend to kill the player now. If this small matter caused the Lord inside to escape again, it would be a loss. To Jiang Mian's surprise, the seemingly arrogant centaur wasn't resting in the main hall. Recalling the scene along the way, it seemed those centaurs were all fighting outside. No wonder he was so arrogant. He certainly had the ability to be arrogant. After one great battle, he didn't rest for long before starting a second. And now, only that player was inside the main hall. Jiang Mian suddenly laughed. It was good that he was alone. After the cube appeared, a pale purple light began to float from Morse's body. By the time Morse realized something was wrong, it was too late. He tried to use his escape skills to leave, but discovered that when he became invisible, only 2/3 of his body was hidden, the rest remained in the real world. What's the point of his invisibility then? Isn't it just a waste of his ability? Just as he was thinking this, the next second, he no longer needed to worry about it, because he had somehow regained his human body thanks to some unknown method used by the player who had ambushed him. Morse was stunned, staring in disbelief at the attacker, who hadn't yet revealed his true identity. He pointed at the monster controlled by Jiang Mian, angrily demanding, "Who are you? You're definitely not just some ordinary monster. I don't remember having any grudge against you, so why are you doing this to me?" The monster raised an eyebrow. "That's none of your business. If you want to know, go find out in the underworld." With that, Jiang Mian controlled the monster's body and attacked the man. Chapter 634. She didn't use her own body, because she knew that in a physical confrontation, these naturally gifted monsters would definitely be able to defeat the man before her. Sure enough, after his energy was sealed, the man, unarmed, had no way to dodge Jiang Mian's attacks. Just as he tried to escape, he found the door blocked. It seemed someone was pulling the door from the outside. Only then did he turn his head, as if he had figured something out. "It's an inside man. An inside man guarded the door for you and brought you here? You were in cahoots, working together? Jiang Mian controlled the monster, shrugged, and gave him an expression that said, I didn't expect you to guess it, which made the man even angrier. He suppressed his temper, his tone pleading, for the sake of my impending death, could you tell me who you are? At least let me know in my heart, so I can die knowing the truth? Jiang Mian didn't understand why he was asking this, but she had no obligation to tell him everything. Most importantly, she had learned her lesson before. So, she uttered something infuriating. Want to know? I won't tell you. You bastard. I won't let you get away with this. I remember you forever and personally send you to hell. After Morse finished cursing, a surprisingly human-like expression appeared on the monster's lips. The next second, his body was ripped apart by the monster's merciless claws. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian had already secretly climbed onto him and begun copying his abilities. She quite liked the man's ability to conceal himself. This was the only hidden talent she hadn't been able to detect so far. The instant Morse died, the entire base seemed to freeze. Players under Morse's control heard an alarm. Warning! Warning! Your lord is dead. All players are about to be punished. Jiang Mian didn't hear this, as she wasn't a player in this base. However, from her perspective, she could easily see the players being obliterated by time, turning into clumps of sand, and instantly dissolving into the earth. She watched this scene in astonishment. Was this what the system meant by the Lord's death? Other players would also die? The scene was so spectacular that even the other players observing were stunned. Only after everyone in the base had died, and seeing the few players still standing, Jiang Mian knew they were the traitors, which was why they hadn't perished with the territory. As the territory vanished, different voices reached Jiang Mian's ears. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for successfully capturing a level 3 base. You have gained 20,000 fame points. The facilities within this base will be transferred to your own base. The territory area will also be transferred. Please check your account. Looking at this enviable reward, Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing, but he had to maintain his composure and barely managed to suppress his laughter. In a way, he had turned misfortune into blessing. While the other base reached level 3, he gained all the fame points from that upgrade, and the base's construction was directly transferred to his own base. Moreover, she had even transferred the territory within this base into her own hands, making her the envy of many. There's an old saying that goes, murderers and arsonists wear golden belts, while those who build bridges and repair roads leave no trace. Indeed, only those who commit heinous acts can acquire wealth that ordinary people can only dream of. Now, with this sudden windfall, she had instantly closed the gap in her previously lagging fame points, and Jiang Mian's confidence soared. She left immediately, changing her disguise halfway through. Meanwhile, the players, who had been resting and recuperating, were now facing monsters that had noticed their target had disappeared and were preparing to attack other bases. Jiang Mian looked at the incense she had used with a pang of regret. She should have used less incense. 7 or 8 would have been fine, saving every penny. Now she had to use more incense to attract more monsters. However, this time Jiang Mian dared not use too much. She only used 1. If she used too much, all the monsters would be concentrated on their side, which would be disastrous. Just after Jiang Mian finished lighting the incense in a secluded spot, she vaguely sensed someone's presence. She immediately vanished, leaving only the incense stick. When a furtive figure approached, seeing that there was already an incense stick in this prime spot, they were momentarily stunned. Seemingly realizing something, they couldn't help but curse, damn it, who was the shameless one who secretly lit it first? Wasn't it supposed to be my turn to light the incense? As he thought this, he glanced down at the chat group. The previously orderly discussions there all revolved around lighting the incense. So what was going on? Just as he was utterly baffled, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. What are you looking for? The player jumped in fright, dropping the incense to the ground. The next second, it vanished, as if the ground were a bottomless pit, swallowing anything that fell in. He no longer cared about the incense, and turned to look at the person who had spoken. Upon seeing who it was, his eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, looking at the timid player with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. What? You're surprised to see me? The traitor's player hesitated, about to say something to ease the tension, but then, as if struck by a sudden realization, a look of understanding dawned on him. It's you? So it was you? Now everything makes sense. You must know who the Lord is, right? Have you been dissatisfied with the Lord for a long time, so you wanted to take over, and that's why you lit a sleeping incense here? Where did you get the sleeping incense? It seems like everyone else except us traders, doesn't have any left. No, others might not have any left, but that doesn't mean the traders don't. Ah, I get it. I know. Aren't you the guy who lit the sleeping incense the first time? 3 sticks of sleeping incense, you definitely didn't use them all. You only used 2, so you still have 1 left, right? Jiang Mian thought he had figured something out, but after his brilliant analysis, he ended up giving her a huge surprise. Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. You. I thought you were so smart, but I didn't expect you to be this smart. The trader player didn't understand what Jiang Mian meant, but the sarcasm in her tone was clear to him. Instantly, the player's face darkened. What do you mean? Chapter 635. Jiang Mian shrugged. It's nothing. You're right, I'm a mole too. So do you have any advice for me? Seeing Jiang Mian's confident demeanor, seemingly unafraid of being betrayed, an unbelievable thought flashed through his mind. You're so confident, you must know who the Lord is, and you two have a good relationship. The Lord won't suspect you, right? Jiang Mian was genuinely amused. Looking at the man's desperate expression, she finally took pity and nodded. Yes, you're right. So, in what capacity are you going to report me? The mole player was stunned. Report you? Why would I report you? Jiang Mian shrugged. Since you don't intend to report me, let's go our separate ways. The mole player looked confused. He pointed to the ground, then to the still burning incense. Give me back the incense. Jiang Mian feigned even greater surprise. Incense? What incense? I don't know anything about it. Was there any incense just now? I only saw you standing here suspiciously doing something. Didn't you already light the incense? She pointed to the burning incense on the ground, her expression serious. The mole player was stunned. Only then did he realize he'd been tricked. However, listening to Jiang Mian's confident words, he seemed somewhat bewildered. What do you mean I already lit the incense? It was clearly you. The next word seemed to get stuck in his throat. He couldn't utter another word. Seeing the long sword in Jiang Mian's hand, which had slain countless monsters, he instantly shut his mouth, forcing an awkward laugh. Oh dear, look at me, my brain really isn't working properly anymore. Yes, I just lit the sleeping incense. Sorry, I'd be going now. Seeing this very sensible player, Jiang Mian didn't intend to kill him outright. Instead, he memorized his appearance and rank, warning others to be careful to avoid any major disaster. Also, he might be able to track down other players by observing who was close to him. The sleeping incense took effect quickly, but due to the sheer number of monsters, some couldn't squeeze into Jiang Mian's base 4. So, they went elsewhere to attack the players there. Although Jiang Mian's base was only level 4 now, its area was much larger than before, but no one noticed it for a while. However, the players who were guarding the base, who had originally intended to go out to meet the monsters, hesitated for a moment. Why does the road out of the city seem so long today? Is it just their exhaustion causing them to hallucinate? Jiang Mian carefully examined the monsters outside, but didn't find anything special like the clock man. However, she did discover several rather unusual monsters. Jiang Mian, naturally, didn't hold back, using her remaining copy attempts on these monsters with special abilities, and also captured a few to release into the breeding farm. After doing all this, she focused her energy on her surroundings, instantly extending flames nearly 100 meters wide. A large number of monsters near her vanished instantly, giving the players guarding the city gates some space to rest. After several attempts, facing an ever-increasing number of monsters, Jiang Mian upgraded all her existing attack towers to the highest level again. With the combined efforts of the 3 sides, the speed at which monsters were killed increased rapidly, and Jiang Mian's reputation points soared. While Jiang Mian was guarding the top, someone suddenly brought her some fruit from downstairs. The person, head bowed, seemed to be new. Jiang Mian didn't recognize them. Sir, please have something to eat and rest. We handle things down below. Jiang Mian paused, her hand holding the binoculars still. Sir? That title was rather strange. She didn't recall ever hearing any other player call her that. She glanced discreetly at the title above the person's head. As she expected, his head was completely empty, a clean blank. This guy, who knows which base he's from, actually acted so quickly, trying to assassinate me, but perhaps their intelligence wasn't accurate, or maybe they couldn't find the Lord and were planning to kill me first to vent their anger, and then lure the Lord out this way. Unable to figure it out, Jiang Mian stopped worrying, and simply watched the man continue his act. Just leave the food there for now, I won't eat it. Also, don't do these useless things anymore, just go down to the front lines and attack those monsters. The player paused, then lowered his head, making a gesture as if he was about to retreat. However, without anyone noticing, he secretly pulled out a special, small pistol. Jiang Mian admitted that this guy's hand speed was incredibly fast, but she had already anticipated it. Just as he was about to attack, she vanished from her spot and reappeared behind the assassin the next second. She kicked him in the knee and wrist, sending him crashing to his knees. Jiang Mian didn't let him off the hook. She snatched the gun from his hand and began firing at him. To Jiang Mian's surprise, she had never seen this gun before. After the shot was fired, the man blinked and feigned innocence. He looked at Jiang Mian and called out, "Master?" Jiang Mian was startled. The players watching over her, observing the situation, were also taken aback, looking at Jiang Mian in surprise, then at the seemingly abnormal assassin. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and asked somewhat awkwardly, "Boss, is this your male concubine? Are you guys playing around?" The player sounded a little aggrieved as he said this, but Jiang Mian didn't know what he was aggrieved about. Instead, she was quite shocked by his words. He quickly kicked the assassin in disgust, sending him sprawling to the ground, looking at Jiang Mian with a wronged expression. This charming expression made Jiang Mian even more confused. Jiang Mian's lips twitched, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see he's an assassin? He just tried to ambush me, but I am." After saying this, Jiang Mian examined the gun in her hand, wondering what kind of gun it was, and why it was so strange. From the first time, the man called her that. Jiang Mian sensed something was wrong. All her players who knew her well called her boss. People who don't know him well call him boss, which is quite unexpected. I wonder what's up with this assassin. Why didn't he investigate beforehand? Chapter 636. That's precisely why he was exposed so quickly. Jiang Mian waved her hand, ordering him to be taken away. Looking at the men who had helped him, Jiang Mian suddenly called out to them, "Forget it, just leave him here." She didn't quite trust these players. What if they secretly released him? Thinking this, Jiang Mian looked at the man on the ground. The situation outside had stabilized, so she didn't need to worry about him anymore. So, she kicked the man, her dagger slicing through his clothes. Just then, Jiang Mian seemed to sense something hard beneath the dagger. She cut open his clothes and discovered a prosthetic limb. It looked like a mechanical product, except this prosthetic was incredibly realistic, almost like a real arm. Because Jiang Mian had completely cut open the clothes covering his skin, the mechanical skeleton underneath was exposed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Mian proceeded to perform a live dissection. While the dissection wasn't as detailed as the tutorial videos he watched, he did obtain a complete exoskeleton. The robots become sentient? The hot-tempered man's question immediately made him the center of attention. Jiang Mian almost burst out laughing at the hot-tempered man's words. Seriously, which world did this hot-tempered man come from? How could he be so funny? He never encountered anything like it before. This must be a rather unique race. Judging by their physique, they could probably handle hand-to-hand combat with those monsters, but their other abilities seem weak. They rely entirely on technology. The grumpy guy nodded. Indeed, the technology feels a bit off. One bullet, and you're turned into your master's dog. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was exasperated as the guy changed the subject again. Couldn't they just stop bringing this up? Being called master was embarrassing enough, wasn't it? Alright, drag this corpse to the medic and have her examine it again. If their exoskeleton is useful to us. Jiang Mian didn't say the rest directly, but those who knew her understood. If it was useful to Jiang Mian, then the player who first tried to assassinate her would be the catalyst for the whole incident. Seeing the assassin's failed assassination attempt, the infiltrator immediately abandoned the idea. Now that the apparent leader was on guard, it was better for them not to go to so much trouble. Rather than killing a player who wouldn't solve the fundamental problem, it would be better to find the key figure and eliminate him. Just like in Territory 9, when the Lord dies, all players within that territory also die. Thinking this, they calmed down, and the battle continued until noon the next day before finally stopping. Not to mention the other players, even Jiang Mian was starting to feel the strain. Even after using a potion to quickly restore her stamina, she was still somewhat exhausted. Jiang Mian and her companions had killed countless monsters over this period, but some people felt there seemed to be too few corpses. However, for the players, who had become major monster killers, even if they noticed, they didn't care. Those who did care didn't think much of it. Only Jiang Mian knew that the serpent scale fruit tree was secretly absorbing all the corpses. She also took the opportunity to check on the snake scale fruit tree, which had now grown to over 3 meters tall, making it a prominent tree in the area. However, before it matured, the snake scale fruit tree simply looked like a large, ancient tree, and no one paid it any special attention. But just in case, Jiang Mian planted another similar tree to protect it and mislead people. The snake scale fruit tree truly had no shortage of food and water in this world. It was even somewhat picky about the nutrients provided by the soil, refusing to touch any unpleasant tasting carcasses. Seeing this, Jiang Mian couldn't help but feel a little worried. She had painstakingly cultivated all the snake scale fruit trees in her space, feeding them whatever was available. Unlike this guy, she really spoiled him rotten. Jiang Mian patted its trunk, whispered a few threats, and then turned and left. After Jiang Mian left, the snake scale fruit tree swayed its branches, seemingly indifferent, and continued absorbing the energy contained within the soil. Full. So full. Before Jiang Mian had even returned to her territory, another message suddenly appeared in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord Subordinate for killing the Lord of Territory number 3, gaining 20,000 points, a level 3 territory, and all facilities within the territory have been transferred to the Lord's territory. Jiang Mian didn't even stop walking. Territory number 3, wasn't that the place she had sent He Ling to? It seemed he had completed his mission. Jiang Mian wasn't surprised at all. After all, He Ling's abilities were undeniable. Back then, they were among the top ranks, vying fiercely for the number 1 spot. After Jiang Mian returned to her territory, someone came looking for her. However, the person looked anxious, as if something extremely important had happened. Boss, something terrible has happened. He Ling is seriously injured and unconscious. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was stunned. Her first reaction was that this player was lying to her. How could He Ling be seriously injured? He possessed healing abilities, and his healing abilities were extremely powerful. How could he be as fragile as this player described? However, when she followed the player to the medic's quarters, she saw He Ling lying on the bed, staring blankly at his head. She immediately turned to the player, who had reported the news to her, and glared at him. Isn't he lying there perfectly fine? However, the player couldn't care less about anything else. Pointing at the somewhat stiff He Ling, he said, Boss, I really didn't lie to you. After we assassinated the Lord of Base 3, at the last moment, that Lord used some kind of ability, and several of our brothers ended up like this. He Ling was actually the least injured, but after healed us as usual, he became like this. It seems like all the negative effects on everyone else have gathered on him. He's gone completely mad. Hearing this, Jiang Mian was stunned. Was that even possible? She took a few steps forward, about to touch He Ling's body, but was stopped by a pair of slender hands. Jiang Mian looked up, and saw the medic's disapproving expression. No, you can't touch him. We need to be absolutely protected when we want to touch him. The thing on him is very strange. It seems to have a parasitic effect. Chapter 637. Hearing this, Jiang Mian obediently withdrew her hand, but her voice was full of doubt. What is something with parasitic effects? A virus? Or a parasite? Henan shook her head. I'm not sure what it is. The method they used to kill Lord Number 3 was rather strange. They never used this move before. It seems to be used only when they're about to perish together with the enemy. Jiang Mian's face darkened. Looking at He Ling, who was still staring at a certain spot without reacting, she hesitated. Don't rush, don't rush. Seemingly understanding something, she waved her hand, signaling everyone present to leave. He's in my hands now. You can all leave. However, after saying this, Henan hesitated. No. You need to manage the players here. If something happens to you, the Lord won't be here, and the territory will descend into chaos. Jiang Mian, no, don't worry. What she didn't say was that if something really happened to her, the base wouldn't descend into chaos, the base would be completely destroyed. She looked at Henan earnestly. Since we can't find the cause for now, why don't I give it a try? Maybe my folk remedy will work? Hearing this, Henan nodded and didn't insist. Okay, then I leave everything to you. Just do your best, but there's one thing I need to tell you. Don't act impulsively, and don't touch his body. Jiang Mian nodded, not refuting her words, but instead making a gesture as if she had remembered. After everyone left, Jiang Mian threw out an isolation device, blocking everyone's view, before using the cube in her hand to seal the two people's abilities. Just after his abilities were sealed, the previously dazed He Ling opened his eyes, seemingly regaining his senses. After realizing his location, he paused, looking at Jiang Mian with some confusion. How did I get here? I remember after the battle with that person, I was helping others heal their wounds, but I encountered a very troublesome situation. Several people's wounds kept bleeding, and after I healed him, the bleeding would continue. How did I end up here in the blink of an eye? Jiang Mian listened to his explanation, looking at him with surprise. You're so kind? You kept healing people who were bleeding? He Ling rolled his eyes, knowing Jiang Mian was teasing him. No, it's just that my abilities. The first attempt didn't work, and I was a little unwilling to give up. After all, I could even heal the damage Fu Junhan caused me. Although the healing time was a bit slow, it became quite fast in the later stages. It's just that I haven't encountered an opponent in a long time, so I wanted to give it a try. Hearing this, Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. Yes, you want to try, but have you thought about the consequences? Consequences? What consequences? He looked blank, seemingly genuinely unaware of his current situation. Jiang Mian could only explain the general situation to him, finally seeing a look of surprise on his face. You mean, I was ultimately tricked, and now, whenever I recover, it's accompanied by that curse-like thing that makes me dizzy and unconscious? Jiang Mian nodded. That's right, you're not unconscious, you're just like a fool, being manipulated at will. Hearing this, He Ling shuddered, looking at Jiang Mian with pleading eyes. Jiang Mian, you have to save me. Even if you can't save me, you have to protect me. I don't want my innocence to be defiled. I'm lying on the bed like a doll. What if some girl or boy tries to take advantage of me suddenly barges in? My innocence is for you. Otherwise, you can just... Ahem. Jiang Mian interrupted him before he could finish. She didn't want to hear what He Ling was going to say next, nor did she want to know. Alright, I try my best to heal you. Before you lost consciousness, did you see what kind of ability that man used? Or did he shout it out? Or was it a skill similar to anything you've seen before? Seeing this, He Ling, unusually calm, knew that Jiang Mian was wholeheartedly thinking of her, so she stopped teasing him. Instead, she stroked her chin, looking as if recalling something, and said, I think I've seen something like that before. It's a rather special race. I remember it was shortly after I joined the game. Blah blah blah. Their race's characteristic is absorption, not parasitism, just simple absorption. After they die, they attach themselves to the player who killed them and torture the player to death. Jiang Mian stroked her chin and asked, and then? Isn't there a solution? He Ling, there is a way, burn them. Cremate the person while they're still alive. Oh, and of course, it has to be the most yang fire to deal with these things hidden inside. Jiang Mian's eyes widened in surprise. Burning them? Are you sure you won't burn them to death? Of course not. I've seen Fu Junhan heal other players before using this method. Even my healing abilities were useless, otherwise I wouldn't have been affected. After hearing this, Jiang Mian fell silent, but her eyes, looking at He Ling, were filled with eager anticipation. He Ling seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but swallow. Sure enough, when he looked up, he saw Jiang Mian's bright eyes. No, don't come any closer. I'd rather have my experienced nemesis, Fu Junhan, do this than have you do it. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. Fine, you won't let me do it? You're so high and mighty. After others discover you're incapable, and then know you're my right-hand woman, they doubt your identity, and if you get assassinated, that won't be my problem. I don't have time to worry about you. He Ling's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Mian. You, what a heartless woman. Jiang Mian crossed her arms, looking down at him. Ultimately, He Ling couldn't withstand the threat of death and his own vulnerability, so he allowed Jiang Mian to use flames to burn his body. However, burning a living person requires skill. To be on the safe side, Jiang Mian had found the corpse of a monster that had recently died. Under He Ling's deliberate guidance, they used 3 corpses in a row, finally managing to kill the absorber without injuring the body. After releasing He Ling's restraints, he immediately reverted to his previous dazed expression. At that moment, Jiang Mian grabbed his hand. The instant she grasped it, a cold energy entered her body, and her hand instantly went numb. Chapter 638. However, the next second, the tingling sensation vanished as the flames Jiang Mian had summoned from within him began to dissipate. Immediately afterwards, the power of the flames transferred from his palms to He Ling's body, and outwardly, a ball of flames appeared to burn on his body. However, this ball of flames not only failed to burn the blankets beneath him, but also failed to burn a single hair on his body. Thus, Jiang Mian focused intently on his body, observing the movement of the flames, sweat dripping down his face, only to be swiftly wiped away by He Nan. Working together, it still took them half a day to clean the clothing possession from He Ling's body. Of course, He Ling also suffered considerable internal injuries, but compared to his previous state, they were almost negligible. After completing this massive undertaking, Jiang Mian let out a sigh of relief, feeling a slight dizziness in his head. It's alright, it's alright, thankfully everything's alright, no major damage to his parts. After Jiang Mian finished doing all this, He Nan immediately covered the naked He Ling with a blanket. He Ling was still unconscious, and she helped Jiang Mian to another room to rest. When He Ling woke up, his memories instantly returned. He immediately sat up, feeling the numerous wounds on his body, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm still alive. Without saying a word, he immediately began using his talent to heal his body. When he got out of bed, looking at his chilly body, he finally realized, oh right, how could I forget that when doing this kind of thing, you have to take off your clothes to see the path of the flames in your meridians. So Jiang Mian had seen him naked? Just as he was feeling both ashamed and excited, he sensed someone standing in the doorway. Looking up, he saw He Nan. He Ling froze, instinctively reaching for his clothes, only to discover he had none. He was so startled, he completely forgotten about his spatial ability. He immediately grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around himself, frowning as he looked at He Nan. What's wrong with you? Didn't you see I wasn't wearing any clothes? Aren't you ashamed at all? He Nan looked at him expressionlessly. To a doctor, there's no difference between wearing clothes and not wearing clothes, let alone a forensic pathologist. He Ling was stunned. How can that be the same? You're a doctor and I'm not. Of course, I have to keep my chastity for the person I like. You saw me naked, what kind of nonsense is that? He Nan seemed to sense something, a barely perceptible smile appearing on his perpetually icy face. Oh really? Then I'm really sorry, it wasn't just me and Sister Jiang who saw you naked, there were several doctors under my command too. Do you need to confront them and discuss compensation? I can contact you. You? He Ling was truly exasperated, turned around and left, too lazy to say anything more to her. Jiang Mian, who had heard the commotion, appeared after He Ling left. Looking at He Nan's unchanging expression, she sighed, I didn't expect you to have such an icy face and a cunning heart. Look how angry you made that pervert. He's probably about to explode with rage. He Nan remained expressionless. He went too far himself. Didn't he want compensation? I even suggested that someone else should also provide compensation, but he refused. Jiang Mian smiled awkwardly, rubbing her forehead helplessly. This guy knew perfectly well what He Ling was thinking, yet he still insisted on teasing her. No wonder He Ling left in such a hurry. Jiang Mian patted her shoulder, saying with some relief, these past few days have all been thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our player casualties would probably be much higher. He Nan shook her head, we're all in the same faction, saying its hard work is too formal. I was just doing my job. In terms of hard work, I think you had it much harder. Our Lord doesn't manage anything, doesn't show his face, yet you're the commander managing everyone. And some people are resentful, if any of your decisions don't resonate with them, they ostracize you. But don't worry, I'll always be on your side. Jiang Mian smiled, not replying, but giving the others the impression that she was somewhat sad. Sigh, let's not talk about that. As long as everyone's okay, what difference does it make if I give a little more or a little less? Even after Jiang Mian left, He Nan's gaze remained fixed on her. She hadn't seen someone so selfless and devoted to everyone in a long time, and she wondered how she had grown to this level. Usually, such people would be betrayed and killed when they were weak. Perhaps she was lucky, or perhaps she was just too strong. It was rare for her to encounter someone so agreeable. She just hoped she wouldn't be so kind. Achoo! Jiang Mian couldn't help but sneeze after walking a short distance. She wondered who was cursing her. These past 2 days, Jiang Mian had to make things difficult for her own players in order to become the first person to reach level 5 territory. The incense was lit again, and the players were getting used to it, thinking it was just part of the game's design. From the first wave of attacks on day 1 to now, facing 7 or 8 waves a day, they were clearly adapting well. With the high-intensity use of their talents, some players' talents were even starting to level up. When others heard this news, their eyes lit up. This was truly a magical world. As long as you were willing to work hard, you would reap the rewards. Jiang Mian was no exception. With the players' efforts, her reputation points were also rising rapidly. She quickly reached the target of 100,000 reputation points. After using it, the system prompted her whether she needed to spend reputation points to increase the required time. Jiang Mian checked the required reputation points. It was a whopping 10,000. Not wanting to spend 10,000 reputation points so quickly, she used the time acceleration ability instead. However, time acceleration didn't speed up base construction. It seemed the two couldn't be combined. She quickly realized she couldn't afford to be so slow anymore. Only by seizing the initiative could she reap ever-increasing rewards. So, she directly confirmed. Just after Jiang Mian clicked confirm, the city wall standing before him suddenly began to expand outwards, subtly transforming into something else entirely. Originally, their territory was the largest among level 4 players. Now, with this upgrade, they were the most conspicuous presence among all the players. 3 flags rose in the center of their territory, flags that Jiang Mian had to set himself. Jiang Mian thought for a moment, and finally, the red flags fluttered in midair, each bearing 1 large and 4 small 5-pointed stars, looking so vibrant and bright. This was a symbol that only appeared after reaching level 5, meaning they stood on this land, and were now being closely watched by other players. The current players were simply unaware that the true core of the game was mutual combat, because they hadn't yet attacked other players and conquered their territories. They were still focused solely on upgrading their own territories, believing that only by reaching the final upgrade stage would they reach the true core of the game. Chapter 639. However, only those like Jiang Mian, who were the first to kill other lords, knew the profound changes they would undergo, a near-complete transformation. Although Jiang Mian didn't know the specific benefits of possessing such a large territory, it didn't hinder her continued development. Several Pokeball-like devices had also appeared in Jiang Mian's hands. Their monster capturing success rate remained at 50% and couldn't be increased. But Jiang Mian's eyes gleamed. This meant that regardless of the monster she captured, it was a 50% success rate. Although the Pokeballs would disappear after a failed capture, this meant that if the success rate was only 50% for capturing common zombie monsters, what about capturing more powerful monsters? Would they be at her disposal after capture? Having figured this out, Jiang Mian's mind raced, and she began to intentionally leave some survivors in the following battles for her experiments. Meanwhile, after reaching level 5, she still had 50,000 reputation points remaining, meaning she was the first to reach level 5. However, the transition from level 5 to level 6 was completely unexpected for Jiang Mian. It wasn't 200,000 reputation points, nor 400,000, but a whopping 500,000. This leap in reputation points was truly astonishing. With such a large gap, did it mean that the next player vying to be the first to reach level 6 would be targeting one of their own? Meanwhile, it took so many reputation points to reach level 6. What would be different about development after level 6? Jiang Mian couldn't understand it, but becoming number 1 restored her confidence. She finally decided to give the players half a day off, allowing them to rest. During this half day, Jiang Mian listened to her scouts' reports about changes in various territories. It seemed some players had reached level 3. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Mian had Crow lead the way, and she arrived outside the territories that had recently leveled up and were facing monster attacks. Looking at the chubby, white clock-like figure, her eyes gleamed. This time, she didn't choose to possess a monster. Doing so was far too troublesome. Instead, she would change her own form and appearance. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by other monsters, nor would she have to go through the hassle of constantly shifting her consciousness. Furthermore, the speed at which she captured these clock-like figures was greatly increased. It was incredibly easy to catch them. This time she caught about 70, slightly less than last time. The main reason for the previous success was the special effect of Jiang Mian burning too much sleeping incense. After finishing that, she had the crows intentionally observe the surrounding players. Anyone who had reached level 3 and was within a reasonable distance would call out to Jiang Mian. Those too far away were ignored. Through this, Jiang Mian gained a clear understanding of the development speed of the territories around her. So far, about 10 territories had reached level 3, while more than 20 others hadn't. One thing that surprised Jiang Mian was that, without any outside intervention, the territory was nearly torn apart by an internal traitor. The reason was that the traitor was quite powerful. Initially, the territory's lord, knowing he faced numerous assassination attempts and player discontent, decided to remain hidden. Because of this, some players plotted to impersonate him. However, whenever a player claimed to be the lord, they were assassinated within hours, or even the next day. But after several assassinations, not all players perished, especially after Jiang Mian assassinated the previous territory's lord. All players were wiped out. So, the traitor, realizing he had been deceived, became enraged and began to take a risky gamble. Since other players could impersonate the lord, why couldn't he claim to be the lord too? Thus, an internal traitor became the lord of that territory. A truly absurd situation. Jiang Mian marked this territory. Although it was only level 2 now, with a little pressure, it might even reach level 3, which would be the perfect opportunity for her to act. She flapped the crow's wings, signaling it to keep a close watch on the territory before turning back. Having seen the excitement outside, she needed to take care of things at home. The players had mostly rested, and she couldn't give them any chance to be bored, otherwise, they start discussing whether a woman could be in a leadership position again. It's amazing how they're still discussing this after all this time. The first phase is almost over, and the danger of the second phase is about to begin. I really don't know how they can have such high energy. They could practically be a high-energy blogger, going to the gym for 2 hours after get off work, jogging, walking the dog, and then cooking for the whole family. The most important reason is that the mole within her organization is really incompetent. They're even reluctant to use the sleeping potion, insisting on doing it herself. Just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she suddenly remembered the mole she had caught before and had him summoned. When the mole learned that Jiang Mian wanted to see him, he was practically in tears. He thought he hadn't done anything wrong, hadn't stirred up any trouble in the group chat, so why was he being called in again? Being a mole was truly frustrating and aggrieved. Boss, what did you call me for? His legs were still trembling as he asked this, staring at the door behind him, wanting to escape. Seeing his expression, Jiang Mian smirked. Alright, I'm here because I have something I need you to do. Hearing that Jiang Mian actually had something for him to do, and wasn't going to discard him after using him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, just tell me what you need. I do my utmost for you, even unto death. Jiang Mian rolled his eyes. This guy really thought he was a mole. What did he need him to do his utmost for? After Jiang Mian explained his plan, the mole looked surprised and incredulously around. Finding no one else, he hesitated before saying, Boss, this isn't good. Lighting 5 incense sticks at once. We don't have much left. What if we run out? Chapter 640. The most important thing is the 5 incense sticks. If we kill all the players here, wouldn't that be a bit much? Jiang Mian sighed, looking at the trader's hesitant manner. Sigh, why are you so concerned? You're a trader. Your most important task is to destroy this territory. Besides, you don't have many supplies. Why don't you rob other traders in other territories? You're all traders. Some traders in other territories aren't as timid as you. Why don't you go out and take a look? One trader in one territory has even become a lord. Upon hearing this, the mole looked at Jiang Mian with astonishment and disbelief. Really? Can a mole be this capable? Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, crossed her legs, and stared directly at him. What do you think? Isn't it easy for a mole to become a lord and control the lives of others? Upon hearing this, the mole below suddenly realized that this person seemed to be a mole as well. Although she hadn't admitted it, weren't the things she did exactly what a mole would do? For example, lighting incense, and always trying to instigate wars within the territory to deplete other players' lives. Having figured this out, the man stopped hesitating and became eager to try. Boss, just you wait and see. I definitely complete your mission. Don't think I can't light 10 incense sticks, I can light 5. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. Why light so many? Don't end up like that last territory, trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead, and getting yourself killed. After instructing the mole to cause trouble, sure enough, footsteps began to sound an hour later. Their city walls were now practically impenetrable, and each higher section had small windows with platforms large enough for a person to stand on. Archers stood guard there, firing as soon as the monsters appeared. Looking up, a group of ranged players unleashed a barrage of abilities: frost, waves, fire, strangulation, below. Even with hordes of monsters attracted, the walls suffered minimal damage. Only some durability loss, minor issues that Jiang Mian could easily repair. The 100 or so attack towers fired relentlessly at the monsters, as if they'd been given a shot of adrenaline. Seeing the well-organized scene before him, Jiang Mian finally breathed a sigh of relief. He silently used the double experience card that appeared after reaching level 5. This small experience card costs her 10,000 reputation points, but its duration is relatively long, 5 hours. In short, if you plan well you profit, but if you plan poorly, you lose everything. For example, if only 2 waves of monsters attack your territory within 5 hours, using this experience card would be a complete waste. With a double experience card, the reputation points gained from 5 sticks of incense, which would normally be around 30,000, now increased to over 70,000. However, after 5 hours, the rate of increase slows down, becoming only a gradual increase. This was already enough, increasing their score by nearly half. However, the most important reason was probably that while they were killing monsters, a nearby territory suddenly leveled up to level 3. Perhaps they were thinking of using this opportunity to level up early and catch the traders off guard. However, they might have been overthinking things. After the traders discovered the base was leveling up, they started to act. They didn't know what was going on, but it seemed they had received some inside information, so they began frantically burning incense in that area. If it weren't for their actions, Jiang Mian would probably have gained even more points. That's why, after cleaning up the battlefield, she looked at that place with some frustration. Realizing that location was the one she had previously observed, the base where the trader had become the leader, she suddenly realized what was happening. Could this familiar operation be a message passed on by one of her own traders? She was somewhat incredulous, but still ordered some of the surviving monsters to be locked up, to be decided upon her return. Then, Jiang Mian went out to head to that place to capture the clockwork people. 1 clockwork people, 2 clockwork people, mine, all mine. Jiang Mian was quite fond of clockwork people. Although these creatures couldn't be caught with poke balls, she could raise them herself. However, if she raised them, she could only use them in crucial moments, not let them follow her around. As more and more monsters were pushed back by Jiang Mian, a bear-like monster with black fur behind her angrily patted its chest and pointed at Jiang Mian, cursing loudly. "Damn it, who are you, little monster? What are you doing blocking my way? Are you trying to stop us from fighting?" Jiang Mian grabbed a clock-shaped monster trying to escape and put it into her spatial storage. She ignored the furious, bear-like creature behind her. She turned to leave, but the bear-like creature blocked her way. "Don't go. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have failed to kill anyone. You have to give me an explanation." Seeing her relentless nagging and muttering something under her breath, Jiang Mian simply kicked it away. Now, not only could it not get inside, but Jiang Mian's kick changed its direction entirely. While all the monsters charged forward, the bear-like creature flew backward. After it stood up, seeing Jiang Mian heading in the opposite direction, reason instantly took over from the effects of the sleeping potion. It didn't know where the courage came from, but it angrily charged at Jiang Mian. "Roar! You're not one of us, you're human, you monster!" Jiang Mian hadn't activated her telepathy, and didn't understand what the black bear spirit was saying. However, after leaving the area, she suddenly noticed movement behind her. She turned around and saw the enraged black bear spirit. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, about to finish it off, when she suddenly remembered she still had a poke ball. This living black bear spirit, although it seemed a little dim-witted, could at least be used. So, she threw out the poke ball, which vanished instantly while the black bear spirit looked completely bewildered. Jiang Mian's face darkened. She used another poke ball. She refused to believe it would disappear this time. Chapter 641. This time, the poke ball didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it flashed with a rainbow of light. The black bear spirit seemed to sense something and tried to run away, but was suddenly stopped. "Roar! Roar! No! 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 I want to go home! I want to find my mother! Don't sell me!" Strangely, when the black bear spirit was captured by the poke ball, she suddenly understood what the black bear spirit was saying. Seriously, this black bear spirit is quite funny. As the first monster she captured, Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. She tried summoning the black bear, and the black bear spirit glared at Jiang Mian with a face full of resentment. However, it didn't rush at her. It remained obediently there, its expression dissatisfied, but its actions still dutifully protecting Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian instantly smiled, stroked the black bear spirit's fur, and praised, "Very good, you're quite good. From now on, follow me, and I guarantee you live a life of luxury. You like fighting, don't you? From now on, you have endless fights." The two were now practically telepathically connected. The bear spirit could understand Jiang Mian's words, and Jiang Mian could understand its words. However, the black bear spirit didn't want to speak at all. It missed its mother, wanted to go home, and shouldn't have sneaked out to earn wages like a bear. Faced with the silent black bear spirit, Jiang Mian had no other thoughts. After settling it down, she captured some more alarm clock people, and returned to her territory. As for the territory where so many people had been depleted, as Jiang Mian had expected, when the number dropped to around 2,000, the true lord there chose to request reinforcements. It seems the fastest way to conquer a territory is to kill the lord. Simply killing ordinary players is useless. As long as the lord lives, his territory won't completely disappear. Each territory's lord will request reinforcements at the last minute, but it's unclear how long these reinforcements will last. If there aren't enough players in a game, will they be completely drained? If this is a system with a grudge, it might use this method to shake the foundations of another system. Meanwhile, in another location, the player who requested reinforcements, his face grim, hid among the ordinary players, not daring to reveal his identity. He dared not cooperate with any new players, because he knew perfectly well that not 100% of the players were on his side. He had to ensure his survival. He couldn't trust anyone. Everyone was trying to harm him. As he thought this, the image of a plant appeared in his eyes, then vanished a second later. Looking at the guy sitting high up, welcoming the players who came to reinforce him, I wondered just how much ability he had to subdue these newcomers. Under his rule, for one thing, the death toll was rising. But what was so strange was that the reason everyone obeyed him was because he had once killed the lord of a neighboring territory. So although they were only level 3, their territory was much larger than a typical level 3 territory, which was one of the reasons he was trusted. But as a lord, how could he willingly let someone else take his place? However, this was the only safest way for her now, unless she encountered her own people. She felt unlucky about this game. Of the 10,000 people assigned to her, none were hers. She wondered what her own people were doing. After returning, Jiang Mian looked at the monsters locked in special cages. When the black bear spirit saw its kind imprisoned, it seemed to understand something and glared at Jiang Mian with displeasure. Can't you have one warrior like me? Why do you need these weaklings? I can kill them with one punch. Jiang Mian glanced at the black bear spirit and thought it was quite similar to her hot-tempered older brother. Both were obsessed with killing others, like twins. Of course, she couldn't let her hot-tempered brother hear this, or he'd be furious. Jiang Mian ignored the black bear spirit's words, had the cages moved near her residence, and then began using her poke balls to capture them. Of the 300-plus poke balls, only about 200 Pokemon were ultimately caught, but Jiang Mian was already quite satisfied. She had originally expected to catch only about 100. It seemed her luck was pretty good. She had caught at least a few more. She patted the black bear spirit's pouty lips, which could practically hang an oil can, and whispered in its ear, "Don't worry, these are all your little brothers. If you want to attack other players in the future, you have to rely on your little brothers. Let them charge into battle for you, and you can clear the way and ambush from behind. They'd be absolutely invaluable in crucial moments." The black bear spirit, finding this reasonable, didn't argue with Jiang Mian and led its 200-plus little brothers to wander around its territory. So the players, fresh from their battle, drew their weapons upon seeing so many monsters roaming the territory. However, they were bewildered when they saw the monsters wearing man-made armor. Just then, the territory's loudspeaker announced the exciting news. "Attention players, what you see before you are not monsters, but warriors we have tamed. From now on, they will fight alongside you. Don't be afraid of them. As long as you don't provoke them, their wild nature won't be aroused." After hearing the announcement, the players stared at the monsters as if they were rare objects, occasionally pointing and whispering. However, the monsters weren't angered. Instead, they strutted around arrogantly. "Finally, we joined the ranks. Although this isn't part of the monster world's official ranks, it's still a rank. At least we have warm clothes to wear." Jiang Mian watched the monsters wander around the base, somewhat displeased. Then, a thought struck her, and she suddenly remembered the territory she had previously requested help from, where a battle was still raging. So, she sent them out to fish in troubled waters, trying to capture some alive. If they couldn't capture any alive, they were to kill them. Then, Jiang Mian started receiving notifications that her points had been credited to her account. The monsters captured by the poke balls increased her reputation points by roughly the same amount as Jiang Mian had killed, only occasionally losing 1 or 2 points. Perhaps because Jiang Mian hadn't personally killed them. However, something obtained for free was already very valuable, so she didn't need to worry about such a small gain. Chapter 642. Jiang Mian lay leisurely on a bamboo chair, her hands resting on the device beside her that produced poke balls. As time acceleration was activated, the poke balls seemed to go berserk, spewing out poke balls with a poof 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 sound. Then the poke balls were collected into a basket. Once the basket was full, Jiang Mian collected the poke balls and used time acceleration again. This device was truly useful, so useful that Jiang Mian wanted to steal a couple to take back to her spatial dimension. However, she couldn't store these things in her spatial dimension. It seemed to be under some kind of restriction. Jiang Mian even suspected that the system was intentionally targeting her. Perhaps they knew she could take things from this world, so they deliberately placed some kind of restriction. Since arriving in this world, she hadn't been able to take any of the devices with her, only the things they produced. In short, you can use it, but you can't go all the way and take everything. Sigh. Jiang Mian sighed again, feeling that these days were utterly boring. Tomorrow will be the 10th day since entering the game. A new level every 10 days is the default rule for all players and the system. What kind of monsters will appear during these 10-day periods? The Black Bear Demons team finally returned after several hours, each carrying almost 2 monsters, holding them tightly as if afraid they would escape. Jiang Mian looked at their bandit-like behavior and sighed, wondering who these monsters resembled. Why did they look so much like bandits? Moreover, the monsters' armor was cracked in places, and some were even injured. Jiang Mian immediately ordered the army medics to bandage and treat them, then changed them into more powerful protective suits, what they called clothes. Looking at the more than 400 monsters they had brought back, Jiang Mian patted the Black Bear Spirit on the shoulder, offering a rare, genuine compliment. I really think you're pretty good. The Black Bear Spirit raised an eyebrow, of course. I, Xiongda, am the most capable person in the family. My mother relies on me to hunt for her food. Jiang Mian blinked, a thought suddenly forming in his mind. Big Bear. You went out alone and I accidentally caught you and brought you back. Your family must be so worried. Why don't you bring them with you? That way, they won't have to worry about food or water, and they even have nice clothes to wear. What do you say? Her intention was to coax this dim-witted bear, but perhaps because she used too much force, Big Bear rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? My mom would never be your slave for a meal. Oh! What are you saying? How could I treat a bear as a slave? Aren't you doing well here? You can fight whenever you want, eat whatever you want. You eat more than your pig brothers. Did I say anything? Think about it, have you ever eaten such good food before? Don't you share the good times and the bad with your family? With such good fortune, you don't think about your family? How can you be so selfish? Your mother even gave birth to you, and you're not filial at all. On the surface, the Black Bear Spirit appeared indifferent to Jiang Mian's moral blackmail, but secretly he felt Jiang Mian was right. His mother had endured so much hardship giving birth to him, and after being bitten on the arm by a larger monster during a hunt, she had been unable to hunt, and was even on the verge of losing her arm. While Jiang Mian, this human, was somewhat heartless and shameless, he possessed the ability to heal the dying. Bringing his mother over meant he could restore her, right? Thinking this, the Black Bear Spirit finally relented. Alright, I go back and ask my mother. If she's willing, I'd bring her over. Just so you know, this isn't a mission. You can't force me. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, giving him a reassuring look. Jiang Mian then used the newly created poke balls to collect the monsters. It was a bit of a pity, though, the poke ball production wasn't fast enough. Operating them too quickly would easily break down the poke ball machine. Therefore, only about half of the monsters could be captured, the rest were naturally locked in cages and treated the same as the previous monsters. At night, Jiang Mian began instructing some players to guard the base, as it was uncertain whether the danger would strike at night or the following morning. However, Jiang Mian leaned towards the possibility of it striking at night. After all, their first arrival in this world was at night. Furthermore, the danger in this world was almost non-existent, all sorts of monsters appeared, and it was unclear how they came to be. Be careful, everyone. Tonight might be a bit unsettling. Let's avoid any accidents that could cause serious injury to our brothers. Those who listened became alert, while Jiang Mian ignored those who didn't. However, to Jiang Mian's surprise, the Black Bear Spirit, Xiongda, who hadn't gone to find its mother, was back. The Black Bear Spirit looked delighted, and only then did Jiang Mian notice that it was carrying another Black Bear Spirit, smaller than itself, on its back. However, perhaps because the Black Bear Spirit was so large, and both had black fur, Jiang Mian and the guards at the city gate hadn't noticed. Jiang Mian widened his eyes, feigning delight, and rushed to greet the Black Bear Spirit. Oh Xiongda, this is your mother. She's so beautiful. Jiang Mian wasn't lying, the Black Bear Spirit's fur was glossy and shiny, and its bright eyes were indeed tempting to touch. However, Jiang Mian didn't do that. Instead, she simply moved a supersized bed for the Black Bear Spirit and made it sit on it. Looking at the somewhat wary Black Bear Spirit, Jiang Mian noticed one of its drooping arms seemed to be injured, and curiously asked Xiongda, "Is this where you said your mom's arm was injured?" Xiongda nodded. "I brought my mom here. Can you heal her now?" It blinked its pure eyes, making Jiang Mian smile. "Of course I can. But your mom is an adult Black Bear Spirit, and she's a bit aggressive. How about I subdue her first? That way, we can effectively show others that you're harmless." Xiongda already knew this. It had discussed it with its mother on the way, and the Black Bear Spirit mother naturally agreed. So, very smoothly, Jiang Mian subdued Xiongda's mother with just one poke ball. Chapter 643. After subduing the black bear spirit, Jiang Mian kept her promise, and didn't send it to the treatment center, directly using her healing ability on it. The mother black bear spirit, whose arm muscles were on the verge of necrosis, moved her newly healed arm, and finally smiled. Finally healed. My arm is finally healed. You have no idea how much I hurt my arm while hunting. I haven't been able to give my son a good life. My son went out hunting at such a young age. You have no idea how he was covered in injuries every day. I hated it so much, hated that my arm wouldn't heal. Jiang Mian hadn't expected the mother black bear spirit to be such a chatterbox. Listening to her, she felt a little helpless. Just then, she finally interrupted the black bear spirit mother, turning her attention to Xiongda. By the way, didn't you say you were going to pick up your mother, that it would take at least a day or two? How come you're back so soon? Upon hearing this, Xiongda seemed to suddenly realize something, slapping his forehead in surprise. Boss, didn't I tell you? I met my mother halfway there. It was a 1,000,000-strong army, and my mother was involved, so I just took her with me. What? Jiang Mian was so shocked that she sat up abruptly from her chair, knocking it over, showing just how shocked she was. Why didn't you tell me sooner? A 1,000,000-strong army? If they came to our side, how many people could withstand them? At this point, Jiang Mian didn't bother arguing with them anymore, letting the mother and daughter reunite peacefully, while she began to deploy her troops. Alarms blared throughout the territory, waking all the players. Amidst their bewilderment, they heard the base's broadcast, ordering them to assemble and defend their respective areas. Jiang Mian appeared at that moment, holding a megaphone and shouting from the center of the base, "Brothers and sisters, according to the latest news, a 1,000,000-strong monster army is about to march on our side. In the coming days, we must work even harder to defend our respective lines. We absolutely cannot let our guard down at this time. Our goal is to survive spectacularly." Hearing Jiang Mian's inspiring words, the other players roused themselves, donned their clothes and armor, and headed outside. Meanwhile, the grumpy older brother assigned players to various positions based on their preferred attack methods. Seeing the bustling crowd, Jiang Mian released the monsters she had stored in their pokeballs, having them mingle with the players on the front lines. Each monster had a long red stripe tied to its arm, allowing other players to distinguish them as either allies or enemies. For the next while, everyone waited intently, reporting the situation outside to headquarters every 15 minutes. An hour passed, and just as some were beginning to lower their guard, they suddenly felt the ground tremble. At first, it was just a slight tremor, but later the vibrations grew louder and louder. They immediately realized something was wrong and began reporting to Command Center. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Mian noticed that the crows and doves scouting outside were returning. Some of the doves and crows were even injured, indicating the severity of the battle. Meanwhile, a swarm of flying monsters was chasing after the white doves and crows. Jiang Mian coldly watched the monsters behind them, and at a command, a barrage of arrows, like a rain of fire, rained down on the flying monsters. The arrows exploded in midair, catching the monsters completely off guard. Jiang Mian then ordered the crows to return and have the support staff treat them. After all, they had performed such a great service, and he wouldn't let them be left unattended. The rest was up to the players. With 1,000,000 monsters scattered across the map, how many would each base have to deal with? Indeed, the game world never treated anyone kindly. Fortunately, they had taken precautions, otherwise, they would have suffered a silent loss. Who would have thought that normally only a few thousand or tens of thousands of monsters would appear at most? Yet, so many had appeared this time. According to the black bear spirit, the place it had gone to was just one of many. Other monsters would be attacking many more areas. The black bear spirit was participating in such a mission for the first time, but its mother was not. According to it, this was probably only the second time it had witnessed such an operation. It was injured the first time because it had just given birth to its cub, but was then given a mission to hunt. Everyone had to obey, and it lost an arm as a price to escape the chaos. Does this happen often? How often does it occur? The black bear spirit's mother thought for a moment, then shook her head. Our calculations are different from yours. In our understanding, there is no passage of time, only the confusion of waking from a deep sleep. Every time we fall asleep and then wake up, this happens. So, I can't tell you a specific time. Jiang Mian was somewhat disappointed, but she didn't necessarily need to know the details. She simply wanted to know how frequently players participated in this type of game. Since she couldn't figure it out, there was no need to dwell on it. She instructed some players to prepare their attacks, ready to face the approaching horde of monsters. About 10 minutes later, the fastest group of monsters revealed themselves. They were a group with sharp forelimbs, like mantises, but with silvery white skin. Their powerful hind legs gave them a inverted triangular physique, making them look incredibly strong, like cold-blooded killing machines. When they saw this place, different from any other territory they had encountered along the way, their eyes lit up instantly. Taking over this territory would grant them a large amount of food and rewards, further boosting their strength. However, these mantises were quite clever. They didn't act rashly, but instead waited for the large group behind them to arrive, so they could take advantage of the chaos. Their race has significant limitations. While their attack power is formidable, their defense is the weakest point among their species. If they were to charge forward like this, they might be reduced to ashes by the territory's built-in attack towers before even reaching the city walls. Therefore, Jiang Mian watched helplessly as the monsters stopped in their tracks. Seemingly realizing something, she immediately ordered the attack towers to fire upon them. Chapter 644. Clusters of lightning flickered, but hesitated to erupt. This was Jiang Mian's latest chosen method. A lightning net was more effective against these lighter, faster monsters. Jiang Mian naturally didn't underestimate them. Compared to scattered, unstructured bolts of lightning, a lightning net was far more effective, trapping them and causing greater damage. So, while the blade men were still considering their options, danger was already creeping in. Lightning was incredibly fast. Just as their nerve endings sensed something was wrong and tried to escape, a lightning net formed in a mere 0.1 seconds, trapping them in place. After a crackling flash, most of the once imposing and dashing blade men lay dead. While the monsters hadn't yet arrived, Jiang Mian ordered his monster army to overwhelm the blade men. Those near death were killed outright, while those still capable of fighting were locked up by Jiang Mian, who happened to have some poke balls on hand. After trying to catch a few, she discovered they were perfect for assassinations under the cover of darkness, so Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough poke balls. According to the natural production sequence of the poke ball machine, it could only produce a maximum of 50 per day. She didn't have time to retrieve the poke ball machine right now, so she temporarily abandoned the idea. She locked up the remaining blade masters, and before leaving, Jiang Mian also copied some of their innate talents. The blademen's close-quarters combat was quite interesting. After Jiang Mian copied them, she experienced the rhythm of their attacks. Each creature's attack ability differed from that of normal players. Players were best suited to attacking humans, but these monsters seemed to have absorbed combat abilities in battle that were even more refined. Nature's survival of the fittest dictates that a race without its own strengths would easily be eliminated. Humans, perhaps because they excelled in so many areas, appeared somewhat ordinary. However, ordinariness doesn't equate to weakness, it simply means they are capable in many areas, but their abilities are well balanced and not particularly outstanding. Therefore, Jiang Mian decided to try attacking monsters using the blademan's methods to see if she could extract some techniques suitable for humans. Only by taking an unconventional approach could one become stronger than ordinary people. Just like her initial risky attack on other lords, only in this way could she embark on an extraordinary path from the very beginning. Screech! A piercing scream rang out, followed by an even more chilling sound of footsteps. Hearing this familiar howl, Jiang Mian suddenly recalled the colossal elephants she encountered at the last moment in that gigantic world. Back then, they were incredibly small, like ants beneath the elephant's feet, easily trampled. Many players and ordinary humans died then. She wondered if the last remaining ordinary humans in that world had survived that catastrophe. However, these were things Jiang Mian didn't need to worry about. She simply wanted to get away. After the howl, many monsters vaguely appeared on the horizon. Upon seeing the player's territory, they instantly perked up. In their eyes, this wasn't some impregnable territory at all, rather, it was like a tempting feast, glistening and inviting them to taste. This feast was like a lure, saying, "Come on, eat me and you become stronger." Just like every deeder tempted by temptation. Whoosh! 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 Two different sounds rang out simultaneously, one from Jiang Mian's arrows, the other from the boulders or smaller monsters launched by the opposing group. However, the smaller monsters, upon impact, blasted a sizable crater in the city wall. Seeing this, Jiang Mian knew these monsters had come prepared, unlike the scattered monsters before who had come aimlessly. She immediately used an experience card. They had planned everything meticulously, even their battle strategy seemed entirely self-contained. In this state, ordinary players, and those specializing in melee attacks, had no way to escape. The only option now was for ranged players to fight them. Fortunately, these monsters weren't just heading towards Jiang Mian's territory, other territories had also received some. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Mian breathed a sigh of relief. If she had truly faced a million-strong monster army, she probably would have been struggling to escape. She was only level 5, not level 500. At this time, with monsters rampant, some were even comparable to high-level combat weapons. And she still had a large stock of weapons in her spatial storage. Wasn't this the perfect time to sell them? Thinking this, Jiang Mian immediately took out a batch of weapons, allowing the players to begin arranging their troops. Of course, this was all free. After all, it was her territory, and charging for it would be a bit too greedy. As for others, of course, she would charge them whatever she wanted. Jiang Mian's main strategy was to distribute the spoils evenly, but sometimes, the favoritism could be a little too much. These damn monsters. I refuse to believe they can actually defeat us. Brothers, I'm giving away a bunch of weapons for free. Even though I bought them from another store, I'm throwing in some goodies for everyone today. Free. Free. All free. But I have one request. Kill all those monsters to vent my anger. When the players saw the rows of lethal weapons appear out of nowhere, they were stunned. They had no idea how Jiang Mian had so many gold coins, buying this and that. If it were them, they'd probably be heartbroken. But who can blame Jiang Mian for having such courage? And their emotional appeal was spot on. Boss is brilliant. Boss is magnanimous. Boss, I love you. Jiang Mian waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I take the first part. As for the love me part, we're just saying, no office romances between colleagues. Ha ha ha. Boss, don't worry, as long as I'm here, our territory will never be destroyed, unless I die at the hands of these monsters. That's right, boss, don't worry. With angry bro in us, plus your magnanimity, you're 1,000 times better than other lords. We definitely serve you. Chapter 645. We swear to defend our homeland to the death. Seeing the excited expressions of these people, Jiang Mian smiled with satisfaction. Very good. This was his first time playing the role of a seemingly righteous person, and he really knew how to handle it. Brothers, enough talk, let's defend our homeland. Long live our brothers. When the monsters who had come charging in with such ferocity faced Jiang Mian's subordinates, they were surprised to find that these people weren't afraid like the players from the territories they had just passed through. Instead, they were excited, as if they were facing not a million-strong army, but a swarm of ants. This immediately ignited a sense of competition within them, a feeling of being provoked. Thus, in the ensuing battle, the two sides clashed instantly. All sorts of attacks flew through the air, occasionally hurled at small monsters as bombs, but most were successfully blocked by the players. After the monsters launched these sacrificial monster bombs, they were surprised to find that they seemed to be attacked by artillery shells more often. Only then did the monsters notice that strangely shaped metal lumps were occasionally shooting towards them. Each time they were hit, most of them would instantly die. Not only that, but there were traitors among them. When you saw a monster bound by a red rope, and were about to cooperate with it to attack the humans, the next second, the humans would team up with that monster and kill themselves. At first, no monsters noticed, but later, more and more monsters realized this. They reacted instantly, their eyes wide with rage, wanting to berate the monsters for their betrayal. However, before they could even utter a word, they were already killed by the monsters. Jiang Mian also joined the fray, but she didn't attack the monsters near her base. The players there were enough. Most importantly, the players in the heat of the moment didn't distinguish between friend and foe, especially those controlling the cannons. They were firing so fiercely that heads were practically turned into dog heads. Several players were accidentally injured and were hurled at them. Jiang Mian then moved to the center and began using the Blademan's ability. After using the Blademan's ability, she clearly felt her speed increase significantly, almost like teleportation. At the same time, almost all the monsters in her path were locked onto by her eyes, and Jiang Mian's eyes turned into vertical pupils, her eyelids blinking rapidly. Every light before her was like a line, and she only needed to gently sever that line to kill a monster. Jiang Mian's frenzied slaughter had turned that area into a vacuum. The corpses on the ground piled up rapidly. While killing, Jiang Mian almost tripped over one of the corpses. She instantly became enraged, stomped on the ground, and said coldly, "Snake scale for a tree, why are you absorbing so slowly? Hurry up and absorb all the monsters I killed, grow bigger as quickly as possible, and stop dawdling." If the snake scale for a tree were a person, it would probably be too full to move, yet it was still being forced by Jiang Mian to absorb the monsters beneath her feet. With the help of the serpent scale fruit tree, Jiang Mian's monster killing rate became even faster. After clearing this area of monsters, she finally realized that she was completely soaked in sweat, and her hands were starting to ache and swell. During the attacks, some monsters did put up resistance, but after Jiang Mian used her copying ability, she could kill a monster in 2 moves. However, there's a price to pay. Killing a monster in 2 moves sounds cool, but the energy she consumed was unprecedented. This type of attack is best suited for ambushes or killing enemy leaders, but not for sustained combat. Having figured this out, and looking at this vacuum area, Jiang Mian didn't intend to stay any longer. However, she planted a bunch of bombs underground, wanting her players to get some rest and preventing the monsters from spawning indefinitely. In that case, their players would suffer even faster losses due to exhaustion. After doing all this, she returned. She was utterly exhausted and needed to rest and recuperate. When they saw Jiang Mian in such a disheveled state, they were all stunned. Although they knew Jiang Mian had gone out, they didn't know what she had done. Until a rumbling sound came from afar, and flames ignited the forest, they realized that Jiang Mian had gone to intercept something. The gratitude they felt transformed into the force of their attacks. If someone they had no family or friends could do so much for them, why shouldn't they put in more effort? Who was it that said it was an insult for a woman to be their lord and leader? They clearly felt this woman was loyal and righteous. They'd be willing to let her rule over them, let alone make her their lord. Brothers, kill! There's a traitor in charge, the lord is hiding in the shadows, and we found such a good leader. How can we face our consciences if we just cower here like cowards? Kill! For ourselves, for victory in the game, for the final reward, charge. Now, Jiang Mian didn't need to mobilize the players anymore. They were already manipulating themselves, shouting more enthusiastically than ever, and moving faster than before. Everyone was giving it their all, determined to kill these monsters here. Jiang Mian looked at the somewhat dilapidated city walls, and immediately spent several thousand reputation points to begin repairing them. Just when the monsters thought there was hope, they saw the city walls inexplicably restored to their original state. Enraged, they roared and began attacking recklessly. Even while resting, Jiang Mian kept a close eye on the situation outside and accelerated the production of poke balls. She immediately began capturing the monsters with the newly produced poke balls, tying red ribbons around their necks before sending them into battle. There was no time to make them proper clothes. They had to make do for now. The battle lasted 2 days, finally ceasing when both sides were exhausted, and the world returned to silence. Jiang Mian had finally accumulated 500,000 fame points, and she didn't hesitate to use them to upgrade her territory. However, this time she had truly exhausted her fame points. She simply couldn't use any more to speed things up. Chapter 646. The original 8,000 plus players have now dropped to just over 6,000. While this seems like a reduction of nearly half, it's still much better than those territories that rushed to request reinforcements after this ordeal. However, they can't just focus on the present and ignore the future. Even with the monster army included, the total number is only slightly over 7,000. Jiang Mian hesitated. If she encountered other players with this number, wouldn't it be somewhat unfair? Besides, she's almost at level 6, she just needs to wait for time to pass, so there's no need to rush to level up. The most important thing now is to capture as many monsters as possible to use as confiscated resources. Looking at the players who were so exhausted they collapsed on the ground, not caring about the blood or corpses on the ground, falling asleep immediately. Those with better conditions slept on monsters. Those with worse conditions could only lie on the ground and snore loudly. It was clear they were utterly exhausted. Jiang Mian temporarily abandoned the idea of having them get up and capture monsters now. When she returned, she began mass-producing magic balls. Even due to her time acceleration level, she directly upgraded her time acceleration with gold coins and began frantically producing poke balls. First, she collected all the hundreds of monsters in the base, then sent them out to find some scattered, lone companions. After doing all this, Jiang Mian summoned Xiongda's mother, a knowledgeable female black bear spirit, who knew far more secrets than the black bear spirit itself. Jiang Mian sought her out primarily to find out which monsters were particularly powerful. Jiang Mian had no shortage of ordinary monsters, but powerful ones, like the Blade Man, were quite rare. The best thing would be to find some more clockwork people. The black bear spirit hesitated after thinking for a while. There are some, but the locations seem too far. What will happen to the family if you have to go back and forth? Besides, the road is too dangerous. We have to be extremely careful every time we move forward, afraid of entering someone else's territory, so we don't really know the situation inside. Jiang Mian had already thought this through. She just needed to find out the locations of those monsters. The black bear spirit mother thought for a while, and then began to draw a map. However, the map she drew was a bit rough, and it was reversed. I only remember the route we took here, but I can't remember the route back. Can you understand it? Jiang Mian was silent for a moment. Could she say she couldn't understand it? But, well, that's fine. After all, she could find the approximate locations marked, and even if she couldn't, she could search in midair. With 9 hours remaining until the base reached level 6, Jiang Mian didn't want to waste any time. During this time, she left her grumpy older brother to guard the area while she and a group of monsters left with Helling. On the way, the two of them walked through the forest ravaged by fire. The monsters had all been collected into their pokeballs. Jiang Mian looked at the slightly simplified sketch she had copied, feeling somewhat conflicted. Seriously, did Black Bear Spirit Mom draw this way or that way? There were clearly 3 paths ahead, but it only drew one smooth one, leaving Jiang Mian scratching her head in frustration. Why didn't you bring the person who drew this? Jiang Mian sighed. Is it that I didn't want to bring them? It's that the black bear demon is pregnant. Can I bring a pregnant woman out to face all these dangers? He Ling looked at Jiang Mian with a shocked and incredulous expression. Are you crazy? How could you let it get pregnant at this time? Hearing He Ling's somewhat strange words, Jiang Mian looked at him in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you use your brain before you speak? How can I, a girl, let a female get pregnant? Besides, don't you understand reproductive isolation? He Ling waved his hand and quickly explained, No, I mean, aren't you going to use it for combat? How could you want it to be pregnant with another monster's child? Jiang Mian immediately rolled her eyes at him. She rolled her eyes. Who told you I sent it to fight? It's just one of my bargaining chips to appease Xiongda. Xiongda is its daughter. I promised it that as long as it brings its family over, I treat them well. Pregnancy is pregnancy, so what's the big deal? He Ling, no, pregnancy can lead to difficult childbirth, and difficult childbirth can kill you. Jiang Mian was utterly exasperated. She was genuinely curious about what kind of world He Ling came from, and why she was still stuck in her previous worldview. I know pregnancy has its risks, but modern medical technology is advanced enough. And you forgot, you and I both have incredible healing abilities. If that day ever comes, we can just bring Xiongda's mother back. After Jiang Mian finished speaking, He Ling unusually fell silent. Jiang Mian, finding the silence pleasant, didn't disturb him further. The two continued on their journey, unaware that He Ling's mind was filled with Jiang Mian's words. Just rescue Xiongda's mother. No one had ever said this to him before. They always talked about saving the child, just as he had always thought. His mother had left him the day she gave birth to him. From childhood, he had been instilled with the idea that his birth had harmed his mother, harmed the extraordinary woman everyone praised. But he didn't want to. He was just a child who hadn't even opened his eyes yet. What could he say? His father, who professed to love his mother, married another woman a month later. He and this other woman lived a life of mutual support, becoming a couple praised by everyone, their happiness finally blossoming. The thought that had been troubling him suddenly became clear. Yes, with current technology, unless the condition is 100% incurable, how could there be such a high risk? Also, his father remarried within a month of his mother's death, and his sister is only 6 months younger than him. Although he had known this for a long time, perhaps because he was always preoccupied with this one point, he had never considered it. So, he had been kept in the dark all this time? His father had already cheated on him, and his mother was murdered, not in childbirth, but on the delivery bed. The mortality rate on delivery beds in the interstellar era had been controlled to an extremely low level. Heh. Feeling the low pressure from the person beside him, Jiang Mian looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong with you? You seem like you're about to turn evil? Jiang Mian interrupted his twisted thoughts, and without saying a word, he turned and walked ahead. Jiang Mian, hey! Do you know the way? Chapter 647. However, it was precisely because of Jiang Mian's interruption that He Ling came back to his senses. He was currently in a mission world, and absolutely could not let his guard down. As for the remaining grudges and hatred, he could take revenge himself. There was no need to disturb his mind at this moment, lest it cause inappropriate consequences. Having figured this out, he was no longer suppressed or agitated. Instead, he appeared nonchalant and began walking towards the main road ahead. Jiang Mian found him rather inexplicable, but when he encountered the first monster he wanted to subdue, he immediately abandoned the idea. It was a barren expanse of yellow earth, like a desert, devoid of any vegetation, like an insulated zone. However, Jiang Mian knew, according to the map drawn by Xiongda's mother, that this was where the earth beetle lived. No offense intended, but this animal was indeed called an earth beetle. Unlike the slow-moving turtle, these earth beetles were extremely fast. Their appearance was a combination of a crocodile and a turtle, possessing both a thick defensive shell and incredible speed. Its bite force is also incredibly powerful, making it perfect for ambushing people. Jiang Mian immediately recognized the creature's usefulness. She was currently lacking such a monster suitable for ambushes, and if she had a man-eating plant, that would be even better. Unfortunately, the man-eating plants in her own space didn't like the environment of this world. They would wither immediately after being transported here, and most of the monsters in this world didn't seem to be plant-based. Perhaps the monsters in each world have different focuses. Jiang Mian took out a piece of fresh monster meat and threw it to the ground. The next second, the previously calm ground seemed to suddenly split open like a gaping maw, snapping at the monster meat. At the same time, several other nearby areas also opened up like gaping maws. Looking at the biting force of their sharp teeth, Jiang Mian nodded in satisfaction. Their bite speed was incredibly powerful. The monster meat she threw down, bones and all, was crushed by them in less than a minute. They were indeed the capable helper she wanted. Jiang Mian had no intention of fighting them. She simply threw out a poke ball and began to use probability to capture them. Yes, poke balls are just that unreasonable. They can capture untamed monsters at will. After capturing the first monster, Jiang Mian immediately ordered it to hide. Only after it had captured more and more monsters, and its feeding actions became increasingly rapid, did Jiang Mian allow them to line up and walk towards her. Then the turtles that were originally in the ground were dumbfounded, looking at the monsters who had betrayed them with great anger. What does this mean? What does this mean? Why did you leave? You can't just abandon your home because this human can give you some food. The subdued turtle. Sorry, brothers, we're going to live a stable life now. See you next time, maybe we won't be on the same path anymore. The remaining turtles were completely bewildered. Jiang Mian, after they appeared, immediately put them away, fearing that most of the turtles, once they realized what had happened, would cause trouble for the two of them. Time was of the essence, and her task was urgent. She needed to persuade these monsters with unique abilities as quickly as possible. The next destination was the crane farm. True to its name, the crane farm was home to a flock of cranes, but these cranes were unlike any she remembered. They weren't entirely white-feathered. Instead, their bodies were covered in venomous sacs, making them seem like mutated cranes. The cranes' eyes weren't indifferent. Instead, they held a greedy glint. Upon seeing the two of them, they attacked without a word. This was exactly what Jiang Mian had anticipated. The earthworm she had hidden underground instantly attacked, biting down on a crane's leg and refusing to let go. It ignored the crane's struggles. This scene resembled a toad pursuing a swan, except the earthworm wasn't a toad and showed no mercy to these cranes. Jiang Mian then took charge of subduing the cranes that the earthworm was biting. Don't be fooled by the seemingly effortless way the earthworms bite them. The venomous growths on these cranes are incredibly potent. If ordinary monsters were to come into contact with these toxins, they would likely die quickly from poisoning. The earthworms show no symptoms simply because their unique body structure makes them immune to these toxins. After subduing another wave of monsters, Jiang Mian arrived at a particularly unusual monster area, the Tomb of 10,000 Graves. These monsters are peculiar. Ordinary attacks are ineffective against them, instead penetrating their bodies. Therefore, during the last monster outbreak, the fight against these monsters relied heavily on one of the female players. She possessed purification abilities, allowing her to combat these ghost-like monsters. And coincidentally, the female player was the same girl Jiang Mian had rescued before, the one who was extremely concerned about her appearance. Ghosts are immune to most attacks. Physical attacks are negligible, and the few attacks they do manage to land are greatly reduced in power. This is precisely why Jiang Mian wanted these semi-real, semi-illusory ghosts. The main reason she didn't bring the girl was twofold. First, she had copied the girl's abilities, so when facing these monsters, she didn't need to let her tamed monsters attack. Even if they did, they couldn't actually bite the ghosts. The other reason was simpler. She didn't trust the girl. With such powerful abilities, why didn't she appear or show herself from the beginning? Moreover, no one else seemed to notice her. Jiang Mian didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. She suspected her of being a mole or a player with family connections or influence, here to gain experience. Therefore, it was best for her to know as little as possible about her methods. Jiang Mian directly set the graveyard ablaze. Just as the ghosts sensed something was wrong and flew out, they fell right into Jiang Mian's trap. Sparkling lights flashed one after another. Some ghosts were captured by Jiang Mian, while those that weren't, witnessing their companions vanish, charged at her in fury. Jiang Mian didn't dodge. Instead, she walked towards them. The purifying light in her hand made her appear incredibly holy, and the ghosts, upon contact with the light emanating from her, instantly emitted puffs of white smoke. Jiang Mian was ruthless in dealing with these ghosts. These things were useless. Aside from their evolutionary abilities, only lightning could inflict any minor damage on them. Just then, Jiang Mian suddenly remembered the talismans in her hand. After throwing a stack of talismans, the ghost still emitting white smoke instantly vanished into nothingness. Jiang Mian stared in surprise at the remaining stack of talismans in her hand. She hadn't expected them to be so useful. She had truly underestimated them. A wicked smile immediately appeared on Jiang Mian's face. In that case, the talisman arrays she had learned earlier could finally come in handy. She threw out 108 talismans, and the sky immediately rumbled, forming an array that began to spread outwards from Jiang Mian. Thunderclaps struck. Initially, the ghosts weren't too concerned about the lightning attacks. After all, they weren't afraid of such things, even though it hurt. However, once the lightning struck them, their experience changed drastically. Chapter 648. A tingling, trembling sensation, a chilling shock, the relentless lightning strikes made them shudder uncontrollably. Heavens, this lightning is strange. Even when they realized it, it was too late. The lightning spells continued to rain down from the sky, while Jiang Mian and her companions had already moved on to other locations to hunt the monsters within. To be honest, there were quite a few different kinds of monsters. They didn't leave until she had used up all her poke balls. As they returned the way they came, lightning continued to strike the grave. Anyone who didn't know better would think these ghosts had committed some heinous crime and were being punished by heaven. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian's reputation points were rapidly increasing. With only 2 hours left before the base was successfully upgraded, Jiang Mian didn't have time to wander around outside. Instead, she and Healing quickly returned to their territory. She even released her crow, sat on its back, and began heading towards the base. She casually took in the sights of the bases she passed. Looking around, most bases had reached level 3, and there were even a few level 4 territories. Sometimes they encountered monster attacks, and sometimes they were in a peaceful state. As this continued, Jiang Mian's sense of urgency grew increasingly intense. The players participating in this game were all formidable. Their leveling speed was incredibly fast, each one trying to outpace the others. She needed to quickly widen the gap with them to even have a moment's respite. Thinking this, Jiang Mian's desire to return to her territory grew even more urgent. She wondered what special abilities she would gain after reaching level 6, and how much of an attack bonus she would receive. When she returned to her territory, seeing that she still had more than half an hour left, Jiang Mian immediately began manually crafting magic orbs again. Her monster army had now grown to a little over 2,000, making up for the losses caused by the previous player casualties. Jiang Mian's biggest goal now was to continue increasing her monster army, ideally to 10,000. This way, she wouldn't need to ask the system for help, nor would she occupy too many slots. Furthermore, when not in use, she could simply recall the monsters, so no one would discover her trickery. If anyone tries to launch a full-scale attack on her territory, they'd be caught completely off guard. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian couldn't help but let a wicked smile creep onto her lips. Level 6, here I come. I refuse to believe anyone can reach level 6 faster than me. I requested reinforcements 3 times, treating all the players like livestock. I refuse to believe anyone can be this powerful. Somewhere, a player cursed at the sky. Seeing the dejected atmosphere in his territory, he kicked a player nearby and said coldly, "Who are you trying to fool with this dead man act? I fed you, and raised our territory to level 5, the highest level in our area. Hurry up and kill some monsters outside. We reach level 6 soon. If you keep playing dead, believe me, I kill you right now." The kicked player glared at him resentfully, but dared not utter a word of rebuttal, and limped towards the front lines. He was already a veteran, who had fought through 4 waves, following this lord from the very beginning. He was extremely familiar with his methods. This guy was ruthless, practically inhuman, and anyone who opposed him was severely punished. He didn't want to be the one to stick his neck out, so he preferred to go to the battlefield and die. Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for upgrading your territory to level 6. You are truly a diligent lord. My goodness, you are truly benevolent towards your people. Even after so many shocks, so many people still remain in the base. Dear Lord, please select your citizens who will soon join the battlefield. Jiang Mian was stunned upon hearing this news, staring blankly at the system report, confirming that it was indeed asking him to select citizens, and that the number of citizens to select could be increased to 20,000. In other words, could she still choose 14,000 players? Looking at the even more imposing city walls and the expanded area, Jiang Mian finally understood why the system had expanded its territory. It was waiting for her here. Adding 20,000 players would be much more advantageous in the upcoming battles. The rate of point acquisition would also continue to increase. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian looked at the citizens she could choose. Mutant Fishman, adapted to a world with strong water-based abilities, not recommended. Gigantic Monster, brainless, cannot distinguish friend from foe, not recommended. Walking Dead, don't choose, don't choose. They're just people parasitized by brain-eating worms, not very strong. Randomly choose players. You better decide this, the player levels are uneven. Looking at the small red dots next to each option, Jiang Mian was a little puzzled. This seemed to be the system's doing all along. Could it really be the system's doing, secretly slipping her cheat sheets? Does it think it's stupid to choose companions who don't seem very bright? Jiang Mian scrolled through for a while longer, finally finding a race that looked rather imposing. Descendants of the Dragon, I have nothing to say. Be careful. Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the note. Descendants of the Dragon sounded impressive. If she remembered correctly, she was also a descendant of the Dragon, but she wondered if there would be any pitfalls. However, the system's comment that it had nothing to say made it seem difficult to tame. So Jiang Mian was conflicted. Lord, aren't you going to choose? If you haven't made a decision in 10 minutes, the system will automatically choose for you. Jiang Mian twitched her lips. What was there to say? Jiang Mian directly clicked on the Descendants of the Dragon option. Then, all the buttons began to disappear, leaving only the Descendant of the Dragon flashing and glowing, but may I ask why it keeps flashing and doesn't appear? Ding! Lord, I'm sorry, we need to slowly summon your people. Fine. Jiang Mian seemed to agree, but in reality, she was truly at a loss. What else could she say? She focused her thoughts on the real world, looking at her 250,000 fame points, and the 1 million fame points needed to reach level 7. Jiang Mian was about to faint. Although her current fame points were enough for her to upgrade many things, the difference was just too great. Oh well, what could she do? She could only slowly level up. Helplessly compromising with the world, Jiang Mian could only silently hug her weak self. But at this moment, a notification sound cheered Jiang Mian up again. Ding! Summoning people, please check, Lord, and make room for your people. Chapter 649. After saying this, Jiang Mian noticed countless tiny black dots appearing before her eyes, gradually growing larger. She immediately went outside. She couldn't let these creatures appear in front of her. For one thing, if they appeared in her room, her identity would be immediately exposed. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian didn't hesitate and headed towards the most crowded area. Why did she choose the most crowded place? Because it was a melting pot of all sorts of people, who knew who among them was a lord. Furthermore, Jiang Mian intentionally or unintentionally let some people of rank above the commander level wander around there. Just as everyone was enjoying the rare piece, extra figures suddenly appeared beside them, on their laps, and above their heads. Ah! My head. My head is sealed. What's on my head? Dude, I was in the bathroom. How did you suddenly appear on my lap? Holy crap! My supersized food that I just bought! The screams made Jiang Mian chuckle. Meanwhile, the players who witnessed this screamed, some even becoming alert. Quick! Gather together. Monsters are definitely attacking us. These monsters are appearing so strangely, we didn't sense them at all. Just as they were about to start a fight, some higher-ranking players appeared and stopped them. Wait, don't rush, they seem to be like us. Huh? 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 You mean they're players like us? You mean, from now on we're going to coexist peacefully? System, I don't want to cooperate with Jiang Mian, I just want to fight her. The first to ask was the hot-tempered older brother, the second was Yi Ling. The third was the ancestor, who had been misled. When Jiang Mian saw the ancestor appear with her horde of descendants, she was stunned. Her eyes widened, as if she thought she was hallucinating. She rubbed her eyes, but reality remained the same. You are descendants of the dragon, then what are we? Before the ancestor could speak, her descendants retorted, who are descendants of the dragon. We are descendants of the ancestor. What nonsense are you spouting, you human? Jiang Mian glanced at the one who spoke, ignoring him, and turned to look at the ancestor. In Jiang Mian's eyes, these newly born descendants of the ancestor were merely her juniors, so she could forgive their rudeness. At this moment, the ancestor indeed showed a reluctant expression. She didn't want to talk to Jiang Mian. Her goal was to fight Jiang Mian, but for some reason, she was now standing before her, and she had to fight alongside her, something she couldn't accept. The ancestor suddenly remembered her mission, and looked everyone in the room over one by one. "Who is your lord here?" The system said, "We only need to obey the Lord's orders. We don't need to care about anyone else's." These words, brimming with provocation, stunned everyone, who exchanged bewildered glances. "Are you all mute? Why aren't you saying anything?" The hot-tempered older brother had never encountered players with such explosive tempers before. These guys didn't seem like players. They looked more like monsters from some other world. He couldn't let his temper be concealed, so he was the first to step forward. "Who knows where the Lord is?" "That coward, don't even mention him. He hasn't shown up at all. If it weren't for our leader taking charge, our base would probably be in ruins." He Ling almost couldn't help but laugh. Glancing at Jiang Mian's somewhat gloomy face, she unusually spoke up for their lord. "Hey, you can't say that. Our lord has done so much for us. Although he doesn't usually show his face or manage affairs, he's never been hesitant to upgrade the territory's level. Didn't you see that among all the territories around us, ours is the highest level?" Seeing that they were about to change the subject, the ancestor quickly interrupted them. "Stop. So, you don't have a lord right now, and Jiang Mian is the leader, right?" "Yes." Upon receiving confirmation, the ancestor's face darkened. Was she really going to listen to her mortal enemy? No. As if suddenly realizing something, her eyes lit up instantly. "Since you don't have a lord to step forward, why don't you all acknowledge me as your lord from now on? I command you, and we'd definitely be able to get the ultimate reward of this world." These words stunned not only Jiang Mian, who had been watching the spectacle, but also the other players, who were shocked by the ancestor's shamelessness. They truly hadn't expected a normal person to utter such outrageous words. No one can, or at least shouldn't. However, she said it so bluntly, completely ignoring the surprised looks on everyone else's faces, instead appearing completely indifferent. "Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? I believe I have the right to command you all. After all, I have many subjects. I alone am an army of thousands, even though my previous foundation was destroyed by some people." As she said this, she glared at Jiang Mian, the meaning unspoken. "But so what? In a short time, I rebuilt a vast foundation." Looking at the progenitor's proud expression, Jiang Mian slapped her forehead, finding it hard to accept that her opponent had become so bizarre. She quickly stepped forward to stop her delusional remarks. "All right, I think the Lord summoned you here to have you help us continue the battle. If your ability to command an army were good enough, you wouldn't have been so easily defeated by me. I admit, in some aspects you do have unique. Your abilities are unmatched, but in some aspects you become too complacent." The ancestor's eyes widened, looking at Jiang Mian with some displeasure. "What do you mean?" Jiang Mian shrugged. "Since you say your command and combat abilities are stronger than ours, then you should have a match with that hot-tempered guy. He used to be a legion commander, and his command and combat skills are exceptional. If a battle breaks out, you'd be responsible for guarding one side, and he'd be responsible for guarding the other. If you can really do better than this guy, then I'll." Chapter 650. "You're going to give me your current command position?" "No." Jiang Mian shook her finger, shattering her illusions. "The command position is definitely not yours. This is for the sake of many players. I naturally won't easily hand over the position to you. After all, I know your style. Aside from your subjects, you treat everyone else like food. That's unacceptable." Before the ancestor could get angry, Jiang Mian continued, "Of course, don't worry. Have a match with that hot-tempered guy first, see how it goes, and I make arrangements for the rest." The ancestor frowned, feeling that something was off about what Jiang Mian said, but it seemed to be the best arrangement for now. Those players naturally wouldn't listen to her. It was better to intimidate them with strength. Just then, the player responsible for scouting outside rushed over and said to everyone present, "Boss, something bad has happened. The monsters outside have gathered again. Although they're not as powerful as before, it looks like they're all heading straight for us." Hearing this, Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly. They arrived so quickly, she hadn't even used her incense yet. It seems reaching level 6 really is a significant milestone. She turned to the ancestor. Perfect timing. "You be responsible for guarding the west and south sides." The ancestor frowned, looking at Jiang Mian with distrust. "You want me to guard those two places?" Are those the main attacking forces of the monsters? Then I'm doomed. Jiang Mian was aware of the ancestor's distrust. After all, she had tricked the ancestor quite a bit before. However, now that they were all on the same side, she naturally wouldn't trick her. So, she had the hot-tempered older brother explain their current situation to her. Upon learning that the base was clearly divided, and that they had planned a diversion mechanism outside the base to prevent the monsters from focusing their attacks on only one side, this would also greatly reduce the damage to the territory's walls. Only then did the ancestor reluctantly head towards the western and southern walls. Before leaving, she didn't forget to be considerate and praised the hot-tempered older brother's battle strategy several times. You're pretty good, but I won't let my guard down. I definitely defeat you, and show that woman that only I'm fit to command everyone. Huh? The hot-tempered guy was completely bewildered, not understanding what the woman was talking about. He hadn't done anything wrong. He just had a natural talent for commanding battles. When it came to setting traps, he was a complete novice compared to Jiang Mian. After all, he preferred a fair and square approach in battle, directly pursuing and killing enemies on the battlefield, unlike Jiang Mian, who was full of ingenious ideas and efficient resource management. However, time was of the essence. And the monsters outside wouldn't wait for them to explain everything. The hot-tempered guy could only return to his own location and begin leading the players to resist the monster attacks, while Jiang Mian went to the other side alone, leading her monster army, constantly patrolling the edge of the battlefield. As for the other direction, that was the responsibility of another strategist. That strategist always prioritized stability, and didn't participate in other people's opinions. She just listened to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian told her to guard that territory, so she held it to the death. With everything arranged, the attack towers were ready to unleash their fury, waiting for the monsters to arrive and deliver a devastating blow. Jiang Mian, after instructing her monster army on their actions, left and quietly infiltrated the yet-to-arrive monster horde. Level 6. She was truly curious about the types of monsters that would appear after level 6. At level 3, the clockwork men would appear, but levels 4 and 5 were peaceful. Aside from a few higher-level monsters visiting their territories, the others were all ordinary monsters. So, this level 6 was something Jiang Mian had been looking forward to for a long time. After infiltrating and following the monsters for a while, Jiang Mian didn't find any strangely shaped monsters. They all looked ordinary, nothing special. She was a little frustrated. Was this all for naught? However, just as Jiang Mian was thinking this, she suddenly saw a monster covered in a black plastic bag appear out of thin air not far from her. Jiang Mian wasn't sure because under the black plastic bag were a pair of human legs, which didn't look like a monster. Just as she was wondering, one of the monsters, not seeing the suddenly appearing plastic bag, simply elbowed it. The plastic bag fell to the ground with a thud, and a voice that was neither male nor female came from inside. Ouch! My legs! My lap! My herniated disc! It hurts! It hurts so much! The monster looked at the plastic bag on the ground and kicked it away in frustration. When did it get such a weak companion? It only bumped into something, and it's already making a fuss. So annoying, however, just after the monster kicked it, the plastic bag grabbed its legs tightly, and the monster fell to the ground with a thud, completely disoriented. The plastic bag, however, wouldn't let it go, yelling incessantly, until the monsters nearby turned to look at it. Feeling humiliated, the monster tried to turn away, but found itself unable to move. It froze, looking down at the plastic bag. Finally, the plastic bag spoke. You can't leave. You can't leave. You bumped into me like this, you have to pay me. The monster rolled its eyes. Crazy. Do you think I look rich? As soon as it said this, the plastic bag suddenly laughed, a very eerie laugh, and a large smiling face appeared in the folds of the plastic bag. No money? Fine, then pay with everything of value you have. After saying this, Jiang Mian watched in disbelief as all the monster's weapons vanished, replaced by the plastic bag. Not only that, but the next second, the monster collapsed to its knees. This scene shocked Jiang Mian. Good heavens, the world of staged accidents has finally reached the monster world. This monster, clearly the victim of the staged accident, had lost everything of value, and it seemed even its health was compromised. This staged accident. The plastic bag guy was quite skilled. She seemed to understand. Could this plastic bag be the special monster that appears after level 6? If that were the case, it would be an extremely difficult monster to deal with. It could steal everything you had by staging an accident. If a wealthy player like Jiang Mian encountered this, wouldn't it be a major disaster? Chapter 651. After figuring this out, Jiang Mian's gaze towards the plastic bag changed. No, she absolutely couldn't let this plastic bag try to scam her. So Jiang Mian had to catch the plastic bag before it tried to scam her. Then, under the watchful eyes of the monsters, Jiang Mian made a should gesture, then took out a poke ball and started throwing it at the plastic bag. The other monsters, seeing this, didn't try to help the plastic bag. Instead, they were all watching the show, some even secretly praying that Jiang Mian would quickly pull this scammer away, so they wouldn't end up like their companion, now barely alive on the ground. Unbeknownst to Jiang Mian, to her dismay, she had already thrown 5 poke balls, yet still hadn't managed to control the plastic bag. Sure enough, Jiang Mian now knew the answer. This was a special monster after level 6. Anything that couldn't be caught with a poke ball was a unique monster species found only in this world. Since he couldn't subdue it, Jiang Mian decided to knock the con artist unconscious just before it spoke, and then collect it. Faced with the monster's gazes, which were like those of a benefactor, Jiang Mian adopted a humble demeanor, and said to them, "It's alright, brothers. I hate these kinds of con artists the most. Next time you encounter something like this, call me in advance, and I definitely teach them a lesson." The monsters, having never encountered someone with such a strong sense of justice as Jiang Mian before, said somewhat nervously, "Brother, these things are not easy to deal with. If you can't defeat them, they might take all your savings." Jiang Mian waved her hand, surprised that these monsters were actually quite moral, offering her advice. Feigning indifference, she declared righteously, "It's alright. My family suffered greatly at the hands of these monsters, who stage accidents for insurance fraud. From that moment on, I swore to wipe them all out. So, after years of accumulation, I finally found a way to deal with them. Of course, only our race can do this, otherwise, I would have passed this secret on to you." Hearing Jiang Mian's righteous indignation, the monsters explained in relief, "Finally, we met some good monsters." Therefore, in the following events, some monsters who encountered these scammers reported back to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian would then quickly appear and collect all the scammers into her spatial storage. However, Jiang Mian's energy was ultimately limited. By the time they reached the city, a great battle was about to erupt, and she had no time to collect any more scammers. Moreover, the plastic bag spirit is quite peculiar. It appears when you ignore it, but disappears when you search diligently. Jiang Mian curiously took out a fake plastic bag, and as soon as she placed her hand on it, after using her copying ability to duplicate it twice, the fake bag on the ground suddenly yelled, "Ah! My god, my arm is broken you." Jiang Mian immediately pulled it back, to prevent it from saying anything more and trying to extort her. Only then did she wipe the cold sweat from her brow. She hadn't expected this thing to be so powerful. It appeared so quickly that she didn't even have time to adjust before it started shouting its classic fake accident lines. Sure enough, people who stage accidents to extort money exist in every world, even the world of monsters. While Jiang Mian didn't possess the unique ability of the staged accident monster, the ability to transfer someone's abilities entirely to her just by talking, she gained another unexpected power. Concept appearance. I know you're afraid of me and don't want me to appear, but the more you think about it, the more likely I am to appear. This ability is incredibly shameless. It's practically a concept. The more you try to avoid encountering this kind of staged accident victim, the more likely they are to appear before you. The more you want to encounter them, the less likely they are to appear. No wonder Jiang Mian never encountered staged accident victims. It turns out her desire to encounter them was just too strong, which is why she encountered them. Jiang Mian, holding her newly acquired 600 poke balls, headed to the battlefield and began collecting monsters at will. Now, in her eyes, these weren't monsters anymore, they were clearly her extra elite troops. Before even seeing the first bear she had subdued, Xiongda, after various enhancements, not only possessed impenetrable armor, but also wielded 2 large hammers, making him the most powerful vanguard in Jiang Mian's team. His monster-slaying skills were incredibly accurate, smashing monsters into mincemeat each time. This not only boosted his morale, but also instilled fear in the monsters. Roar! Charge! Kill these monsters! Hearing this, both sides of the monsters were speechless, completely baffled by Xiongda's passion. Wasn't it a monster itself? However, Xiongda didn't care about such things. Jiang Mian had given it a second life, healing its mother, finding her a mate, and now its mother was pregnant with its younger brother or sister. How could it not be excited? Soon it would be a big sister, and its heart was pounding with excitement, so much so that it couldn't sleep. Therefore, its excess energy made it seemingly invincible on the battlefield, until it stepped on something. Big Bear glanced down, assuming it was the monster it had flattened, and didn't pay much attention. It turned and left, but the monster on the ground, its ribs broken in several places, didn't even utter its classic cry. Only after Big Bear moved its foot did it shakily get to its feet. However, the next second, it was trampled to the ground again by the monster army led by Big Bear. Huh, I think I just stepped on something? Me too, but never mind, it's definitely not one of our brothers. I don't see any of our red ribbons tied to it. Yeah, maybe it stepped on a plastic bag? These humans are really something, littering everywhere, so unhygienic. The monsters chattered amongst themselves, completely ignoring the plastic bag on the ground. After the various monsters left, Jiang Mian strolled over, and looking down, he saw a dying con artist. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up instantly. I never thought even the heavens would help me. I just went out for a stroll, and I actually ran into a ready-made con artist. Just as Jiang Mian finished speaking, and was about to put the con artist into his spatial storage, the dying plastic bag seemed to see a savior, reaching out to grab Jiang Mian's hand, about to utter its usual words. Chapter 652. Ouch, little girl, you bumped into me so hard. Jiang Mian slapped it unconscious, knocking it to the ground. Only then did she curiously try to remove the plastic bag from its head to see what was underneath. As Jiang Mian reached out and opened it, she stared in disbelief at the astonishing creation beneath. Good heavens! It had thought it was a person, or a monster that looked like a person, but it turned out to be a bloody mess, like various animals piled together and flattened into a heap. Truly, it was worse than an animal. Jiang Mian disdainfully put the garbage bag back on it, tying it even tighter. After all, it had crossed some lines, it was better to keep it hidden. After doing all this, Jiang Mian headed towards the direction the monster army had gone. There were still more monsters waiting for her to subdue and add to the battlefield. With Jiang Mian's move, her team was no longer afraid of heavy losses. While others only had 10,000 players, she now had over 20,000 as her foundation. Given time, the more monsters she caught with her poke balls, the more she could use them to attack other players' territories. It's likely that in the upcoming battles, more players will focus their attention on other players' territories. A steady, conventional approach won't lead to growth. Only by being ruthless can one reach that final position. While Jiang Mian and her team were diligently fighting off the attacking monsters, unbeknownst to them, someone had already set their sights on them. The players, gazing at the increasingly magnificent buildings, couldn't help but feel envious, their eyes fixed on the red flag fluttering in the wind. These buildings, this scale, they're probably already level 6, right? I never imagined level 6 would be this large. They probably can't even house everyone. What would it be like if we took over their buildings? The man watching the spectacle finished speaking, his eyes greedily fixed on the level 6 territory Jiang Mian had established. His strategist beside him couldn't contain his own greed either. I wonder who their lord is. I sent so many people to inquire, but it's still a mystery. All we know is that a woman volunteered to contribute money and effort to build this territory. If we can make the two of them fight amongst themselves, forcing out the lord's location, then taking over this territory will be much easier. Their eyes met instantly, both understanding the same thing. That is, create public opinion. Force the Lord of Territory 4 to appear, then easily take them down without bloodshed amidst the power struggle between the two sides. However, they want to play the long game, but Jiang Mian doesn't have that much time to play along. In Jiang Mian's understanding, after dealing with these monsters, she needs to frantically gain fame points. And how to quickly gain fame points? It's simple. Slaughter the pigs fattened up in the surrounding territories. It's worth it that she's been raising them for so long, finally raising the levels of these nearby territories to level 3 or 4. Slaughtering them now will definitely yield more fame points than when they were only 1 or 2 levels higher. On the battlefield, more and more players were being scammed, some even falling victim to their tricks unprepared, losing almost everything, and even their innate talents. As a result, they were instantly killed by the monsters. These scammers seemed particularly fond of humans, believing them to be easy targets. This is why they weren't ostracized by the monster horde. Jiang Mian frowned upon witnessing this. She was currently overwhelmed. Who could have imagined there would be so many scammers? This was far more than the previous alarm clock scammers. However, she couldn't let these scammers run rampant. If this continued, her team would suffer increasing losses. Strangely, there were very few scammers in the Southwest defenses. She immediately understood, these descendants of the progenitors also possessed the progenitors' characteristics, making them more difficult to deal with in the eyes of the scammers. Jiang Mian could only try to knock out and store the con artists in his spatial storage whenever he encountered them. The advanced equipment he had upgraded after reaching level 6 also came in handy at this time. Small, ultra-high-definition drones flew haphazardly through the sky, filming the scene below. Even if some monsters also possessed the ability to fly, they would be taught a lesson by the seemingly harmless drones if they tried to harm them. The drones instantly released the lethal weapons they carried, attacking the monsters. Jiang Mian had become quite adept at dealing with these con artists after a while. She even found a way to counter them. She immediately instructed the others to pretend to be deaf and dumb when the scammers spoke to them. No matter what the scammer said, they should act as if they didn't hear anything and continue with their business. This way, while the scammers wouldn't disappear immediately after the magical clash, they could be stalled. The others only needed to wait for Jiang Mian to arrive and deal with them. As a result, in the ensuing battle, the scammers were clearly repeatedly thwarted. However, they hadn't yet figured out why, so they were still wholeheartedly provoking other players. Jiang Mian had already collected over 200 scammers. The yield was incredibly high. Indeed, this kind of cost-free business was very attractive. Seeing that the battle was about to end, and with 2 hours left on her double experience card, Jiang Mian couldn't help but frown. She had been careless before, using 2 double experience cards. Now, if she wasted the remaining 2 hours, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Thinking this, she lit several incense sticks behind her, and the monsters that had originally planned to attack other territories surged towards them. Because of this, Jiang Mian's players were already used to facing those monsters. However, while they were used to it, the ancestor and his group were finding it difficult to fight back. They had been fighting for over 4 hours. Continuing like this would easily lead to fatigue, as they were only human. However, seeing the players in the 2 nearby directions, their eyes full of enthusiasm and showing no signs of fatigue, they could only grit their teeth and persevere. If a group of ordinary humans, without powerful bloodlines to rely on, could persevere, wouldn't it be too shameful for them to give up now? Chapter 653. Everyone was holding their breath, so these subordinates of the ancestor were determined to prove themselves, each giving their all to secure first place. However, the ancestor had already noticed the difference in pressure on both sides. Furthermore, they had become accustomed to the high-intensity pressure of this world, while her descendants, due to her relatively gentle methods, were not adapting well to the high intensity here. Therefore, the outcome was almost entirely clear, but she didn't want to lose too humiliatingly, so she continued to encourage her people, urging them to fight even harder. From a personal perspective, Jiang Mian would certainly be quite satisfied with the current situation. However, as a lord, she had to consider the overall situation of the entire territory. She naturally couldn't stand idly by after one side showed weakness. If her pettiness led to a breach of the territory's defenses, she would truly be out of her mind. Thus, just as the newly arrived reinforcements were about to give up, they saw the monster army advancing towards them. Before arriving, they had been guided by Jiang Mian not to provoke other players at this time, at least to allow them to rest. After all, they had arrived so far in advance, and were already used to this level of activity, while the newly arrived reinforcements might not be. So, after the monsters arrived, they only focused on killing them, and didn't bother to greet them. Seeing this, the ancestor pursed her lips, saying nothing more. She knew she had lost, utterly and completely. She was too arrogant, believing she could crush Jiang Mian. However, reality proved otherwise. All her confidence before understanding the true situation was overly arrogant. Jiang Mian, watching the newly appeared batch of monsters, and the occasional troublemaker among them, was incredibly satisfied. Sure enough, this world is full of bugs. The battle continued until the following evening. Seeing the players' exhausted expressions, Jiang Mian finally softened and let them rest, ceasing the use of the sleeping incense. When a squad leader, his eyes glazed over from exhaustion, almost tripped over a wooden stick, he looked down and was stunned. Holy crap, who did this? What is this thing? His exclamation instantly attracted his companions. When they saw the dozen or so wooden sticks on the ground, with the words monster sleeping incense written on them, they were instantly enraged. Immediately, someone suggested collecting the sticks and handing them over to Jiang Mian for her decision. Someone must have lit it on purpose. Maybe this stuff is meant to attract monsters. Didn't you see it's called monster attracting incense? Yeah, it must have been those traitors. They've given me a stress response now. I want to kill any monster I see. Brothers, we can't let them get away with this. Jiang Mian had just finished showering when someone came to report the news. When Jiang Mian looked at the 12 sticks of incense on the tray, no more, no less, he awkwardly touched his nose, his tone becoming somewhat softer. What happened? The hot-tempered older brother was the first to stand up. He had also been called out by his brothers, and after seeing the dozen or so sticks of incense, he was also somewhat angry. Especially after hearing his brothers say that this was likely the source of the war, he became even more furious. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's question, he shouted, "Boss, I'm not saying this to be mean, but the traitor in our base is really going too far. I knew it. Why are so many monsters attacking us after just one level 6 upgrade? They keep coming, one after another every hour of rest, almost matching the million-strong army from that day. It turns out it was those traitors who were behind it. They lit so much sleeping incense, they definitely wanted to kill us." Jiang Mian stroked her chin, trying to suppress a smile. The evidence presented to her by everyone was right in front of her, and they were all accusing her of wrongdoing, yet they were shifting the blame onto the unsuspecting traitor. It all seemed a bit surreal, which is why she couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, this wasn't the time to laugh. She needed to give a perfect explanation to appease the players. Her brow furrowed, seemingly furious. This is outrageous. Do these traitors treat us like mortal enemies? We worked so hard to kill so many monsters, and they still want to cause more chaos. It's outrageous. From now on, whenever there's a battle, I send drones to patrol the base. If they spot any players behaving suspiciously, record them immediately. We deal with them after the battle. After saying this, Jiang Mian finally managed to scare the angry players away. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. But then she saw He Ling return. He Ling looked at her with a beaming smile. "I never expected your acting skills to be so superb. You were the one who put that sleeping potion on her, weren't you? You even put on a convincing act." Jiang Mian smiled without replying, neither admitting nor denying, playing the part of a rogue. "You can't say that. I'm a really good person. Why would I do something like that? These players are all my family and friends, my closest relatives." He Ling smirked. He really wanted to say, family and friends, closest relatives, aren't they just for betraying? Knowing he couldn't get anything useful out of Jiang Mian, he asked directly, "Are you planning to keep going like this? Are we still fighting those monsters?" Jiang Mian shook his head. "No. How many points do you get from killing monsters? In the upcoming battles, killing monsters will be the least of your worries." "Then what do you mean?" "It's time to take action against our own kind who are eyeing us covetously." Hearing this, He Ling's eyes lit up instantly. He had been holding back for so long. If he didn't take action against those players soon, he would go numb with boredom. What's the point of fighting these monsters all day? It's pointless. It's much better to deal with fellow humans. That way, he can gain much more benefit. So, while some players were still plotting against Jiang Mian's base, hoping to gain something for nothing, Jiang Mian's spies had already gathered enough information to know who the lord of each base was. Therefore, while other players tried to weaken their forces by dividing them, Jiang Mian's side had already infiltrated and dispatched high-ranking members to assassinate nearby players. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord Subordinate for killing the Lord of Territory number 2, gaining 50,000 points, a level 4 territory, and all facilities within the territory have been transferred to the Lord's territory. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord Subordinate for killing the Lord of Territory number 32, gaining 20,000 points, a level 3 territory, and all facilities within the territory have been transferred to the Lord's territory. Ding! Congratulations to the Lord Subordinate for killing the Lord of Territory number 6, gaining 20,000 points, a level 3 territory, and all facilities within the territory have been transferred to the Lord's territory. Chapter 654. What do you call this? This is what you call industry exorbitant profits. In a short time, Jiang Mian gained nearly 100,000 points. And this was only after assassinating 3 lords. There are plenty of other lords nearby. After assassinating them all, her reputation points will quickly accumulate to 1 million. At that point, will she still have trouble leveling up to level 7? No one expected that even with constant warfare in Jiang Mian's territory, she still had time to observe the nearby player territories. That's precisely why she caught them off guard. Not only that, Jiang Mian is now in a level 4 territory, the very territory where the traitor she discovered earlier has become the lord. And the traitor Jiang Mian captured is now showing her around the territory's facilities. "My lord, I investigated thoroughly. Just as you said, that lord is a traitor. The real lord. Guess where he is?" The traitor didn't say directly, instead keeping him in suspense. Jiang Mian, seeing that he seemed to genuinely know where the lord was, raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're asking me this, so it seems you already knew?" Hee hee. The traitor scratched his head. What a coincidence. I've been here for several days, and I still haven't found the real lord. Just yesterday, wasn't there a war here? I happened to save a friend I got along with, and after I saved him, he took me to see someone. After the traitor's incessant rambling, Jiang Mian finally understood the whole story. After saving someone yesterday, that person took him to the real lord and arrogantly told him that as long as he followed the lord, he would definitely get the final reward in the game. How could I believe that? A lord forced into this situation, so pathetic, how could he possibly get the final reward? Jiang Mian smiled without saying a word. She thought, perhaps that person thought his disguise was flawless, but little did he know, while his disguise was flawless, the people around him were actually harming him. Following the mole to the lord's location, Jiang Mian looked at the dilapidated, slum-like place, clearly indicating that this was where ordinary soldiers lived. She never expected that a lord would actually stoop to such a low level, blending in with ordinary players. Pingzi, why aren't you guarding outside? What are you doing here? The sudden voice made Jiang Mian pause, turning around to see a tall, slender man with a ponytail, wearing armor, looking exactly like a character from an anime. The mole beside him greeted him with a smile, acting as if they were very familiar. The two chatted for a long time, discussing various topics, until the man with the high ponytail looked Jiang Mian up and down before saying, "Come on, I take you to see our lord." Jiang Mian stared incredulously at the mole, and the man with the high ponytail. Wait, they just let me in so easily. No need for any screening. Do they really trust their lord? This seemingly simple infiltration, like child's play, left Jiang Mian completely bewildered. Following the man inside, she saw a melancholy girl sitting there. It wasn't that Jiang Mian was prejudiced, but she genuinely didn't believe this girl was the lord. After all, with that melancholy air and pitiful expression, who would believe she was the lord? However, when the man gently knelt before the girl saying, "My lord, I found another companion for us," Jiang Mian was truly exasperated. Fine, fine, has the world really developed like this? This is a battlefield, not your bridal chamber. Does it have to be so affectionate, your eyes practically drooling? From beginning to end, the lord's gaze never once fell upon Jiang Mian. She remained melancholy, gazing at herself in the mirror, wallowing in self-pity. Genie, do you think I'm useless? I've been assigned the role of a lord, but I've never been able to wield any real power. I watched so many players in this world die right before my eyes. I hate it so much. I hate myself for being so incompetent. As she spoke, tears, like pearls, began to fall from the girl's eyes, truly pearls. Then, she began to pound her head. Jiang Mian was startled and immediately stepped back, exchanging a glance with the mole. The mole also looked helpless. He whispered, "Yes, you're not mistaken. This lord is a self-pitying girl." Jiang Mian opened her mouth. She really wanted to say, isn't it just the system deliberately killing its own players to make someone like this a lord? But then she thought, given how this girl was acting, it seemed hard to doubt that she was a lord. Even after Jiang Mian saw her in person, she didn't believe she was the lord. Instead, she felt deceived. No wonder she could hide for so long without being caught by the mole. She fell silent. Even seeing the two about to kiss passionately, she couldn't believe this was the lord. Finally, the two seemed to realize there were other people in the room, and their fiery passion subsided. The girl finally turned her head. When the girl turned around, Jiang Mian was truly stunned. She gasped. She had never imagined seeing such a beautiful face in such an ordinary house. She finally understood the meaning of a humble abode shines with splendor. Even the dilapidated hut behind her seemed more luxurious. Willow leaf eyebrows, a delicate nose, and pink lips couldn't describe the girl's beauty. To be honest, Jiang Mian felt only the most beautiful characters in 3D animation could compare to this girl. To be more precise, she was the legendary Lu Ruyan, Empress Ruyan, vicious, extravagant, and aloof, but never ugly. However, while undeniably beautiful, there was something unsettling about her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Mian realized it was calculating. When looking at him, her eyes would casually scrutinize him, her brows furrowed, and she secretly rolled her eyes. It all exuded a petty, calculating air. It completely ruined her beauty. Jiang Mian seemed to understand something. No wonder this player, despite seemingly unremarkable strength, was chosen as a lord by the system. The man with a high ponytail vented his displeasure on Jiang Mian, his tone no longer gentle, but impatient. "Lord, this is the player I told you about who wants to join us. Take a look at her strength. How do you feel after seeing her? If she's not to your liking, I will expel her and prevent her from revealing any information about you." Anyone with common sense would understand what he meant. The stunningly beautiful lord, after scrutinizing Jiang Mian, covered her mouth. Sigh. Her strength is not bad, but her ambition is far too great. I'm afraid I can't control her, I'd be controlled by her instead. Sigh. Why is finding a suitable person so difficult? Chapter 655. Hearing her assessment, Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. Wait, they only met once, and she hadn't said a word the entire time. How could she be accused of being ambitious? She couldn't believe the woman's eyes showed any intention to kill her. Jiang Mian stepped forward. Lord, I genuinely want to pledge my allegiance to you. My friend told me you're a lord, and seeing my strength, he came to help you. I truly have no ambition. You can ask my friend if you don't believe me. The mole, who had been called upon, immediately made a guarantee as well. Despite the mole's eloquent words, the stunningly beautiful lord remained unmoved. Just as Jiang Mian suspected, she possessed some special ability to hear her thoughts. Her telepathic connection activated, and she heard a mocking female voice, uttered extremely vulgar insults. Trying to join me? That's laughable. She's just a woman after Jin Yi. Jin Yi is so handsome, how could I not know? Every woman who wants to get close to me is just trying to use this opportunity to get close to Jin Yi. Do you think I'm stupid? Deep breath, exhale. Jiang Mian was truly exasperated, and simply told the mole to close the door. Under the two's astonished gazes, she dropped the pretense. Jin Yi, huh? Seducing him, huh? I think you both lost your minds. You accuse everyone you meet of seduction. Girl, what era is this? A time of war. You want to talk to me about pure love? I think you're both really out of your minds. Also, don't you have any self-awareness about your appearance? Don't you ever look in the mirror? Don't you know how good-looking you are? Maybe you guys are just not very bright. Then don't drag others down. Just get on your way. Just as the two were still wondering what had happened, Jiang Mian made his move. Of course, he wasn't targeting the man named Jin Yi. He was just a nobody. The two were clearly shocked by Jiang Mian's sudden change. Under his attack, they had no time to escape. Just as Jiang Mian's blade was about to point at the female player, she seemed to finally react and started screaming. Jin Yi, save me! Changzheng, save me! And Wu, save me! A long string of names followed, making Jiang Mian's head spin. However, after the girl finished speaking, the boy, who had previously maintained some composure, suddenly seemed to have lost his mind, his eyes turning bloodshot. The sword tip aimed directly at Jiang Mian was swiftly reversed, and the attacker used their body to shield the girl from the attack. Not only that, but in the next few seconds, about a dozen players, their eyes bloodshot, rushed towards them, bursting through the building. Watching this, Jiang Mian looked at the female player with a strange expression. What didn't she understand now? This was probably the girl's skill, but she didn't know why it was so bizarre, and she was also somewhat envious. Just calling her name was enough to make so many people protect her so devotedly. It was truly a powerful skill, and Jiang Mian wanted it even more. Seeing the battle turn from 1 against 2 into 1 against many, Jiang Mian didn't hold back. With a wave of her hand, she released the Pokeballs in her hand, and the Pokemon instantly took cover in that area, then began attacking the players inside. Jiang Mian's eyes were fixed on the female player. She was determined to obtain the skill from her. So, in the ensuing battle, Jiang Mian deliberately teased her, successfully copying her ability when the woman was completely unprepared. Daughter Flower. After using this ability, you can plant seeds on any player you desire. As long as that player agrees to your parasitism, you can summon them to your aid in times of danger, no matter how far away. Good heavens. This skill is something women envy and men weep over. Jiang Mian grinned from ear to ear. Her ability was excellent, and now it was hers. No wonder she was designated a lord. The system probably thought her ability was a perfect fit. However, the system might have misjudged something. The player it chose didn't seem to have the courage to stand alone. After obtaining the woman's ability, Jiang Mian began her real attack. Those players who had initially tried to protect the woman were now blocked by a dense horde of monsters. Some players who noticed the commotion were still confused, assuming it was a player brawl. The once peaceful base suddenly erupted into chaos. Even the mole noticed, but when he saw several of his trusted men protecting a woman, he was bewildered. What's going on? After reviewing the security footage and questioning nearby players, he realized that his men frequently visited this room. The others didn't find anything strange. After all, the woman in the room was undeniably beautiful, so attracting men was normal. However, the mole reacted instantly. He couldn't see the identities of the two women before him, meaning one of them was definitely the Lord, and the other was likely another mole. Having figured this out, a cruel smile appeared on his face. The man had no intention of revealing the Lord's identity. After all, if it were, he would be exposed. So he pointed at the woman and said coldly, "Arrest them all. I can't see their identities. These are definitely moles within the territory. There's probably some internal strife. Arrest them all, dead or alive." Upon hearing this, the guards began to attack, but were held back by Xiongda and the others. At this point, the mole had no choice but to step in himself. If he didn't act now, and everyone escaped, where would he go to seek justice? However, a huge black figure blocked his path. Xiongda's face was grim. His boss had told him to guard the outside and not let anyone in, and that meant no one could go in. The battle between the man and the bear was about to erupt, while Jiang Mian's side was nearing its end. The woman's strength wasn't as great as Jiang Mian had imagined, especially with Jiang Mian possessing various abilities. She was completely overwhelmed. The girl bit her lip, looking at Jiang Mian with teary eyes, which stirred her heart. "Why are you doing this to me? I'm just an ordinary player. Why are you doing this to me? I have no grudge against you, do I?" Hearing her pleading words, Jiang Mian raised an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, this woman had just been ordering the man with the high ponytail to find a place to dispose of her. How could she sound so utterly wicked coming from her mouth? Chapter 656. Jiang Mian didn't like to waste words during fights, so while the woman was distracted speaking, he attacked her directly. Seeing that Jiang Mian couldn't communicate, the woman seemed to have made up her mind. She immediately shouted to the onlookers, "Save me! Save me! I'm the Lord! If I die, you all die too." Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had been watching the spectacle, became skeptical and somewhat bewildered. They looked at the woman, then at the Lord they had been praising. It seemed the current Lord was the real Lord, and the woman was just a clown trying to attract attention. However, the woman was far too beautiful, surely she couldn't be lying. Just as they were still debating who was real and who was fake, Jiang Mian had already made the decision for them. The Blade Man's signature move, instant kill. After this strike, the woman's head was severed, and the next second, Jiang Mian heard a warning voice in his ear. "Ding! Congratulations, Lord, for defeating territory number 17. Lord gains 50,000 points. Level 4 territory. All facilities within the territory have been transferred to the Lord's territory." After killing the woman, she looked at the people in the base, all showing expressions of astonishment. The players who had been fighting fiercely with Xiongda and his group stopped their attacks. They instantly turned to ashes. The traitor, who had been occupying the Lord's position, exchanged a smile with the other player and stopped what they were doing. Pleasant cooperation. After saying this, the traitor turned and left in another direction. The remaining players, upon hearing those 4 words, were so enraged they nearly vomited blood, forced to watch helplessly as they were annihilated. They were furious. They had made the wrong bet. They had believed the seemingly domineering Lord was the real one, only to find out she was a pitiful woman. Jiang Mian patted her mole on the shoulder. Who said moles couldn't create value? Wasn't this creating a huge amount of value? It directly earned her 50,000 fame points. "Young man, you're pretty good. I have high hopes for you." The mole smiled awkwardly. He knew Jiang Mian had taken the lion's share, since she was the one who killed the Lord of this territory, but he had also received some rewards. Although not much, if he were to deal with the man with the high ponytail and the Lord himself, he would likely fail easily. Therefore, he was happy to cling to such a powerful figure, and thus remained humble in the face of Jiang Mian's praise. "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be stuck on the wrong path." Jiang Mian smiled without replying to the man's flattery. After finishing everything, he left the ruins. The territories here had been merged into theirs, doubling in size in a short time, a testament to the ferocity of Jiang Mian's killing spree. The nearby lords woke up to find something amiss. Why was the scenery so beautiful? Where were the buildings that had been blocking their way? Only then did they realize what was wrong. Good heavens, what happened yesterday? How could so many people have died? Moreover, their territories have all vanished. What does this mean? It can only mean that a powerful figure intervened and eliminated the smaller fodder nearby. They must have slaughtered the pigs they fattened up, making the most of them, and the prime suspect is that territory that's been upgraded to level 6. They've been observing this territory every day. Didn't they see it had doubled in size? This is something that's obvious to the naked eye, and Jiang Mian couldn't fake it. She felt helpless about the dissatisfaction in the other player's eyes. Sigh. Having brains and strength isn't enough, You always attract envy. Holy crap, did you guys know? That player in that level 6 base destroyed over a dozen territory lords overnight. I don't know how they did it. Are there players that powerful? Killing people like it's nothing. That's nothing. You probably don't know, but yesterday a level 4 territory was wiped out. I heard the lord wasn't actually the lord, but a mole. The real lord was an unknown girl, and she was just killed like that. That's ruthless. My god, such a great opportunity. How come we didn't get wind of it beforehand? So many experts left their territories last night. Wasn't that the perfect time to assassinate their lord? Some regretted not seizing the opportunity, while others rolled their eyes, shattering his illusions. You're dreaming. Killing someone's lord? Do you even know who their lord is? To this day, nobody knows who their lord is. All they know is that she's a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. Amidst the lively discussion, Jiang Mian's image completely transformed from a female war goddess into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Players now spread rumors that she has 3 heads and 6 arms, each head containing a fully functional brain. Her body is covered in impenetrable scales, and her 3-meter-tall stature causes the ground to tremble with every step. They described her in the most terrifying terms imaginable, leaving Jiang Mian utterly helpless. She thought these descriptions did seem somewhat similar to those of the primordial ancestor, whose size was indeed like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, considering how hard the ancestor had worked last night, even killing 2 lords from different territories, Jiang Mian didn't voice her opinion. Wouldn't saying it hurt people's feelings, however. The ancestor remained arrogant. I told you, I look like the real lord. Didn't you hear their description? Isn't that exactly what I look like? Jiang Mian nodded helplessly. Yes, they're talking about you. You're a Tyrannosaurus Rex, okay? She was truly exhausted. The ancestor still had a long way to go in learning human culture. In the following days, it was as if Jiang Mian had opened a strange Pandora's box. The lords of various territories began fighting amongst themselves, sending their most trusted players to explore nearby territories. Once they found a lord, they killed them. Even Jiang Mian herself encountered several assassination attempts. They probably couldn't find a lord and wanted to use her as a scapegoat. However, they seem to have underestimated her. Not only did they fail to harm Jiang Mian, but they also exposed their own resources. Jiang Mian, following the names and characteristics of the people they mentioned, directly dispatched men to destroy their territories. In recent days, besides the monster attacks, the players themselves had caused even greater damage to the territories. Jiang Mian and his group took advantage of this opportunity to simultaneously ambush the Lord and kill monsters, striving to train each player to be capable of taking on 10 opponents at once. Chapter 657. Among them, the descendants of the progenitor were the most diligent, perhaps because they had lost face before, so they were particularly eager to prove themselves. Jiang Mian had no intention of stopping them. On the contrary, she wholeheartedly agreed. They put in so much effort for you. What more could you ask for? Time passed slowly, and on the 15th day, Jiang Mian finally leveled up to level 7. 1 million fame points, spent in a flash. After reaching level 7, they were again attacked by a large number of monsters. It seemed that after reaching level 6, every level up was followed by monster attacks, but this time, there were still those opportunists. But they still didn't see any trace of the Clockwork Man. Meanwhile, the area occupied by Jiang Mian and her group was growing larger and larger, with more complete facilities. At the same time, they could now recruit another 10,000 people as basic personnel for the base. Jiang Mian naturally wouldn't let this opportunity pass. The more people they had, the greater their strength, and the more fame points she could gain. As for the need for a reintegration, that's simply not even a consideration. The moment they appeared, before any of the troublemakers could even speak, they were immediately confronted by attacks from all sorts of monsters, too exhausted to utter a word. Furthermore, with Jiang Mian's pre-planned attack route, there was no need for much effort. To date, Jiang Mian remains in first place, the first player to raise her territory level to 7. The territories of the players around her are also slowly rising, some even reaching level 5. Naturally, those level 3 player territories still exist. The strong usually grow stronger by exploiting the weak, just like Jiang Mian and her group. They became so powerful precisely because they exploited lower level players. Time slipped by unnoticed. Some players were astonished to discover that after reaching level 6, they could request an additional 10,000 reinforcements, even replacing previously missing players. Therefore, facing 10,000 players against 20,000, they were naturally brimming with confidence. When it became commonplace for high-level players to exploit low-level players, the more than 50 million players became even more frenzied. And all the players discovered the true essence of this world. As long as the Lord lived, he was a renewable resource. However, if the Lord died, they would lose their qualification for the competition. No wonder many were so confident they could persevere. Unfortunately, many forgot one thing. Those players who were replenished were flesh and blood beings, who would mourn their deaths. Jiang Mian could clearly sense that as the 20th day approached, everything was brewing with impending doom. The monsters that should have appeared could no longer be summoned even with the burning of incense. Meanwhile, after 2 days without any monsters appearing, players in various territories began to worry. Without monsters, how could they level up and obtain the game's final rewards? While some players awaited a monster attack, others had already set their sights on their lord. Jiang Mian directly sent her tamed monsters to scout the vicinity, capturing any monster she found. She herself traveled to a territory hundreds of kilometers away. This territory was a level 6 territory, arguably the only one in the vicinity with a leveling speed comparable to Jiang Mian's. Similarly, there were now 20,000 players inside. Looking at the imposing city walls, Jiang Mian's eyes narrowed slightly. The mole she had sent out earlier told her that this player was preparing to attack her, having dispatched several individuals with special abilities to ambush her. However, Jiang Mian waited there for a long time without seeing any attacks, so she decided to take the initiative. Her first task was to conceal herself and infiltrate the city. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough time, otherwise, she could have planned her attack more carefully. After infiltrating, Jiang Mian realized how difficult it was to approach the Lord's residence. There were layers upon layers of guards, checking even acquaintances. Furthermore, a password had to be given every time someone entered or left. Jiang Mian's lips twitched. Such a complicated procedure, and they just did it as if it were perfectly normal. She truly admired the players of this system. Jiang Mian really couldn't continue arguing with them. Are we just going to wait like this? The mole, with whom she had cooperated several times, also looked distressed. Sir, this won't do. This is the first time I experienced such a setback. I've been waiting here for so long, and I still haven't seen that lord. I can't even get in. I'm helpless. Jiang Mian couldn't help but scratch her head, extremely annoyed. She had already been in the shop for several hours. If she stayed any longer, something strange might happen over there. Therefore, the best course of action now was either to leave or to create some commotion to lure them out. Jiang Mian snapped her fingers, suddenly remembering those guys in her spatial dimension who hadn't yet proven their worth. The players guarding the area watched intently, scrutinizing any creature that approached, even mosquitoes, fearing they might be monsters in disguise or player abilities, and killing them all. Jiang Mian sent out a swaying, staggering figure, walking towards the guards, looking like someone about to be buried. His gait was so unsteady that even the guards couldn't discern his intentions until the black plastic bag seemed to have spotted the gathering crowd and staggered towards it. Just as one of the guards reached out to stop it, the moment his hand touched the person with the black plastic bag over their head, the person collapsed to the ground. Before the guards could react, the person burst into tears, wailing, "Oh my God, is no one going to help? Someone's hitting someone. Someone's hitting someone. The guards are hitting someone." This scene stunned the guards, and even Jiang Mian himself was dumbfounded. She hadn't expected these monsters to randomly refresh their dialogue, no longer just spamming tailbone and boob. The guards, who had been tricked, glared impatiently at this unreasonable fellow. They turned to chase him away, which surprised Jiang Mian. Hadn't they already reached level 6? Hadn't they encountered such troublemakers? Or perhaps, although they had reached level 6, they hadn't experienced monster attacks yet and were unaware of this situation. If that were the case, then the impending war might, even without Jiang Mian's sneak attack, cause this territory to crumble. Chapter 658. The farce continued over there, while the guard was still grappling with the con artist. Just as the guard was about to lose patience and kill the con artist with a single blow, the spear, as it pierced the con artist's body, was miraculously swallowed up. The spear in his hand vanished completely. The player froze, staring in astonishment at his hands. They were indeed gone. He immediately took a few steps back, asking incredulously, How is this possible? You all saw it, right? My weapon really did disappear." The other players nodded in agreement, watching this scene in surprise. Just then, the con artist began to walk towards them again. However, by this time, they could clearly sense the con artist's unusual nature and naturally wouldn't foolishly wait for him to arrive. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the area. Not only in one place, But several more con artist monsters appeared in other locations as well. Some monsters even devour a person's entire abilities, including their lifespan. These monsters are like that. Once they capture someone, they want to suck them dry. Therefore, this farce instantly attracted the attention of the higher-ups. Since these monsters cannot be killed directly, they can only be imprisoned. However, approaching the monster comes with a certain degree of danger. For example, there was the player whose weapon was devoured, and another player who, defying the odds, reached out to grab the hands of a con artist, only to have them devoured. The growing panic forced the Lord's trusted men to step forward and quell the unrest. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were instantly enraged. Are you all a bunch of useless trash? Don't you know how to launch a lethal ranged attack? What are you all standing there for? Are you expecting me to clean up your mess? Upon hearing this, he saw the players, who had previously held him in such high esteem, now display expressions of unease. Just then, someone couldn't help but complain, "Do you think we don't know? Any attack we make will be devoured. These monsters are like a bottomless pit, nothing we do can change their trajectory. Some people have even lost their lives to them." Hearing this, the player who had just come out felt humiliated. He coldly glared at the person who had talked back and shouted, "All you do is talk back. If normal attacks don't work, can't we just drive them out? And who released these things? Don't you have any idea?" Listening to the man's accusations, Jiang Mian had only one thought. This man has such an air of authority. While there were some people in their base who liked to flaunt their power, they had never seen anyone so indiscriminately making a fuss. However, although this man's behavior was difficult for ordinary people to understand, he was still quite capable. After discovering that these monsters couldn't be communicated with, he immediately took out some items and began trying to control them. At first it was useless, but later on, one of the props in his hand suddenly began to emit power. One of the con artists, who had been confronting him, suddenly fell unconscious. Seeing this, the man breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he managed to control it, otherwise, he would have lost face terribly. Thinking this, he turned back, still looking imposing, and loudly addressed the other players. "All right, stop arguing here. Quickly carry this thing out and throw it away, the farther the better, so it doesn't get in our way in the base anymore." However, at that moment, he saw several players behind him looking surprised and starting to back away. "Be sir, you're again? Again? Oh my god, why are you pushing me? This is outrageous. A bunch of young men bullying an old man." Goodness, he didn't even need anyone to answer, he knew what was coming. The con artists were back. Not only that, but there were now about 10 more con artists in the area, and the noise was deafening. "Quickly, summon the Lord." Finally, he called for the Lord, but after a long time, the Lord didn't appear. Only then did the player who had just come out realize something was wrong. Judging from all this, it seemed someone was deliberately forcing the Lord out. Perhaps the Lord had sensed this, which was why he hadn't appeared. But what about them? What could they do? They were entangled by these con artists, and he didn't have many items. However, the Lord didn't care about that now. He had already made his decision after realizing someone wanted to attack him. As for her brothers, who had risked their lives for her, she could only ask them to delay a little longer. After changing his appearance, the man blended into the ranks of the lower classes, but Jiang Mian still couldn't find the Lord, nor did she find his portrait. She sighed helplessly. It seemed she would have to return empty-handed today. Just as she was thinking this, she saw piles of Pokeball production equipment stacked up like junk in the Lord's castle. Moreover, there were quite a few of these machines, 6 in total, seemingly obtained by killing many nearby lords. Jiang Mian's eyes lit up. She immediately collected the 6 Pokeball production machines. At least she hadn't wasted this opportunity. Not only that, Jiang Mian also let a few more people scam her before leaving. The base was already in chaos because of her. How could they possibly focus on dealing with the impending disaster? Furthermore, since they hadn't been attacked by monsters after reaching level 6, the impending troublemakers would only cause them more headaches. Jiang Mian, keeping her mission hidden, directly left with the mole. This was the mole's insistence. He felt it was better to stay in Jiang Mian's territory. Staying here would only lead to death. Jiang Mian wasn't one to discard someone after they served their purpose. The mole was still useful. Just as she was thinking this, a dramatic scene unfolded. On their way back, she watched in horror as the mole's body began to turn to ashes. Jiang Mian was clearly stunned, and the mole was equally frozen in place. What happened? The next second, they both clearly realized that the mole's territory lord had died, which was why the mole had caused this phenomenon. Chapter 659. Having thought it through, The mole gave a bitter smile. Looking at Jiang Mian, perhaps due to the lingering fear of death, he said with some unease, "My lord, I may not be able to accompany you to the end. Although we are moles from opposing camps, I still greatly admire you. Your intelligence, talent, and foresight far surpass mine. If given the chance, I would like to follow you forever." Jiang Mian remained silent until the man disappeared, at which point she said, "What a pity, the chance is gone." What's even more regrettable is that such a powerful assistant, who had done many shady things for Jiang Mian and taken the blame for countless crimes, and who had led Jiang Mian to wipe out the lords of 3 territories, has now vanished before her eyes. Jiang Mian still feels some regret, but everyone eventually comes to an end, and she cannot remain grieving for too long. Most importantly, if she continued her melancholy, her base would be raided by monsters too. Jiang Mian patted the blank tombstone she had erected. In truth, she still didn't know the mole's name, so she could only inscribe it with the words "Good Brother." When Jiang Mian returned to the base, she could see a continuous line of monsters in the distance. Even with the naked eye, it was clear that the monsters were in large groups, creating an immense sense of oppression. Jiang Mian and her team now had 30,000 players, plus 5,000 monsters, and they were already facing this. Imagine what it would be like for some teams with only 20,000 or even 10,000 players. Now that the infighting among their players had lessened, it meant they would be fighting these monsters in double numbers. Jiang Mian took a deep breath, placed the stolen magic ball device in her specially customized magic ball device room, and then locked herself inside, staying there for several hours. Jiang Mian immediately dispatched her 5,000-strong monster army to steal people. No monsters. With 20 magic ball devices operating simultaneously, they created a total of 10,000 magic balls for her. She could probably get at least 3,000 or 4,000 monsters as a base, right? Thinking this, Jiang Mian felt confident. Not long after, her monster army returned, dragging some half-dead monsters with them, and Jiang Mian began to capture them with poke balls. Soon, the monster army's numbers increased to 7,000. The reason it didn't increase further wasn't because she ran out of poke balls, but because Jiang Mian had restored them to their optimal state, ready to deal with the monsters' attacks at any time. The approaching monsters not only began to fight as a group, but also developed a sense of coordination. For example, some water-type monsters would no longer attack together with fire-type monsters, otherwise, their attacks would only melt away. They were like upgraded programs, their attack power greatly amplified. Jiang Mian even spent gold coins to buy triple experience cards, each lasting 10 hours, but unfortunately, she couldn't buy any higher-level cards. Unless she continued to level up, she could only buy quadruple or quintuple experience cards. She wondered if this wave of upgrades would allow her to reach level 8. She was already quite close. If she could quickly reach level 8, she would gain 10,000 player slots, as well as more robust base walls and facilities. This way, they would be much more effective against these monsters. Jiang Mian pointed to a spot, gesturing for the other monsters to look closely. There stood a group of creatures resembling pea shooters, only these were a darker version. They weren't made of plants, but rather of fleshy spheres. What they sprayed weren't peas, but bomb-like projectiles, which took longer to explode, but would explode faster if stepped on. Jiang Mian noticed them primarily because he knew that after taming them, planting them along the wall would allow them to spray bombs at the monsters, saving resources and freeing up manpower. Having figured this out, Jiang Mian led a group of monsters towards the location. They were incredibly fast and ruthless, stunning the monsters, packing them up, and carrying them away. They continued until they became increasingly aggressive and were discovered by the monsters, at which point they retreated. Jiang Mian now possessed 300 or 400 dark-looking pea shooters. Jiang Mian was very satisfied with this trip. Even though she had wasted 1,000 poke balls, she didn't care at all. 1,000 was nothing, she could make more, but losing pea shooters was a real shame. Jiang Mian released them immediately and began to arrange her troops. With the addition of the pea shooters, the monsters were caught completely off guard. At first, when the pea shooters were on the same level as them, they could manage, but from their higher position, their attacks couldn't reach the top, leaving them like stationary targets, constantly being pierced by the pea shooters. The explosions were deafening, leaving Jiang Mian completely mesmerized. Just then, when Jiang Mian's reputation points finally reached 2 million, she immediately pressed the upgrade button. Reaching level 8 would require 2 days, but Jiang Mian didn't have that much time. She only wanted more players to kill more monsters, so an hour later, she used the speed-up button. The territory began to change at a visible pace. The level 8 territory was no longer an impenetrable fortress, but a silvery white, bowl-like structure made of a special material, resembling an inverted bowl. However, unlike the previous structure, every part of it was usable, allowing for attacks on monsters at any time, and even defensive reflection. Furthermore, with the extra reputation points, Jiang Mian immediately purchased the best defensive items and began equipping them on the 40,000 players in the base. Yes, there are now 40,000 players in the base. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Mian, without a word, sent them straight to the battlefield, not even having time to explain. When these players realized they were facing so much danger, she actually saw someone's legs trembling. This scene made Jiang Mian's lips twitch involuntarily. Does this guy have trypophobia, or what? It shouldn't be like this. Their game can't possibly have fewer than 40,000 top-tier players, right? If that's the case, then this game system is really terrible. Chapter 660. However, even though this guy's legs were trembling violently, Jiang Mian couldn't calm him down anymore. In the chaotic battlefield, it was impossible to tell who was who. The next second, this person simply vanished without a trace. Whether swallowed by a monster or using a special ability was unknown. Amidst wave after wave of attacks, Jiang Mian also began charging towards that direction. Occasionally, some areas would be torn open by monsters due to the lack of expertise of new players. At these times, Jiang Mian and some players with stronger random abilities that she had found would have to make up for it. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and Jiang Mian didn't know whether the blood splattered on her was her own, the monsters, or other players. In any case, in her eyes, there was only killing. Killing these monsters made them dare not attack again, and killing all the players instilled a sense of awe in them. To date, no player has dared to say in front of Jiang Mian that she wasn't a lord, that she was a woman, or that she wasn't suitable to command others. Through Jiang Mian's numerous battles, they had witnessed her abilities. Most importantly, Jiang Mian was ruthless. Those players who had previously belittled her were instantly killed by her, and she even branded him a traitor. No one knew whether he was truly a traitor, but he died as one. Only the traitors knew that he wasn't one of their comrades at all. He was merely a scapegoat used by Jiang Mian. But who cared? The strong have the right to speak, the weak don't deserve to talk about fairness. This battle lasted another 2 days, and Jiang Mian's original 40,000 players and over 7,000 monsters had been completely reshuffled. Her monsters had now reached 10,000, a seemingly larger number due to the simultaneous fighting and subjugation. However, the players suffered losses of 5,000 to 6,000. The most significant reason was that the newly arrived group of players unfortunately arrived during the war, and their mental fortitude was noticeably weaker than the previous groups, leading to more timidity and heavy casualties. The first 2 groups of players, however, fared better after so many days of training. Jiang Mian stood up, looking at the battlefield littered with corpses, and instead of blaming anyone, addressed the players who had rested, saying, "Collect the bodies of our fallen comrades, cremate them, and then properly preserve their remains." On the battlefield, if bodies are not cremated promptly and left to accumulate for too long, it can lead to plague and disease, a fact everyone knew, so no one objected. Standing atop the highest tower, Jiang Mian peered through his binoculars at the level 6 base he had previously visited. It was clear it was now in ruins. It seemed the lord was dead. Jiang Mian felt a pang of regret. His lord hadn't contributed anything to his cause before his death. Now, before even the final day had arrived, so many had already been lost. Jiang Mian knew the coming days would be increasingly dangerous, and he could only press on with his life on the line. His most important goal from now on was no longer training the players, but capturing as many monsters as possible to pave the way for the players. While this statement might seem realistic, it's a point everyone tacitly agrees on. Monsters are monsters after all. They are creations of this world, not people from Jiang Mian's world. Therefore, it's crucial to preserve their own strength. Jiang Mian's current reputation value has reached over 3 million, and her level is also the highest among all players. Moreover, Jiang Mian vaguely senses that this world seems to have changed. Is her vision blurring due to the battle? How come she vaguely sees another battle territory standing alongside hers? In Jiang Mian's vision, she can vaguely see a towering, spherical building. However, unlike Jiang Mian's side, it's smaller, but still clearly an 8th level building. Jiang Mian is quite certain that this building didn't exist before, meaning it appeared after the war. Could it be due to the map shrinking? Lord, I think I found the location of that player who was even faster than us. In another location, where a battle had just ended, one of the players responsible for gathering intelligence reported to his superior. Pointing to Jiang Mian's territory, the lord of that territory couldn't help but smile upon seeing this scene. finally appeared? I thought he was too scared to show his face in front of me. The first to reach level 8. How glorious. Luckily, Jiang Mian didn't hear this. If she had, she would definitely have rolled her eyes. What an arrogant fellow. The world map is so big, who knows where everyone else is? After becoming wary of this territory, Jiang Mian turned her attention elsewhere, not intending to attack them immediately. Instead, she planned to rest and recuperate, and also train the players who had recently joined. Their combat strength was still too weak. Like when they first entered the game, they fought individually, showing a real lack of discipline. However, while Jiang Mian and her group didn't intend to deal with the players outside, the players in the outer territories began to plot against Jiang Mian. Just as Jiang Mian was frantically producing pokeballs at night, she suddenly received a message from Fu Junhan. Be careful, someone's trying to poison your territory. Upon seeing this message, Jiang Mian was stunned. How do you know where my territory is? Fu Junhan, we teamed up before, and you used the 5-star red flag back then. You told me. Jiang Mian then realized, oh right, how could she have forgotten that? She'd been careless. However, the next second she realized, someone wanted to poison her. Who was it? Fu Junhan didn't send any more messages, seemingly busy with something, but Jiang Mian became vigilant. Security cameras throughout the streets and alleys were immediately activated, and they actually caught several suspicious players. Jiang Mian couldn't see the players' ranks, but it was clear they were a group of players who had infiltrated from outside, simply using familiar aliases. The investigation revealed that this was a group of players who had been on guard duty the previous night, but the entire team had been killed and repackaged. She ordered some players specializing in poisons to examine what kind of poison it was. Upon learning that it was an essence extracted from monsters, and that if mixed with water, it could poison not only tens of thousands of them, but hundreds of thousands more. Jiang Mian's face immediately turned cold. She hadn't even considered dealing with these players yet, and they were already thinking of turning against her first. No one dared to say anything openly, but countless people were secretly plotting against her.